Chapter 1 Arrival. One annoyance. Who is weeping beside her? Could it be a patient who has just undergone surgery? Has something gone awry? Suyu was startled, too anxious to sleep any longer, and was preparing to open her eyes and rise. A piercing pain surged through her head, followed by a torrent of memories that did not belong to her. She had traversed dimensions, transported to a realm known as the Beastman continent, composed of various tribes of beastmen. The inhabitants here cannot yet be deemed human. They are merely referred to as beastmen. The beastmen are classified into male and female. Males possess the ability to transform at will, tasked with daily hunting and providing for the family. However, not all males are created equal. There exist distinctions between ordinary males and warriors, with the latter possessing significantly enhanced strength and speed compared to their ordinary counterparts. Warriors are further divided into 5 ranks: first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, and fifth tier warriors. To ascend to the rank of warrior, one must consume mutated beast cores regularly. Accumulating sufficient energy will enable the transformation into a warrior. Yet, this world is incredibly primitive, with both flora and fauna exhibiting mutations, making it exceedingly difficult to capture wild beasts or extract beast cores with bare hands. Thus, warriors are a rare breed, and under conditions of scarcity, aspiring to become one is a formidable challenge. In contrast, female beastmen cannot transform, existing solely in human form, responsible for reproduction and gathering. The tribe she currently inhabits is known as the Winged Tiger tribe. The tribe comprises a meager population of around 300 individuals. Among them, only about 100 are robust, while the remaining 100 or so comprise females, the elderly, and younglings. The original owner of this body was the daughter of the tribe's chief, sharing a name with her by a single character Yue. She is approximately 15 years old, yet due to prolonged malnutrition, she is extraordinarily diminutive. Her intellect is notably lacking, and this very individual, in an effort to spare her younger brother a morsel of food, tragically starved herself to death. Suyu gradually opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of a small boy, filthy yet with a visage that could still be discerned, gazing at her with palpable anxiety. "Big sister, you're finally awake. Do you know you scare me to death?" As Suyu beheld the boy's tear-filled eyes, her gaze drifted downward, taking in his emaciated frame and hands resembling chicken claws. Before she could process her emotions, a growl erupted from her stomach. "Big sister, eat." Suyu looked at the wild fruit at her lips, then back at her little brother. "Thank you." No sooner had she uttered the words than the boy's pupils dilated, his entire body trembling. "Big sister, you're all right? Do you remember who I am?" Suyu, observing her little brother's excessive nervousness, gently nodded. "Yes, I'm fine. I not only know you're my little brother, but I also recall our father and mother." "Ah, that's wonderful. No one will ever dare to call my sister a fool again." As Suyu nibbled on the fruit, she watched Yang leap and dance within the cave, glancing around her surroundings. Noticing her surroundings nearly made her regurgitate the fruit she had just consumed. Is this truly a place where humans reside? The dark cave was littered with refuse and excrement, while unidentified insects swarmed about. Her nostrils were assaulted by an indescribable stench. Unable to endure any longer, Suyu hastily scrambled to her feet and stumbled out of the cave. Yang, puzzled, followed her out, only to find his sister squatting on the ground, retching violently. He rushed over, 3 steps at a time, to pat her back. "Big sister, do you feel unwell?" Yang was on the verge of tears after all. His sister had just returned to normal, and he feared she might revert to her previous foolish state. Only after her stomach was entirely empty did Suyu stand upright. "I'm fine." Without hesitation, she began gathering nearby branches. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Suppressing her nausea, Suyu thrust the makeshift broom into his hands. "Be a good little brother. I need to step out for a moment. Use this to help clean up inside." Yang looked at his sister with confusion as she gestured and explained, finally grasping her intent. "I understand, sister, but where are you going?" Gazing at her innocent little brother, Suyu let out a deep sigh. She intended to venture out to find some food otherwise. She would not survive until evening when her parents returned. However, Even if she could endure until then, it was unlikely that her parents would procure much food for her. It would be better to seek sustenance herself. While she did not expect to catch any prey, at the very least, she could gather some wild vegetables. Since fate had intertwined their lives as a family, she would do her utmost to improve their circumstances. I just woke up and wanted to see what's outside. Oh, then go ahead, but for heaven's sake, do not venture to the mountain behind us. It is far too dangerous. Suyu nodded absently and turned to leave, a cool breeze brushing against her, quickly making her realize something was amiss. Looking down at herself, she nearly leapt up in shock. The reason was simple. She was clad in nothing but a palm-sized piece of bee skin that barely covered her lower half, leaving her upper body completely bare. Though her modesty was somewhat preserved, the reality was unbearable. She was effectively running around naked. Observing her surroundings, a plant resembling a modern banana tree caught her eye. This tree was at least twice the size of any banana tree she had ever seen, with broad and expansive leaves. She hurried over, exerting all her strength to tear off a leaf, wrapping it around her chest. Suyu then surveyed her makeshift attire. While it appeared somewhat awkward, it provided her with a sense of security against exposure. Wandering through the dense forest, her stomach protested repeatedly, yet she found not a single edible wild vegetable. Am I being toyed with? Others who cross over manage to find food in an instant. Yet here I am, unable to locate even a single edible plant. Suyu couldn't help but glance toward the misty mountain in the distance. From her little brother's words and the original owner's memories, she learned that once one ascended that mountain, the likelihood of returning was slim to none. Even second-tier warriors who ventured there seldom return alive, often meeting their demise shortly thereafter. This underscored the mountain's perilous nature. As for why this mountain was considered so fearsome and dangerous, the tribe had chosen to settle here because at the foot of the mountain lay a vast expanse of stone, convenient for them to excavate caves for habitation. As Suyu's thoughts wandered, her legs instinctively reacted before her mind could catch up. After a few seconds of shock, she abruptly stepped back, patting her chest in relief, gazing apprehensively at the mist-covered mountain, finally understanding why her tribe dared not venture close. Chapter 2: Ascending the Mountain. For the view from this mountain was shrouded in miasma. Yet this mere miasma could not deter her steps. From her understanding, where there is miasma, there must also be something to dispel it nearby. Suyu paused to observe her surroundings, finally detecting a glimmer of hope. She noticed that whether it was poisonous insects or other creatures, they all seemed to avoid a particular type of wild grass that resembled chives. Holding her breath, Suyu swiftly uprooted the nearest patch of this wild grass and darted away. Though her movements were rapid, taking no more than 5 seconds, she still felt dizzy. She quickly brought the grass to her nose, and the moment she inhaled its scent, the fog in her mind began to lift. Looking at the wild grass in her hand, and observing the poisonous insects keeping their distance, she realized this was precisely what she had been seeking. She turned and plucked several leaves from a nearby tree, fashioning them into a makeshift mask. Then she crushed the grass and smeared it onto the leaves. Thus, a simple yet effective mask was fashioned. Wearing the mask, Suyu still felt uneasy after all. Life is singular and precious, and she could not afford to be careless. Standing at the edge of the miasma for quite some time, ensuring her body exhibited no adverse reactions, she finally plunged into the miasma-laden forest to gather herbs. Afterward, she crushed the herbs into a paste and applied it to her skin. She then tied the remaining herbs around her waist with a long piece of wild grass, picked up a long stick from the ground, and ventured cautiously into the miasma forest. Throughout her journey, Suyu used the stick to tap the ground, stirring the fallen leaves and underbrush. Unsurprisingly, every time she probed, various poisonous insects emerged from the foliage. Watching the assortment of vividly colored and diverse insects, Suyu felt her scalp tingle, chills running down her spine, and cold sweat breaking out all over her body. Fortunately, she had brought along some insect-repellent herbs without them. The situation would have been dire. A shiver coursed through her at the mere thought. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, Suyu finally emerged from the miasmic forest. She exhaled deeply. The mountains were abundant with wild vegetables, fruits, and a variety of game. There were rabbits the size of sheep and wild chickens as large as ostriches. The sight of this bountiful landscape ignited a spark in Su Yu's eyes, and her mouth watered as she had been hungry for quite some time. She dashed to a fruit tree, plucking a fruit and devouring it voraciously. After consuming 5 fruits in quick succession, Su Yu let out a contented belch, finally feeling a sense of satiety. Just as she reached out again, intending to gather some for her family, darkness enveloped her vision. Following a crackling sound, a cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Comprehensive system, requesting connection with the host. Startled by the sudden voice, Su Yu felt a jolt of surprise, but remained composed. She had often indulged in novels during her idle hours, so she was quite familiar with such plot twists. "Connect, connect," she exclaimed. No sooner had the words left her lips than a flash of white light illuminated her mind. Instantaneously, a modern tablet-like interface materialized before her. It displayed several options: credibility, prestige, cohesion, gathering, cooking, breeding, planting, medicine, learning, and manufacturing. Beneath each option lay lengthy progress bars, clearly indicating 0. Su Yu mentally recited the options, discovering that the first 3 were unresponsive. With a spirit of experimentation, she silently uttered gathering. In an instant, numerous slots appeared on the tablet, reminiscent of the online game she had played previously. Only the first slot was illuminated, showcasing the very fruit she had just consumed, labeled in Chinese as apple. Below it was a detailed description and consumption method for the apple, accompanied by a small map illustrating the regions where apples proliferated. The other slots were grayed out, but their outlines hinted at familiar forms. Su Yu quietly committed these images to memory, ensuring she could recognize them if encountered in the wild. Next, she mentally invoked breeding. The same grid reappeared in her mind, but this time all the slots were locked, remaining inaccessible. Just as Su Yu prepared to delve deeper, the cold mechanical voice returned. "Congratulations, host, connection successful. Do you accept the system's first assigned task? Accept. Become the leader of this tribe within 3 months." Before Su Yu could fully process the astonishment, the system's voice continued to resonate in her ears. "Congratulations, you have received a novice gift package." Upon opening it, she discovered a handgun with 3,000 bullets and a permanent strength pill. Silently uttering the name of the strength pill, a white capsule appeared in her hand. As soon as she swallowed it, she felt an overwhelming surge of energy, and her fatigue evaporated completely. After consuming the strength pill, Su Yu decisively shut down the system. Since she had arrived in this place, she resolved to adapt to her circumstances. Fortunately, with the system as her guiding hand, she felt a sense of reassurance and decided to gather some food to take back to the tribe. In her previous life, she often trailed behind her parents to observe military drills, thus acquiring a unique discernment regarding which items were edible and which were not. Before long, her arms overflowed with wild vegetables, fruits, and various fungi. Unable to carry it all, Su Yu ingeniously crafted a basket from mutated wild grasses to contain her haul. Ding! Production, 1 point. Gathering, 3 points. The cold mechanical voice echoed in her mind once more, prompting Su Yu to recall that systems and novels often featured artificial intelligence. Curious, she inquired within her mind, and to her surprise, she received a response. Ding! Connection established for the host. Following the indifferent mechanical tone, Su Yu widened her eyes in anticipation. "Greetings, host. I am System 003. Here to guide you on your tasks in this world and answer all your inquiries." The sweet voice, intermingled with electronic tones, resembled that of a modern virtual idol. Recognizing the intelligence of this system, Su Yu felt assured that she would gain substantial information. With a gentle smile, she found herself content with her current situation. Subsequently, she posed several questions related to the world, and the sweet voice of 003 answered each one in turn. Gaining a clearer understanding, she realized that this system was quite similar to those she had previously read about. By collecting points through the progress bar she had observed, she could exchange them for various items. However, her system possessed an additional feature: the ability to scan unfamiliar objects, limited to 10 scans per day. Su Yu engaged in a conversation with the system within her mind. while her hands continued their relentless motion. Bang! Bang! Two faint sounds of something slicing through the air echoed, instantly startling the creatures of the dense forest into a frenzied retreat. Suyu strode forward, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the rabbit she had rendered unconscious. Indeed, possessing great strength had its merits, as evidenced by her ability to subdue such a sizable creature. The art of stone throwing was a skill she had honed since childhood. Growing up in a military family, she spent her formative years in a military housing complex, only moving to an external residence when she began her career at a hospital. In her youth, she would watch in envy as the older soldiers wielded their firearms, her heart yearning for that thrilling experience. Coincidentally, that was also the time when martial arts dramas were frequently broadcast, showcasing heroes adept in the mastery of hidden weapons. However, due to her tender age, her parents prohibited her from handling such dangerous implements, prompting her to turn her attention to stones instead. As she matured, her parents gradually allowed her to handle firearms. To foster her independence, they would often include her in military training exercises. With the passage of time, she discovered a burgeoning affinity for this exhilarating lifestyle, as well as a fascination for various weapons, both modern and ancient. Chapter 3. Acquiring food. As Suyu returned with provisions, her parents had yet to arrive, leaving only a young wandering outside the cave. The young brother, filled with concern, suddenly heard that familiar voice and quickly turned to look. Upon seeing her, he was rendered speechless, his jaw dropping in astonishment as he stammered, "Sister, sister, where did you go to gather such an abundance of food? And what is that on your back?" As he spoke, he reached out to tug at the basket on Suyu's back. Had she not consumed a strength-enhancing pill, she would likely have been yanked to the ground. Suyu released the burden from her back, a slight twitch of her lips revealing her exasperation as a few dark lines appeared on her forehead. This individual possesses an extraordinary strength, such as the distinction between the female and male of this world. The object known as is crafted from wild grasses. And Yang gazed enviously at the woven basket adorning his sister's back, longing to possess one himself. This creation is far simpler than the tools utilized by their kin, who typically resort to wrapping items in leaves or binding them with vines. Some even resort to using animal hides, while others simply cradle their belongings in their arms. Never before had anyone fashioned a basket to carry on their back as his sister had done. If each member of their tribe were to possess a like the one his sister carried, it would undoubtedly enhance their convenience manifold. Lost in his daydreams, the siblings made their way back to the cave. Suyu placed the items from her backpack outside the cave and ventured inside to survey the surroundings. The improvement was immeasurable compared to before. Nevertheless, an indescribable odor still lingered within the cave. "Little brother, please fetch some dry grass from outside. We shall use it to purify the cave further." After Suyu finished speaking, she turned around and took a handful of mugwort from her backpack. Soon, a pungent and acrid odor wafted from the cave. A rustling sound reached the ears of the siblings, prompting them to press themselves against the wall. They watched as various small insects scurried out of the cave in haste. The siblings waited outside for an indeterminate amount of time until the wild grass and mugwort inside the cave had burned away and no more insects emerged. Only then did they resume cleaning the cave. Although Suyu was aware of the tribe's poverty, she was taken aback by its dire state. The cave of a tribal leader contained merely a wooden bucket and 2 pieces of animal hide. The so-called bucket was merely a hollowed-out log, which was quite remarkable given the technological limitations of this world. Once Suyu had reorganized the items within the cave, her younger brother had dutifully managed to start a fire. However, his gaze continually drifted towards Suyu's backpack until he finally summoned the courage to speak. "Sister, why did you bring back a backpack full of wild grass along with this? This cannot be consumed. Eating it can be fatal." "Nonsense. This is not wild grass. It is edible wild vegetables, and this white substance is called fungus, which has a delightful flavor. But in our tribe, someone once consumed this and then went to meet the beast god." Suyu, noticing her younger brother on the verge of tears, quickly knelt down to impart her knowledge about mushrooms. "So, what you mean is that our ancestors perished after consuming toxic mushrooms, and that these particular mushrooms are harmless?" Suyu affectionately ruffled her younger brother's hair, affirming, "Indeed, my little brother is quite clever." Yang gazed at his sister with admiration, inquiring, "Sister, how did you come to know all this? No one in our tribe seems to be aware. I find you truly remarkable." Suyu gazed at her innocent younger brother, contemplating the peculiar objects she would occasionally introduce from a different era. It was only fitting to concoct an excuse now to lay the groundwork for the future. With this thought in mind, Suyu gently remarked, "Little brother, do you remember when I wasn't quite myself? The truth is, I was summoned by the Lord of Beasts, who imparted a wealth of knowledge upon me. Having mastered all that he taught, he has now graciously returned me to you." Her younger brother's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So, were those lessons also from the Lord of Beasts?" "Indeed," she replied. Ding! A notification chimed in her mind, startling Suyu momentarily, though she maintained her composure as she placed the wild vegetables and mushrooms into a wooden bucket. Hoisting a rabbit over her shoulder, she turned to Yang. "I am going to the lakeside to clean these vegetables. Will you accompany me or stay in the cave?" Having just experienced the terror of nearly losing his sister, Yang quickly responded, "I will go with you." Very well, then bring those rabbits along. Upon reaching the lakeside, they encountered several older individuals washing some rather odorous meat by the riverbank. The sight of the siblings with their provisions caused them to involuntarily swallow hard. They cast warm, friendly glances towards a young, but when their eyes fell upon Suyu, a hint of sympathy lingered within their gazes. Suyu found herself perplexed by the meaning behind their gazes, and deciding not to dwell on it any longer, she crouched down to prepare the wild rabbit. After greeting the elderly individuals, a young hurried over upon noticing that his sister intended to handle the rabbit. "Sister, allow me to take care of the rabbit," he exclaimed. Suyu was just about to decline when she noticed her younger brother transforming one of his hands into a sharp claw, skillfully pinning the wild rabbit onto the stone slab, expertly skinning it and eviscerating it. Suyu silently picked up the wild vegetables beside her and began to wash them, her heart once again marveling at the enchanting nature of this world. Suddenly, her gaze flickered as she observed her younger companion skillfully handling a wild rabbit. His claws were remarkably sharp. She wondered if they could assist her in hollowing out a stone pot. With this thought, Suyu turned her head and began to survey her surroundings, quickly discovering the materials she required. "Little brother, could you assist your sister in hollowing out this stone?" As soon as Suyu finished speaking, a young directed her to place the stone on the ground and extended his sharp claws, swiftly making a couple of strokes. "Sister, is it done this way?" Suyu picked up the stone pot from the ground and inspected it thoroughly, finding it to be slightly thick. She instructed her companion to dig a bit more. After a considerable effort under Suyu's guidance, the stone pot was finally crafted successfully. The two returned to the riverbank to begin preparing their food. Drawing from the memories of the original owner, Suyu surmised that it was likely around July or August. Although the daytime temperatures soared, the nights were quite chilly, reminiscent of the climate in modern-day Xinjiang. As Suyu was in the midst of cleaning the wild vegetables and mushrooms for the second time, the elderly man beside her could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "Those wild grasses are inedible, and that white substance is toxic." He thought to himself that she truly was naive. Yet it was indeed the sun that spoiled his sister. Despite knowing she had not yet reached adulthood, she followed her sister's whims, digging into the earth with newfound vigor. As Suyu was about to speak, a young subordinate eagerly interjected, articulating the phrases that Suyu had taught him. Upon hearing that certain wild vegetables and mushrooms were edible, the elderly man's eyes sparkled with interest. However, recalling Suyu's previous naivety and the fact that some in the tribe had been led to meet the beast god after consuming mushrooms, they hesitated. Although a Yang had explained that his sister's prior confusion stemmed from her service to the beast god, they remained wary of taking risks. Observing their indecision, Suyu could only let out a silent sigh, resigning herself to the understanding that gaining their trust would not come easily. Suyu lifted her gaze to the sun above, realizing that time was already slipping away. Without further elaboration, she hurriedly led her younger brother back to the cave. Once all preparations were complete, Suyu gestured towards the wild rabbit in the wooden bucket, instructing her brother to cut it into pieces. If it's cut into pieces, how can we roast it?" he exclaimed. "We want to roast it. Today we shall cook it instead." A Yang was puzzled by this notion, as they had always cooked their meals by roasting. However, considering that his sister had studied under the beast god, he believed she must possess knowledge of culinary techniques beyond their understanding. Chapter 4. The first meal is cooking it delicious? Suyu gazed at the rabbit, plump to the point of oozing, and nodded, affirming that it would indeed be delectable, so much so that one might wish to swallow their own tongue in delight. Upon hearing this, a Yang felt a wave of satisfaction, harboring not a shred of doubt. It was evident that using the beast god as an excuse was a prudent choice. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although outsiders may remain skeptical, the fact that her family believed in her words represented a significant advancement. After washing the chunk of rabbit meat, Suyu placed it into the boiling pot. It seems she will need to fashion a stone knife for herself tomorrow. She cannot rely on her younger brother for every task. While the food simmered in the pot, Suyu took the herbs she had gathered earlier that day, meticulously sorting them and laying them out to dry outside. By the time she returned to the cave after tending to the herbs, the water in the stone pot was already bubbling vigorously, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Her younger brother gazed longingly at the meat broth in the pot, exclaiming, "Sister, it smells so good. Can we eat now? I am so eager to taste it." As Suyu responded to her younger brother, she poured all the mushrooms from the bucket into the pot. "Little glutton, wait a moment longer. It is not yet time to eat." Just then, a fanfare resounded from outside, causing a Yang to spring up from the ground. "Sister, father, and the others have returned. Come, let us go greet them." Suyu was being hastily pulled along by her younger brother. Only then did she comprehend that the recent sound of the horns signified the return of the hunting party to distribute food. When the siblings arrived at the designated area for food distribution, they found the clearing bustling with people. Even the tiniest of cubs had come out to join. Suyu glanced around and noticed that the people here all bore a striking resemblance to one another, regardless of age or gender. Each adorned solely with a piece of animal hide around their waists. She quickly turned her head, muttering to herself about the impropriety of gazing. Yet, her mind involuntarily conjured the image of a robust cow, Among all present, Suyu alone was clad in a manner that left no skin exposed. However, the tribespeople merely cast a fleeting glance before casually shifting their gaze elsewhere. Father, mother, let me tell you, sister, everything is well now. As a Yang's jubilant voice rang out, the previously boisterous gathering fell into an immediate hush, eyes wide with disbelief. The original parents of the protagonist set down what they were holding and rushed over, scrutinizing Suyu from head to toe. You, my dear child, are you truly well? Suyu gently nodded her head, only to see the woman, cloaked in darkness, suddenly leap forward and envelop her in a tight embrace. Suyu was instantly held tightly, rolling her eyes in exasperation. All right, don't frighten the little one. Look how you're squeezing her. She can hardly breathe. Upon hearing this, mother quickly released Suyu, her face filled with remorse as she gazed at her. Suyu then took a closer look at the chieftain of this tribe, who happened to be the original owner's father. His skin was as unyielding as rock, his hair disheveled, with traces of blood staining both his head and body. Even standing opposite him, one could sense the palpable hostility and murderous aura emanating from him. Upon hearing that Suyu had recovered, the others approached with a few words of concern before dispersing, for nothing was of greater importance to them at that moment than the pursuit of sustenance. Suyu took a few steps alongside her parents and soon encountered a heap of food, or more accurately, a pile of animal carcasses. They were haphazardly strewn together, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The blood on the ground pooled together to form a small stream, over which occasional flies and other insects flitted. However, these were merely the remains of ordinary beasts, devoid of any valuable cores. Her father was speaking animatedly to the tribe members, but she could not comprehend their words, as the original owner of her body had always been somewhat oblivious. Nevertheless, judging by the expressions of the tribe, it appeared to be some sort of ritual. Once the ceremony concluded, several robust orc warriors emerged from the crowd, transforming their hands into sharp claws. With swift motions, they proceeded to eviscerate the prey they had brought back. Suyu felt no fear at the sight. After all, she had personally dissected animals during her anatomy classes. However, she was taken aback when the orc warriors, after extracting the entrails, simply discarded them without a second thought. Initially, Suyu assumed they would tend to the organs after dividing the meat, but to her surprise, her father instructed the orc warriors to take the entrails outside to bury them. Suyu could no longer maintain her composure. Father, could you refrain from discarding those items and give them to me? Ada, the chief of the tribe, glanced at the young cub beside him, and memories of the little cub's revelations involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After a moment of internal deliberation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Suyu was instantly filled with joy and hurried over to gather all the edible offerings. After a rough estimation, she realized that the animal entrails alone weighed around 80 to 90 pounds. Coupled with the rations they had received today, the total was likely to exceed 100 pounds. Although this may seem excessive, it would barely suffice for their sustenance over 2 days, as the people in this world had quite a substantial appetite. Upon the family's return to the entrance of the cave, Suyu plucked some leaves from a nearby tree to spread on the ground, providing a clean surface for the entrails that were to be washed. Ayang had already dashed into the cave, and soon an excited voice echoed from within. Sister, come quickly and see if the meat is cooked. It smells so good. I am absolutely craving it right now. Suyu entered the cave and cast a glance at the food simmering in the stone pot. Nodding to herself, she confirmed that the meal was indeed ready. However, she instructed them to wait a moment while she prepared to blanch the wild vegetables. Ding. Cooking points 1. Hearing the familiar sound echo in her mind, Suyu smiled subtly as she prepared to serve the soup. At that moment, she realized that there was no vessel for the soup within the cave. She scanned her surroundings, and before she could act, one of her companions had already grasped the situation and dashed out of the cave. In merely 5 or 6 minutes, he returned, carrying 4 hollowed-out wooden basins. Sister, were you looking for this? Aren't I clever? Suyu, filled with delight, gently ruffled her younger brother's hair. Indeed, my little brother is quite clever. This is precisely what I was seeking. However, you must also assist me in procuring 4 pairs of chopsticks and a spoon. Chopsticks and spoon? What are those? After an explanation from Suyu, Yang finally grasped the concept, promptly nodding his head before dashing out. The original parents were busy skewering the meat they had received that day onto wooden sticks for roasting. Upon hearing Suyu mention unfamiliar items, they appeared perplexed, their expressions astonished as they inhaled the enticing aroma wafting from the pot. They half believed their younger son's words. Observing the interaction between the siblings, they wore expressions of contentment. Chapter 5. The straw mat. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a blessing that the eldest child had regained consciousness. Before long, Yang returned. Suyu utilized the remaining water in the wooden tub to cleanse the items, ladling the food from the stone pot into 4 bowls. Her stomach grumbled, having long since digested the few fruits consumed earlier that afternoon. Yet, she was mindful that her parents had spent the entire day laboring outside without a morsel to eat. As she prepared to accept the roasted meat from her father and mother, urging them to eat first while she assisted with the cooking, her father had already seized a piece of meat that was only partially cooked, devouring it heartily. Fresh blood dripped from the corners of his mouth onto his clothes and the ground, causing a tumultuous churn in Suyu's stomach. She quickly turned away. Well, this is so delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. Upon hearing her younger brother's exclamation, Suyu turned her head, only to discover that neither he nor her parents had utilized the chopsticks she had taught them to use. Instead, they were reaching in with their hands. What had once been a bowl of exquisite meat soup now appeared as a dark, murky concoction. The expressions on their faces were filled with contentment, clearly indicating their satisfaction with the meal Suyu had prepared. It was a moment of oversight, having only just begun to explore this new experience. How could they have known how to wield chopsticks? Suyu turned her head away, unable to bear the sight before her, and let out a long sigh. It appeared that her mission was both arduous and far-reaching. In the future, she not only had to ensure that they lived a life free from want, but also instill in them the importance of hygiene and teach them the art of using chopsticks. Suyu swiftly consumed the food in her bowl, the salt being quite minimal, yet the flavor was sufficiently delightful and not at all difficult to swallow. Subsequently, she gathered a handful of ash and placed it into the stone pot, then turned to her well-fed parents and said, "Father, Mother, I am heading out. Let us proceed to the riverbank to clean this up, and in the meantime, I shall teach you how to handle those animal entrails." After consuming the stewed meat, Suyu's parents were already convinced to a great extent. Upon hearing her words, they hesitated for a few seconds, as they had never before tasted offal. The family made their way to the stream, where Suyu first drew some water into a stone pot, mixing it with wood ash to create a paste. She then turned the intestines inside out, meticulously cleaning them of impurities. Subsequently, she submerged all the intestines into the pot of wood ash water, and finally, she washed the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs, placing them onto clean leaves nearby. Observing the organs nestled within the leaves, Ada said nothing, turning to leave. Upon returning, he carried several wooden buckets. With the strength of unity, before darkness fully enveloped the sky, the family had completely cleaned all the animal entrails. Upon returning to the cave, Suyu gazed at the mound of meat before her, feeling troubled due to the lack of sufficient salt for preservation. Although salt had emerged in this world, it was regarded as a luxury. With their daily salt intake barely met, how could they possibly use it for curing meat? Even if they sought it, they would certainly not find any in the short term. They could only strive to consume what they had and wait until salt could be procured. Besides, the more they ate, the better their bodies would grow, preparing them for future advancements as warriors. Currently, her father was among the few second-tier warriors in the tribe. Having eaten to their fill, Suyu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. However, upon glancing at the cave, with the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, her sleepiness dissipated. With a soft sigh, she noticed that her younger brother and parents had already curled up to sleep. As the sun descended, the cave grew increasingly cold. Suyu shivered deeply, adding some firewood to the blaze before turning to leave the cave. This time, her objective was clear. She intended to craft a grass mat. Though a grass mat lacked the warmth of cotton, it was certainly preferable to sleeping on the frigid ground. Soon, Suyu arrived at a clearing, where she picked up a relatively thin stone shard to serve as a makeshift knife, and began to cut the reeds. The reeds were quite resilient, compounded by the dullness of the stone shard. Suyu crouched in the grass for nearly half an hour, managing to gather only a small bundle. This meager amount was far from sufficient, prompting her to discard the stone she had been using and resort to using her hands. It must be said that her body, strengthened by the potent tonic, was remarkable. Even the resilient thatch yielded effortlessly to her gentle tug. Before long, a substantial mound of thatch, taller than herself, began to accumulate at her feet. Suyu looked up at the sky, noticing that the sun had completely set, leaving the world shrouded in a dusky gray. She hurriedly picked up the straw from the ground and began weaving. The creation of grass mats was second nature to her. In no time, a grass mat took shape in her hands. As she gazed at the mat, she recalled that their cave was still barren, devoid of any furnishings. If they were to sit, it would be on the bare ground. It would be prudent to gather more straw while she could, and by the firelight, weave some mats for sitting. Resolute, she crouched down once more, continuing to pull at the straw while the light lingered. Ding! 5 points for gathering, 1 point for crafting. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Suyu hurried back to the cave, carrying the completed mat and bundles of straw. Upon entering, she found her parents and younger brother waking from their slumber. "Sister, why have you brought so much straw inside?" Suyu did not hasten to explain. Instead, she spread a mat of grass upon the ground. Her younger brother, feeling the soft and fluffy texture of the mat, excitedly rolled over it. "What purpose does this serve? Is it intended for sleeping?" Suyu turned her head to look at her younger brother, who was energetically bouncing on the bed, and she affectionately patted his head. "Indeed, this mattress is meant for us to sleep on at night, as the ground is too cold at present, and I fear that I might catch a chill and fall ill." "Sister, what does it mean to catch a chill and fall ill?" "To catch a chill and fall ill means to develop a fever." "Oh, I understand now. I comprehend what having a fever entails. Then, sister, let me join you in weaving. Please teach me how to do it." Suyu nodded slightly, initially believing that her parents would refrain from coming to assist her, given their exhaustion from a long day. To her surprise, as soon as she settled down, her parents were already seated beside her. their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they gazed upon her. Suyu felt somewhat uneasy and cleared her throat. I will teach you how to weave this straw mat. Besides providing a place to sleep, we can also create some for sitting. Time passed swiftly in their industriousness. After a while, Ada noticed the dwindling supply of straw and ventured outside to gather another bundle. By the time the moon hung high in the sky, they had crafted 4 sleeping mats and over a dozen for sitting. Initially, Suyu had intended to instruct them on weaving backpacks as well. But upon observing their frequent yawns and drowsy expressions, she abandoned that thought. With uncontainable excitement, Ayang stacked 2 mats atop one another, draped a piece of animal hide over himself, and called out to Suyu with fervor, "Sister, come quickly." Suyu added some firewood to the pile and nestled beside her younger brother, falling into a slumber. Chapter 6. Dealing with the organs in the dead of night. Suyu was roused from her sleep by an urgent need to relieve herself. She glanced up to find the cave shrouded in darkness. The sounds of beasts roaring echoing ominously around her. A shiver coursed through her. It was truly terrifying. Suppressing the fear that gripped her heart, she rose quietly. Beside her, Ada lifted his head in vigilance, only to recognize his elder sister before lowering it once more to resume his slumber. After liberating herself, Suyu returned to the cave. Feeling invigorated, under the flickering glow of the fire, she glanced at a bucket filled with provisions. Turning around, she picked up an empty bucket beside her, intending to fetch some water from the lake and cleanse herself in the process. "Where are you going?" Ada inquired. "Since I can't sleep anyway, I plan to prepare some food for you all." Ada, peering outside the cave, spoke with resolute determination. "You, wait for me. I will accompany you." The father and daughter arrived at the lakeside, where Suyu utilized a small piece of beast skin to refresh herself, instantly feeling considerably more at ease. Lacking a comb, she could only use her fingers to haphazardly tousle her hair, fashioning a braid secured with a sinew to prevent her long tresses from flying about. Ada, observing the enveloping darkness, recognized that it was no longer day. The lurking dangers were countless, and a moment's inattention could result in dire consequences. Unable to contain his concern, he urged, Are you ready? Let us return." "I am ready. Let us go," she replied. Suyu picked up the empty bucket beside her, preparing to fetch water when she suddenly felt the damp earth beneath her. An idea struck her mind. "Father, could you assist me in finding some larger, non-toxic leaves? I have a use for them shortly." By the time the father and daughter had gathered everything they needed and returned to the cave, they discovered that Ayang was already sitting up, rubbing his eyes, and that their mother was nowhere to be seen. Upon seeing Suyu and her father return, Ayang sweetly called out, "Father, sister, why are you up so early? Sister couldn't sleep and is preparing something for you to eat." "Is it from the entrails we washed last night?" "Indeed." "Then I'll get up to help you, sister." Suyu responded to Ayang, having already arrived at the spot where food was placed the previous night. Fortunately, after a night's passage, aside from the large intestine emitting a pungent odor, everything else remained relatively unspoiled. Gazing at the bowl containing the large intestine, Suyu lifted her gaze towards the cave and eventually spotted the leftover straw from the previous evening in the corner. She hastily approached, utilizing the straw to suspend the large intestine, and then crafted a triangular stand from the wooden sticks within the cave, positioning it above the firewood. In this era, devoid of cooking wine or any means to eliminate unpleasant odors, she had no choice but to resort to the age-old method of smoking, hoping it might mitigate some of the off-putting scent. "Sister, did you not say you would prepare the offal for us? Why are you now hanging it up?" Suyu gazed tenderly at the inquisitive Ayang and gently explained that the large intestine harbors an unpleasant odor, which can be alleviated by smoking it for a while. "If you're not yet ready to sleep, could you assist your sister by digging a few holes at the spot where we made the fire last night? I will prepare beggar's chicken for you shortly." "Is beggar's chicken truly delicious? Is it better than the chicken we had last night?" "Certainly. Each dish possesses its own unique flavor, and while I cannot guarantee it will surpass the chicken from last night, I must admit that I have a particular fondness for beggar's chicken." "Oh, then I shall dig several holes." "Do dig a few more, if you please." Suyu took out the 2 chickens that remained from the previous night, dividing them into 8 pieces and sprinkling a touch of salt upon them. The chickens were rather large, and she feared that cooking them whole might lead to insufficient doneness. Subsequently, she stuffed the leftover fungi from last night into the cavity, then wrapped it all in freshly washed leaves, binding it securely with straw, and finally encased everything in the dirt from the bucket. Ayang and Ada had only just begun to dig a few holes when they looked up to find that the meat in the bucket had vanished, replaced by several clumps of mud. While Ada, as an adult, managed to maintain his composure, Ayang could hardly contain his agitation. "Sister, where's our food? What has happened to it? You haven't buried it in this mud clump, have you?" Suyu smiled gently, lifting her gaze to the cave, where she discovered that all 3 individuals were fixated on her, their expressions reflecting disapproval. The younger brother appeared on the verge of tears. With patience, Suyu endeavored to explain that no food had been wasted. It was encased within these clumps of mud. Now, all that remained was to place these 2 clumps into the 2 large pits and add firewood atop them. Despite her explanation, her parents and younger brother remained visibly displeased, as their beliefs dictated that food encased in mud was deemed unclean and inedible. Yet, Memories of the previous day's meal, prepared by you, involuntarily surfaced in their minds, a flavor they had never before experienced. The food was so delectable that even the bones had been chewed and swallowed. In times of hunger, they had not hesitated to consume food with the slightest hint of dirt, and even the earth itself had occasionally filled their empty stomachs. With this in mind, the group reluctantly set aside their reservations and approached to assist, following Suyu's guidance to bury the clumps in the pits and rekindle the campfire above. After cleaning her hands, Suyu turned her attention to the remaining entrails, and without uttering a word, her family members rushed to help. Once the entrails were properly prepared, Suyu placed the only stone pot in their home by the fire, adding the entrails into cold water for blanching. This time, the entrails she had cut were nearly devoid of any unpleasant odor, suitable for stewing. After blanching, Suyu meticulously rinsed them several times until no trace of blood remained, before extracting the entrails and beginning to boil water. As the water in the stone pot reached a rolling boil, she added the thoroughly cleaned entrails. Meanwhile, her father retrieved the leftover meat from the previous evening, skewering it on a wooden stick in preparation for roasting. Suyu suddenly recalled the scene from last night when her father consumed meat, sending a shiver down her spine. She hurriedly pulled the meat from the skewer. "Father, could you assist me in obtaining a stone pot?" Observing his child removing the meat from the skewer, Ada did not express anger. Instead, he gently pointed towards the stone pot over the fire and inquired, "Is it this one?" "No, this one is for stewing vegetables. I desire the type used for roasting, which is shallower than this." Ada, comprehending Suyu's gestures, nodded in understanding and turned to stride outside the cave. Within 10 minutes, he returned, cradling 2 stone pots in his arms. Suyu hurriedly stepped forward and took one of the square stone pots, preparing to clean it, only to discover faint water stains within. A subtle smile graced her lips. Indeed, it seemed her efforts had borne fruit, for they now recognized the necessity of cleaning these items. Suyu placed the stone pot over the fire, patiently waiting for the moisture within to evaporate. Once the water had dissipated, she delicately arranged the slices of meat, laying them in one by one. As the meat made contact with the stone pot, it emitted a sizzling sound, and soon a rich, savory aroma filled the entire cave. Suddenly, a symphony of swallowing resonated in Suyu's ears, while her younger brother eagerly craned his neck to peer into the stone pot. Chapter 7. Chopsticks and Hygiene. As the 2 stone pots were positioned remarkably close to one another, her brother leaned in and caught a whiff of a subtle yet alluring aroma emanating from the pot containing the offal. Although it lacked the intensity of the fragrance wafting from the adjacent pot, this scent was far more delightful, stirring an insatiable craving within. "Sister, it smells so wonderful. This animal's offal is truly edible." Suyu was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to the flickering orange flames. She playfully pinched her younger brother's nose, feigning anger as she adopted a serious expression. "When have I ever deceived you? What, do you not trust your sister?" Upon sensing her displeasure, her younger brother hurriedly clarified. No, I truly believe in you. I really do." Suyu watched as Yang was on the verge of tears from her teasing. With a chuckle, she flipped the meat in the stone pot with her chopsticks and continued, All right, dear. I was merely jesting. I am not upset. It's just that I find it somewhat surprising. I had expected that you would have a greater fondness for the aroma of this grilled meat. I do not dislike the scent of the grilled meat at all. In fact, I adore it. As long as it is made by you, I cherish it." As Suyu engaged in conversation with her younger brother, she poured the remaining mushrooms into the pot of offal beside her. The mushrooms required additional time to cook, so she proceeded to place the already pan-fried slices of meat into their bowls. A notification chimed. Cooking points 1. The barbecue was ready. They could eat first, while the offal would take a little longer. The beggaress chicken would be set aside for their parents to take along when they went out, reserved for their midday meal. Before Suyu could finish her words, she noticed her father Ada and mother gazing intently at her, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Suyu was somewhat bewildered, but the younger brother immediately comprehended the situation. He set down the bowl in his hands and leaped into Suyu's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist. "Sister, I am so happy that you have awakened. When you were still unconscious, our family relied solely on father. Yet, the meager portions of meat that father brought home were utterly insufficient to sustain us. We could only afford a single meal each day. The rest depended on mother foraging for fruit to fill our stomachs." Upon hearing this, Suyu quickly grasped the gravity of their predicament, fleeting memories flashing through her mind. Observing the gaunt figures of her family members filled her heart with profound sorrow. This was indeed the primitive society. She gently patted Yang's back, offering soothing words and assurances. "Do not worry, I will ensure that you grow plump and strong, transforming you into a level 5 warrior." "Really? Sister, can I truly become a level 5 warrior? What, you doubt me again? Have you forgotten that I ventured to the beast god and acquired vast knowledge? Look, it has not even been a day since I awakened, and not only can our family now eat to our fill, but we also have surplus food." It was imperative to instill faith in them, for when they ventured out to promote themselves later, their credibility would assuredly increase. Seeing the radiant spirit of his sister, Yang felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over him, inexplicably believing in her capabilities. Ding! Credibility 1. Beside them, Otto exchanged a glance with his partner, both deeply astonished. Could this truly be the result of her studies under the beast god? However, as the leader of their clan, Otto felt a subtle pang of disappointment amidst his astonishment. Why must the eldest cub be female rather than male? If only it were male. Suyu took a moment to calm her mind, yet the anticipated sound of a prompt never materialized. She understood that her parents likely remained skeptical of her, indicating that she must exert greater effort. All right, you're all grown up now, yet still clinging to your sister. Hurry up and eat the meat. It won't taste as good if it gets cold. With a cheerful demeanor, Yang released Suyu and grasped the chopsticks resting in his bowl, only to find himself unable to lift anything. Observing his sister stirring the pot filled with offal using a spoon, he discreetly set down the chopsticks and resorted to using his hands. Despite an instinctive awareness that his sister disapproved of such behavior, the tantalizing aroma was simply irresistible. Yang placed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth, and an unprecedented sensation surged through him, filling his palate. Sister, this is absolutely delicious. How did I not realize that roasted meat could taste this exquisite before? Upon hearing her little brother's exclamation, Suyu turned her head to see several individuals with greasy mouths, their hands and clothes dripping with oil. Instantly, she felt a throbbing pain in her scalp. This simply would not do. She must correct their behavior. Suyu gently took Yang's hand, picked up a clean leaf from the side, and meticulously wiped each of his fingers. Yang, could you promise your sister that in the future, when eating, you will refrain from using your hands, as they are so unclean? Before Suyu could finish her words, Yang began to retort. Father and mother eat like this, and my sister used to eat this way too. Why must I adhere to the use of 2 chopsticks? Listening to her younger brother's complaints, Suyu cast a sidelong glance at their parents, who were attentively eavesdropping, and continued to explain to Yang, do you often feel pain in this area? Suyu gently touched her stomach, affirming that, indeed, there were times when the pain was quite severe, though she had grown accustomed to it. But how did you know, sister? She inquired. It's quite simple, came the response. It's because you use your hands to grab things, which is why it hurts here. Our hands harbor countless invisible germs. Furthermore, when we drink water, we must never consume it raw. It must be boiled first, for there are many impurities in it. If ingested, they could lead to the growth of worms in your stomach. Ah, worms. I don't believe it. Don't believe it? Just wait a while. I'll venture outside to gather some herbs to eliminate the worms in your belly. At this, Yang shuddered at the notion of the worms his sister described. Curiosity piqued as he asked, are there really worms inside? Indeed. So from now on, refrain from drinking raw water and avoid using your hands to eat. Use these, called chopsticks. All right, that is good. However, noticing the near tears in Yang's eyes, Suyu offered reassurance. But don't be afraid, dear Yang. Once I procure the medicine and you take it, the worms will be expelled. Yes, I trust you, sister. Suyu felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, seeing her brother's unwavering belief in her. Although Yang was convinced, his companions, Ada and his partner, were less so. They had never heard that drinking raw water or using hands to handle food could lead to worms, having lived in such a manner for generations. Yet, as they reached for the food in the bowl once more, the words of their dear friend echoed in their minds, leading them to reconsider and ultimately choose the chopsticks lying nearby. Upon witnessing this, Suyu merely smiled faintly, uttering not a single word. With the nourishing soup from the previous night and today's roasted meat as a foundation, they had become accustomed to the exquisite taste of the delectable entrails. Yet, their hearts swelled with excitement, for these were once cast aside, now transformed into a delightful feast. This undoubtedly enriched their food supply in an imperceptible manner. Ada cast a wistful glance at Suyu, pondering why she was not male. Chapter 8. Beggar's Chicken. After the family had feasted and quenched their thirst, the sky began to lighten. Suyu estimated that the beggar's chicken buried in the earth was nearly ready. She picked up a wooden stick and extracted the clods of earth from the fire. Selecting the largest one, she gently tapped away the charred exterior, and an enticing aroma immediately wafted through the air. Despite having satisfied their hunger, Ada and the others could not help but swallow in anticipation at the scent of the beggar's chicken. Suyu placed the meticulously cleaned beggar's chicken upon a pristine leaf, subsequently parting the large outer leaves. Before she unveiled the dish, the enticing aroma had already teased the senses of Ada and the others, making it bearable. However, once the leaves were peeled away, an even more intoxicating fragrance wafted forth, causing their mouths to water profusely. Suyu then divided the delectable food into 5 portions and arranged them before them. Come, taste this flavor and see if it suits your palate. Such a delightful scent. How could it not be to my liking? Yang exclaimed as he eagerly snatched a piece of chicken from Suyu's hand, devouring it with remarkable speed. Beside him, Ada and Suyu each took a piece and placed it in their mouths. The tender meat slid down their throats almost before they had a chance to savor it. It must be said that this beggar's chicken was exceptionally succulent, devoid of any gristle, and even the bones were delightfully tender. The taste far surpassed any beggar's chicken she had encountered in modern times. The only minor drawback was a slight deficiency in salt. Sister, Yang implored Suyu with wide, hopeful eyes. glancing over at the remaining few rustic lumps. Suyu shook her head resolutely and said, "No, we cannot consume these any longer. They must be reserved." Upon hearing Suyu's words, father and mother were particularly elated. They would still be able to savor the delicious beggar's chicken at noon. However, glancing at the sulky little one nearby, they felt a twinge of guilt. All right. Do not be upset. I have not yet finished what I wanted to say," father replied. But Suyu promptly interjected, "There is no need. If my little brother wishes to eat, I shall prepare something for him at noon. These are specially set aside for you. You may take them along and have something to fill your stomach." Hearing Suyu's words, Yang suddenly realized and nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of shame for his own selfishness. Yes, father and mother, please take them with you. We have provisions in our cave, so we will not go hungry. Upon hearing the little one's words, the couple did not refuse. After all, they would not return until evening. And with such a long journey ahead, it was wise to have sustenance. As everyone began to tidy up the dishes in preparation for washing them by the lakeside, mother cast another glance at the backpack resting in the corner and finally could not restrain herself from speaking. "You, may I borrow the one in the corner for a while today?" Suyu, following her mother's instructions, turned her gaze towards the corner, only to realize that she was referring to the basket. She nodded in understanding and said, "All right, that basket shall be a gift for you, mother." "Ah, truly? You are giving it to me? What will you do?" Although her mother inquired with feigned concern, she could hardly contain her excitement as she set aside her bowl and chopsticks, rushing to the corner to seize the basket, gazing at it with great affection. "Indeed. It is for you, mother. If I wish to use one myself, I can simply weave another." At that moment, Ada, who had just approached the cave entrance, turned his head sharply upon hearing her words, fixating his gaze on Suyu. "You, this basket you speak of, did you weave it?" Suyu nodded, instantly understanding the longing glimmer in Ada's eyes. "Could you possibly impart the technique of weaving these baskets to our tribespeople?" "Certainly. My father shall arrange for someone to come and learn from me today." "Excellent. Truly, you are my pride. Well done. I shall make the arrangements shortly." Ada was nearly leaping with excitement. He was indifferent to other matters, but the allure of the basket was simply irresistible. If every member of the tribe possessed one, they could bring back an abundance of edible provisions when venturing out. Thus, the specter of hunger would no longer haunt our community. With this thought, Ada dashed out with uncontainable eagerness. Suyu and Yang diligently washed the pots, pans, and dishes, and then ventured out to transport a batch of stones. Within the cave, they constructed a modest storage cabinet specifically designed for the utensils. As for Amu, ever since receiving the backpack, she has been so overjoyed that she has lost her sense of direction, eagerly going out to show it off. Suyu was engaged in conversation with Yang when the cave abruptly darkened. She glanced up to find 5 or 6 individuals standing at the entrance. Among them were both males and females, but all appeared quite advanced in age, some bearing disabilities. It was Aunt Jia, Uncle Haishan, Uncle Yenshir, and Aunt Juhua. The sight of these familiar faces filled Suyu with joy, prompting her to consider them as her starting point. She resolved to gradually enhance her credibility and prestige, ensuring she would have support when she eventually took over the tribe. The elderly tribespeople stood at the cave entrance, gently stroking a Yang's head, who had scampered over to greet them. They then turned to the silent Suyu, their hearts heavy with uncertainty, mistakenly believing that she was unwilling to teach them. After all, individuals like them, burdened with disabilities and advanced in years, were often unwelcome in any tribe. "Aunt Jia, aren't we supposed to teach them how to weave baskets? Let us go," she urged. Suyu came to her senses and said, "Let us first gather some materials, and then I shall teach you how to weave wicker baskets, hampers, and dustpans." Upon hearing that Suyu intended not only to instruct them in the art of basket weaving but also in other crafts, the individuals were taken aback and looked up in astonishment. Suyu observed their astonished expressions without paying them any mind and continued to enlighten them. When weaving frames and carrying baskets, one may utilize reeds, rattan, or resilient branches. However, if one seeks to craft a winnowing basket, it is imperative to use bamboo. "Are you acquainted with bamboo?" I am. Just a short distance ahead lies a vast bamboo grove. Sister, allow me to guide you there." Suyu followed her kin to the bamboo grove, gazing at the towering bamboos that seemed to pierce the clouds, once again reshaping her worldview. Upon arriving, she realized that everything was indeed different from before, but she had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the bamboo. Even 2 adults embracing it with their arms would struggle to encircle its girth, a testament to its impressive size. Earlier that morning, she had contemplated procuring a large wooden tub for storing water that evening, and now, it lay before her, already awaiting her use. "Auntie, when we cut down this bamboo later, please be careful not to damage the surrounding area. We need to bring it back to store water, so we won't have to venture to the lake for water in the morning." Understood. Now, Yang had become a devoted admirer of Suyu, believing wholeheartedly in whatever she proposed. Moreover, he was acutely aware that venturing out for water during the inky darkness of night was fraught with peril, for one could never ascertain from which shadowy corner an enemy might emerge. Under Suyu's guidance, 3 aged males transformed their hands into sharp claws, swiftly felling several bamboo stalks with a few deft strokes. Suyu, Ayang, and several female members of the Lianmai clan picked up stones from the ground and trimmed the branches from the bamboo. Suyu gazed at her hands, marred by cuts, and in her heart, she prioritized the crafting of the stone knife. In a brief span of time, the group returned to the clearing of the tribe, effortlessly carrying the meticulously prepared bamboo. Chapter 9. The Stone Knife and the Winnowing Basket. Suyu instructed her subordinate to transport the large water barrel back to the cave. She then taught several males how to cut a suitably sized bamboo into sections, and subsequently directed them to split the bamboo to create bamboo planks. With the remaining individuals, she continued to gather materials such as reeds, rattan, and branches. Due to Suyu's considerable strength, coupled with her subordinate and another male's ability to transform their hands into sharp claws, they swiftly prepared the necessary items. As Suyu had just returned to the tribe, the villagers eagerly rushed to present the bamboo boards before her. Moon, is this what you referred to regarding the bamboo boards? Indeed, this is precisely it. Now, cease your current tasks. I shall teach you how to weave back baskets and frames. It is worth noting that although these individuals have yet to experience civilization, they possess a remarkable intelligence. After several lessons from Suyu, the majority of the clan members, save for a few less skilled individuals, have successfully mastered the craft. Well then, having learned the art of weaving baskets and containers, I shall now instruct you on how to create a winnowing basket. Given that the winnowing basket differs significantly from the previous items, it is imperative that its dimensions are carefully considered, as it will undoubtedly be carried by clan members in and out of the cave. She grasped a wooden stick and measured at the cave entrance, ensuring she had a clear idea before commencing the lesson. The bamboo strips had already been prepared in advance. Now, only the task of peeling the bamboo strips remained. This is a skilled endeavor, requiring the strips to be uniformly shaved without splitting in the middle. Otherwise, the aesthetics of the finished product will be compromised, and its lifespan will be significantly diminished. However, prior to embarking on this task, she must first craft herself a suitable stone knife. Suyu accompanied Yang to the stone mountain, selecting several pieces of particularly hard stones. Sister, what are you choosing the stones for? She asked. You see, you and father can transform into beast forms, but mother and I cannot. So I thought perhaps I could craft a few stone knives. That way, they could serve as a substitute for your claws. Oh, I see, Yang replied. Let me assist you, but how should we proceed? Just tell me, and I shall help you. My strength is quite formidable. Suyu was indeed contemplating this, intending to finish these tasks early today so she could ascend the mountain and perhaps gather some food on her return. Sister, is it not so? Yang excitedly dashed over, presenting a polished stone to Suyu. Suyu picked up a stone, pointing out its deficiencies one by one to Yang. This won't suffice. We must refine this side to an exquisite thinness for it to achieve true sharpness. Oh, very well, I shall grind it further, ensuring that I produce a fine stone knife for my sister. Good. Suyu handed the stone knife in her possession to Yang and resumed the meticulous process of sharpening her own. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, until Yang, brimming with excitement, presented a finely polished stone knife to Suyu. Sister, could you please take a look at this? Is it acceptable? Suyu took the stone knife from Yang's hand, rubbed it gently, and nodded in approval. Indeed, this is precisely it. It is crafted from stone. Additionally, we can also create knives from bone. When time permits, we shall fashion a few bone knives to experiment. Very well, elder sister. Let us return and test the stone knife, Yang exclaimed, joyfully brandishing the stone knife and dancing with exuberance. Ding. Manufacturing +1 point. By the time Suyu leisurely arrived at the clearing of the cave, Yang had already skillfully sliced through bamboo with the stone knife. My goodness, Yang. Is this the stone knife that you taught you to make? It is truly remarkable, nearly rivaling my claws. Yes, indeed. It is astonishing. How did you come up with the idea of crafting a knife from stone? We never considered it. Not just knives. Observe the backpack and the frame. These were all conceived by her alone. Hiki, what do you think? My elder sister is truly impressive. She has served the beast god, and these skills were imparted to her by the deity. Hearing praises for his sister felt akin to receiving accolades himself. If Yang had a tail, it would surely be soaring with pride. Indeed, she is formidable. Aside from our chief, you is the most capable individual in our tribe. Absolutely, I share the same sentiment. To be honest, ever since I could no longer accompany the hunting team, I have felt quite disheartened. I once believed my life would remain this way, contemplating waiting until the cold season arrived to await my demise in the forest. However, unexpectedly, you was willing to teach this old bone how to weave backpacks, frames, and baskets. Now, I no longer feel like a burden. As long as my kin find use for me, I shall contribute. Yes, and I too. At this moment, gratitude for Suyu filled the hearts of these individuals. They could hardly fathom how they would survive had it not been for Yu's journey to the beast god, acquiring these skills to assist them in their lives and bestow upon them a craft. Suyu listened quietly from the side, her heart brimming with joy. Yet, she was acutely aware that these mere tokens were insufficient to earn their allegiance. The tribe's most pressing needs were sustenance and an enhancement of their living standards. Suyu contemplated within herself that even without the task assigned by the system, she would strive to assist her kin. It was not due to any Navi altruism. Rather, having been nurtured in a world of peace, she could not bear to witness her people suffer from the pangs of hunger and the struggles for sustenance. So you pondered over how she could ensure their sustenance, for there were many elderly individuals in the tribe beyond just a few. You have arrived. Is this what you meant by bamboo strips? Indeed, this is precisely it. However, when you work with them next time, be sure to maintain an even thickness, she replied. All right, I understand. Next time, I will ensure the thickness is uniform. Now, let me teach you how to weave a winnowing basket. Fortuitously. So you had gained experience in her past life, as several young men from her father's regiment hailed from rural backgrounds. They were adept at crafting bamboo items. And her curiosity had driven her to learn for several days. Little did she know that the knowledge she acquired out of curiosity would serve her well in the present. Besides winnowing baskets, she could also weave a type of bamboo table. She planned to try her hand at crafting a table to place in the cave, which would greatly facilitate their dining arrangements. The bamboo strips danced in Suyu's hands, and soon a perfectly octagonal bamboo mat took shape. Once she confirmed the positioning, she employed a freshly made stone knife to cut it into a circular mat. With the base completed, the next step was to create the rim. This rim was the most critical aspect of the entire process, as the durability and sturdiness of the winnowing basket depended greatly on it. To craft a proper rim, it was essential to select bamboo that was somewhat softer. After careful consideration, Suyu split the topmost bamboo into 2 pieces to fashion the rim. Suyu understood that the bamboo used for making hoops must be roasted over a fire, as this process allows it to be bent into a circular shape and ensures it is less prone to breakage. Suyu instructed a Yang to kindle a bonfire in the open space, and then proceeded to roast some bamboo over the flames, while simultaneously enlightening her clansmen about the benefits of grilling bamboo. Afterward, Suyu took the roasted circular hoop and firmly clasped it together. The base of the basket was now taking shape. Only the final step of binding the vines remained. Moments later, a basket was formed in Suyu's hands. Observing the completed basket, the clansmen expressed their admiration in unison. Well, this exquisite creation known as a basket is truly beautiful. What purpose does it serve? Suyu gazed into the perplexed eyes of her kin, then picked up a winnowing basket and returned to the cave. Spreading out the herbs she had gathered the previous day upon it, placing the basket on a nearby stone. Oh, so this is how a winnowing basket is used. How convenient, she exclaimed. Quickly, let us all weave. Aside from crafting a single mat for beneath the table, Suyu primarily took on the role of a guide. As her fellow tribespeople swiftly mastered the art of weaving, Suyu gently caressed her rumbling stomach and decided to venture up the back mountain, hoping to gather some food along the way. Chapter 10. Encounter with a Grade 1 Beast. Suyu, with her basket slung over her back, ventured once more into the miasmic forest of the back mountain. Firstly, she sought out a fruit tree, plucking several fruits to satiate her hunger. Drawing upon the experiences gleaned from accompanying her parents on prior excursions, she set about crafting a few traps amidst the thickets. She planned to return at sunset to inspect her handiwork. Although her strength had notably increased, the dense undergrowth proved to be a formidable obstacle, consuming a considerable amount of her time as she cleared the weeds and dug the necessary pits. Once completed, she fashioned sharpened stakes from wooden branches using a stone knife, embedding them into the bottom of the pits before covering them with straw and twigs. With the traps secured, Suyu continued her journey, her basket now brimming with wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms. Additionally, she had captured 2 wild hares and a wild chicken using stones. Just as she prepared to make her way back, a resounding thud echoed through the forest. The heavy footsteps reverberated with each step, causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly. Suyu felt a sudden surge of alertness. Her senses heightened as she fervently called out in her mind, "System, system, grant me a weapon, grant me a weapon." The sound of approaching footsteps indicated the presence of a formidable creature, armed only with a stone knife and a handful of pebbles. She knew she stood no chance against it. In an instant, a handgun materialized in Suyu's grasp. She crouched low, treading softly as she concealed herself behind a towering tree. At that moment, anxiety gripped her. Could she contend with a wolf or a tiger? Should either of these majestic beasts emerge? Suyu felt her heart racing to the point of nearly leaping into her throat, and she could distinctly hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. As the footsteps drew nearer, every muscle in her body began to tense. At last, the owner of those footsteps appeared before her, and it was a lion. It was colossal, comparable in size to a mammoth, its body covered in a thick coat of white fur. Its massive frame and stout limbs were complemented by 2 elongated fangs that resembled sharp daggers. With each step it took, the ground trembled beneath it, and a small tree, about the width of Suyu's waist, was effortlessly snapped in 2. This lion was truly astonishing in its size. Every cell in Suyu's body clamored in alarm. Danger! Danger! As the lion approached ever closer, she could distinctly see the dried blood on its fangs. She swallowed hard. Even with a pistol in hand, she was uncertain whether she could truly escape. This was no ordinary lion of modern times. Suyu held her breath, silently praying that the lion would not discover her presence. However, fate did not favor her. The lion charged forward with ferocity, nearing the great tree where Suyu concealed herself when, unexpectedly, it halted. its terrifying crimson gaze fixated upon the tree. And with a thunderous roar, it pivoted and lunged in her direction. Seeing the lion barreling towards her, Suyu instinctively raised her handgun. The bullet struck its mark. Yet the lion's massive size rendered the shot ineffective, merely infuriating the beast. As the lion lunged at her in a fit of rage, Suyu turned and fled. But her 2 legs could not match the speed of its 4. The sound of thundering footsteps echoed behind her, filling her with despair. Spotting a towering tree ahead, she scrambled up its trunk, using both her legs and hands. From her perch, she watched as the lion roared beneath her, occasionally ramming its head against the trunk. Each collision sent leaves rustling, and several times, she nearly lost her grip and fell, just as the lion prepared for another assault. Suyu steadied herself and drew her handgun once more. With 2 soft cracks, the bullets sliced through the air. The lion, caught off guard, came to an abrupt halt, then fell heavily to the ground. Suyu waited in the tree for 5 minutes, yet it felt as though 5 hours had passed. Noticing that the lion remained motionless, she finally felt a sense of relief and leapt down from the branch. Little did she know that as soon as she touched the ground, the lion lunged toward her with great force, leaving no time for her to draw her weapon. Faced with the lion so perilously close, Suyu focused intently and thrust her stone knife fiercely into the creature's eye. The blade penetrated deeply into the lion's eye socket, and seizing the moment of its struggle, she quickly released her grip and performed a roll to safety. Drawing her handgun, she fired another shot. Blinded and wounded, the lion thrashed about in agony. And just as Suyu contemplated whether to fire again, the beast suddenly convulsed and collapsed, never to rise again. Suyu clutched the pistol tightly, collapsing to the ground as she took a deep breath, recalling the recent harrowing experience that left her feeling as though every hair on her body stood on end. She had never anticipated that the lion would feign death, had it not been for her sudden decision to craft a stone knife earlier that day. She undoubtedly would have met her demise. After a brief respite, Suyu approached the colossal creature before her. She managed to drag it a few steps. Yet the prospect of transporting it back was utterly impossible. Nevertheless, one could only imagine the astonishment of the warriors in her tribe upon witnessing such a feat. Given the weight of the beast, it would require the strength of a secondary warrior from their clan to lift it. Yet, here was a mere 15-year-old female managing to exert such effort. However, the thought of leaving the prey behind was unbearable for Suyu. With the tribe facing a dire shortage of food, bringing back such a lion would not only enhance the meals of her kin but also provide them with warmth. Beautiful fur. As the thought of the fur crossed her mind, Suyu suddenly recalled a crucial detail she had overlooked. She extracted her stone knife from the eye socket and targeted several vital areas. Gazing at the magnificent creature, Suyu felt compelled to consult the system. System, can you assist me in transporting this lion back to the tribe? Yes, but it will require the expenditure of your points. Host, you must consider this carefully. Suyu took a deep breath, resolutely deciding to proceed. Commence. A chime echoed in her mind, signaling the activation of the personal system. Accompanied by this auditory cue, Suyu suddenly noticed a pattern resembling a green leaf emblazoned on her arm. Gently, she tapped it, only to be met with a wave of searing heat radiating from her limb, and in an instant, she found herself plummeting into an unfamiliar realm. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy gloom, the ground resembling modern cement flooring. Although the area was not expansive, it was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the lion she had just encountered. Suyu silently recited the word receive in her heart, and the lion that had been outside immediately appeared before her eyes. A surge of joy welled up within Suyu as she silently recited a phrase. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was still standing in her original spot, and it dawned on her that her physical form could not enter the space, only her consciousness could. Nevertheless, this arrangement was splendid. For any treasure she acquired in the future could be stored within that realm. To avoid arousing suspicion among her kin, Suyu hurriedly slung a basket filled with wild vegetables, mushrooms, and herbs over her shoulder and made her way to the tribe. Chapter 11. Beast Core. With merely 10 minutes left to reach the tribe, Suyu released the lion from the space and, still dazed, sprinted towards the settlement with her basket. Uncle Haishan, Uncle Yincher, there's a lion, she exclaimed, her voice trembling as she addressed a group of individuals who were busy weaving winnowing baskets in the clearing. At the sound of Suyu's quaking voice, they immediately rose, exchanging bewildered glances. Is this an auditory hallucination? They wondered. However, upon observing Suyu's disheveled appearance, marked by faint traces of blood, they were struck with astonishment. What did you just say? A lion? There's a lion near our tribe. This is inconceivable. Suyu feigned terror, her body trembling slightly as she bit her lip, and said, yes, there is indeed a lion. Upon hearing this, the group recoiled in astonishment. How could there possibly be a lion? That was a top-tier ferocious beast. Their ancestors had settled here for generations, and all the wild beasts in the vicinity had long been eradicated. How could a lion suddenly emerge now? Suyu observed their astonished expressions and hurriedly continued. Do not be alarmed, that lion has perished. Upon hearing the news of a formidable beast, the crowd, initially startled for a fleeting moment, quickly regained their composure and prepared to alert others to defend against the threat, only to be met with the revelation of the lion's demise. It is dead? Pray tell. What transpired? I had intended to sneak out, and, Drawing upon the knowledge I acquired from the beast god, gather some wild vegetables and mushrooms to satiate our hunger. However, in a moment of distraction, I found myself at the foot of the rear mountain, where a lion suddenly charged forth, just as I believed my fate was sealed. An unknown individual emerged, wielding an unusual weapon, and engaged the lion in combat, ultimately slaying it. Ah, how remarkable. Did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? Is he one of our tribe? He is not from our tribe. He claimed to be a level 5 warrior, embarking on a journey of exploration. A level 5 warrior? No wonder he is so formidable. We must hasten to bring him to our tribe and extend our hospitality. The entire winged tiger tribe lacks a level 5 warrior, and such a rare encounter must be cultivated. Suyu shook her head, feigning regret as she spoke. He has already departed, yet he gifted me the lion. It is now situated just outside the tribe. Could you assist in bringing it back? Upon hearing the news of the 5th level warrior's departure, the crowd could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow. However, upon reflection, they realized he was merely on a journey of exploration, and their thoughts shifted. As soon as they learned that the lion was merely outside the tribe, their expressions immediately brightened with excitement, for it was indeed a 1st level beast. So you observed their excited expressions, fully aware of the significance a lion held for the tribe. Earlier, she had only recalled the meat and the hides, neglecting the most crucial element within. Sister, are you truly unhurt? Look at all the blood on you. Yang, who had hurried over upon hearing the news, wore a worried expression as he took Su Yu's backpack and placed it on the ground, circling around her to examine her from every angle. It's nothing. This blood isn't mine. It's from the lion. Rest assured. A few tribesmen rushed outside the village, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the carcass on the ground. Goodness, no wonder he is a level 5 warrior. Look, aside from these few fatal wounds, there are no other injuries. Indeed, the technique is simply remarkable. This way, the hide can be completely peeled off without any damage. The tribesmen enthusiastically praised the level 5 warrior they had never encountered before. Heishan stepped forward, transforming his hand into a sharp claw, and gently sliced across the lion's head. Instantly, a gash opened, revealing a radiant white light from within. The beast core, it's the beast core, exclaimed one of them. Goodness, you has truly struck gold this time. The level 5 warrior didn't even take the beast core. It is indeed the beast core. I haven't seen one in many years. Some tribesmen were already shedding tears of joy. Regardless of who used the core, it would bring forth a warrior for the tribe. Quickly, let us extract the beast core and give it to you. Heishan nodded, retrieved the core, and turned to dash back to the village. By now, the news had spread throughout the tribe. Everyone who had not ventured out had gathered in the open space of the village. Thus, when Heishan arrived before Suyu, cradling the beast core, he was met with a throng of curious onlookers. Many tribesmen gazed at the shimmering white light emanating from the core, their faces reflecting envy. How do you intend to handle this beast core? Suyu glanced around at her eager kin, and then cast a look at Yang, whose eyes were nearly glued to the beast core. With a swift motion, she placed the beast core into Yang's hands. Sister, what are you doing? What else could it be? This beast core is a gift from me to you. Hurry and consume it. But, no buts. Quickly eat it. Once you do, you'll evolve into a level 1 warrior, and then you can protect your sister. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the villagers around them expressed their admiration. However, more than that, joy filled the air, for from this day forth, the tribe would welcome another warrior. Furthermore, since Yang was still a minor, consuming the beast core would ensure his ascension to a level 1 warrior. This significantly increased his chances of eventually becoming a level 2 or even a level 3 warrior. While Suyu and Yang conversed, the tribespeople had already returned with the lion, many of them laughing and cheering as they gathered around the magnificent creature. Suyu handed the beast core to Yang and turned to her clansmen, saying, Everyone has worked hard. Today, we shall feast on lion meat. As Suyu's words fell, the clan members erupted in cheers, eagerly engaging in the task of processing the lion. Although they could not partake of the beast's core, it is important to recognize that the flesh of a first-tier ferocious beast is a rare treasure, capable of enhancing their own strength. I shall take on the task of skinning the lion. My skills in this craft are unmatched, ensuring that this hide remains intact. Come. Yet this pelt is truly exquisite. If exchanged at the grand gathering of the 1,000 clans, I wonder how much sustenance it could procure. Do not even entertain such thoughts. This lion hide belongs solely to you. After we remove the hide, who among you will assist with the processing? I understand. I was merely jesting. The lion was swiftly eviscerated, with Suyu guiding them in segmenting the meat and extracting the bones. Yang, filled with determination, led the clan members to the lakeside to dispose of the entrails. Suyu dispatched 2 robust males to Shirshan in search of materials suitable for crafting stone pots. Yang, you aren't deceiving me, are you? This viscera is edible, albeit quite foul-smelling. Indeed, we have never consumed it before. It was always discarded. Upon hearing doubt cast upon the food, Yang felt a profound discomfort. His sister had gone out of her way to procure sustenance for them, and they had nearly been devoured by a lion. Had it not been for the assistance of a level 5 warrior, he would have lost his sister. Now, she was generously sharing that precious lion meat with them, and they still dared to question its edibility. How can it not be eaten? We enjoyed it this morning. It was delicious. If any of you do not wish to partake, you need not. No one is forcing you to eat. Observing Yang's displeasure, the others quickly lowered their heads in apology. After all, this was meat from a first-grade ferocious beast. I believe, since Yang asserts it is edible. It surely is, especially considering his sister has studied under the beast god. Yes, I too believe it is safe to eat. Let us watch it quickly. Chapter 12. The return of the hunting party. Suyu glanced at the sky, realizing that time was already slipping away. Estimating that her father's hunting party would soon return, she decided to start preparing the meal so they could dine together upon their arrival. Will we truly be able to feast on meat here today? Suyu was diligently cleansing the stone pot with water when a lively little child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, came bounding over, followed by a group of children, the eldest among them being around 7 or 8 years of age. Suyu raised her gaze and silently counted, discovering there were indeed 12. However, only 3 were female, while the remainder were all male. Observing the innocent faces of the young ones, her heart softened considerably. Indeed, today everyone in the tribe had gathered to feast. What would you like to eat? Sister, you will prepare it for you. Roast meat. The little ones watched as the tribe members sliced the meat, involuntarily swallowing hard. Since their birth, they had seldom tasted meat, primarily subsisting on fruits, at times. Inclement weather even deprived them of that. Originally, there had been 15 companions, but during a recent period of severe food scarcity in the tribe, 3 had tragically succumbed to starvation. Food was their utmost necessity, and in their eyes, nothing compared to the allure of roasted meat. Seeing them all emaciated, their gaunt figures swallowing hard at the sight of the meat, yet refraining from rushing forward to snatch it, filled Suyu with profound sorrow. Turning, she retrieved some wild fruits from her basket and gently placed them into their hands. Here, you should eat some wild fruits to ease your hunger, soon. There will be food for you. Watching the little ones devour the wild fruits ravenously, Suyu resolved to prepare some roasted meat for them and render some lard. Intending to saute the entrails shortly thereafter, Suyu swiftly approached Yang and selected a particularly succulent piece of meat. Yang, please slice this meat thinly. Later, I shall roast some for the cubs. They appear to be on the verge of starvation. The tribespeople nearby, upon hearing Suyu's intention to prepare meat for the young ones, all lifted their heads, gazing at her with rapt attention. They found themselves at a loss for words, as the mere existence of those 10 or so cubs represented the hope of their tribe. Whenever there was surplus meat, even if they themselves did not consume it, they would set it aside for the young. However, due to the scarcity of able-bodied individuals in their tribe, let alone second-tier warriors, even first-tier warriors were exceedingly few, resulting in a meager hunt. The limited meat available was primarily reserved for the strongest, leaving little to spare. The elderly and the females of the tribe survived largely on wild fruits. Thus, every member of the tribe understood the value of meat, especially with the cold season approaching, making it all the more precious. Initially, when you suggested sharing lion meat with them, they all assumed it would merely be a token gesture, a small taste for them to savor. After all, the lion meat was not communal property. To their astonishment, Yu was now intent on preparing a separate meal for the cubs. Suyu gazed with a hint of perplexity at her emotionally charged kin, as she briskly approached a pot while carrying a bucket filled with freshly chopped meat. The several tribespeople behind her exchanged glances, suppressing their excitement, and quickly rose to their feet. They moved to her side and cautiously inquired, "Yu, is there anything we can assist you with?" Suyu raised her head and addressed the several females beside her, saying, "Could you kindly assist in placing the meat with bones into the pot to simmer? If you are uncertain, feel free to inquire with Yang over there. He possesses the knowledge on how to proceed." Upon hearing her words, the tribe members hurriedly dispersed, beginning to stew the meat under Yang's guidance. Yang was remarkably astute, aware that acquiring a first-level ferocious beast was no easy feat. And as his sister had mentioned, bones could be fashioned into weapons. Thus, he had already extracted the bones suitable for weapon crafting. Consequently, the bones currently simmering in the pot were predominantly those of little utility. The stone pot heated rather slowly, and with a considerable quantity being prepared, Suyu waited a full 10 minutes before the bottom of the pot began to warm. Suyu placed the slices of meat into the stone pot, where the intense heat seared the flesh, producing a tantalizing sizzle. Soon, an alluring aroma of charred goodness wafted through the air above the tribe. This enticing fragrance was distinctly different from the usual scent of their grilled meats, possessing a more irresistible allure. Many tribespeople began to swallow hard, their necks craning towards Suyu in anticipation. As Suyu observed the growing crowd around her, she began to explain, "I have specifically selected some particularly fatty cuts of meat. When sliced thinly and pan-fried, they will release a delectable oil. We can store this oil in a container for cooking, but it is quite hot, so it is best to use wooden barrels, stone pots, or bamboo vessels." Upon hearing Suyu's words, some of the villagers hastily rushed to fetch containers for her. Noticing this, Suyu quickly declined their assistance. "You need not help me with the containers. This lard has been rendered by me for a purpose. Soon, I shall prepare some offal for you to enjoy." The aroma of the roasting meat was utterly irresistible, and at last, Yang could no longer contain himself as he nestled beside Suyu. "Sister, is it time to eat?" Suyu continued to stir, her gaze unwavering as she replied, "Just a moment longer. Allow me to extract a bit more oil." So you had just prepared the first batch of roasted meat and distributed it among the cubs when a resounding horn echoed from outside. The tribespeople rose in unison, directing their gaze towards the entrance of the tribe. Soon, Ada led the hunting party, a formidable presence, into the settlement, yet each member bore an expression of profound sorrow. In solemn silence, they placed their catch upon the ground, and upon closer inspection, Suyu realized that today's haul was less than half of yesterday's bounty. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted, followed by a wailing cry. "Dahe, Dahe, what has happened? Please do not frighten me." Suyu looked up and discovered, to her astonishment, that at the rear of the hunting party, a bloodied figure was being carried. The man was now breathing in short gasps, with life ebbing away. Ada clenched his fists tightly, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, and bowed his head in deep remorse as he gazed at Lihua. "I am sorry. I failed to protect our kin." Observing their leader's self-reproach, Elder Jean, standing beside him, gently patted his shoulder in consolation. "Leader, this is not your fault." Ada shook his head, admitting, "It is my inadequacy. What on earth has transpired? How could Dahe sustain such grave injuries? Today, we had initially hunted some game, but unexpectedly. On our way back, we were discovered by two Class 1 ferocious beasts. In a bid to shield us, Dahe was bitten by one of them." Suyu felt a jolt of shock, 2 first-level injuries. She lowered her gaze to survey Dahe's wounds, which were truly harrowing. Dahe had lapsed into complete unconsciousness, with a long gash on both his chest and back, bleeding profusely. The sight of his exposed innards was unmistakable, and there were numerous fractures adorning his body. Upon seeing such a wound, Suyu could already envision how he had sustained his injuries. It must have been inflicted by a ferocious beast, its powerful jaws clamping down upon him, and, if nothing unforeseen occurred, he had likely been dragged for some distance thereafter. Suyu felt a surge of alarm. Such a grievous wound, in modern times, could have led to excessive blood loss or even a painful demise. Yet, she was astonished to discover that the inhabitants of this world possess such remarkable resilience, managing to cling to life long enough to return to their tribe. Chapter 13. Someone is injured. Suyu gazed upon the figure before her, whose visage had already taken on the pallor of death, realizing that further delay was untenable. She hurriedly rushed to the basket by her side and emptied its contents, revealing the herbs she had gathered that day. After a thorough search, Suyu cradled a ginseng root in her hands, exhaling a long sigh of relief. "There is hope. There is hope. This can sustain life." Suyu, disregarding the need for cleansing, brushed the soil off the ginseng with her hands and then sliced a thin piece with a stone knife, placing it into the mouth of the orc. The tribe members, their expression somber, bowed their heads in sorrow and grief. The number of strong orcs within the tribe had always been few, and now they had lost another forever. Amidst their heartache, it was not long before some tribe members noticed Suyu's unusual behavior, looking at her with puzzled expressions as she busied herself. "You, what are you doing?" "I am tending to his wounds." Suyu gazed at the wound that was gushing blood profusely, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. It was clear that merely bandaging would not suffice to staunch the flow. It seemed that suturing was imperative. However, in this world, there was not even a single strand of thread, let alone surgical sutures. What could she possibly use to sew it up? At that moment, Suyu found herself in a predicament, anxiously tugging at her hair. Just then, a brilliant idea struck her. She turned her gaze toward her father's disheveled long hair. As a second-tier warrior, her father had undergone rigorous training, and his hair could potentially serve her purpose. With this thought, Suyu looked around at her fellow clansmen. Does anyone possess a finer bone needle? And does anyone have a larger piece of beast hide? The crowd exchanged glances, quickly realizing her intentions, and unanimously opposed her. They deemed her actions utterly foolish. Although you had indeed brought back a lion today, it was with the assistance of a 5th-tier warrior. Furthermore, throughout their lives, they had never heard of anyone recovering from such severe injuries. The notion of using readily available wild herbs for treatment seemed far too frivolous to them. Moreover, Yu was not a shaman. She was merely an underage female. Despite having studied under the beast deity, what significance did that hold? The collective sentiment among the people was one of skepticism, for even shamans would struggle to heal such grievous wounds. Suyu gazed anxiously at the crowd blocking her path, her tone tinged with urgency as she implored, "Please, step aside. Only I possess the means to save him. The longer we delay, the slimmer the hope of his recovery becomes." Yet, doubts lingered. How could she possibly heal such grievous wounds? Even the most skilled shaman of the great tribe might falter in this endeavor. "And what is it that you are using?" "Just common weeds," echoed the skepticism. "The injuries that the tribe's shamans cannot mend might not be beyond my reach. Moreover, what I wield is not mere weeds, but medicinal herbs. If you do not grant me this opportunity, he may truly be lost. Why not allow me a chance to try? What if I can save him?" Nevertheless, the tribe remained reluctant, struggling to trust a mere young female. Lihua, the partner of Dahe, stood hesitantly at the side, witnessing a glimmer of hope, yet paralyzed by fear of failure. "Step aside and let her try. We have no other options left," urged Ada with unwavering resolve. In the past, he would have scoffed at such a notion, but times had changed. "Let her attempt it," Lihua whispered weakly, her tear-streaked face betraying her own turmoil. For she too was among the strongest females of the tribe. In unison, The tribe members responded, yes. They hurriedly set about gathering the necessary items. In less than 2 minutes, they surrounded Suyu, presenting an array of bone needles and other supplies. Suyu selected the finest among them, holding it delicately in her hand. A voice from her kin inquired beside her, how shall we utilize this hide? Lay the hide upon the stone, and then place Uncle Dahe upon it, she instructed. As Suyu answered her kin, she swiftly approached Ada. Father, may I borrow a few strands of your hair? Ada gazed at the little one before him and, without a moment's hesitation, quickly plucked a handful of hair. However, when he reached out again, Suyu shook her head. No need. Father, this is ample. After speaking, she turned away, only to hear Ada's voice behind her. Do not let father down. Dahe is one of the few second-tier warriors in our tribe. We truly cannot afford to lose him. Rest assured, father. I shall do my utmost to save Uncle Dahe. Suyu, without turning back, gazed resolutely at the surrounding tribespeople. One person should fetch water. And remember to use a pot that has not been used before. Once the water reaches a boil, sprinkle a little salt into it. I will do it. I will take care of the water. Several females swiftly rushed to a pot, some filling it with water while others kindled the fire. Suyu swiftly selected several herbs from the woven basket and handed them to Ada. Father, please assist me in grinding these herbs into a paste, as I shall require them shortly. At this moment, Suyu could no longer wait for the water to boil. So she simply used the nearby clean water to cleanse the hairpin and bone needle in her hand. Come over and help me restrain him. When I suture him later, he will undoubtedly thrash about violently. You must hold him firmly. As soon as Suyu's words fell, 4 robust orcs emerged from the crowd, firmly restraining Dahe's limbs. Suyu carefully threaded the cleaned hair through the bone needle and began stitching the wound. With each puncture, Dahe was jolted awake, writhing in agony, while the 4 sturdy orcs struggled to restrain him. Uncle Dahe, do not be afraid. It is me, you. I am stitching you up now, she reassured him. For reasons unknown, her words seemed to take effect. Throughout the subsequent stitching process, Dahe remained remarkably still, even as his body trembled with pain. Suyu gazed at Uncle Dahe, who was drenched in cold sweat and on the verge of losing consciousness. A resolute determination to concoct the anesthetic blossomed within her. With urgency, she sliced off a piece of ginseng and said, Uncle Dahe, this is ginseng. It will sustain your life. You must hold it in your mouth. Do not swallow it. Uncle Dahe, barely clinging to life, opened his mouth slightly, and Suyu swiftly placed the ginseng piece inside. As she was drenched in perspiration, securing the first layer of stitches, a voice from the clan members nearby inquired once more, the water has boiled, and salt has been added. What should we do next? Pour some of the water from the stone pot into a clean wooden basin, ensuring that the basin has never been used before. Also, does anyone have a piece of soft animal hide? Bring me an unused one. Soon, the items Suyu requested were laid out before her. Suyu placed the palm-sized animal hide into the boiling water for a brief moment, followed by the hairbone needle. Once she retrieved all the items from the basin, she spoke without raising her head. All right, this water can be changed. Suyu meticulously wiped the area around the wound with sterilized animal skin, subsequently placing it in a basin for thorough cleansing. Without lifting her gaze, she commanded, change the water. Her focus remained unwavering as she continued the delicate task of suturing. Uttering only the essential words, her actions methodical and precise, exuding an air of calmness and seriousness. Chapter 14. Treating the wound thus. She stitched the previous wound with 3 layers, the intensity of her concentration causing beads of sweat to cascade onto the floor. Gazing at the neatly sutured injury, Suyu was acutely aware of the risks involved, for there would be no opportunity to reopen the wound and extract the hair entangled within. Yet, given the circumstances, preserving her life felt like a stroke of fortune. The perspiration on her forehead dampened her hair, when suddenly, a soft piece of animal skin extended from the side, gently wiping away the cold sweat from her brow. Suyu raised her head and was surprised to see her mother. She smiled and nodded at her, then addressed the strong orcs who were pressing down on the figure. Could you please help me turn him over? But do be careful not to disturb the wound I just stitched. The surrounding clansmen stared intently at Dahe. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Dahe's condition had significantly improved. The gaping wound had been sutured. The clansmen held their breath, speechless, with their hearts tightly knotted. They feared missing this miraculous moment, watching Suyu's every movement without flinching. The wound on his back was larger and longer than the one on his front, exposing deep white bone. Suyu was uncertain how many basins of water she had changed or how many strands of hair she had used, but at last, she managed to stitch up the wounds on the body behind her. She then took the herbal medicine prepared by her father and applied it to the outermost part of the injuries. In this place, there were no oral anti-inflammatory medications or equipment for intravenous drips. Thus, she could only use some herbs for inflammation and hemostasis to dress the wounds. Hoping for a positive effect, after applying all the herbs to the wounds, Suyu wrapped them in a softer piece of animal skin and secured it with straw. Only then did she lift her head to look at the anxious Ada beside her. Father, I still need your help to get some bamboo boards of this length and width. I need to treat the wounds on his limbs. All right, I'll fetch them right away. Ada replied, his excitement palpable as he witnessed the once-dying Big Black being saved by his own offspring. He felt as though he were walking on clouds. While Ada was away gathering the bamboo boards, Suyu cleaned Big Black's limbs. She carefully felt around to realign the shattered bones. In truth, it was her first time using bone-setting techniques, as in modern times, surgical procedures would typically be employed for such injuries. There was no possibility of applying bone-setting methods. The reason she possessed this skill stemmed from her previous life, where she lived in a military family compound with a retired military physician. She had learned this remarkable craft from him, and she had even heard tales of the old doctor traversing snow-covered mountains with the Red Army. The surrounding tribespeople held their breath, not daring to exhale, fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb her. They had yet to grasp the concept of using herbs for healing. Even when humans were injured, they relied solely on their own healing abilities. If they could not endure, they would simply wait for death. After all, their small tribe lacked the means to cultivate a shaman. However, they never anticipated that the chief's offspring could save Big Black with just a few strands of hair and some wild herbs. This was a feat surpassing even the shamans of larger tribes. While the tribespeople were excited, they also realized the critical point. They must protect you diligently and ensure that no other tribes discovered her. Yet, there were exceptions. Where there is kindness, darkness also lurks. Elder Shui gazed at Suyu, who was now shining brightly, with a brooding expression. In their tribe, there were only 3 second-tier warriors, and he had long been discontented with being under Ada's shadow, yearning to usurp his position. However, Big Black had a strong bond with Ada and was unwavering in his support, leaving Shui without an opportunity. Originally, he thought that once Big Black was gone, he would have the capability to confront Ada. Yet, he was taken aback by the fact that this small female intended to save him. If she were anyone else, he might have offered her some benefits to gain her assistance. But since she was from Ada's family, it was impossible for her to align with him. Now that Ada had Big Black's support, if he were to gain the assistance of this skilled healer, then at that moment, Elder Shui was suddenly overcome with an impulse to eliminate her. At this moment, Suyu was drenched in cold sweat, having just stitched a wound. The intense concentration had already drained her physical strength. Now, with the task of realigning the bones, she faced an even greater challenge than suturing. She had to delicately lift and meticulously piece the bones back together, a task far more difficult than her usual training with Lego. A moment's inattention could undo all her efforts. As time gradually passed and darkness enveloped the sky, her kin had gathered around, lighting bonfires that illuminated the clearing of the tribe as brightly as day. Finally, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief, carefully applying the herbal ointment. She then wrapped it in soft animal hide and turned to her father, who had been standing behind her. "Father, quickly, hand me the bamboo board you just prepared." Ada promptly retrieved the bamboo board from the stone pot and handed it to Suyu. Suyu did not accept the bamboo board that Ada handed over. Instead, she spoke directly. "Father, I need your assistance. I cannot manage this alone. Please help me secure the bamboo board at both ends of his arm and then bind it with thatch." "All right, I will do it immediately," Ada replied, though his voice trembled and his hands shook uncontrollably as he held the bamboo board. Inside, Ada was in a state of deep anxiety, unable to comprehend why he felt such fear now. Despite having faced fierce beasts without trepidation in the past, he struggled to steady himself, wishing to cease his trembling. But it was futile. Observing the situation, Ayang took the bamboo board from Ada's hands, saying, "Let me handle it." Although Ayang was also anxious, he remained considerably more composed than Ada. Suyu also encouraged Ayang with a gentle expression, her eyes brimming with trust in him. "Yang, it's all right. The bones have been restored. Now we merely need to stabilize them and allow time for healing. So be brave. Once we rescue Uncle Dahe, I shall teach you the art of medicine." Perhaps Suyu's proposition was simply too enticing. Ayang steadfastly controlled his trembling hands as he secured the bamboo board at both ends of Dahe's arm. Suyu and Ayang worked together to secure the limbs of Dahe with bamboo boards. Suyu had yet to utter a word when Ayang suddenly collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the earth below. Chapter 15. A promise to teach the younger brother medicine. This body was quite unfamiliar with such knowledge. Had it not been for the countless experiences Suyu had in modern times, success would have been elusive. Now, utterly drained of strength, she nonetheless offered a reassuring pat on Ayang's shoulder. "Well done, little brother. From now on, let us study medicine together." Although Ayang lay immobile on the ground, the mere thought of his sister teaching him medicine ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes, which gleamed like stars. The onlooking clansman, observing the heavily wrapped figure of Dahe, glanced at Suyu, momentarily at a loss for words. They felt a deep sense of shame for their earlier recklessness, failing to trust her. After all, she was someone who had encountered the beast god. Cautiously, they regarded Suyu, fearful of incurring her displeasure. They understood all too well the significance of a healer to their tribe. Meanwhile, Ada, who had now returned to his normal state, turned to Suyu with a querying gaze. "You, what shall we do with Uncle Dahe now?" Suyu gazed at her anxious kin encircling her, resolved to articulate certain thoughts beforehand. After all, she wished to avoid a recurrence of the unpleasantness that had transpired previously. Now that Uncle Dahe's wounds had been sutured and his fractures securely bandaged, he had yet to emerge from the perilous phase. If he were to endure the night unscathed, then I believe subsequent troubles would be minimal. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, her kin understood her intentions, their faces etched with unease as they looked upon her. They cautiously vowed, "You, do not worry. Our previous actions were misguided." The stammering of the tribe was abruptly silenced by a hoarse, yet vibrant female voice. I thank you. Should you ever require my assistance, Li Hua, do not hesitate to ask. I am confident that Dahe will persevere, as long as he endures. Even if he can no longer hunt, I shall venture into the mountains to gather wild fruits and ensure his survival. Li Hua's eyes shimmered with tears as she gazed adoringly at Dahe, who lay upon the animal skins. Hearing Li Hua's declaration, the other tribespeople quickly chimed in. Li Hua, what are you saying? Dahe is a warrior of our tribe. As long as he draws breath, we shall never abandon him. If it comes to that, we shall each forego a portion of our sustenance to sustain him. Indeed. Observing the fervent discussion, Su Yu interjected once more. Who told you that Uncle Dahe would never hunt again? At the mention of her words, all eyes turned toward her, disbelief flickering within their gazes. For according to their understanding, anyone who suffered such injuries would never fully recuperate. They would either remain confined to the cave for eternity or suffer from permanent impairments. Not only would hunting be out of the question, but even foraging for wild fruits would pose significant challenges. So, are you suggesting that once we pass this night, and when Dahe's legs have healed, he will once again be a healthy individual, capable of hunting alongside us? Ada's emotions surged, grasping Su Yu's shoulders and shaking her slightly. The surrounding tribespeople widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom the implications of her words. This young female had delivered them an overwhelming astonishment, leaving them in a state of utter incredulity. First, she had returned with a lion, albeit not through her own hand, but undeniably due to her influence. Next, she had revived a man on the brink of death, and now she proclaimed that this very individual would become whole again. It seemed the tribe dared not trust their ears or eyes. Su Yu observed their excited expressions and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, what you have seen and thought is undoubtedly correct. As long as we get through tonight, the day when Uncle Dahe recovers will mark his return to normalcy. As Su Yu's words fell, a wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they fixated upon her. The prospect of resurrecting a deceased individual, enabling him to rise once more and continue the hunt, may seem trivial to the modern populace. However, for these denizens of the beastly realm, it was nothing short of astounding, more so than enduring a frigid season without a single casualty. Which tribe, after all, is devoid of a few injured orcs? The mere thought of healing these warriors sent shivers down their spines. While they may not possess the prowess of a second-tier warrior like Dahe, they nonetheless represented the robust vitality of the tribe's youth. Overwhelmed by their own thoughts, they found themselves unable to fathom the implications. Observing her kin lost in contemplation, Su Yu spoke again, urging them to silence their minds and lend her their ears. Tonight, Uncle Dahe should not be moved. He must remain here to rest. Perhaps we could arrange for a team to take turns keeping watch over him. Indeed, came the chorus of agreement. You need not worry. I shall promptly organize the watch. Su Yu nodded and then remarked, in addition to assigning someone to watch over him, it is imperative to ensure that Uncle Dahe stays warm tonight. We cannot allow him to suffer from the cold. Furthermore, I do not intend to return home this evening. I plan to remain here with him, as it is possible that Uncle Dahe may experience a fever during the night. Very well. Father is here to accompany you and Uncle Dahe as well. Should anything arise, you may speak with Father. After Ada concluded his words, he turned to a clansman behind him and instructed, You too, go to the place in the village where the animal skins are stored and bring back a larger skin. Soon, 2 clansmen ventured into the village to fetch the skins. Elder Shui observed the lively scene, his hands clenched tightly, his countenance dark as he gazed at Su Yu. As Su Yu had just finished dealing with Dahe, her mother approached and said, All right, you have all labored tirelessly throughout the day. Come and partake in some food. It was at this moment that Su Yu realized the sky had completely darkened and several bonfires had been lit around them. The tribe members formed a lengthy queue, and at the end of this line stood large stone cauldrons. Near the cauldrons, several females were using handmade ladles to serve food. What kind of meat is this? It smells so delightful, one exclaimed. Indeed, the aroma is utterly irresistible. The tribe member who had been assisting in the food preparation chuckled mischievously. Looking at them with a knowing smile, Can you guess what this is? You would never figure it out. This meat has such a wonderful texture. What on earth is it? I have never tasted anything like it before. The tribe members inquired, all the while devouring the meat in their bowls with great enthusiasm. Delicious. Truly exquisite. This, in fact, is what we usually discard. The innards. Innards? You must be joking. They are usually so foul. How could this meat taste so delightful? What? Do you think I would deceive you? This technique was taught by the chief's wife, who learned it from you. Upon hearing that it was indeed Yu's creation, the tribe members suddenly understood and ceased their questioning. Ah, so it was you who instructed you. Su Yu observed the conversing tribesman, stepping forward to impart further knowledge. She explained that not only could the entrails of animals be consumed, but the bones we routinely discard could also be simmered to create a nourishing broth. This bone soup is rich in nutrients, and after the cubs and elders of the tribe partake of it, their resilience is significantly enhanced. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the tribesmen were immediately filled with regret, for a majority of them had come to fully embrace her insights. As they reflected on the countless items they had previously discarded or buried, a profound sense of sorrow enveloped them. Ding! Credibility 15. Suyu listened to the cold, mechanical voice echoing in her mind, her heart swelling with joy. Finally, her efforts had borne fruit, and she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Suyu restrained her excitement and continued to enlighten them. Beyond bones, there exists an abundance of wild vegetables and mushrooms that are edible. One day, when I venture out with you, I shall teach you how to identify what is safe to consume. Ah, wild vegetables and mushrooms can indeed be eaten. But in the past, many have met the beast god after consuming them. They are edible. As for the issues you experienced, it was due to poisonous varieties. Both wild vegetables and mushrooms can be toxic or non-toxic. Indeed, they are consumable. Just yesterday, while I was by the lake gathering mushrooms and wild vegetables, we witnessed this, though we were initially skeptical. Yes, I saw it too yesterday. And I did as well. Seeking votes, 2 updates are presented. Chapter 16. Selecting a guardian not far off, several elders clustered around Ada, observing the spirited Suyu. One elder patted Ada's shoulder with admiration, exclaiming, "Chief, our tribe is fortunate to have you. Thanks to you, we have such a remarkable and capable offspring." Ada and his wife shared in this pride, their expressions beaming as they absorbed the elder's envious glances. This honor is not solely yours, it belongs to our entire tribe. Look at how you has not only caught the attention of 5th-level warriors but has also brought back a formidable 1st-level beast. Furthermore, she teaches our people to weave baskets, backpacks, and winnowing trays. Her medical skills are exceptional, and she can discern which foods are poisonous and which are safe. Before the elder could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Ada, who looked on in confusion. What do you mean by 1st-level beast and 5th-level warrior? What is going on? What? Do you not know about this? Elder Mu asked, astonished. I know nothing. Please enlighten me. The other elders hastily chimed in, sharing what they knew. After they had finished, a heavy silence fell over the air. After a moment, Elder 2 spoke. With Yu's capabilities, we must select someone from the tribe to protect her, ensuring her safe growth and preventing any harm from befalling her. Upon hearing Elder 2's words, the others began to grasp his meaning. Indeed, we need someone to guard her. Our tribe cannot afford such a loss. She is far more powerful than the healers of larger tribes. Elder Shui's intentions were glaringly clear, evident in his demeanor. He had always wished to usurp authority, but had been restrained by Dahe and Ada. Without them, the tribe would undoubtedly be in chaos. In addition to Dahe and Ada, their faction had witnessed the emergence of Ahau a few years prior, and now Yu. Thus, his gaze would surely linger on the still juvenile Yu. To speak frankly, Elder Shui is indeed skilled. However, his selfish desires are too profound. If he were to lead, the tribesfolk would not fare well. Hence, the position of chief should never fall to him. Who do you propose we designate to follow you? The hunting team would surely object. Why not let my little cub serve as Yu's guardian? What do you think? Elder Jean pondered for a moment before finally voicing his suggestion. Elder Mu immediately objected. Why should it be your cub? It should be mine. Though your child is the same age as mine, my child is only 16 and has already attained the rank of a 1st-level warrior. My child is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for a guardian. What does it matter that your child is a 1st-level warrior? They look as delicate as a female. Your child may be handsome, but they resemble a fierce beast. Elder Huo watched their bickering with regret, lamenting why his own child had grown up. If only his child were still young, they could have served as Yu's guardian. Ah, what a thought. He knew well the schemes of the two arguing. Ada, observing their incessant quarrel, fell silent for a moment before declaring, Enough. I have considered it. And Ahau is indeed the most suitable candidate. Old Jean, return and discuss with your child whether he is willing to become Yu's guardian. Of course he will agree. If he refuses, I shall break his legs. Seeing the excited Elder Jean, Elder Mu smirked. You should check your child's opinion first. I hope you won't end up with egg on your face. Elder Jean quickly fell silent, for the entire tribe knew his child's ambitions were excessively grand. While other children aged 13 or 14 were diligently honing their hunting skills, his child had cried and insisted on joining him in the mountains to hunt. When he stated his child was too young and not yet a 1st-level warrior, the child defiantly ventured out alone and caught a 1st-level beast, proving his worth and becoming a 1st-level warrior himself. Even though Ahau had reached 1st-level status, he was still under 17, thus required to remain within the tribe. The chief had decreed that only upon reaching 17 could the young ones hunt alongside the hunting team. Not far away, Elder Shui wore a grim expression, his rugged face marred by malice as he gazed at the scene. Coldly, he instructed the elderly tribesman beside him, You lot, keep a close watch on this little female. Report any disturbances immediately. If necessary, create some trouble for her. Do not allow her to have it easy in the tribe. But Elder Shui, that is the chief's child. We cannot. Upon hearing this, Elder Shui's expression darkened considerably. He suddenly glared at the elderly orcs before him, his voice menacing. Cannot? Do you dare defy my orders? Do you believe I cannot crush you with a mere hand? And no, we will certainly comply. Please spare us, Elder Shui. Seeing the elder's cold glare, the tribesmen trembled and fell to their knees, fervently bowing their heads. Elder Shui looked disdainfully at the kneeling elders, his tone icy. I advise you to follow my instructions closely. Otherwise, hearing their pleas, a smirk crept onto his lips, revealing a coldly mocking curve. I will allow you to revel in your triumph for a few days. Soon enough, you will have nowhere left to weep. You come here. Ada beckoned Suyu, who was diligently attending to the stone pot. Father, you called for me? Come, sit down. I wish to introduce you to a few individuals. This is Elder Mu. This is Elder Hua. And this is Elder Tuesday. Suyu gazed at the three individuals before her, blinking her eyes in astonishment. Her lips, betraying her inner curiosity, uttered the question that lingered in her mind. Father, could it be that Elder Jean and Elder Shui are also present? Indeed, could it be that you is acquainted with them? Suyu momentarily faltered, unable to disclose that her thoughts were inspired by the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This herb you mentioned is indeed a vegetable, but its flavor is utterly unpalatable, Elder Mu remarked, eliciting expressions of agreement and disdain from the other two elders. Observing their reactions, Suyu silently rolled her eyes in exasperation. The tribe was so impoverished that they could scarcely afford wild fruits, yet they dared to complain about the taste of wild vegetables, an expression of distaste that was painfully evident. Chapter 17. The attendant. Although wild vegetables may lack in flavor, they are abundant in vitamins, and consuming them regularly is beneficial for our health. Ada, noticing U.S. composed demeanor, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe what you said is correct. These wild vegetables are quite palatable. Elder Mu, displeased by Ada's proud demeanor, scoffed in rebuttal. Oh please, you would praise anything from your little darling. Even if she merely passes gas, you would call it fragrant. How can you claim these wild vegetables are tasty? Elder Hua interjected with a light-hearted jest. All right, Elder Mu, perhaps you should refrain from further comments. If you find the wild vegetables unappetizing, simply abstain from eating them. I never said I wouldn't eat them, Elder Mu retorted. Don't misrepresent me. I merely find certain attitudes intolerable. Suyu stood there, somewhat at a loss, unsure of why her father had summoned her. Was it merely to witness such trivial banter among the children? Observing the disdain in her little one's eyes, Ada feigned a cough and, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, The reason we called you here is to discuss a matter of importance. You see, you are now adept at tending to the ailments of our kin, and you possess knowledge of numerous edible resources, not to mention your skill in crafting various implements. However, your ability to defend yourself remains lacking, and we are concerned for your safety. Thus, we have decided to assign you a personal attendant, one who will accompany you at all times to ensure your protection. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Suyu quickly shook her head in refusal. Father, there's no need for that. I am but a female. Who would wish me harm? Besides, I rarely venture far from the tribe. I simply wander about our settlement. What danger could possibly arise? This is absurd. I relish my freedom, able to do as I please, to explore the mountains whenever I wish. If I were to have someone trailing me, would I not be confined? This is akin to imprisonment. No, for your peace of mind, it is imperative that we find you a protector. I truly do not require it, Father. I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Suyu was in the midst of her refusal when a hearty voice unexpectedly resonated from behind her. Ha, old pals. Here I am again. My Ahau has consented. Ha. Upon hearing the voice, Suyu instinctively turned around, her gaze landing upon two approaching figures. One of them appeared to be the speaker, rugged in appearance yet astonishingly exuding an air of refinement, a true contradiction. Continuing her observation, Suyu was nearly taken aback by the striking beauty of the youth before her. Even accustomed to the plethora of handsome and exquisite celebrities from her past life, she found herself captivated by this boy's allure. Who could possibly resist the charm of beauty? Yet, inexplicably, beyond mere aesthetics, Suyu sensed an enigmatic quality about the young man that irresistibly drew her attention, compelling her to steal a few more glances. Clad in a pristine white fur, his silky black hair cascaded gracefully over his shoulders. His enchanting peach blossom eyes, while undeniably beautiful, held a glimmer of coldness and indifference within their depths. Upon entering, he remained silent, standing quietly to the side. From the striking resemblance between the two, it was evident that they were father and son. This is the attendant your father has chosen for you. What do you think? He is merely a year older than you, yet he is a first-tier warrior. I have told you, Father, I do not require protection. Surprised by Suyu's words, Ahau glanced up momentarily before turning away with indifference. This matter is settled. Ahau will remain by your side to safeguard you. Father, please heed our concerns. We worry excessively for your safety. Suyu gazed at her father and the elders, who looked at her with eager anticipation. Ultimately, her heart softened, and she nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall consent to allow him to become my attendant. However, I must make one thing clear. When I am within the tribe, I do not require his protection. He is free to pursue his own endeavors without disturbing me. When I leave the tribe, I shall call for him. Agreed, agreed, responded Ada and the other elders, unaware that Su Yu would secretly slip away from the tribe, nor did they anticipate her cunning maneuver. After the group had finished their meal, Ada compelled the tribe members to return to their caves, leaving only the elders, Su Yu, Ahau, and a few vigilant tribesmen outside. As Su Yu had just finished examining the injuries on Dahei, several concerned faces leaned in closer, worry etched upon their features. Is Dahei all right? Judging by the current state, it seems he is not in any grave danger. Ada and a few elders simultaneously let out a profound sigh of relief. Su Yu gazed at her concerned father and the several elders surrounding her. After glancing at the sky, she spoke, Father, you and the others should return to rest. Tomorrow, you must venture into the mountains to hunt. No, there is no need. We shall remain here with you. After all, we would not find sleep if we returned. Here, we can remain informed of Dahei's situation at all times. Su Yu gazed at them with a serious expression. You must return to rest, for you are the leaders of the tribe. Tomorrow, you will venture out to hunt, which is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. If you do not rest adequately. Although several words in Su Yu's admonition eluded their understanding, the essence of her message was not lost on them. They exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Very well. We shall return to rest. Ensure that you safeguard you and Dahei, and should any matters arise, do not hesitate to inform us. Indeed, responded the two robust tribesmen in unison. Su Yu glanced at Ahau, who was trailing behind her, and a thought crossed her mind. Since her current approach was unfruitful, she might as well persuade him. Given his aloof demeanor, he likely had no desire to serve as anyone's guard. Su Yu had a plethora of words swirling in her mind, yet upon confronting that indifferent visage, only a single sentence remained. Let us come to an agreement. You shall inform my father and the others that you do not wish to be my attendant. I simply refuse. Ahau cast a cold glance at the petite female beside him. How could you possibly want that? I surmise you would rather not trail behind others day after day. It matters not to me. It certainly should matter to you. Just consider, if you were to follow me incessantly, what would you do if you encountered a female you fancied later on? What if she disapproved? That is of no concern to you. Her languid voice was steeped in an impenetrable chill. All right, fine. You may follow if you wish. We shall see how I manage to shake you off. After all, the skills I acquired during my time in the military are not to be underestimated. Chapter 18. The stretcher Ahau gazed calmly at the incessantly chattering Su Yu. His elongated peach blossom eyes flickering with an inexplicable light, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly. What an intriguing little creature. It seems my days ahead shall not be devoid of amusement. Surprisingly, after a night's passage, Dahei's condition showed no signs of deterioration. In fact, he had not even experienced a fever. This revelation eased the collective anxiety that had been suspended in the air. Before dawn, Ada returned to the clearing of the tribe. Su Yu, who had been resting against a stone, lifted her gaze upon hearing footsteps. You, have I disturbed your slumber? I was genuinely worried about Dahei's condition. Su Yu rose from the ground and approached Dahei to examine him. He had already passed the most perilous phase. Now we must devise a way to transport him back to the cave. As soon as Su Yu's words fell, several voices immediately arose from behind. I will. Sitting beside the campfire, Ahau noticed that a few elders and the chieftain were present, and he spoke with a mild tone. Father, chieftain, I shall take my leave. He had promised to return when no one was around. The presence of the elders and the chieftain posed no threat to the young one. After speaking, he turned without a backward glance, instantly inciting the ire of Elder Jean, who huffed in indignation. Such a lack of respect. Despite his son's many admirable qualities, he was sorely lacking in warmth and human emotion. All right, let us not be vexed. He can return to rest, while we shall carry Dahei back to the cave. A few stepped forward, ready to transport Dahei, when one of them interjected, wait a moment. We still need to prepare one more item. After Su Yu finished speaking, she turned and departed. Initially, she intended to transport Dahei to the cave at dawn. However, considering Dahei's significant stature within the tribe, failing to ensure his proper arrangement would leave her father and the others uneasy during their hunting excursions. Moreover, the blaze appeared quite conspicuous against the dark night sky, inadvertently heightening their peril. It would be prudent to return Dahei to the cave now while her father and the elders were still alert, allowing the sentinels from the previous night to rest. Observing Su Yu as she ambled outside the tribe with a torch, her father and the four elders swiftly transformed their hands into claws and hurried to catch up with her. Once outside, Su Yu instructed her father and the elders to use their claws to cut 2 tree branches and some vines. She then stood up and whispered, All right, father, it's ready. We can return now. I will teach you how to make a litter. A litter? What is that? Elder Jean inquired in a hushed tone. They had no choice. The sky had not yet brightened, and they dared not raise their voices, fearing the attention of larger predators. Although within the vicinity of the tribe, they remained cautious. A litter is a means of transport. In cases where individuals are severely injured and should not be moved, we place them on the litter, thereby avoiding further harm. Before Su Yu could finish her words, a Jean, beside her, exclaimed in astonishment about the existence of such extraordinary things in the world. She pondered. If someone were to be injured in the future, wouldn't that be a concern? Mu Elder glanced at Jean Elder, and with just a few utterances, the surrounding birds and beasts in the jungle were startled into a flurry. He quickly interjected, urging, enough talk. Let us hasten back. When dawn breaks, we must venture out to hunt. The group hurriedly made their way back to the clearing of the tribe. Siyu instructed them to intertwine the vines around the 2 tree trunks, and soon, a makeshift stretcher was successfully crafted. Is this indeed a stretcher? Yes, this is a stretcher. Uncle Jean, please lie down. Filled with excitement, Jean reclined upon the stretcher as Suyu directed her father and 3 other elders to lift it. We're rising, we're rising. Elder Jean lay flat on the stretcher, watching as he was slowly elevated into the air, a flicker of trepidation lingering in his heart, for he preferred the grounded sensation beneath his feet. Father, take a few steps and try to maintain a steady pace. This way, the person on top will not fall. Upon hearing this, Ada and the other elders immediately understood that Suyu was training them. They cautiously lifted Elder Jean and began to move slowly across the open space. I must ask, can you 4 manage to walk a bit more steadily? What if I were to tumble off? Although Elder Jean complained from above, Siyu observed that they were moving remarkably steadily, which alleviated her concern. All right. Let us lower Uncle Jean now and place Uncle Dehay onto the stretcher, but do so with care. The group gently placed Dehay along with the animal hide onto the stretcher and made their way toward the cave. Ada and the elders meticulously lifted Dehay into the cave and set him down, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. By the heavens, I feel that carrying Dehay is far more exhausting than going hunting. Indeed. If given the choice, I would much prefer to go hunting than to carry him. It feels as though my legs have become bound. Suyu listened to their conversation, lowering her head with a gentle smile, saying nothing. After examining Dehay, she found no issues. All right. Uncle Dehay is fine now. You can all rest easy, can't you? Yes, indeed. However, you haven't had any rest all night. You should return and take care of yourself. I understand, Father. I shall head back to rest now. But you must inform the clan not to give Uncle Dehay anything to eat or even a drop of water until I return. Rest assured, I will convey your message to the clan. As Suyu approached the entrance of the cave, a familiar metallic voice echoed in her mind, accompanied by Ada's call from behind. That is to say, there are many individuals in the tribe akin to Dehay. Do you think you could? Observing her father's furtive demeanor, Siyu instantly grasped his intent and nodded affirmatively. I understand. Once I awaken from my afternoon slumber, I shall endeavor to assist them, doing my utmost to restore them. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts. It is no trouble, Father. Do not forget that I too am a member of this tribe. As Suyu stretched languidly and stepped out of the cave, she noticed that dawn was fast approaching. The females of the tribe were already gathered in the clearing. Each member now possessed a basket and a backpack, and there was a shared belief that they would undoubtedly gather an ample supply of food today. Jiao. Siyu's mother had scarcely finished her words when some individuals, overwhelmed with joy, clutched their backpacks and baskets, plunging the scene into delightful chaos. Indeed, this was the marvel of the backpacks and baskets, truly astonishing. Yes, it is simply remarkable. However, we must express our gratitude to you. If it were not for her, we would not have access to such exceptional tools. Absolutely. I feel that you is the most formidable person in our tribe. Not only can she teach us how to weave baskets and backpacks, but she also possesses the ability to retrieve those who have ventured to meet the beast god. And she can identify the wild vegetables and mushrooms that are devoid of poison. Witnessing the scene spiral into exuberance, Jiao felt an immense pride swell within her. After all, this was her little cub. Yet, she stood at the forefront and proclaimed loudly, all right, everyone, let us cease our chatter and set forth quickly, so as not to disappoint U.S. goodwill. Off we go. Suyu remained hidden in the shadows, listening to the heartfelt expressions of gratitude from her kin, a warm current swelling within her heart as she smiled and watched them depart. Chapter 19. The Awakening of Dehay. As Suyu returned to the cave, a young presented her with the freshly roasted meat. Sister, he said, I have prepared the meat for you. Please indulge, and afterward, take a well-deserved rest. Suyu accepted the bowl and chopsticks from a yang. Glancing at the food within and noting it was cooked to about 80%, she promptly picked up several pieces and devoured them hungrily, followed by a few wild fruits handed to her by a yang. Only then did she speak. Yang, dear sister needs to rest for a while. If there is nothing urgent, please refrain from waking me. Before a yang could respond, Suyu had already succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly exhausted. A yang chuckled softly, yet felt a pang of concern for his sister, quietly exiting the cave to grant her a tranquil space. Meanwhile, in another cave within the tribe, Xiang Chao was whispering furtively to the other females. You all speak of that young female's prowess as if it were legendary. I suspect much of it is merely hearsay. After being dazed for so long, waking up and suddenly being adept at various tasks is quite the stretch. Her words soon ignited a flurry of whispers among the tribespeople. Yet she has indeed produced quite a number of things. What do you think? Seeing her words piquing their interest, Xiang Chao continued with pride. Suddenly awakened and now capable of this and that, even insisting we wash meat several times. Before she could finish, others chimed in, indeed, it's quite bothersome. We've never heard of meat needing to be washed to avoid stomach aches. She seems to be the most demanding among us. The sentiment resonated with those who had not previously considered it, though some held differing opinions. I see no harm in washing. It merely takes a bit more time. Besides, didn't they say she was serving the beast god during her years of slumber? Noticing the dissent, Xiang Chao exchanged glances with another tribe person. Just listen to their boasts. I suspect that notion was concocted by a Jiao. If it were indeed a Jiao's idea, why would she not share it with us? Insisting it was her young female's invention? Xiang Chao regarded her companions with a look of incredulity. It's quite simple. She aims to secure a favorable mate for her young female in the future. Is that so? You don't believe it? Didn't you hear last night that a Hao from our tribe has become her attendant? Currently an attendant, but who knows what the future holds? Upon hearing Xiang Chao's words, several other females nodded in realization. Among them were a few who harbored affections for a Hao, their eyes blazing with indignation. Wishing to pounce and rend the young female to pieces. A Hao is widely regarded as the most handsome in the tribe, now a first-class warrior. Becoming his partner would guarantee a life free from hunger. Xiang Chao reveled in the sight of the envious young females around her, achieving her aim. A bunch of shameless little creatures, let them trouble you. With her mission accomplished, she anticipated a reward from Elder Shui that evening. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by a loud roar. Are you all so idle that you gossip about you? Have you forgotten who provided you with meat last night? Without you, would you have ever tasted such meat in your lives? Exactly. I believe you is quite formidable. I want to allow you to speak of her like that. Hearing a counter from the crowd, Xiang Chao replied sarcastically, a few pieces of meat have bought your loyalty. You must be her lackey. Furthermore, she did not slay that first-level beast. It was the fifth-level warrior who deserves our gratitude, not her. As Xiang Chao's words settled, several young females echoed her sentiments. Yes. Why should we be grateful to her? It was not she who fought for us. Our thanks belong to the fifth-level warrior. Li Hua, upon hearing such remarks, was instantly rendered speechless, feeling a deep sense of injustice for you. How can you all be so cruel? Xiang Chao, noticing Li Hua's fury, proudly raised her chin and arrogantly stated, What? Are we mistaken? Look at the rest of the tribe. You has not taught them anything. Only you on how to make baskets and frames. Plus, she saved your mate last night. Why do you think that is? Why? I suspect she has an affair with our leader. Otherwise, how could it be? Upon hearing such allegations, Li Hua's face flushed crimson with rage as she felt the accusing gazes of the tribe upon her. She lunged at Xiang Chao and grasped her throat tightly. You and your incessant chatter. You serve no purpose, and I shall silence you. Cough, cough. Why the sudden fury? Did I strike a nerve? As the surrounding tribespeople witnessed the scuffle, they hurried to separate the two. Upon awakening, Siyu realized that it was already half-past afternoon. And Yang was no longer within the cave, leaving her uncertain of his whereabouts. She still held concern for Uncle Ahe, who remained in the cave. And after rubbing her neck, she made her way back. As she traversed the distance, she encountered several elderly or very young tribespeople, gazing at her with expressions of gratitude and reverence. The moment Siyu stepped into the cave, she was immediately met by a pair of shiny black eyes. Siyu raised her eyebrows in surprise, taken aback by the severity of Uncle Dahe's injuries. She had initially believed that it would take at least 2 or 3 days for him to regain consciousness. How is your wound? Does it hurt? She inquired. Uncle Dahe nodded. It does hurt, but I can feel that I am still alive, and that sensation is rather pleasant. Siyu nodded, just about to speak, when a resounding growl emanated from Dahe's stomach. Instantly, Dahe felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since yesterday, I have scarcely eaten anything. It seems that the food brought for me cannot be consumed without your permission. Siyu let out a sigh and continued her examination. Upon finding no apparent issues, she began to explain, due to the severe injuries you have sustained, particularly to your intestines, I cannot ascertain whether your gastrointestinal function has restored. Therefore, I am hesitant to offer you any food. Although Dahe could not comprehend Suyu's words, he understood her intentions were rooted in care. And thus he nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. Siyu understood that the likelihood of him being administered any anesthetic was quite slim. However, for the sake of caution, it was prudent to remain vigilant. By the way, Uncle Dahe, after regaining consciousness, did you happen to pass gas? Yes, I did. Chapter 20. Treating the clan members, you may now partake in sustenance, albeit not roasted meat. Rather, you should consume softer, more tender fare. Just as this was being discussed, a voice echoed from the cave's entrance. For softer food, I have some of the stew from last night. I specifically set aside a bowl for you. I shall bring it to you at once. Siyu watched as Aunt Li Hua carried a bowl of congealed meat broth and quickly intervened. Aunt Li Hua. Uncle Dahe cannot consume cold food at the moment. This must be heated. At that moment, Siyu's words held the weight of a decree. And Aunt Li Hua promptly nodded in agreement. Of course, I shall heat it immediately. As Siyu had just replaced the medicine on Uncle Dahe, Li Hua hurriedly entered with a bowl of freshly heated food. Come, the food is ready. Eat it while it's hot. With Li Hua's assistance, Dahe finished the meal. Siyu then produced the herbal medicine she had prepared earlier and handed it to Li Hua. And Li Hua, this is Uncle Dahe's herbal remedy. Boil it in water and administer it to him 3 times daily. Additionally, Suyu imparted several important considerations to Li Hua before turning to depart from the cave. As Suyu stepped out of the cave, several small cubs immediately appeared before her, gazing at her with eager anticipation. What is it? Do you have something to discuss with your sister, Yu? Suyu gazed tenderly at the little ones, gently extending her hand towards them. One of the cubs, bolder than the rest, hurried over in a few quick strides and grasped Suyu's hand. Sister Yu, could you please go and check on the sick tribespeople in the village? They are suffering greatly. Suyu nodded, realizing that her foremost task was to examine the elderly members of the tribe and gather sufficient medicinal herbs. I understand. What is your name? I am a Xing. Then, a Xing, please inform the remaining tribe members to assemble in the clearing of the village. Would that be all right? Is Sister Yu going to provide them with treatment? Suyu nodded, yet before she could utter a word, a Xing dashed off with palpable excitement, declaring, I'm on my way. By the time Suyu leisurely arrived at the clearing in the tribe, it was already teeming with people. She estimated there to be around 30 individuals gathered. Alas, she pondered, what could Moon have summoned us here for? Is it to provide us with healing? A young orc, barely in his 30s, glanced at his crippled legs, his face alight with enthusiasm, and inquired, I believe that is the case. I heard from the tribesmen this morning that Moon agreed to assist the chief with our injuries. That is splendid news. Moon's medical skills surpass even those of the shamans from the larger tribes. With her assistance, I'm certain I shall rise again and join them in the hunt. However, before the orc could finish his sentence, a mocking voice interrupted him. Oh, you speak so highly of her. That little female, who hasn't even fully matured, possesses such remarkable abilities? I believe yesterday was merely a stroke of luck for her. Indeed, I doubt she has any genuine skills, it's simply fortune on her side. The crowd turned to see a female, surrounded by several others, approaching with a slow, deliberate gait. This female was strikingly beautiful with delicate features and a classic oval face, adorned in vibrant and high-quality animal hides. Yet, her haughty demeanor and the glint of disdain in her eyes soured the crowd's initial goodwill. Lianhua, I advise you to temper your words, one of her companions cautioned. Lianhua covered her mouth with her hand, her large, watery eyes gazing at Li Hua, almost on the verge of tears. Why are you so fierce? Look, you frightened her. Upon witnessing Lianhua's demeanor, Li Hua's temper flared, and she was about to confront her when a friend quickly restrained her. Li Hua, calm down. If you strike her, Elder Shui will not let us off easily. The mere thought of the unreasonable Elder Shui caused Li Hua to stifle her urge to confront Lianhua. It seemed as if the males in the tribe were completely taken in by Lianhua's antics. In the past, when Dehei was in good health, she might have had the courage to argue back. But now, with Dehei bedridden and unable to move, she dared not risk an open confrontation with the offspring of Elder Shui. Suyu silently stood in the corner, observing the arrogant lotus flower and then glancing at the weeping pear blossom, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Since regaining consciousness, she had believed that the people within the tribe were united. She never anticipated such occurrences. This was, without a doubt, the progenitor of the White Lotus. It seemed that when she assumed leadership of this tribe, certain issues would require meticulous rectification. Suyu was lost in thought when, amidst the throng, a Xing suddenly spotted her. Sister Yu, come quickly. I have gathered all the remaining tribespeople from the village. Suyu emerged from her reverie and hurried a few steps to a slightly elevated area in the clearing of the tribe. She gazed down at her fellow clansmen, observing them silently. Some eyes shimmered with profound hope, while others appeared rather indifferent, and yet others sparkled with blatant mockery. Greetings, everyone. I am Yu. I have gathered you all here today to conduct a health examination. As Suyu's words fell, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring the crowd into a fervor. The elderly, frail, and ailing wore expressions of excitement and yearning, although the clan members had previously harbored suspicions. Hearing Suyu's declaration firsthand ignited an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Please, calm down. Given the numerous patients in our tribe, I require some assistance. Who among you is willing to help me? I will. Observing the eager hands raised high among her kin, Suyu smiled subtly, selecting a few of the females who had earlier supported her. Very well, it will be the lot of you. Your primary task now is to boil a pot of water, as I shall need it shortly. Additionally, during our usual hours, you will accompany me to gather medicinal herbs around the tribe. The chosen individuals were left in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Initially, they had presumed their assistance would be limited to menial tasks such as boiling water, but to their surprise, they were also to be taught about herbal identification. Is this truly the case? Will you teach us to recognize medicinal herbs? A female of similar age to Suyu stood up, gazing at her with cautious hope, eager to receive a definitive answer. Indeed, I will teach you to identify herbs, and I shall also impart medical knowledge, provided you are earnest in your studies with me. The young female paused in astonishment, then nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will dedicate myself to learning. And me, count me in. Laughter erupted as one exclaimed. Once I master the art of healing, I too shall tend to our tribe's ailments. Yet, amidst the joy, there were those left in despair, lamenting their exclusion from the selection. After Suyu revealed her intention to teach her tribe the art of medicine, She quietly observed their reactions. The tribe members murmured amongst themselves, their expressions a medley of skepticism, disdain, and, for the majority, eager anticipation. She offered no explanations, merely conveying her message before returning to the matter at hand. All right, everyone, please settle down and take your positions. We shall commence with the health examinations. The procedure was rather straightforward. Individuals with visible injuries would be separated from those without. For the injured, once the water reached a boil, a pinch of salt would be added to cleanse their wounds, and they would be treated accordingly. For those uninjured, she would take their pulse to ascertain any underlying ailments. Two more. I seek your votes. Chapter 21. The Tribe's Salt Shortage. Come, extend your left hand to me. A small female eagerly presented her hand to Suyu, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can you discern anything? Suyu gazed at the petite female before her, whose height barely reached her own. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Do you often experience pain in these two areas? How do you know? The young female exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Suyu. Suyu let out a deep sigh. The pain in these two areas is a result of malnutrition and developmental deficiencies. If only they could improve their diet, but her voice gradually dwindled. For given the current circumstances, their tribe could hardly achieve such an improvement. The young female, along with her fellow tribesmen, understood this all too well. And with a sense of despondency, she lowered her head and quietly walked away, moving on to the next. Upon Suyu's examination, it was revealed that a majority of the tribe members suffered from poor physical health, with some afflicted by emotional distress, while the older members might manage. The situation was particularly concerning for the younger ones, as it would significantly impact their future fertility. Suyu was deep in thought, contemplating ways to improve the living conditions of her kin, yet every idea she conceived was swiftly dismissed, unbeknownst to her. The once quiet crowd of her people had begun to stir restlessly, their gazes upon her igniting with fervor. Step aside, let me go first, Lianhua declared, forcefully pushing her way forward. Why should you go first? When we were asked to queue, where were you? A female standing in front of Lianhua retorted defiantly, blocking her path. What gives you the right? Just because I am the cub of Elder Shui, you must yield to me with utmost respect. Others may fear you, Lianhua, but I, Shui Xian, am not intimidated. Your father may be Elder Shui, but mine is Elder Mu. Know your place and move to the back, or I shall deal with you harshly. What did you say? Hurry and get lost. Suyu sat at the front, coldly observing the chaotic crowd with a mocking smile. She spoke icily. Someone, throw the lotus away. Beside her, the robust young man and Ahau stepped forward, seemingly ready to take action. Do you dare? Do you truly believe I would hesitate? Suyu retorted, will you leave on your own, or shall I compel you? If I were to act, I cannot predict what I might unleash. As they beheld Suyu's enigmatic smile, an inexplicable chill ran down the spines of those present, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. You are truly ruthless. They watched as the lotus fled in disarray, while Li Hua, along with several other clansmen, worked to restore order. As Suyu gently placed her hand upon the pulse of the young female, the latter beamed and spoke. May I seek your company in the future? My name is Narcissus. She was the very person who had just obstructed Li Hua. Of course, Suyu replied. Upon hearing that she could indeed spend time with Suyu, Narcissus's eyes sparkled with delight, and she began to chatter animatedly. You were truly remarkable just now. With a mere utterance, you sent that bothersome lotus away. Suyu gazed at the overly excited Shui Xian, shaking her head in mild exasperation. Please quiet down. Allow me to take your pulse. Shui Xian stuck out her tongue and nodded, closing her mouth tightly, fearful of betraying even the slightest sound, her expression endearingly charming. As Suyu had just finished taking the pulse of Shui Xian, a voice inquired beside her. Do you think there is enough hot water? Suyu stood up to test the water temperature. Is there salt in the hot water? Indeed, there is salt. Just as Li Hua's words fell, a sarcastic voice echoed nearby. Not only did she add salt, but she also emptied the remaining salt from our tribe. Now, we have no salt left. I wonder how you all will manage from now on, huh? Upon hearing this, Suyu raised her head to glance at the unfamiliar female, but before she could respond, Li Hua shot a fierce glare at Xiang Chao. I depleted the salt in our tribe. What business is it of yours? I did not take any salt from your cave. Upon hearing the voices of two individuals quarreling, Suyu cast a glance at the wooden barrel on the ground. It appeared that the tribe had run out of salt, and it seemed imperative to devise a means to procure some. Observing Suyu's worried demeanor, a fellow tribesman hurriedly offered reassurance. Do not fret. In a few months, we shall attend the grand gathering of the 1,000 clans in exchange for some salt then. Suyu gazed at her comforting kin, her heart heavy with an indescribable feeling. In her philosophy, no human could endure a prolonged absence of salt. Salt serves not only as a seasoning but also as an essential source of energy for the body. Presently, the tribe had run out of salt, and to her knowledge, the highest salt content could be found in certain animals, as their blood is rich in saline. Yet, she was endeavoring to guide her people away from barbarism and into enlightenment, teaching them the principles of hygiene. If they continued to drink the blood of ferocious beasts and consume raw flesh, her efforts would be in vain. However, if she forbade her kin from drinking blood and eating raw meat, The salt reserves within their bodies would dwindle. Over time, the health of the tribe would inevitably deteriorate. It seemed that apart from conducting health checks for her people, her primary focus must be on discovering salt deposits. In addition to salt, she needed to engage in pottery, brickmaking, and the construction of dwellings. At this moment, Suyu wished fervently for the strength of multiple arms. Chapter 22. Healing the legs of her people. Suyu, having just examined a severely injured clansman, could not help but furrow her brows. Uncle, how long has it been since you injured your leg? Alas, it has been 3 years. Suyu nodded, confirming her suspicions. Uncle, your external injuries are treatable. However, it is imperative that we break your leg first and then meticulously realign the bones. Yet, we must also. Before Suyu could finish her words, her kin had already excitedly grasped her neck, vigorously shaking her. What did you say? My leg can truly heal. Is that genuine? Are you deceiving me? Age, release you. Can't you see she's struggling to breathe? Li Hua, witnessing Suyu being shaken so violently by Age, hurriedly rushed over and forcefully pushed him away. As soon as Age was removed, Suyu coughed and began gasping for air, prompting Li Hua to gently pat her back. Observing Suyu's discomfort, Age returned to his senses. I apologize. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. I truly am sorry. Cough, cough. It's all right. While I can indeed heal your leg. What you mean to say is that by breaking my leg and then reattaching it, I will subsequently become a normal person, correct? Suyu nodded. Yet before she could utter a word, Ager had already lifted a nearby stone and, without a hint of hesitation, brought it crashing down. A sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream that resonated above the tribe. The clansmen, who had been standing in orderly queues, were instantly thrown into chaos. Suyu quickly bent down, frowning as she gazed at the limp leg sprawled on the ground, resembling a strand of overcooked noodle. Uncle Ag, why are you so impulsive? Ag gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain radiating from his leg, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead onto the ground. Please help me. I want to go out hunting. I refuse to become a burden. Witnessing Ag's plight stirred a wave of sympathy within Suyu, and she nodded, assuring him with determination. I will treat you. Trust me, I will definitely heal your leg. Suyu cautiously lifted Ag's leg, meticulously reassembling the bones piece by piece, then applying splints and securing them with herbal remedies. Ag gazed at his leg, now wrapped tightly, and with palpable excitement, inquired, Is my leg now just like the haze? Once he recovers, I will be able to walk again. Indeed, the day you heal, you will walk again. Not only walk, but also join them in the mountains for hunting. Ah, that is splendid. I shall no longer be a useless beast. Woe is me. Observing Ag overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears, Suyu proceeded to impart some essential precautions. Rest assured, I shall be diligent in my recovery, Ag responded confidently. I will take good care of my leg. The surrounding tribespeople genuinely rejoiced for Ag. Their tribe had gained yet another young and robust beast, adding strength to their community. Several others, who shared similar circumstances as Ag, eagerly formed a queue, silently praying for the line to move swiftly, hoping for their turn to arrive soon. After attending to her last patient, Suyu rubbed her sore shoulders and gazed up at the sky. Realizing that it was getting late and the hunting party should be returning soon, although she had seen all her patients, her supply of herbs was critically low, indicating that she would need to venture out tomorrow to gather more. Observing her fellow tribesmen busily working in the clearing, Suyu stood up, dusted off her clothes, and leisurely made her way towards the back mountain. She intended to check the traps she had dug a few days prior, uncertain whether they had yielded any game. Having been exceedingly busy lately, she had not had the chance to inspect them, but she had to admit that fortune had favored her. To her delight, she found several animals trapped inside, which she quickly collected and stored in her space before hurrying down the mountain. Upon reaching the lakeside, Suyu surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was nearby before retrieving the animal hide she always carried with her to wash her body swiftly. It was quite remarkable that her severe obsession with cleanliness had diminished since arriving in this world. Otherwise, she would have been in utter distress. Feeling refreshed, she let out a contented sigh. However, while her body felt rejuvenated, her mouth still felt parched. She snapped off a twig from a tree resembling a willow, stripped off its bark, and chewed on it as a makeshift toothbrush. Once she had thoroughly cleaned herself, she retrieved the game from her space and hoisted it onto her shoulders. When she returned to the cave, her parents and younger brother had already arrived, and the air was filled with the delectable aroma of roasted and stewed meat. Upon seeing Suyu, her mother hurried over to assist her and inquired about her whereabouts. Where have you been? Dinner has long been prepared, and we were quite worried about you. And where did you obtain these animals? Listening to her mother's mildly reproachful tone, Suyu felt an unexpected sweetness in her heart. This afternoon, after finishing my tasks, I intended to wash up by the lake, only to find these creatures drinking water. So I brought them back, she explained, aware that her justification was rather flimsy, but unable to confess that she had gone to the back mountain. Chapter 23. Suyu comes up with another idea. Her mother scrutinized the game in her hands, her brow furrowing with concern. When did her child learn to deceive them? Beside her, her elder brother subtly shook his head and changed the subject. Well, it's good that you is back. Let us eat quickly, as I am quite hungry. Although their mother was displeased with her brother for indulging Suyu, she refrained from asking further questions. The family gathered around the dinner table, sharing stories of their day. I heard you examined the tribespeople today. How did it go? The situation is not very promising. The tribespeople not only have poor physical conditions, but several of them have also developed pus and infections due to delayed treatment of their wounds. I am confident about only 7 individuals. The others all suffer from varying degrees of chronic illnesses. Additionally, there are several young female cubs who are significantly delayed in their development. If we do not provide them with adequate nutrition soon, it will adversely affect the lineage's future. After Suyu finished speaking, without waiting for Ada to respond, she continued. Father, could you summon the elders to our cave later? I have matters to discuss with you. Ada, troubled by the plight of their kin, found solace in the thought that while many issues were manageable, the very essence of their tribe's lineage being affected was indeed a grave transgression. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Ada lifted his head in surprise. What is it you wish to convey? I have been contemplating our tribe's development, and I believe we must focus on the cultivation of both livestock and crops. What do you mean by livestock and crops? To elaborate, livestock refers to the smaller game we encounter during our hunts. Rather than slaughtering them, we should refrain from killing and instead bring them back to raise. You see, many of our tribespeople are unable to venture out for hunting or gathering. Thus we have ample personnel available for this endeavor. By nurturing these creatures to maturity, they will serve as our reserve food supply, ensuring that our tribe will no longer suffer from food scarcity in the future. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, the cave fell into an immediate silence. The crowd widened their eyes, staring at her as if they had never seen her before. Ada, brimming with excitement, fidgeted awkwardly. Having been a leader for decades, despite years of contemplation, he had never devised a way to improve the living conditions of his people. Yet, his own young offspring had effortlessly conceived a solution. Ada swallowed hard, his anticipation evident, and inquired, what exactly is planting? Planting is when we come across small saplings while foraging outside. We can dig them up and cultivate a patch of barren land near our tribe to plant them. When the time comes, we can enjoy their fruits at our leisure, Suyu elucidated. Upon hearing her words, Ada patted her shoulder, wiping away the tears that shimmered in his eyes, and proudly declared, Indeed, my little cub, I am so proud of you. Young, hurry and summon the elders. Tell them to be swift, for Moon has conceived a matter of great importance concerning our tribe's survival. Understood, I shall go at once. In less than 10 minutes. The 5 elders of the tribe burst into Suyu's cave, brimming with enthusiasm. Old friend, we hear that Moon has devised a way to aid our tribe. Is it true? Indeed, it is true. Ada, filled with excitement, recounted Suyu's words one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the space, only to be followed by a fervent buzz, as the crowd excitedly flocked to Suyu, clamoring for further details. These were individuals accustomed to high positions. Well aware of the implications embedded in Ada's declaration, they had racked their brains, losing countless strands of hair, yet had failed to arrive at a solution that Suyu had so simply provided. They all understood that if this endeavor succeeded, no one would starve during the cold season, and their tribe would flourish without concern. Elder Shui stood aside, watching the crowd, who appeared as exuberant as young cubs. His expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he coldly remarked, Your words are pleasant, but do you think prey can be raised as easily? They are not as obedient as your own offspring. They have legs and can run away. So you observed Elder Shui, who was armed with both a gun and a stick, and nodded in agreement. Elder Shui's assertions were indeed accurate. Prey would not remain docile but would instinctively flee. Thus, it was imperative for us to comprehend their habits. For instance, certain prey would burrow, necessitating their confinement in caves devoid of soil to prevent their escape through tunneling. Additionally, some creatures possess the ability to fly, which would require us to sever their wings to inhibit their flight. In more challenging cases, during the initial stages of their captivity, we might fashion ropes from grass to bind one of their legs. Therefore, as long as we grasp their behaviors, these challenges can be effectively addressed. After Suyu finished speaking, she seemed to have a sudden epiphany and shifted the conversation, remarking that prey is inherently wild, thus necessitating our patience in taming them. If we can capture 10 prey each day, even if we successfully tame just one, we can then allow it to breed. Consequently, within 2 years, our tribe will witness an abundance of livestock. By that time, even if our tribesmen do not venture out to hunt, there will still be sustenance available. The assembly in the cave listened intently to the beautiful vision that Suyu painted, their excitement rendering them momentarily at a loss for words. They were still entrenched in their previous mindset, which dictated that sustenance could only be obtained by hunting outside. The very notion of adopting a new perspective was utterly foreign to them, and thus their astonishment was palpable. Elder Shui trembled with excitement, unable to contain himself. However, upon realizing that this proposal originated from Suyu, he became particularly displeased and began to nitpick. We barely have time to hunt. How can we be expected to capture small prey for you to raise? I, for one, will not partake in that endeavor. If you wish to capture them, you may do so yourself. It's rather peculiar, you know, that you refuse to hunt while expecting others to do so. Truly, it is a bad habit you have cultivated. Your manner of speaking is rather odd, and you do not allow others to voice their opinions. Let us refrain from such banter. By the way, can we also tame larger beasts? Taming is indeed possible, but I would advise capturing some cubs or pregnant females instead. Adult beasts are not easily tamed, and having only the elderly and young in our tribe poses a safety risk. Indeed, then when we go hunting tomorrow, we shall capture some smaller prey. Ada nodded in agreement, suggesting they hold a morning assembly in the tribe to prepare for digging caves. Agreed, let us settle on that. Ada, I have one more matter to discuss. What is it? Speak. We should dig a few latrines in the tribe and gather the clan there. The resulting waste can be utilized for growing vegetables, which would serve as invaluable fertilizer. We need not dwell on cleanliness for now, as the tribe would likely dismiss such concerns. Very well, I shall take care of it tomorrow. Ada readily agreed. At this moment, no one besides Elder Shui harbored any doubts regarding Suyu's words. They were resolute in following her lead. Elder Mu placed a hand on Suyu's shoulder, saying, "In my lifetime, I have never yielded to anyone, not even your father. However, you are the only one I find admirable. Should you require assistance in the future, simply express your needs, and I shall ensure they are met. We too are here to help you whenever necessary." Suyu nodded at the elders, feeling reassured by their trust in her. By the time they concluded their discussions, the moon hung high in the sky, and the group surveyed the cave around them. They soon realized that this cavern was far cleaner and more orderly than the one they inhabited. Without a second thought, they understood that this was yet another testament to Yu's handiwork. Their gazes turned eagerly towards Suyu, each of them secretly lamenting why she was merely a female and not a male. Had she been a male, she could have undoubtedly led their tribe to greater heights. At the break of dawn the next day, while the sun had yet to fully rise, Suyu noticed her parents were already awake and promptly got out of bed. "You, why not sleep a little longer? It's not yet light outside. You could rest a while more," her mother suggested. "No need, mother. I have decided to accompany you both to gather supplies today and collect some herbs along the way," Suyu replied. Her mother opened her mouth, ready to refuse, as he was still underage, and the tribe did not permit young ones to venture out. "Let you join us today. She can learn to identify some edible wild vegetables. I shall explain the situation to the tribe, and I believe they will agree to her outing," her partner interjected. Hearing this, her mother relented. "Very well, then. You shall stay by my side." Suyu nodded, and before she could utter a word, her father's voice resonated. "Today, do not hasten to gather. Rather, bring back some small vegetable seedlings to plant in the ground. I am well aware of these matters. There is no need for your instruction." "Ah, I merely reminded you out of concern that you might forget." Suyu followed closely behind her father and mother, arriving at the open space outside, where she discovered a considerable gathering of people. Ada conveyed to the clansmen the matters discussed with the elder the previous night. Upon hearing that it was once again Suyu's idea, the clansmen expressed not a hint of doubt. Instead, they eagerly pledged their unwavering support. At this moment, the majority of the tribe held an almost reverent admiration for Suyu. It was likely that if she pointed to the sun and declared it the moon, no one would dare to oppose her. Now that everyone had gathered, it was time to set forth. Today, the burden would fall upon those who remained in the tribe. Not a burden at all, they insisted, their excitement bubbling over as they nearly leaped with joy. Previously, they feared that their injuries rendered them as nothing more than burdens to the tribe. Yet now, the tribe had entrusted them with numerous responsibilities. After listening to the leader paint a vivid picture of what lay ahead, they understood that should they successfully cultivate the game, they would not only become warriors within the tribe, but also alleviate the hunger that had once plagued their people, ensuring that no clan member would ever starve again. Many of the clansmen felt tears welling in their eyes, their hearts brimming with hope for the future. With such sentiments, they toiled diligently, undeterred by the pain of blood drawn from claws scraped against the rocky walls. Suyu followed closely behind her mother, advancing gradually with the procession while discreetly observing the group. At the forefront, in the rear stood two robust orcs, and amidst the assembly, she was taken aback by the presence of an unexpected individual. How? Suyu understood that the four individuals were likely orc guardians. For the ancient era was fraught with peril. Even the act of foraging for wild fruits in the wilderness could prove perilous. Their destination was the nearby mountain, which had long been scoured by the tribesmen, leaving no significant game to be found. Before long, they arrived at their intended site. Amu turned to one of the orcs and instructed, "You and Ahau shall remain by Yu's side, safeguarding her at all times." The orc, aware of Yu's significance to the tribe, refrained from further comment and silently followed her. Throughout their journey from the tribe, Suyu had been keenly observing her surroundings. Yet she had not spotted a single medicinal herb, nor even anything resembling one. Now, she was filled with regret, lamenting her impulsive decision to accompany them. Had she ventured to the back mountain, she might have already filled her basket with herbs. Suyu silently criticized, but to her surprise, after taking just a couple of steps, she beheld a vast expanse of herbs swaying gently in the sunlight. Suyu leaped forward in a swift motion, identifying the herbs at hand. "This is Chuanqiang, and this is Angelica, along with Rubus, Astragalus, and Angelica sinensis. Oh, and there's also Nodo ginseng and ginseng. These herbs, aside from their larger size, bear a striking resemblance to their modern counterparts." Suyu still felt a tinge of unease, so she employed the system scanner to examine the area, discovering indeed those items. She set down her backpack and crouched down, beginning to dig with her stone knife. "Moon, is this an herb?" Are you intending to excavate this? She inquired. This, and this, all of them are herbs. If you have nothing else to do, you may assist me in digging. With these herbs, the tribespeople would be fortified. Upon hearing this, the orc nodded and promptly crouched down, transforming his hands into claws to assist in the excavation. Meanwhile, Ahau silently climbed a nearby tree, ever vigilant of his surroundings to preempt any ambush. Not far away, Amu, who was picking wild fruits, heard Suyu's excited voice and sent over 2 swift-footed females to help. In addition to unearthing herbs, Suyu unexpectedly discovered several types of edible wild vegetables, which she pointed out to her fellow tribespeople. After they finished digging up the wild vegetables and herbs from that location, metallic sounds intermittently resonated in Suyu's mind, causing her eyes to narrow in delight. The group continued to venture further, and it seemed that the herbs in this world had peculiar properties, as they tended to grow in dense clusters. Subsequently, Suyu stumbled upon many unfamiliar herbs. However, since she could only skin 10 times a day, she could not ascertain their identities. Reluctant to abandon the hard-won discovery of these herbs, she resolved to gather them all and return to scan them the following day. As Chapter 25 unfolds. Titled Ladders and Hoes, upon returning with the gathering team, Suyu found that approximately 7 or 8 caves had already been excavated. Each cave measured around 4 meters in width and height. In front of the caves, the orcs had densely erected sturdy wooden posts, each standing over 3 meters tall. Once the prey was placed inside, it should be unable to escape. At that point, the tribespeople would merely need to toss food through the openings above. Suyu carefully observed her surroundings and was astonished to find that some pieces of wood were inexplicably embedded within the stone. She couldn't help but wonder how her fellow tribesmen managed to achieve such a feat. As she surveyed the area, she noticed several members of the tribe passing by, each cradling bundles of grass in their arms. Many of them bore cuts on their hands from the wild vegetation, yet they displayed no signs of pain. Instead, their faces radiated with a particularly bright smile. Upon reading this, Suyu was instantly engulfed by a myriad of emotions. Were it in modern times, the elderly would likely be joyfully dancing with fans in the square, while the young ones might still be in kindergarten, leading blissfully innocent lives. Suyu shook her head, dispelling the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. She grasped one of the orcs and pointed towards the cave behind her, inquiring, "You have constructed such a high barrier in front of the cave. When the hunting party returns in the afternoon with the young cubs, how will you manage to place them inside? Even if you find a way to do so, how will you provide them with sustenance afterward?" The orc, upon hearing Suyu's words, was momentarily taken aback, scratching the back of his head in a flustered manner. He anxiously asked, What should we do now? We were so focused on preventing those creatures from escaping that we completely overlooked the subsequent issues. I am well aware of your ideas, so please think quickly about what we ought to do." Suyu observed the anxious orcs, and a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. "Fear not. I have devised a solution. Gather a few orcs, and I shall instruct you in the art of crafting ladders. When the time comes, you can ascend the ladders to feed the prey." The orcs, upon hearing that Suyu had a plan, nodded enthusiastically. "Wait here. I shall fetch others at once." Under Suyu's guidance, the tribe swiftly constructed several ladders. One orc, carrying a basket of wild grass, propped the ladder against the stone wall and, like a gecko, swiftly scaled it, exclaiming with excitement, "This is exceedingly convenient. Observe how effortlessly the grass can be tossed inside, without the fear of being harmed by the prey. Indeed. This ladder is remarkably useful. Let us drop the empty basket and pour in the wild grass. Once the hunting party returns, the small prey will have a delightful feast." The murmurs of the tribe grew louder, quickly drawing every corner of the tribe's members. As they gazed at the orc perched atop the ladder, their eyes sparkled, igniting even more fervent discussions. "What is this marvelous contraption? It is so practical. In the future, when our gathering team encounters wild fruits that are simply too high to reach, we can employ this as well. Ah, this was just recently created by you. It is called a ladder. Oh, yet another innovation from you. My goodness, this is utterly indispensable. However, such a lengthy structure would be cumbersome for fruit gathering. If only we could shorten it a bit. Indeed, it is rather long." As Suyu listened to their conversation, a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Shortening it a bit was certainly feasible. While there were many areas in which she could claim ignorance, this particular domain was one in which she had become self-taught. The creation of a retractable ladder was, in fact, quite simple. With this thought in mind, she addressed her kin, stating that crafting a collapsible ladder was an uncomplicated task. However, they must first hasten to plant the seedlings they had unearthed today. Tomorrow, she would teach them how to construct the retractable ladder. Upon hearing this, her people erupted in cheers, nodding in enthusiastic agreement. In the corner, Lotus stood silently, surrounded by Xiang Cao and the others. Observing Suyu as she was encircled by the tribe, her gaze shifted to Ahau, who stood rigidly beside Suyu, his austere expression perpetually captivating her. Clenching her fists, she was oblivious to the way her nails pierced her palms. It was all due to this female, had it not been for her. The tribe would have gathered around Lotus instead, and Ahau would ultimately have been her partner. In the future, she envisioned having whatever she desired, but now, with Yu's arrival, all those aspirations had been snatched away. She resolved to show her a taste of her own medicine. Suyu was engaged in conversation with her kin when she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she were being watched by an unseen presence. Puzzled, she glanced around, and upon locking eyes with Lianhua, who bore a gaze of resentment, she noticed the infatuated look directed at her from Lianhua's side. It dawned on her what was amiss. Truly, this little rascal has taken a cue from others, learning nothing but the art of early romance. Suyu did not take this matter to heart. Instead, she meticulously surveyed the tribe. Ultimately, she selected a piece of land that was flat, bathed in abundant sunlight, and in close proximity to a water source, where she would cultivate wild vegetables. Suyu, alongside her clan members, diligently cleared the weeds from the vacant land, subsequently heaping them together and igniting a fire. With no fertilizer at hand, they resorted to the ancient method of slash-and-burn agriculture, utilizing the ash from the flames as a nutrient source. As she gazed upon the expanse of cultivated land, a profound sense of pride welled up within her. What shall we do next? She inquired. Shall we dig a hole to plant these seedlings? Suyu shook her head. Let us first scatter that pile of ashes over this vacant land, and then proceed to excavate this plot. After Suyu finished speaking, the clan members nodded in agreement and scattered the pile of smoldering ash across the open ground. As Suyu was preparing to instruct several tribesmen in the crafting of stone hoes, she was pleasantly surprised to see Shui Xian bounding towards her, cradling a bundle of stone hoes with palpable excitement. You, take a look at these hoes. Do you think they are capable of tilling the soil? The tribesmen fashioned them today. Observing the implements nestled in Shui Xian's arms, Suyu felt a surge of astonishment. They are indeed functional. This is wonderful. The tribesmen created these based on your description of the stone knives, yet they hesitated to present them, fearing they might not benefit the tribe and instead waste precious time. How could that be? These tools are immensely valuable. Inform the tribesmen that from now on, they are free to explore their creativity. Let them craft whatever comes to mind without holding back. Do you understand? Understood. I shall ensure the task is accomplished without fail. So you observed as Shui Xian distributed the hoes, and the clansmen diligently began to till the soil with their newly acquired tools. A sense of admiration welled up within her. She had not anticipated that her people would possess the ability to draw inferences from her teachings. She had merely instructed them on the use of stone knives, yet they had ingeniously crafted hoes on their own accord. While she had relied on the wisdom of the ancients to devise her tools, her clansmen had genuinely utilized their intellect to innovate. Chapter 26. Cultivation. Ahau noticed that Suyu had once again fallen into a reverie and, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, he ventured to speak. What occupies your thoughts? She pondered. Indeed, my people are remarkably astute. They know how to extrapolate knowledge. Are they as clever as you? I sense they possess far more intelligence than I do. I am merely a facilitator. Suyu suddenly awakened, her body covered in a cold sweat. As a shiver coursed through her, she quickly swallowed the words she had been about to utter. What are you doing? Ahau's gaze remained serene, his elongated peach blossom eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light, as if he were about to draw Suyu into his very being. Suyu swiftly turned her head, quietly touching her wildly beating heart. The gaze of Ahau inexplicably stirred something within her, awakening a heart that had lain dormant for years. It was truly strange. Could it be that coming to this beastly world had altered human nature, causing such tender feelings to arise at this tender age? It seemed improbable. Was it possible that this man beside her was employing some enchanting charm? With a hint of unease, she stole another glance. Yet, upon meeting Ahau's indifferent eyes, she hastily discarded such thoughts. I shall return to my work in the fields, she muttered to herself. Ahau observed Suyu's hasty retreat. A flicker of light dancing in his eyes, with tousled hair framing his forehead, exuding an aura of stoic detachment. Just as Lianhua gazed dreamily at Ahau. Lost in reverie, he cast a cold, emotionless glance her way. Instantly, Lianhua felt as if she had been thrust into the depths of winter. A bucket of ice water dousing her from head to toe, causing her to shiver involuntarily as she averted her gaze. Ahau then turned his attention back to Suyu, who was diligently digging in the open space. A faint smile graced his lips as he transformed his hands into claw-like appendages, leisurely making his way towards her. Suyu was diligently digging into the earth when suddenly the surrounding air fell silent, followed by a series of sharp intakes of breath, with a hint of confusion. She looked up to find herself facing a majestic white tiger, standing imposingly before her. Its pristine, snow-white fur glimmered with a cold sheen, reminiscent of luxurious silk. And upon its back sparkled a pair of wings. With its powerful paws, it dug fiercely into the ground, effortlessly uprooting large clumps of soil. Followed quickly by its second paw. Within a mere minute, Ahau, who had arrived later, had made significant progress, surpassing them by a considerable margin. The orcs, who had been diligently wielding their hoes to excavate the land, transformed into their beast forms upon witnessing this. With the strength of their claws, their work accelerated tremendously. Within approximately 2 hours, they had completely turned over the barren land. However, the orcs bore the brunt of the toil, their bodies caked in dirt. Ahau shifted back to his human form, brushed off the soil from his clothes, and turned to head towards the lakeside. Suyu then led the remaining members of her clan, instructing them on the art of planting seedlings. Moon, do you see if this is how it is done? Am I planting correctly? Upon hearing the inquiries of her kin, Suyu promptly rose to her feet and glanced to the side. That is not how seedlings are planted. When we plant them, we can only cover the soil here. What about this? Another clan member asked. Yes, this time it is correct. This is indeed how it should be done. However, you must remember to water the seedlings after planting to ensure their survival rate remains high. After Siyu finished speaking, she observed yet another clansman relieving themselves indiscriminately. She shifted the topic and remarked, moreover, as I mentioned last night to father and the elders, we should have the clansmen dig a few latrines. The excrement and urine can be utilized for cultivating vegetables. Is that truly the case, you? Can waste serve such a significant purpose? Then let us proceed to excavate a few pits. For the clanspeople at present, nothing holds greater importance than these vegetable seedlings. You. If our own waste can be so beneficial, might the droppings of the ferocious beasts outside also possess similar value? Suyu nodded, affirming that any excrement would suffice. At that moment, she was unaware that her mere statement had incited the tribe's members to excavate numerous ferocious beast slayers. Amidst the idle chatter of the gathered individuals, which lasted approximately an hour, all the vegetable seedlings were planted into the soil. A lush expanse of green emerged, pleasing to the eye. The tribe members spontaneously took wooden buckets to the lakeside to fetch water, ensuring the seedlings received sufficient moisture to establish their roots. After planting the seedlings, Siyu organized them to construct a latrine. Siyu drew a rectangle on the ground, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Using a wooden stick, she instructed her clansmen to take up their stone hoes and dig along the lines she had marked. After merely half an hour, the orcs, growing impatient, discarded their stone hoes and transformed their hands into claws. Ultimately, they managed to excavate 3 pits before the hunting party returned, each measuring around 7 to 8 meters in depth. Once the pits were completed, Siyu transported the trees they had recently felled with stone knives and placed them above the pits, ensuring that she left narrow gaps within. Subsequently, she collaborated with her clansmen to plant sturdy wooden stakes around the perimeter of the pits, tightly entwining them with vines and adorning the structure with thatch and leaves. In no time, 3 makeshift shelters were ready. Siyu gazed upon the 3 newly constructed latrines, a smile finally gracing her face. For she no longer had to fret about being observed while attending to her needs. All right, my kin, heed my words. The toilets have now been completed. 2 of them are designated for the male orcs of our tribe, while the other is reserved for the females. Before Siyu could finish her words, the clansmen below protested. Why must we differentiate between females and males? Indeed, why? Are we not all part of this together? Siyu gazed at their animated debate and let out a deep sigh. It seemed that in addition to ensuring their survival, it was imperative to impart some knowledge to them, enlightening them on the distinction between humanity and the beast. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for her kin to fully transcend the savage era. Siyu meticulously elucidated the distinctions between males and females, as well as the private areas of females that ought not to be viewed by males. Observing her kin's bewildered expressions, she felt a profound headache wash over her. Once again, the weight of her responsibilities loomed heavily upon her. Ahau gazed at Suyu, who spoke with such eloquence, with a hint of astonishment. When his father had sought him out, he had already heard of her name. At that time, his thoughts aligned closely with those of certain tribesmen. However, in this moment, he found himself thoroughly taken aback. She was indeed exceptional, unlike any female he had encountered before. With this realization, his curiosity about Suyu deepened, and his gaze instinctively circled around her. He suddenly yearned to discover what unexpected actions she would undertake next. Chapter 27. The Lotus seeks trouble. As Suyu and the clan members completed the construction of the toilet, the hunting party returned, bringing with them a remarkable difference from their previous expeditions, a throng of wild animal cubs. This motley crew of youngsters, of various species, emitted a cacophony of cries as they dashed about chaotically, only to be herded forward by the hunters. The clan members formed a fan-shaped formation, encircling the cubs as they made their way back to the tribe. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that many hunters bore pregnant she-beasts on their arms or backs. The wild animals were swiftly categorized and secured, transforming the previously empty cavern into a cramped refuge. The clan members eagerly ascended the ladder, observing the fierce creatures in silence. This observation revealed a troubling discovery. The young beasts had not touched the tender grass they had meticulously prepared, instead careening wildly within the cave. Fortunately, heeding Suyu's earlier advice, they had excavated stone caves, rendering the beast's strength insufficient to breach the sturdy stone walls. However, a new dilemma arose. The vigorous collisions had resulted in several cubs injuring themselves, and a heavy scent of blood permeated the cavern. A few of the more impetuous creatures had even succumbed to their own reckless impacts. After what seemed an eternity of chaotic thrashing, the exhausted cubs, perhaps having abandoned their struggles, huddled in corners, too frightened to move, emitting only faint whimpers. Observing their stillness, the clan members' anxieties began to ease. Yet the sight of their lifeless counterparts brought a profound sorrow to their hearts. Ada, witnessing the grief of his kin, felt a similar ache. Indeed, this situation proved to be quite challenging. However, he considered the deceased cubs as potential reserves, a provision that could be utilized for future celebrations. With a comforting smile directed at his despondent clan, he remarked, "Indeed, taming wild beasts requires considerable effort. Let us not waste the lives of those that have perished. They shall serve as sustenance." Yet, it was clear that more caves were needed, and preparations for further excavation would be essential the following day. A few elders, grasping the leader's intent, quickly concurred, Yes, we can have an additional feast today, and tomorrow we shall dig more caves, ensuring there will be ample space for the newly captured cubs. Taming these beasts was no simple task, yet the loss of a few was not a grave concern. The tranquility of the remaining creatures signified hope. My expectations are modest, Ada thought. As long as we can tame a few, I shall be content. Initially sorrowful, the clan members, upon hearing these words, experienced a swift resurgence of spirit. Indeed, we have so many left, and not all are lost, they rallied, rejuvenated by their leader's reassurance. Rest assured, Chief, we will take this matter into our hands. Our presence in the tribe has left us with little to do. We shall handle the breeding of these creatures and the excavation of caves. Seeing the renewed vigor among his people, Ada exchanged knowing glances with several elders, and they shared a smile. Stepping forward, Ada said, "Very well, I appreciate your hard work, and I have faith in you." Siyu gazed at her revitalized clansmen, compelled to observe her father, the leader, with greater attentiveness. It appeared that there was still much for her to learn. She lifted her eyes to the heavens, gauging the passage of time, and spoke to Yang beside her. "Yang, while the sky is not yet shrouded in darkness, I shall venture nearby to see if I can gather some herbs. If father and mother hear that I intend to forage in the vicinity of our tribe." Yang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Sister, may I accompany you?" Siyu gently ran her fingers through Yang's disheveled hair and softly said, "Be good. Tomorrow, I will take you to gather herbs nearby. For now, stay here obediently." Seeing that his sister was reluctant to take him along, Yang lowered his head in disappointment. "All right then, but you must return early," he replied. "Yes, I promise to come back soon," she assured him. Lianhua watched as Siyu walked away alone, carrying a basket towards the outskirts of the village, her eyes flickering with a malicious glint. Siyu, with a basket on her back, eagerly raced towards the cave. Her luck seemingly favorable today as several traps yielded prey. To evade her parents' suspicion, she had spent some time gathering herbs in the back mountains. Otherwise, she would have returned home by now. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation crawled up her spine, prompting her to cautiously survey her surroundings. Soon, a group of individuals emerged not far off, Lianhua and Xiang Cao, accompanied by several males, swaggering confidently from behind a tree. Their eyes fixated on Suyu, who was burdened with a large basket of herbs and a few plump animals, causing them to salivate in anticipation. "Fool, if you wish to avoid a beating, hand over the food you've stolen." The arrogance of the group left Suyu speechless. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. She was Suyu, not someone to be bullied indiscriminately. Today, she would teach them a lesson, ensuring they remembered it well. If they desired food, they had no right to demand it. A horde of parasites. Though Lianhua could not comprehend the words Suyu uttered, she sensed the disdain behind her cold expression, which only fueled her anger. With a venomous glare, she decided that this female should not be spared. Raising her hand, she beckoned the beast men behind her to advance. "Lianhua, why not offer her to me as my companion?" One beastman proposed, his gaze greedily fixated on the petite Suyu, saliva dripping from his mouth. Upon hearing this, Lianhua exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Cao, a scheme surfacing in their minds simultaneously. "Very well, I agree, but she shall not be your sole companion. She will be the companion of all of you." The eyes of all the beastmen sparkled with delight. In their tribe, females were scarce and males abundant. Some males never found a companion, let alone had offspring of their own. If this were to happen, could it mean they might one day have their own progeny? "I'll go first. I've been single for decades, and I'm older than you all." As the beastman spoke, the others quickly reacted, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Just because you're older doesn't mean you get priority. I'll go first. I'll go first." Listening to their banter, Siyu was rendered speechless. So, even in ancient times, there were individuals of such dubious character? She had originally thought their tall, robust physiques indicated prowess in hunting, yet they displayed such audacity. She wondered what promises had been made to them. Perhaps it was due to the nourishment she had received recently, but Suyu was no longer the frail, emaciated child she had once been. Now, her skin had lightened, her youthful face adorned with a hint of baby fat, her eyes bright and clear, and her hair neatly groomed, making her quite enchanting. "Be good and put down the stone knife. Don't worry, I will take good care of you," one beastman cooed, slowly approaching her in a manner akin to soothing a cub. After all, a mere juvenile with a stone knife posed little threat, the beastmen thought dismissively. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Chapter 28. Dealing with Lianhua, Siyu brandished a stone knife, directing it towards the orc standing before her. Her expression icy as she proclaimed, "Keep your distance, approach any closer, and I shall not hesitate to be ungracious." "In what manner would you be ungracious? Pray, enlighten me." One of them taunted, extending a hand as if to caress Siyu's arm. Siyu gazed upon the filthy orc before her, whose features were obscured by dirt, suppressing the urge to retch. With a graceful flourish, she swung the stone knife in her hand, delivering a decisive blow. Initially, she had contemplated sparing the orc, considering the scarcity of robust warriors within the tribe, yet their audacity had proven to be a grave miscalculation. The unsuspecting orc felt a sharp sting on his cheek, and upon touching it, his hand was instantly stained with blood. His eyes widened in disbelief, and with a menacing glare, he growled, "How dare you injure me? I shall make you regret this." He lunged at Suyu, fists clenched, while Lianhua and Xiang Cao stood by, reveling in the unfolding drama. as the orc charged toward her. Su calmly set her basket down upon the ground. With poise, she sidestepped the orc's flailing arms and raised her stone knife at an acute angle. The blade rested against the orc's neck, slicing through flesh and causing blood to flow freely, creating a stark contrast against his darkened chest. "I warned you not to provoke me," she declared. The orc halted abruptly, paralyzed by fear, his eyes wide and his legs trembling uncontrollably. The chilling sensation of impending death enveloped him, extinguishing his earlier fury. The surrounding tribesmen exchanged glances, bewildered. Though they were not elite warriors, they were formidable male hunters. Yet here they stood, utterly helpless before a mere female wielding a stone knife against one of their own. Witnessing their comrade's bloodied state instilled a sense of trepidation. But soon they rationalized the incident as mere happenstance. After all, just a month prior, she had been a fool, even if she had gained some cunning now. She was still merely a female. With so many of them present, they felt assured that she posed no real threat. Exchanging determined looks, they gradually approached Suyu in a fan-like formation. The orc, seeing his companions drawing near, grew emboldened, momentarily forgetting the knife at his throat. "I advise you to release me and yield to us, or you shall face dire consequences. I know you only succeeded because I was caught off guard," he threatened. Suyu let out a cold sneer, imbued with scorn, as she tightened her grip on the stone dagger. "Let us see whether their movements are swifter than the blade in my hand." The wound on her neck widened, blood flowing more rapidly. And the orcs finally grasped the essence of fear. They shouted in unison, "Wait, wait. Do not approach. Retreat, retreat." Lianhua and Xiang Cao observed the scene of Suyu being surrounded with exhilarating anticipation, convinced of her impending demise. Yet, to their astonishment, the orcs halted, hesitating to advance. Xiang Cao hastily urged, "Charge. Do not fear her. She is merely an underage female. Eliminate her." "But our kin are still in her grasp," one orc remarked, eyeing his bleeding comrade. "What is there to fear? After all, our tribe possesses plenty of members. One more or less makes no difference. Quickly dispose of her. Whoever slays her today shall be rewarded with a young blue ox by my father." Upon hearing Lianhua's words, Xiang Cao further incited, "A whole young blue ox. Consider it carefully. It could sustain you for days." The orcs, initially poised to retreat, exchanged glances at the mention of a whole young blue ox, their eyes glinting as they swallowed greedily. With their tribe's males being few and their hunts yielding relatively scarce prey, the food allocated to them was limited. Gaining courage, one orc boldly declared, "Let us all charge together. Just ensure we do not kill her. Not only shall we procure the young blue ox, but we may also savor the taste of a female. No, no, do not approach. She will truly kill me. I beg you, do not come closer. Arjun, I am sorry, but Lianhua has promised us a young blue ox. You would forsake my life for such a prize?" Silence. An orc swiftly drew a knife across Arjun's neck, and he fell with a thud. "Seeking death, are you? I had considered sparing you. But since you do not value your lives, I shall take them all." Siyu's gaze turned icy, her voice frigid. She would show no mercy. The cries of pain echoed as several fell to the ground. Xiang Cao and Lianhua's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Siyu had struck with such swiftness. All those who had attacked her now lay on the ground, groaning, each with a deep gash across their necks, the air thick with the faint scent of blood. Xiang Cao and Lianhua watched in horror as Arjun fell victim to this fierce young female, incapacitated by a single, lethal blow, while the others remained sprawled helplessly on the ground. Their legs began to tremble, fear finally seeping in, causing them to shudder uncontrollably, too frightened to approach. Exchanging glances, they struggled to compose themselves and, trembling, managed to speak. "Rise. You must rise. Kill her. If you slay her, I shall have my father reward each of you with 2 blue cattle beasts." The orc warriors, paralyzed with shock, were still grappling with disbelief when Lianhua's voice echoed again. "If you choose not to kill her, that is permissible too, as long as you destroy her. She will become the communal female of the tribe, subject to your whims." As Suyu listened to Lianhua's words, a flicker of realization crossed her eyes. This was the second time she had encountered such a sentiment. She swiftly recalled the implications of the statement, finally grasping its meaning. It appeared that this tribe was not entirely as savage as she had presumed. At the very least, they practiced monogamy. Each female was permitted to have but one male partner, and if a female was discovered to be promiscuous within the tribe, she would be deemed a communal possession, regardless of her lineage. Typically, the communal possessions within the tribe were either slaves purchased from outside or captives taken from other tribes. Suyu's gaze turned icy, unable to fathom the depths of malice harbored by these two individuals. Initially intent on taking her life, they now sought something even more nefarious. As she approached with a knife in hand, Xiang Cao and Lianhua suddenly fell to the ground, their legs trembling as they desperately attempted to retreat. "Do not come any closer. My father is Elder Shui. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go. Do you truly believe I fear your father? Even if I were to slay you right now, I possess the means to ensure that not even your corpse would be found. Do you believe me? You wouldn't dare. What I have to fear? You have delivered yourself right into my hands." So you grasped the stone knife in her hand and gently struck it against Lianhua's cheek, leaving behind crimson marks. Lianhua raised her hand to touch her face, and upon seeing the blood on her fingers, her eyes widened in shock. It took her a moment to react before she lunged towards Suyu, exclaiming, "You have ruined my face. I shall kill you. I shall kill you." The vanilla-scented companions, along with the scattered orcs on the ground, watched in trepidation as Lianhua attempted to charge at Suyu, their hearts racing with anxiety. They still harbored the hope that Lianhua might eliminate Suyu, not for any other reason, but for the sake of those two azure bull beasts. Suyu gracefully took a step back, extending her hand to grasp one of Lianhua's hands and pulling it forward. In a swift motion, she kicked towards Lianhua's abdomen while simultaneously bending her hand downwards, producing a sharp crack. Immediately, the air filled with a wretched wail, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. It was only then that the onlookers recognized that Lianhua's hand had been grotesquely broken, bent at a 90-degree angle, while a dark footprint marred her abdomen. The sight of the horrific scene left everyone present in a state of shock, cold sweat trickling down their backs, their hair standing on end. Xiang Cao looked on in fear, questioning whether such an act could truly be accomplished by a female. Clearly, having served the beast god was a testament to her extraordinary capabilities. Suyu furrowed her brows, her gaze piercing like a cold light as she looked at the several orcs sprawled on the ground. With a tone laced with impatience, she remarked, "Are you coming again? Those who refuse to learn and instead prey on the weak, indulging in laziness. What a waste of such a large stature." Noticing their stunned silence, Suyu took the initiative and skillfully delivered a kick, causing one of them to kneel before her. The orcs, regaining their senses, shouted in desperation, "We are sorry. Please spare us. We will never dare to do this again." Suyu gently caressed the stone knife in her hand and spoke in a deliberate manner. "If you wish for me to spare you, it is not entirely out of the question. As long as you agree to let us go, I am open to any request. It is indeed quite simple. You claim to be without partners, do you not? That presents us with two ready options." The orcs turned their gazes toward the fallen Xiang Cao and Lianhua. Xiang Cao was acceptable, but at the mere thought of Elder Shui's brutality, Lianhua sent a shiver down their spines. Noticing the hesitation in their eyes, Suyu pressed on. "What? Do you not wish to comply? Very well, then allow me to vent my frustrations." With that, she raised her stone knife and approached them. The orcs exchanged glances, and seeing the ferocious presence of Suyu, they closed their eyes momentarily, as if resigned to charge at the two individuals. After all, death was inevitable. They might as well embrace a moment of exhilaration before it arrived. "You dare? Who among you would lay a hand on me? My father is Elder Shui, and he will not let you escape unscathed. Lianhua, I beg you spare me. I do not wish to become the communal female of the tribe. This is all Lianhua's idea." Lianhua watched helplessly as the two orcs began to strip away her animal hide, and in an instant, despair engulfed her, prompting a desperate cry. I will not forgive you." So you listened to the pleas for mercy and the curses echoing behind her, accompanied by the faint sounds of flushed cheeks and racing hearts. With an unhurried demeanor, she slung the backpack over her shoulders and made her way towards the tribe. Since their intentions were tainted, it was time for them to experience the bitter fruits of their own actions. As for the few orcs, their neck wounds were not severe. Provided they exercised restraint and kept their emotions in check, given the healing capabilities of this world, they would undoubtedly survive. However, as Suyu stepped into the cave, Ayang excitedly rushed out. "Sister, you have finally returned. Why are you so late today? Look, the sky has already darkened." As Suyu responded to Ayang's words, she gently placed the woven basket on the ground. "I apologize. I became so enchanted upon discovering a vast expanse of medicinal herbs outside that I lost track of time." Before Suyu could finish her words, the startled exclamation of her younger brother echoed in her ears. Sister, how have you managed to bring back so many more trophies than father did?" Suyu felt a sudden jolt in her heart and turned to look at her parents. In the past few days, she had managed to devise various means to conceal the truth, but it seemed that today was no longer feasible. Perhaps it was better to simply tell them, sparing herself the trouble of concocting excuses every time she went out. In truth, the prey was not captured by her. Before she could finish her explanation, Yang, with a look of anxiety, inquired, if the prey was not caught by you, then how did it come to be?" Ada and Jiao set aside their tasks, their faces etched with curiosity and concern as they gazed at her, observing the worried expressions of her family. Suyu feigned a cough and began, "Well, the truth is, I learned a technique called traps from Lord Beast God, which can be utilized for hunting. I have set several traps around the tribe, and I check them every afternoon. So that is how it is," exclaimed Ada. "Sister, I wish to learn as well." "Of course, if you want to learn, I shall teach you tomorrow," Suyu replied. Yang immediately cheered, joyfully darting around the cave. Upon witnessing this scene, Ada felt a profound sense of envy and stared wide-eyed at Suyu. Suyu gazed at the towering figure, who, at this moment, resembled a small dog fixated upon her, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse her body. "If father and mother wish to learn, I shall teach you as well. It is settled then. After our return from the hunt tomorrow, you shall instruct me in the art of trap-making." Suyu gazed at the exuberant family of three, nearly lost in their excitement, and offered a wry smile. It was not that she was unwilling to disclose to her parents where she had ventured. Rather, the entrenched beliefs of her people regarding the Forbidden Mountain were deeply ingrained, casting a long shadow over their perceptions. Despite having encountered numerous new experiences and a slight shift in mindset, revealing her journey to the mountain would likely stir unforeseen troubles. Thus, she deemed it prudent to withhold the truth for the time being, waiting until she sensed her kin were ready to embrace such revelations. Suyu cradled the bowl and chopsticks, her heart swelling with sweetness as she observed the harmonious chatter of a family. However, this idyllic scene was abruptly shattered by a cacophonous voice. "Father, you must help me seek vengeance. It's you." She crippled my hand. A shrill voice lamented. As they looked up, a formidable group led by Elder Shui and Lianhua burst in, accompanied by Elders Jin, Mu, Tu, and Hua. Chapter 30. The elder arrives after the youngsters have been repelled upon seeing Suyu. The elders rushed over, enveloping her in their warmth, entirely disregarding Elder Shui and his entourage. We heard that you fought with Elder Shui's child. Did she harm you? Let us see, they urged. Yes, show us. If she has injured you, we shall stand by your side and make her pay, they insisted. Elder Shui glared at the scene, his face contorting with fury. These were the very individuals he had summoned to uphold justice, yet they were now fawning over the leader's offspring. What did this mean? Beside him, Lianhua was consumed by bitterness. Why should she, a female like Suyu, not receive the same affection from their kin? Anyone with eyes could see that her injuries were far more severe than those of Suyu. Why did they concern themselves with her rather than her? Elder Shui and his daughter were seething with indignation. As Ada overheard Elder Shui's child bullying his own, he sprang to his feet. Oh, Elder Shui, you possess quite a boldness to allow your child to torment our you. Do not think that just because your child is a year older, she can bully mine at will. Ada's words nearly sent Elder Shui reeling. Grabbing Lianhua, he pointed out her wounds to the gathered crowd. Your child bullies mine? Look closely. Who is truly the aggressor? The assembly gasped at the sight of Lianhua, her body marred with bruises and open wounds, one so severe that bone was visible, blood seeping forth. Behold, this is the handiwork of your little one. If you do not provide an explanation today, do not blame me for being ungracious. The elders, upon witnessing Lianhua's condition, immediately grasped the gravity of her plight. A tense silence enveloped the atmosphere as they hesitantly regarded Suyu. With a cold smile, she stepped forward and declared, I harbor no enmity towards Lianhua. Why would I willingly harm her? Since Elder Shui seeks an explanation, allow me to offer one. This afternoon, while foraging for herbs to treat our kin's wounds, I was unexpectedly confronted by Lianhua and a few beastmen from the hunting team, blocking my passage at the entrance of the tribe. The crowd murmured in surprise, observing Lianhua's discomfort, their suspicions growing. It appeared that her misdeeds had backfired. Yet, you should not have treated Lianhua in such a manner. Look at her injuries. They reveal the cruelty of her assailant. Suyu continued. It is merely the consequence of her own actions. They not only seek my life but also wish to transform me into the communal female of the tribe. Fortunately, I acquired some medical knowledge and martial skills from the beast god, which enabled my escape. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to their schemes. Upon hearing these words, several elders were incensed, their faces reddening with fury as they glared at the pitifully feigning Lianhua. Although they were unfamiliar with the meaning of martial arts, it did not hinder their shared indignation. Observing Lianhua's tearful lamentations and the haughty demeanor of Elder Shui beside her, the onlookers among the tribe cast disdainful glances. How brazen she must be, bringing so many people only to be defeated, and then seeking assistance. Indeed, if it were my own offspring, I would have chastised her thoroughly before allowing her to plead for our help, claiming to seek justice for them. How utterly preposterous. Tell me, you too, how dare you stand here? I feel embarrassed for you. Another voice chimed in. Elder Shui, do you have the audacity to come here demanding justice? Your darling has obstructed my kin, and I haven't even sought retribution upon you yet, and yet you dare to. From this moment forth, I shall be your sworn enemy. Elder Shui, incensed by the surrounding jeers, nearly spat blood in fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he waved his hand and shouted, I care not for your words. All I know is that you stands unscathed here, while my precious child lies maimed, her hand ruined, her face disfigured. Today, I shall ensure you pay with your life. With that, he transformed in rage, his hands morphing into lethal claws, lunging towards Suyu. Stop. Do not harm my child. Cease. Do not injure the healer of our tribe. In the midst of this, Ada and the other elders also morphed their hands into claws to intervene. Regret washed over them as they realized they had underestimated Elder Shui's audacity to strike, believing it was merely bravado. As they witnessed the claws nearing Suyu's chest, it became apparent they could not reach in time, and they shouted in terror, You, child, sister. As they beheld the imminent danger to Suyu, both Elder Shui and Lianhua wore victorious smiles. If she were to perish, then. Yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a remarkably agile twist, Suyu shifted her body, her wrist flicking, as a stone knife manifested in her grasp, slicing directly towards Elder Shui's hand. A shrill scream pierced the cavern, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, causing everyone's eardrums to throb painfully. Silence enveloped the scene, with even the heartbeat of the onlookers resonating clearly. The crowd stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at Suyu, while Elder Jin exaggeratedly rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Most bewildered of all was Elder Shui, one of the tribe's rare second-tier warriors, now wounded by a mere female. Come. If you possess the courage, take another step forward. I am eager to see whether my stone knife is swifter or your form is. See you brandish the stone knife. Her gaze fixed warily on Elder Shui, apprehensive of a sudden outburst from him. Although Su Yu cannot transform like the males of the York continent, she retains the combat techniques she learned alongside her father in the military. Coupled with the remarkable explosive power of her current physique and her rigorous training over the past few months, her combat prowess has multiplied several times compared to before. While she certainly cannot defeat Elder Shui in a one-on-one confrontation, when it comes to speed, she dares to claim the second position, leaving no one else to assert they are first. The atmosphere within the cave was thick with tension, which was abruptly shattered by Elder Jin's exclamation. Wow, you are truly formidable. Did you learn these skills from the Lord of Beasts? You are even more impressive than a second-level warrior. As soon as Elder Jin's words fell, Elder Mu chimed in. Indeed. Remarkable. Just now, with a single move, you repelled a second-level warrior. If this were to be shared with our kin. Elder Mu's voice trailed off, as he hesitated, unwilling to continue. The other elders quickly caught on, their gazes filled with eager admiration directed towards Su Yu. Su Yu observed their eager gazes, feeling quite speechless, yet she assured them, rest assured, I will teach everything to our kin. However, not at this moment. When the cold season arrives, and the tribe has little to attend to, I will dedicate time to instruct you. Very well, then, it is settled. When the cold season comes, you must certainly teach us, they replied. Previously, they had dreaded the onset of the cold season, as it heralded the grim fate of some kin succumbing to starvation. Yet, at this moment, they yearned for the cold season to arrive sooner, for it would grant them the opportunity to learn formidable combat skills. The cacophony around them jolted Elder Shui back to reality, and he quickly recognized his embarrassment. His eyes widened in fury as he declared, I shall not rest until I have dealt with you today. My resentment cannot be quelled otherwise. Chapter 31. Expelling Elder Shui and his daughter this time. Ada and several other elders were well prepared. Without Su Yu needing to intervene, Elder Shui was subdued and pressed to the ground by the collective might of the elders. Enough. You lot are quite something. So many of you ganging up on me. All I sought was an apology from the chief's offspring to my child. Yet you resort to this. He spat. How dare you utter such words? This is the second time you have ambushed my child. I am determined to end you. He continued, his anger palpable. I am not merely the leader of the tribe confronting you. I am addressing you as Yu's father. You shamelessly attacked a child. As he spoke, he raised his fists and began to rain blows upon Elder Shui. Ada struck mercilessly, each punch landing with force, drawing blood. Observing that Elder Shui was nearly unconscious and bleeding profusely, Elder Jin quickly wrapped his arms around Ada's waist, urging him to relent. Enough, my old friend. Spare him this time. Do not take his life. Let this be a lesson. The other elders joined in, restraining Ada, for it was imperative not to kill him. Though held back, Ada still appeared ready to pounce on Elder Shui. Elders Jin and Mu glared fiercely at the father and daughter. Are you not leaving? What are you still doing here? Do you truly wish for Ada to finish you off? Elder Shui, with Lotus's assistance, slowly rose, wiping the blood from his face. He growled, mark my words, this matter will not end here. You dare threaten me? Do not leave. I shall engage you for 300 rounds and make you aware that I am not so easily bullied, Ada shouted, attempting once more to charge. The elders struggled to restrain him, merely admonishing Elder Shui to depart swiftly. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Elder Shui knew staying would only lead to his downfall. With a fierce glare at them, he turned and fled with Lotus in tow. Once the father and daughter duo had departed, Elder Jin released Ada and remarked in exasperation. Go on. At your age, you still act so impulsively. If you had killed him today, it would have thrown the tribe into chaos. You speak as if he did not attack your own child. Do you not feel any concern? That remark is excessive. Of course, I feel concern. I was standing with you all just moments ago. As their argument unfolded, Ada suddenly fell silent, turning to gaze intently at Su Yu. Today, when you and Lotus fought, why did you not mention it upon your return? Instead, you deceived us, claiming you had discovered a vast field of medicinal herbs, thus arriving late. Su Yu felt the intense gaze of everyone in the cave fixed upon her, prompting her to offer an awkward smile and retreat a considerable distance. I was merely concerned about your worries, and I've already resolved the situation with the Lotus. I haven't suffered any significant loss, so I thought it unnecessary to inform you all. Observing the unrepentant Dazai, Ada's previously suppressed anger surged once more. You fear we might worry, yet you chose not to inform us? Look at how others have reached our doorstep, and I remain oblivious to the circumstances. Furthermore, why did you leave the tribe without summoning Ahau? Did you disregard our words as mere whispers in the wind? Seeing the furious expression on her father's face, Su Yu realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly explained, I believe that staying close to the tribe would pose no danger, which is why I didn't call Ahau. As the expressions of those within the cave darkened in disapproval, Su Yu quickly raised her hand in a gesture of oath. From now on, every step I take, I shall summon Ahau, Is that acceptable? That is more like it. Ada exchanged glances with a few other elders, and they shared a subtle smile, understanding each other without words. In truth, they were well aware that you preferred solitude, shunning company. However, her value to the tribe was immeasurable, and they genuinely feared losing her. They had contemplated advising her earnestly, but had been too occupied of late. This incident provided the perfect rationale. Soon, the atmosphere in the cave calmed, and everyone simultaneously recalled Yu's remarkable combat prowess. Her abilities were indeed extraordinary. Having single-handedly defeated Elder Shui, a second-tier warrior, they began to question whether the first-tier beast they encountered had ever been a fifth-tier warrior, suspecting it might have been slain by Yu herself. Yet, this remained merely conjecture, for she was still but a cub. Yang stood quietly in a corner of the cave, observing the unfolding scene. The memory of recent peril made his heart race. In that moment, he resolved firmly, gripping the beast core in his palm, and swiftly approached Ada. Father, I wish to consume this beast core tonight. I aspire to become a first-tier warrior. Ada was conversing with several elders when he heard Yang's declaration. He paused, turning to the boy, who pursed his lips, his gaze resolute. The cave fell silent as all eyes turned to him. Ada studied his son intently, recognizing the seriousness in Yang's demeanor, which left no room for jest. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." The youthful voice was unwavering. "His posture is steadfast as a pine tree. It will be quite painful. Have you considered the consequences?" "I have thought it through. Please, father, rest assured. I will become a first-tier warrior." After a moment of contemplation, Ada placed a hand on Yang's shoulder. "Then I shall support you. But you must understand. Once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. At that time, I will not permit you to harm yourself." Yang glanced at the beast core in his hand, then turned to Su Yu, ultimately nodding with firm conviction. "Do not worry, father. I will endure. I will become a first-tier warrior." "Very well. Ajiao, bring all the food we have in the cave." Ajiao nodded and gathered the meager food supplies accumulated over the past few days, placing them aside. "I have some food at home. Wait, I shall fetch it." "I also have a little. I will return shortly." "I have some as well." Su Yu gazed in bewilderment at the once lively cavern, which gradually became tense. Soon, the four elders returned to the cave, bearing provisions. As Yang was about to place the beast core into his mouth, Ada suddenly grasped his hand, hesitatingly saying, "Yang, there's no need to rush. You could wait a few more years, until you reach maturity." Yang resolutely shook his head in response, swallowed the beast core whole, and then seated himself cross-legged to commence his awakening. Su Yu observed their anxious demeanor, somewhat perplexed. Was it merely the desire to consume the beast core? Why did it seem as though they were facing a life-and-death situation? Chapter 32. Yang becomes a level 1 warrior. However, she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Within 5 minutes, Yang writhed in agony on the ground, accompanied by waves of a foul stench emanating from his body. Su Yu rubbed her eyes in disbelief, gazing once more at the scene before her. She was not mistaken. Indeed, she witnessed the astonishing phenomenon of Yang's bones and flesh reconstituting themselves. Starting from the outermost layer of skin, progressing inward through muscles and bones, each layer transformed gradually, piece by piece. The agony was unimaginable. As she observed her younger brother's suffering and heartrending cries, Su Yu felt utterly powerless. Ada and the elders looked on helplessly as Yang writhed on the ground, their hearts laden with anxiety and sorrow. In that moment, they were rendered incapable of offering any assistance, merely circling around Yang in a frantic state. A mother, overwhelmed with emotion, collapsed into Ada's embrace, weeping silently. Su Yu watched anxiously as Yang writhed in pain on the ground. As she prepared to rush forward to assist him, she was intercepted by Ada and others. "Don't go over there. You won't be able to help him. He must endure this trial on his own." Ada wiped away the tears from his face, remarking that it is often said that a man does not shed tears lightly, but only when he reaches a point of true sorrow. The scarcity of warriors is not merely due to the difficulty in obtaining beast cores. The process of becoming a warrior is one that many cannot endure. Even if someone is fortunate enough to acquire a beast core and withstand that initial suffering, the subsequent demand for sustenance can be overwhelmingly daunting. Su Yu hung her head in despondency, the anguished cries of Yang resonating painfully in her ears, each utterance striking at her heart. She understood her brother's sentiments. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It could have been an hour, or perhaps 2. Su Yu felt that time was dragging on unbearably. Now, she regretted giving the beast core to her younger brother. Had she withheld it from Yang, he would not have suffered so greatly today. The wait was always excruciatingly long, and by the time Yang could barely sit up, he had transformed into a shadow of his former self. A terrible stench emanated from him, reminiscent of a foul latrine. Even Yang was repulsed by his own odor. Knowing how fastidious his sister was, she would surely be unable to tolerate such a smell. Thus, he swiftly turned and darted outside the cave, exclaiming, "I must wash this off. I'll be back in a moment." The onlookers watched as Yang regained his vitality, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Amu fainted directly into Ah Fu's embrace. "Congratulations, old friend. Our tribe has gained another level 1 warrior. And he is still a minor. Indeed, indeed. This is a great honor for our tribe. When Yang returned to the cave after cleansing himself, Suyu immediately noticed that his skin had lightened considerably, and he had grown taller. Where's the food? I'm starving. I feel as though I could devour an entire azure bull beast. Seeing Yang's revitalized demeanor, Da's heart swelled with joy as he patted the prepared meat beside him. Fear not. It has been ready for quite some time, all thanks to your elders and your sister. Without them, even if you became a level 1 warrior, there would be no food to replenish your strength. What you say is true. It is our tribe's glory that Yang has become a level 1 warrior. What is a mere morsel of food in comparison? Yes, indeed. Dig in and let us see where your limits lie. Upon hearing this, Yang ceased his reluctance and began to devour the freshly roasted meat voraciously. While he indulged, Suyu quietly sat beside him, checking his pulse. Noticing that he had no significant issues other than some fatigue, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. In less than half an hour, Yang had completely consumed all the food in the cave. How do you feel? Have you noticed any changes in your body? Are you full? Or do you wish to eat more? Yang wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and shook his head, saying, No, I am full. I feel invigorated. And my body feels much lighter. With that, he stood up and swiftly made his way outside the cave. The night was pitch dark. But Yang confidently approached a large boulder and struck it with his fist, shattering it into fragments. Ecstatic at having reduced the stone to rubble, he turned and embraced Suyu, exclaiming, Sister, look, I am now a level 1 warrior. From now on, I can protect you. Hearing Yang's words filled Suyu with a deep sorrow. The immense pain he endured to become a level 1 warrior was all for her sake. In that moment, she genuinely regarded Yang as her brother. Previously, she had viewed this family merely as the relatives of the body she inhabited, even perceiving them as a burden. Though she treated them well out of obligation, their bond had not yet reached the depths of her heart. However, at this moment, she wholeheartedly accepted them, cherishing them as true parents and siblings. Under the moonlight, Suyu resolved to ensure that her family would lead a life free from worries and hardships. The following day, news of Yang becoming a first-class warrior was announced throughout the clan, eliciting an uproar of joy among the tribespeople. Many members of the clan presented all the food they had stored at home to Ada. Although Ada initially intended to decline their generous offerings, she reconsidered, knowing that her child would require a substantial amount of nourishment to convert into energy over the next fortnight. Thus, she graciously accepted their provisions. Naturally, Yang was also afforded the opportunity to undergo training, freely traversing the vicinity of the tribe. Although he could not accompany the hunting party, the prospect of adventure brought him immense delight. Suyu occasionally ventured to the back mountain, capturing prey to replenish Yang's energy. Time swiftly passed, and after half a month, Yang finally stabilized, his appetite returning to normal. Now, aside from tending to the ailing tribesmen within the tribe, Suyu spent the remainder of her time foraging for herbs with the selected females nearby. With the protection of Yang and Ahau, Ada and the others felt considerably more at ease, allowing them to traverse the surroundings of the tribe. Dehei's wound had completely healed, and the 7 tribesmen whom Suyu had assured were now successfully treated, joining the hunting party. Suyu's significance in the eyes of her kin was ever increasing. While her younger brothers and Ahau diligently honed their hunting skills, this left the faction of Elder Shui in a state of relentless torment, akin to being roasted over a fire, yet they found neither the time nor opportunity to retaliate against them. Despite occasionally employing underhanded tactics, they never crossed the limits set by Suyu and thus chose to turn a blind eye. After all, one cannot bite back at a dog that has bitten you. One day, as Suyu had just placed the gathered herbs in a sieve to dry, she noticed Yang running excitedly toward her, clutching several wild rabbits. Sister, look what I caught. Suyu caught a faint whiff of the metallic scent of blood in the air, her brow furrowed in confusion as she lifted her gaze. Little brother, are you injured? Upon hearing Suyu's words, Yang belatedly remembered the wound on his arm and quickly concealed his hand behind his back. It's nothing serious. Just a minor injury, hardly painful at all. Suyu forcibly withdrew her arm from Yang's back, observing the wound still oozing blood. How could it not hurt? She said. Hand over the rabbit to them. Sit tight. I shall apply some medicine for you. Yang, glancing at his stern sister, dared not act out of line and obediently relinquished his catch to the side, where Ahau stood. In Chapter 33, Suyu instructs Yang. A team dedicated to harvesting wild grass walked along, frequently glancing back at Yang and Suyu, filled with envy. Alas, why can't I have such a gentle sister? One lamented. Indeed, Yu is so tender-hearted. I wonder which family's little one will benefit from her kindness in the future. Upon hearing this, Ahau felt a jolt in his heart and, almost instinctively, turned his head. He found Suyu carefully tending to Yang's arm, and for reasons unknown, a sense of discomfort welled within him, prompting a desire to separate the two who were so closely positioned. Suyu furrowed her brows as she gazed upon the 2 gruesome wounds on Yang's arm. How did you get injured? Today, while I was with Brother Ahau, we stumbled upon a rabbit's nest. In the midst of capturing them, I inadvertently got bitten by the mother rabbit. Suyu was on the verge of speaking when she suddenly heard the distant sound of a horn. In that moment, Yang sprang up like a man who had found salvation and dashed outside, exclaiming, "Sister, father, and the others have returned. It's time to distribute the food. I will go find father." Watching her younger brother vanish in a flash, Suyu could only shake her head in resignation. She gathered her herbs and stealthily made her way towards the back mountain. When Suyu returned to the tribe with her catch, she spotted Lianhua and Xiang Cao in the distance, accompanied by several females, blocking her path home. Suyu's eyes flickered as she approached leisurely. "What do you intend to do? Is the lesson from last time insufficient? Could you impart your medical knowledge to me? I wish to learn your art of healing." Suyu gazed at Lianhua with an expression akin to that of a fool, and with a chuckle, she exclaimed, "What kind of wind has blown in? Where is your sense of shame? Have you rubbed it on the ground? After your audacious actions towards me, you still dare to ask for my guidance in medicine?" Lianhua, upon witnessing Suyu's lofty demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, she recalled that it was precisely Suyu's medical skills that garnered her the admiration of their kin. If she, too, were to acquire such knowledge, would it not enable her to seek protection from others, and similarly earn the affection of her family? Contemplating these thoughts, Lianhua struggled to temper her temper. "What? Are you unwilling?" Suyu cast her a scornful glance and, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice, remarked, "If it were you in my position, would you truly be willing? How could one not be willing? A while ago, I recognized my missteps. Yet was it not your exceptional prowess that compelled me to act thus? In the past, all the clansmen rallied around me, but ever since your awakening, everything has shifted. Therefore, to preserve my standing, I must eliminate you. Should you be inclined to impart your medical knowledge to me and assist in securing a house affection, I would be willing to overlook the transgressions of the past." Suyu gazed at the shameless and unrepentant Lianhua, momentarily at a loss for words. Questioning whether this woman had been struck by a donkey, she had no desire to remain in Lianhua's presence for even a second, adjusting her burden before turning to depart. It was not out of fear of Lianhua, but rather a recognition that engaging with someone of such limited intellect would diminish her own stature. Upon witnessing Suyu's departure, Lianhua and the female companions she had brought grew anxious, swiftly positioning themselves in front of Suyu to obstruct her path. Suyu regarded them with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor completely devoid of one, leisurely caressing the stone knife in her hand. Lianhua, together with Xiang Cao, cautiously stepped back, creating distance between them. You cannot leave. Will you, or will you not agree to teach me the art of medicine?" "You may find yourself disappointed," she replied. "I am not a magnanimous individual. My heart is quite small. After what you have done to me, there is no possibility of my teaching you the healing arts. I am in a rather good mood at the moment, and do not intend to pursue the matter of your ambush against me. Thus, it would be wise for you to recognize your position, to distance yourself from my sight, depart as far as you can. Do not make me regret the decision I have just made." After Suyu finished speaking, she boldly pushed past Lianhua and Xiang Cao, striding down the mountain with an air of arrogance. Lianhua, witnessing Suyu's brazen demeanor and recalling the recent humiliation she had endured, felt a surge of indignation. In a fit of despair, she shouted, "I will not let you get away with this. I am always ready to confront you. If you dare to bully my sister again, do you believe I will not bring you to your knees?" Suyu was utterly disinterested in Lotus and intended to return to the cave. However, unexpectedly, Aeyong emerged, charging towards Lotus like a young calf. Before Lotus and Xiang Cao could comprehend the situation, Aeyong struck the tree trunk with a fist, causing them to fall to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The entire incident transpired so swiftly that Suyu barely had time to react. Witnessing Aeyong prepare to strike again, Suyu hastily intervened, saying, "Little brother, let's not stoop to their level. Come, we must return. Our parents will worry if we do not." Once Aeyong confirmed that his sister was unharmed, he ceased his aggression, yet continued to glare at them menacingly, warning, "I strongly advise you to tread carefully. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my sister, no matter where you flee, I will relentlessly pursue you to the ends of the earth." Suyu gazed at her impetuous younger brother, fully aware that in this world, the strong prey upon the weak. Yet, she harbored no desire for him to mature into a being who, in moments of crisis, resorts solely to brute force without employing reason. "Yang, do you comprehend why I spared Lianhua's life the last time she confronted me? Why? Because our perspectives and aspirations differ fundamentally." "What do we mean by perspective and aspiration?" Lianhua merely fixated on her immediate losses, driven by a singular desire to eliminate me. But have you ever considered what would ensue if she succeeded? How would father and the esteemed elders respond? It goes without saying. They would undoubtedly retaliate against Elder Shui and his faction. Setting aside your identity as the chief's progeny, you are the sole healer within our tribe. If I were to kill Lianhua, Elder Shui would certainly seek vengeance against father and the others. At that point, it would transcend a mere conflict between father and Elder Shui. It would evolve into a matter concerning the entire tribe. What is there to fear? Are we truly intimidated by Elder Shui's faction? If it comes to blows, then let it be. Observing Yang's nonchalant demeanor, Suyu let out a deep sigh and reiterated the current dynamics of their tribe. "You must remember, it is not out of fear that I refrain from action, but rather because we are the chief's offspring. We must always consider the tribe's welfare before undertaking any endeavor, especially in times of internal strife and external threats. Do you understand? Moreover, Issues cannot always be resolved through sheer force. There are times when we must employ our intellect to find solutions. So you proceeded to cite various instances where wisdom triumphed over brute force. According to you, sister, employing intellect is indeed far more formidable than resorting to violence. She remarked, this is undoubtedly true. Therefore, from this day forth, my little brother, when confronted with challenges, our foremost consideration should be to resolve them with wisdom. She continued, henceforth, you must harness the power of your intellect to enlighten those who only know how to rely on force. Do you understand? I comprehend your message, sister. And I assure you that I will strive to be less impulsive in the future. At that moment, Suyu remained unaware that her mere words would alter a Yang's life forever. Thus, we must quietly excel, and regarding the obstacles presented by Elder Shui and Lianhua, we can perceive them as mere stepping stones in our journey of growth, as long as we cultivate our own strength. When we encounter individuals more formidable than Elder Shui and Lianhua in the future, do you believe we will still be fearful? Certainly not. Chapter 34. A Jiao confronts adversity. Su Yu and her younger brother entered the cave, engaged in cheerful conversation, only to discover that it was filled with people. Elder Jean eagerly rushed over, taking the basket off Su Yu's back and extracting a plump catch from within. These creatures are all those you retrieved from the traps. Su Yu nodded, and before she had the chance to speak, a Yang, visibly displeased, interjected, Elders, it is already dark. You should return to your own caves. Humph. If you don't wish to leave, do you intend to linger here for a meal? My sister always has to prepare so much. It is quite exhausting. Ha. There is no rush, one of the elders replied with a chuckle. Look, I have brought my own provisions. Tonight, I plan to share a fire with you all. And I as well. Count me in. Su Yu gazed at the elders, who typically wielded authority within the tribe, now resembling helpless cubs as they lingered in her cave. With a resigned shake of her head, she dutifully followed her mother to attend to the game. Ever since she had inadvertently showcased her culinary skills on a previous occasion, these elders had taken to frequenting her cave, seeking a meal whenever they had the chance. Su Yu and her mother were diligently gathering wild vegetables and mushrooms, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Ayang recounted her words in detail to Ada and several other elders. While Ada beamed with pride, the elders exchanged glances, noting Ayang's youthful naivety, and scrutinized the tribe's young ones. However, they found none with the insight and breadth of mind comparable to Su Yu. Alas, she was a female. Had she been male, she could have been groomed as the next leader. Yet, having encountered the beast god, Su Yu was unlike others, contributing significantly to the tribe. A radical notion suddenly swept through their minds. Who said a female could not lead? If they entrusted the tribe to this remarkable woman, might their community transform for the better? Nevertheless, they merely entertained this thought, as the idea of a female leader was unprecedented. Despite her contributions, numerous factors warranted consideration. If they were to elevate Su Yu to leadership, it would undoubtedly require a formidable struggle, not to mention, the obstacle posed by Elder Shui would be insurmountable. As they pondered, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the cave, prompting them to rise and stretch their necks, peering eagerly at the pot. Is the meal ready yet? Can we eat now? Almost there, almost there. Su Yu distributed a bowl of mushroom meat soup to each of them. The soup was undeniably fresh, yet it lacked the essential flavor of salt, leaving an inexplicable void. Thus, she resolved to attend the Qianzu conference primarily to procure salt, harboring little expectation for anything else. With salt, she could prepare cured meat, ensuring that during the cold season, no tribe member would suffer from hunger. As they fervently enjoyed their meal, Elder Shui, accompanied by the tearful Xiang Cao and Lianhua, re-entered Su Yu's cave. Ada, you must provide me with an explanation. My child, with the best of intentions, sought to learn medicine from your offspring, yet your young indiscriminately assaulted my child. A flicker of impatience crossed Ada's and the elders' faces. This incessant crying for explanations was becoming tiresome. Were it not for his status as a second-level warrior, they might have wished to expel him. Before anyone could respond, Ayang leapt up, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. Was she really there to learn medicine from my sister? It seems more like she brought a group intending to confront her. No, father. I truly did not bring anyone to fight her. I simply wanted you to teach me medicine. Well, I'm unaware of that. All I know is that you were blocking your sister's path, and I assumed you intended to confront her, especially since you had previously done so. Watching Ayang incessantly accuse his little companion, the child found no opportunity for defense. Elder Shui waved his hand dismissively, asserting, enough. You must provide me with an explanation. A first-level warrior bullying a female member of our tribe is utterly unacceptable and must be met with severe punishment. Otherwise, the males in our tribe may follow suit. Explain what? Where is the wrongdoing in Ayang protecting his sister? And you dare speak of the males in our tribe following suit? You come into our cave, which can only be interpreted as a second-level warrior bullying and underage you. You are simply unreasonable. I am not unreasonable. Clarify yourself. Look at Ayang. He is not yet an adult. How can this be considered bullying? If anything, your child is simply too weak. I advise you to keep your child sheltered within the cave, lest she be blown away by the wind and claim she was bullied. As soon as this remark left Elder Shui's lips, Laughter erupted from those in the cave. Elder Shui's expression shifted rapidly, and his clenched fists cracked ominously. Though he hesitated to act due to the presence of Ada and several elders, Elder Jean wiped away tears of laughter and said, "Indeed, I believe Ajiao is right. There is no need for explanations. Ayang was merely overzealous in protecting Suyu. It is understandable. Yes, I concur. After all, we have watched Yang grow up. How could he possibly bully a female? He is simply protective of his sister. You all are simply shielding them." Ayang, noticing Elder Shui's reddening face, raised his small fist and declared loudly, "I warn you, anyone who dares to bully my sister again, I will knock them out, no matter who they are." Just as Ayang finished speaking, Ajiao picked up a nearby fire stick and fiercely declared, "Ayang is right. You have repeatedly bullied my little companion. Next time, it won't just be Yang. I won't spare you either. If I cannot win, I will bite you." Ajiao glared at them, tossing the fire stick forward, causing it to spark as it hit the ground. Observing the anger in the eyes of the few, Elder Shui and the others took a few fearful steps back. You are simply intolerable. Relying on your family's strength to bully us, I will inform the tribe and let them see your true colors. Watching an elder speak like a child playing house, Suyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Ada raised his fist in a threatening manner, saying, "Will you leave or not? If you don't blame me for being impolite. Do you truly think you are invincible?" With everyone in the cave watching them with hostile intent, Elder Shui turned to leave, though not before uttering a few final remarks. Observing this scene, Suyu felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, a line of frustration forming on her forehead. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an odd familiarity with this situation. Wasn't this reminiscent of the recurring scenes at the end of the cartoon featuring Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Seeing Suyu trembling with suppressed laughter, several elders approached to pat her shoulder in comfort. "Do not fear. He wouldn't dare bully you. If he does, we will not let him off easily. And sister, I am now a first-level warrior. I too have the capability to protect you." As everyone engaged in their spirited discussions, Elder Jean exclaimed, "Where has my little one run off to? I told him to ensure Yu's safety, and now she finds herself in danger again. I must return and discipline him." Before Suyu could call out, Elder Jean had already dashed outside. Chapter 35. Suyu is captured today unfolded just like any other day. Under the protection of Ayang and Alai, Suyu and the tribe gathered herbs and cut wild grasses around the village. Let us return. See how the sun has set. The hunting team will likely be back soon." Suyu bundled the buplurum in her hands and tossed it into her backpack, standing up to massage her somewhat weary waist. "All right, let us return," she uttered. No sooner had her words left her lips than Ayang and Ali, who had been standing behind her, abruptly darted away, each seeking refuge in a towering tree, swiftly climbing up to survey their surroundings with heightened vigilance. In an instant, Suyu's heart began to race uncontrollably, her blood boiling with an intense fervor. It felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon her chest, rendering her breathless. While a piercing agony surged through her head, the cries of the surrounding creatures echoed with a sorrowful despair, each lament striking the eardrums of her kin like a divine curse. A profound sense of impending peril surged towards her. Suyu realized that this time she had encountered something formidable, possibly even more powerful than the first-class beast she had previously faced. She turned her head to inform her kin to retreat to the tribe for safety, only to find them all kneeling on the ground, hands clasped over their heads, trembling in fear. Suyu rushed over, eager to assist them in rising, but after helping several, she realized her kin could hardly stand. Observing her trembling clan members kneeling on the ground, a wave of anxiety surged within her. In desperation, she shouted, "Hurry, we must leave. Let us return to the tribe. The hunting party will soon be back. The chief and elder Deheishui are formidable second-tier warriors." Suyu's words finally struck a chord with them. As the clan members gritted their teeth and rose to their feet, trembling, Suyu assisted a fellow tribesman and proceeded towards the tribe. While Ah Hao and Ah Yang descended from the tree with solemn expressions, ready to offer their aid while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. They needed to return swiftly, as the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. The tribesmen huddled closely together, advancing step by step, yet every movement was arduous, as if an unseen weight bore down upon them, rendering their progress nearly impossible. One tribesman grasped Suyu's hand, transferring her to Ah Hao with great seriousness, urging, You must go. Do not concern yourself with us. We are but burdens to the tribe. Our demise holds little consequence. You are the beacon of hope for our people. Do not utter such foolishness. We are a united front. No one must face peril alone. Let us rally our spirits. Once we return to the tribe, all will be well." Though the tribesmen yearned for Suyu to depart for her safety, she resolutely refused to abandon them. Gritting her teeth and laboriously moving forward step by step, Suyu suppressed her discomfort as she watched her kin move sluggishly, her heart filled with urgency. In that moment, she truly wished to slap herself twice. All along, she had harbored a sense of superiority, believing that her modern upbringing would suffice even in this ancient realm, reveling in her own self-satisfaction. Yet, it was at this very moment that she grasped the harsh realities of this world. It was a place where the weak were devoured by the strong. The knowledge she had acquired previously seemed utterly trivial here. Simultaneously, Su made a resolute decision in her heart. She vowed to grow stronger, to become immensely powerful, and to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Su realized they were confronting an extraordinarily formidable foe, for they had yet to lay eyes on its true form. The aura emanating from it had already suffocated her kin, leaving them breathless. Should they encounter it directly, they would likely lack the strength to resist. Meanwhile, the hunting party ambled back to the tribe, carrying their prey. Ada gazed at the overcast sky, feeling an inexplicable unease, as if something ominous was about to unfold. What was the matter with Elder Shui today? After only a brief period of hunting, he had declared himself unwell and chose to return to the tribe for rest. Not only Elder Shui, but also the orc retainers who had always supported him had vanished. What was so surprising about that? This was not the first time the second hunting team had resorted to trickery. Despite possessing excellent hunting skills, they still opted for laziness. And that individual dared to aspire to leadership. Indeed, even if Ada were to consent, it would ultimately depend on our agreement. I certainly would not acquiesce. Look at the second team. They only captured a few small prey today, and when it comes time to distribute the meat, they will surely stir up trouble again. They refuse to exert themselves during the hunt, yet they take more than anyone else during the feast. How shameful. Carrying a fierce beast upon his shoulders. Ada listened to the murmurs of his kin. Suddenly struck by a thought, he whirled around and seized an orc, anxiously demanding, "What did you say?" Elder Shui returned after only half a day of hunting, and those sycophants accompanied him? Yes, indeed. The other elders, noticing Ada's tense demeanor, hurried to inquire. Upon learning that Elder Shui had returned to the tribe prematurely, an unsettling premonition welled up within them. Dehei, Elder Jean, Elder Mu, Elder Hua. You must hasten back to the tribe with me. Elder Tu, please lead the hunting team back. It's fine. You go ahead. And take a few more with you. The foremost males, aware of the gravity of the situation, stood up and declared, I will accompany you back to the tribe. Me too. Count me in. Ada regarded the eager tribesmen, ultimately selecting a few of the more agile individuals. He and several elders sprinted back to the tribe, each silently praying they would arrive in time. If Elder Shui dared to strike at Su this time, they would not let him go unpunished. Meanwhile, Su Yu, alongside Ah Hao and Ah Yang, was maintaining their formation when she suddenly sensed several unfamiliar currents in the air. Among these currents, she detected traces of familiarity, causing her heart to leap. It seemed a grand battle was imminent. She stealthily reached into her hide pouch, actually accessing her spatial storage to grasp her handgun. Her kin, enduring their discomfort, trudged forward step by step, when one of them, overwhelmed by a severe headache, stumbled and fell to the ground. Su cast the pistol back into the spatial void and hurried forward to assist her, but a sudden turn of events transpired. From an unknown source, a pitch-black tail emerged, ensnaring Su Yu's waist and swiftly dragging her into the depths of the dense forest. Sister! Ah Yang took a few steps after her, helplessly witnessing the tail envelop Su Yu and vanish into the thicket. As he contemplated transforming into his beast form to pursue her, a white shadow darted past him. Yang, take these tribespeople back to the village. I will chase after your sister and check on our father and the chief to see if they have returned to assist us. Although Yang was deeply concerned for Su Yu's safety, he realized that following her would be of no help at this moment. It would be wiser to escort the others back to the village and summon his father and the elders. He wiped the tears from his face and turned to urge the tribespeople, get up. Move quickly back to the village. Chapter 36. Su Yu in peril. Perhaps it was the unexpected upheaval, or perhaps Su Yu's disappearance, but the tribespeople unleashed their utmost potential and began to run. Meanwhile, Su Yu was being dragged forward by the tail, colliding with trees and crashing to the ground. After another violent impact against a tree, she coughed up blood, and the pain in her head seemed to ease slightly, alongside the burden on her body. It was unclear how far she had been pulled, but Su Yu understood that they must have exited the village's territory. She could only wonder about the fate of her younger brothers. She harbored some suspicions about her captor, but remained clueless as to the true nature of the beast. Would it pose any threat to the tribe? Suppressing the excruciating pain, Su Yu carefully extracted the stone dagger from the leather pouch and plunged it fiercely into the tail. Instantly, the tail recoiled violently, and the appendage that had ensnared Su Yu's waist withdrew abruptly. Freed from the burden of the tail, she executed a somersault in midair, utilizing the surrounding trees to gracefully descend to the forest floor, surveying her surroundings. With her keen nose and ears attuned, she could distinctly sense the presence of several lurking beastmen nearby. From the onset, Su Yu had harbored suspicions regarding the intruders, prompting her to call out into the thicket. I know it is you, Elder Shui. Reveal yourself. As a second-tier warrior, I trust you would disdain such furtive antics. Step forth, and let us engage in a fair contest. Even in death, I would accept my fate willingly. Yet, amidst the cacophony of wild beasts, an unsettling silence enveloped the forest, leaving Su Yu perplexed as she blinked in astonishment. It appeared she had overestimated Elder Shui's integrity. Not everyone possessed the fortitude of her father and the elders, willing to face the consequences of their actions. Su Yu calmed her mind. Since you are unwilling to reveal yourself, I shall find a way to draw you out. She grasped the pistol firmly in her hand and fired a shot at the towering tree before her, positioned at a right angle. In an instant, a shadowy figure appeared, swiftly leaping to another great tree, then bounding to an adjacent one. Suyu fired several shots in succession, yet failed to hit her target. Those who lurked in the shadows gazed in astonishment at the formidable weapon in her hands, their faces etched with fear. They had never encountered such a device. Yet its power was palpable. Among them, 2 individuals had already contemplated retreat, wishing to withdraw. However, upon catching a glimpse of the cold and ruthless gaze of another, they swallowed hard and steeled themselves to persevere in the task they had yet to complete. The shots fired by Suyu startled several ferocious birds perched upon the towering tree. She lifted her gaze and surveyed her surroundings. On the nearest tree stood a few colossal birds, each as large as an ostrich, coldly fixated upon her. Their sharp beaks bore faint traces of blood. Suyu cast a frigid glance at them, brandishing her handgun. Sensing the impending danger, the massive birds flapped their wings and took flight into the distance. With their departure, Suyu exhaled deeply. Had they remained, she would have found herself in a perilous situation, ensnared between 2 threats. Suyu attentively surveyed her surroundings when, all of a sudden, she felt a chilling gaze fixated upon her. Instinctively, she fired a shot in that direction and sprinted forward. Just as she was on the verge of reaching her destination, a fierce gust, imbued with a deadly glint, surged toward her vital points. Drawing upon her combat skills, she swiftly evaded the attack, yet her arms still bore the brunt of the assault. With a quick twist, she endured the pain and engaged in a few exchanges with her assailant. However, the force was overwhelmingly formidable, exceeding even that of the first-tier ferocious beast she had encountered. Coupled with its astonishing speed, Suyu could hardly discern the creature's appearance. After several exchanges, she was once again sent sprawling to the ground by a powerful kick, causing the stone knife from her leather pouch to clatter violently onto the earth. Suyu sought to reach into the void for her pistol, yet her speed was no match for her adversary, forcing her to clumsily evade the onslaught while searching for an opportune moment. As she retreated, her hand unexpectedly brushed against the stone knife. Before her mind could fully comprehend, her body instinctively reacted, grasping the knife with an ingenious precision, plunging it fiercely into the hand of the approaching orc. Seizing the moment of the orc's pained gasp, Suyu swiftly rose, retreating a few paces before delivering a kick squarely to the creature's chest. The orc staggered back, silent yet seething with fury, his eyes flashing with a malevolent glint that turned a deep crimson, radiating a desire to see Suyu utterly annihilated. With a grim determination, the orc extracted the stone knife from his palm, grotesquely licking the blood from its blade. Taking advantage of Suyu's momentary distraction, he lunged forward, thrusting the knife towards her vital points. In a desperate roll, Suyu narrowly evaded the strike, though not without sustaining a gash on her arm. Observing that his initial attack had not claimed her life, the orc emitted a peculiar sound. Soon, several fully transformed orcs appeared beside him, and with a commanding call, he directed them all to charge at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu bore numerous wounds upon her body, rendering her utterly incapable of contending with these few individuals, forcing her to retreat while engaging in combat. She was acutely aware that her subordinates would undoubtedly seek reinforcements upon discovering her absence. If she could merely delay for a sufficient duration, a glimmer of hope would remain. Just as Suyu was entangled in a fierce struggle with the orcs, the leader among them suddenly let out a piercing howl into the air. Instantly, the other orcs ceased their assault and withdrew to stand beside their leader. As Suyu stood bewildered, contemplating her next move, an ominous, foul-smelling black object hurtled towards her. Suyu, filled with apprehension of a potential deception, swiftly retrieved her handgun from its concealed space. A sharp whoosh echoed as a dark object plummeted to the ground, emitting a series of anguished cries. Suyu fixed her gaze upon the ground, where a black animal cub had fallen. The little creature flailed its limbs a few times before swiftly succumbing to its fate. As the cub's cries faded into silence, several formidable beasts emerged from the dense forest, their predatory eyes fixed intently upon Suyu. Suyu gazed at the creatures, which bore a striking resemblance to the cub on the ground, and her complexion instantly turned pale. At this moment, she finally comprehended their sinister intentions, an exquisite ploy of using a borrowed blade to eliminate an adversary. These beasts exhibited an unmistakable ferocity, their appearance reminiscent of modern-day monkeys, adorned with jagged, yellowed teeth, and 2 sharp fangs protruding prominently from their jaws. As they moved, a foul liquid dripped from their elongated fangs onto the ground, releasing a pungent stench. Their movements were swift. What had once been a considerable distance from Suyu had now diminished, as they leapt to her side, baring their teeth and encircling her tightly. Suyu gazed at the formidable beast that loomed before her, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over her as she swallowed hard. The creature glanced down at the lifeless form of its young cub on the ground, then turned its piercing gaze upon Suyu, releasing a heart-wrenching roar before lunging towards her. Suyu raised the pistol in her hand and fired at the monkey closest to her. With a resounding bang, the monkey, which had been in mid-run, suddenly collapsed, blood oozing from its forehead. The other monkeys, upon witnessing this scene, immediately halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Suyu. Their fur bristled slightly, and they covered their ears, emitting a cacophony of screeches. Yet none dared to approach her. Suyu observed their demeanor as they covered their ears, pondering to herself whether these creatures were, perhaps, afraid of sound. Suyu fired a shot at a large tree, initially intending to scare away the creatures that resembled monkeys. However, her actions unexpectedly provoked them to a greater extent. Among the troop of monkeys, one slightly larger than the others let out a piercing howl toward the sky. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently around Suyu, followed by the haunting cries of despair echoing from all directions. This is dire. Suyu turned and fled, glancing back to behold a multitude of monkeys, accompanied by an array of stones, branches, and fruits, hurtling towards her like cannonballs. Chapter 37. A How arrives. Suyu gazed at the multitude of monkeys charging towards her, an involuntary shiver coursing through her body as she swiftly turned and began to sprint. Monkeys were, without a doubt, her most detested creatures. Despite summoning every ounce of strength she possessed, she found herself unable to outrun the stones and fruits hurled her way. Another stone struck her back, sending a metallic taste to her throat as she coughed up blood, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Sensing the relentless approach of the monkeys behind her, her expression shifted slightly. These wretched creatures were indeed like tenacious adhesive, impossible to shake off. Seizing a moment as she rounded a corner, Suyu contorted her body in a manner few could achieve, drawing her pistol and firing a shot behind her. In that instant, she caught sight of thousands of monkeys, their fierce eyes fixed on her, clutching an array of peculiar objects. They opened their gaping maws, shrieking in disarray, with streams of saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, creating an utterly repulsive sight. Suyu's face turned pale as she tightly gripped the stone knife and the handgun in her hands, the gravity of the situation far exceeding what she had just witnessed. The Monkey King, observing the swiftly approaching bullets, tilted his head aside, causing the projectile to graze his fur and strike one of the monkeys behind him. The unfortunate creature fell to the ground, thrashing its limbs a few times before succumbing to silence. The remaining monkeys, upon witnessing this, screeched in a cacophony reminiscent of Tarzan, pounding their chests before charging furiously towards Suyu. Suyu was jolted by the cacophony of anguished wails behind her, causing her eardrums to throb painfully. Her mind momentarily scattered. Resolutely, she bit down on her tongue, finally regaining her composure, and sprinted forward with all her might. Soon, however, she realized there was a troubling development. The monkeys seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, gradually forming a tightening encirclement around her. Just as despair began to take hold, a resounding tiger's roar echoed from ahead. Suyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. She summoned all her strength and called out loudly, "Little brother, I am here." Suyu exerted herself to dash towards the direction of the tiger's roar, yet the monkey swiftly responded, obstructing her path. As she gazed ahead, she observed that the monkeys had formed a tightening circle, gradually descending and merging with those below. Once encircled, the monkeys erupted into a cacophony of excited chattering. Fortunately, at that moment, the monkeys refrained from hurling stones, fruits, or leaves at Suyu. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere sieve. Suyu stood at the very center of the circle, surveying her surroundings. Apart from a few trees in close proximity, she could discern nothing else, as the monkeys loomed tall and formidable. Before she could fully assess her environment, the monkeys seemed to lose their patience and launched an assault. Startled by the simultaneous advance of 6 massive monkeys, Suyu leapt into action. With her right hand, she fired her weapon, while her left hand wielded a stone knife aimed directly at one monkey's eye. Although she managed to fell 2 of them, 4 remained, and she felt the imminent threat of 2 more monkeys poised to bite her legs and waist. Fortunately, her body was remarkably flexible, a skill honed through countless yoga sessions during her past life. Thus, she executed a movement beyond the capability of an ordinary person, narrowly evading the snapping jaws of the 2 monkeys. At the same time, she extracted the stone knife from another monkey's eye. As she did so, a gushing spray of blood erupted forth, and the wounded monkey emitted a mournful howl, baring its bloodied maw as it lunged towards Suyu once more. As Suyu deftly evaded the assaults of the wolf pack, she sought an opportunity to escape. Heavily wounded and on the verge of exhaustion, she realized that failure to evade their grasp could result in her demise, feeding these beasts instead. Soon, she spotted a grand tree reminiscent of a willow, and a flicker of ecstatic hope ignited within her. Swiftly, she dashed towards it, seizing a branch with determination, and grit her teeth as she engaged in a battle of wits with the monkeys. At last, Suyu discovered a fleeting opening, like a swing. She propelled herself out of the encirclement of the monkeys. Just as she emerged from their grasp, a majestic tiger, adorned with white wings, charged towards her with fervor. Suyu swiftly leaped onto the back of the great tiger, which soared into the dense forest. Although a howl possessed wings, he was not a bird and could not ascend too high. The monkeys behind them soon became agitated, their fury ignited by the unexpected departure of what they had thought was an easy meal. Anxiously glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the monkeys, Suyu implored, "Is there a pond or something nearby? We could leap into the water to hide. Monkeys are afraid of water." She recalled having seen somewhere that some monkeys have an innate fear of water, while others do not. Now, she fervently hoped that this particular group of monkey-like creatures shared that fear. A howl, pulling Suyu along, flew forward with urgency. Ahead, there lay a lake. Any presence of water would suffice. "Let us hasten to the lake's edge," he urged silently, suppressing the remainder of his thought. The 2 maneuvered through the thicket, soon discovering a vast expanse of water. At the lakeshore, colossal beasts leisurely quenched their thirst, occasionally emitting resounding roars. Surrounding the lake, white bones littered the ground, creating a chilling sight. Gazing at the lake, Siyu swallowed hard, her heart racing as if it were about to leap into her throat. Images of modern crocodiles flashed through her mind, evoking a sense of despair. She silently prayed that no crocodiles inhabited the lake, for if they did, she would surely meet her demise. As soon as Suyu's thoughts settled, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the surface of the lake. With a single gulp, it seized a prey resembling a small truck at the shore and dragged it into the depths of the water, swiftly tainting the lake with a deep crimson hue. While a heavy scent of blood hung in the air, Siyu was momentarily stunned, wishing she could slap herself for her ominous words. The creature from the water moved with such swiftness that she could hardly discern its form, only recalling its gaping maw. However, she was certain that this aquatic beast was formidable. If they approached, they would likely be dragged beneath the surface before even having the chance to struggle. The previously tranquil lake surface was instantly thrown into chaos as a newborn cub, barely out of its infancy, was tragically crushed underfoot. Yet, that was not the most horrifying aspect. The remains of the cub, trampled by the ferocious beasts, quickly morphed into a gruesome mass of flesh. Siyu's heart churned rapidly, and she struggled several times to suppress the wave of nausea rising in her chest. A Hao, perched atop a tall tree, felt equally helpless. What shall we do now? Chapter 38, the pistol revealed before a Hao. As Siyu prepared to respond, a sudden jolt of pain surged through her back, and a metallic taste filled her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood, starkly contrasting against the white tiger skin beneath her. She cast a fleeting glance at the relentless monkeys pursuing her, gritted her teeth, and declared, "Let us pass through the lakeside. The wild beasts are currently in a state of fright. As long as we do not provoke them, they will not trouble us." A Hao frowned, realizing he had arrived too late. Upon glancing at the monkeys hurling objects in their direction, he immediately comprehended Suyu's intent and nodded in agreement. Once Siyu and A Hao cautiously navigated along the lakeside and reached a safe haven, they both exhaled deeply, finally feeling as though they had escaped the clutches of peril. However, the monkeys were vastly different from the ferocious beasts, whose psyche had been shattered by the emergence of the lake's monster. Witnessing the audacity of the seemingly weaker monkeys throwing stones at them, the beasts perceived this as a blatant provocation. Their pent-up frustration erupted into fury, and they recklessly lunged towards the monkeys. In their rage, the monkeys, momentarily distracted by their own anger, failed to notice the impending danger of the approaching beasts until the two factions were nearly upon each other. Only then did they react, hastily discarding their projectiles and attempting to evade. The monkeys, possessing intelligence and a strong territorial instinct, understood they had trespassed into another's domain and recognized their own inferiority against the mighty beasts. Thus, as they scurried and screeched in panic, gesturing wildly, the beasts, despite their formidable size, were not particularly astute. The monkeys, wishing to evade the confrontation and merely pursue Suyu, sought to dodge as much as possible, only retaliating when absolutely necessary. Yet, they were no match for the relentless onslaught of the beasts, who were intent on obliterating them. Tension mounted as conflict loomed, the lakeside transforming into a boiling cauldron, with both sides engaged in an unyielding struggle. A Hao, having transformed into his human form, perched with Suyu atop a grand tree, observing her battered state with a fleeting glimmer of concern in his eyes. From their elevated vantage point on the towering trunk, they beheld the chaos unfolding below. They watched in horror as a monkey was swiftly consumed by a horned python, while a beast of colossal proportions crushed another monkey into a pulpy mass beneath its powerful leg. Suyu Wesheng shivered involuntarily, goosebumps erupting across her entire body. In that moment, she truly grasped the meaning of survival of the fittest. Siyu gazed down at the chaotic scene below, and suddenly an idea sparked in her mind. Were there any first-tier ferocious beasts down there? Indeed, there was the crowned serpent, the winged wolf, and the black tiger over there. All were formidable first-tier beasts. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy and determination flickered in Suyu's eyes. A Hao had been quietly observing her, and upon seeing her eyes light up with excitement, he immediately furrowed his brow tightly. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to acquire the beast cores of those 3 first-tier beasts? No, with our capabilities, we are utterly insufficient to confront 3 ferocious beasts. We should return. Our father and the chief must be quite worried about us. As Siyu was about to speak, a monkey suddenly spotted their presence and picked up a stone from the ground, hurling it towards them. Siyu was startled, just as she prepared to evade, when a Hao swiftly encircled her waist and leaped from one tree to another. By the time they narrowly escaped, the monkey that had just hurled stones at them had already become a meal for the serpent. Siyu harbored the intention of obtaining a beast core. Thus she refrained from hastily departing, instead choosing to conceal herself within the branches of a tree to observe silently. Before long, she discerned a troubling situation and once again marveled at the intelligence of the monkeys. It was no wonder that in modern times, there were speculations that humans had evolved from these clever creatures. She noticed that the monkeys had divided themselves into 3 distinct teams. The first engaged in a fierce confrontation with the ferocious beasts, the second hurled stones at them, while the third busily collected stones from the surroundings to supply the second team. When the monkeys of the first team became utterly exhausted, those from the second team would take their place. Although these monkeys were smaller in stature compared to the formidable beasts, their agility and nimbleness allowed them to hold their ground. As the chaotic battle ensued, the ferocious beasts found themselves at a disadvantage. However, When the third team of monkeys arrived, the three first-tier beasts grew impatient. One, resembling a wolf, seized several monkeys and savagely tore them apart. Warm blood sprang forth like a divine shower, drifting through the air, with even the tree where Siyu hid not escaping the crimson splatter. The actions of the three first-tier beasts instilled fear in the monkeys, rendering them frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to move. Siyu gazed upon this rare opportunity and promptly spoke up. "Ahau, I wish to ascend that tree." Ahau lifted his gaze to survey the towering tree, only to discover that beneath its expansive branches, no fewer than 70 or 80 monkeys were entangled in a fierce struggle with a colossal serpent. Resolutely, he shook his head in refusal. "No, it is far too perilous. If you fear the danger, then remain here. I shall venture forth on my own." Siyu gazed at the formidable first-level beast before her, her eyes gleaming with a golden light. In total, there were 3 such creatures. If she were to obtain their beast cores, the tribe would gain 3 additional first-level warriors, significantly enhancing its overall combat strength. As Siyu was preparing to leap onto the large tree beside her with her impressive agility, Ahau had already reached out to grasp her waist, resignedly advising, "Do not move recklessly. Be cautious lest they discover our presence. You are injured now, so conserve your strength for the impending escape." Siyu gazed at the wounds adorning her body, as well as the tattered remnants of her clothing that left her on the verge of exposure, and nestled obediently within Ahau's embrace. Soon, the pair arrived at the tree Siyu had indicated, and as they took refuge beneath its lush foliage, a scuffle erupted below. Siyu retrieved a sleek silver handgun from the void, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Ahau, who had been quietly observing her, was taken aback upon witnessing the sudden manifestation of the elegant weapon in her grasp, nearly losing his balance and tumbling from the tree. Siyu gazed at the astonished Ahau, swiftly adjusting his posture, and softly elucidated, "This is called a pistol, possessing remarkable explosive power. If aimed at the vital spot of a fierce beast, a single shot could extinguish its life. Is it truly that formidable?" Ahau inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, it is," she affirmed. "I acquired it from the esteemed beast god. Do not be deceived by its diminutive size. Its potency is immense. Shortly, I shall allow you to witness its prowess, but you must promise to keep this secret, refraining from disclosing it to your parents." Ahau nodded. His surprise mingled with an inexplicable sweetness in his heart, for such significant information had been entrusted to him rather than his own parents. Observing Ahau lost in contemplation, Siyu ventured to ask once more, "Do you know where the snake's fatal point lies?" "At the 7th inch beneath the crown," he replied. "And what about that wolf and the tiger?" she inquired further. "Between their eyes," he answered confidently. "Very well," she declared. "I shall soon demonstrate to you the might of the pistol." Siyu observed his evident skepticism, lowering her head with a faint smile, anticipating the moment he would be proven wrong. Chapter 39. A night in the cave at last. Siyu seized an opportunity. She gripped her firearm tightly, aimed, and fired. The shot rang out, the bullet striking with precision at the serpent's vital point. The python, which had just consumed a monkey, seemed momentarily frozen, then collapsed heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of the surrounding animal's confusion, Siyu fired 2 more shots, taking down another 2 formidable beasts. As these colossal creatures fell, the cacophony of startled roars erupted from the surrounding predators. The monkey, upon noticing the bullet holes in the serpent's body, immediately understood the gravity of the situation and anxiously scanned its surroundings. Before it could flee, the predators regained their senses, rushing towards the monkeys with bloodshot eyes. Realizing the peril, the monkey darted into the depths of the dense forest. In that fleeting moment, 2 serpents, as thick as Suyu's waist, suddenly emerged, ensnaring the 2 monkeys that were about to escape. Simultaneously, several large birds took flight, using their long, sturdy beaks to peck at the monkeys, which screeched in distress. Several grotesquely shaped creatures, resembling scorpions and crabs, unleashed venom upon the monkeys. The once vibrant green grass withered instantly, while the monkeys that came into contact with the poison experienced rapid decay, their skin erupting into sores. In a mere instant, they were reduced to mere skeletal remains, infested with maggots. Siyu hastily withdrew her foot from the precipice, shivering involuntarily as she struggled to suppress the churning in her stomach. The fierce battle by the lakeside had endured for over half an hour. Although some monkeys had perished, others had managed to escape. Watching the fleeing monkeys, the ferocious beasts behind them pursued relentlessly. At last, the lakeside had returned to a semblance of tranquility. Were it not for the pungent scent of blood lingering in the air and the carcasses of the beasts strewn across the ground, Siyu might have believed that the recent chaos had merely been a figment of her imagination. Gazing at the 3 colossal bodies below, Siyu turned to her companion Ahau with a triumphant expression. "Now we can descend to collect the beast cores." Ahau cast a quick glance at Suyu's hands and noticed that the silver pistol had vanished, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "That item has already been stowed away," Siyu responded. Upon hearing that it had been secured, Ahau felt a slight pang of disappointment. His curiosity regarding the pistol was piqued not only by its formidable power but also by the manner in which Siyu wielded it, which he found inexplicably impressive. Reassured by the thought that as Suyu's attendant, he would have ample opportunities to observe in the future, he soon reconciled his feelings. With that, Ahau leaped down from the tree alongside Suyu, maintaining vigilance of their surroundings while earnestly advising, let us act swiftly. It would be unfortunate if the monkeys returned with those beasts. As Suyu swiftly stored the corpse of the tiger in her space while Ahau retrieved the third elite beast core. She had barely straightened her back when a large piece of raw meat appeared before her. First, eat something to replenish your strength. We shall take some of our catch and return to the tribe without delay. Suyu gazed at the piece of meat before her, finding it utterly unpalatable. She turned her head to survey her surroundings and soon discovered a nest of eggs nestled within the grass. The eggs were remarkably large, comparable in size to 2 modern ostrich eggs. Suyu, fearful that Ahau might force her to consume raw meat, hurriedly rushed over. She cradled an egg in her arms, broke a hole in it, and began to gulp down its contents. To be honest, the taste of the raw bird egg was truly unpalatable, far too fishy. Nevertheless, it was certainly preferable to eating raw flesh. Observing Suyu's reluctance to eat meat, Ahau ravenously devoured the meat himself, and then, with a puzzled expression, inquired, where has the corpse of that tiger vanished? Suyu's hand, cradling the egg, froze momentarily before she composed herself and replied, I have no idea. Perhaps it slipped into the lake. Ahau glanced at the tranquil surface of the water, his gaze flickering for a moment. He refrained from further questioning and simply said to Suyu, I will prepare the meat of these 2 first-tier ferocious beasts and take some back for our kin. Please assess which of the pelts are valuable. We should bring them back to the tribe as the cold season approaches. Suyu nodded and swiftly picked up the stone knife, becoming engrossed in her tasks. By the time they completed their work, the sun had fully descended, leaving the sky shrouded in a hazy twilight. It appeared that returning to the tribe was no longer feasible that evening, so they decided to venture ahead in search of a suitable place to spend the night. After departing from the lakeside, Ahau carried Suyu for nearly an hour, until darkness enveloped the landscape, at which point they discovered a cave barely large enough to accommodate them. The entrance was not particularly spacious, necessitating that they stoop to enter. Suyu slid down from Ahau's back and cast a glance into the cave, murmuring to herself, I wonder what ferocious beast resides within. Could there be snakes? Ahau turned his head and chuckled at Suyu's hesitant demeanor, surprised that the fearless Suyu harbored a fear of snakes. Transforming from his beastly form to that of a human, he swiftly entered the cave. After a series of clattering sounds, Ahau emerged, rubbing his wrist. Come in. There is little danger inside. It is merely the den of a blue ox beast, albeit with a rather pungent odor. Suyu gazed at Ahau, who was about to re-enter the cave, and quickly reached out to stop him. Under his watchful eyes, she used a stone knife to cut a large bundle of grass, which she carried into the cave. After igniting it, she swiftly dashed back outside. Just as Ahau was filled with confusion, a myriad of insects began to emerge, illuminated by the moonlight. As she beheld those creatures, which were larger than their fists, Suyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Ahau coughed softly, rubbed his nose, and turned his head away, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The 2 of them waited outside the cave for over half an hour, and upon noticing that no further creatures had emerged, they each gathered some firewood and re-entered the cave. Inside, Suyu kindled a small bonfire and placed the food they had brought to roast over the flames. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from outside, and judging by the noise, it seemed that whatever it was drawing ever closer. Suyu picked up a stone knife lying nearby and grasped it in her hand. Just as she was about to step outside, Ahau had already reached out to stop her. Just as Suyu was filled with confusion, Ahau swiftly rose to his feet, transformed into his beast form at the cave entrance, and let out a warning roar into the wilderness beyond. As Suyu roasted the meat, she noticed that the rustling sound had vanished, yet the gaze lurking in the darkness remained fixed upon her, perhaps deterred by the fire within the cave or by Ahau's presence. To claim that Suyu was unafraid at this moment would be disingenuous. For having lived in a time of peace, she had never encountered such a formidable spectacle. Even during her outings with her father for practice, she had not faced anything like this. Today's experience had utterly reshaped her worldview. Suyu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her body trembling slightly as the effects of her exertion began to take hold. Ahau, who had been discreetly observing her, immediately grasped the situation upon noticing her slight shivers. He spoke in a calm and reassuring tone, Do not worry, they would not dare to enter. This piece of meat should be thoroughly cooked. Please, have a bite. And afterward, rest for a while. I will stay here with you. Everything will be fine. After observing that Suyu remained somewhat fearful, he forcefully placed the meat into her hands. Rising, he stepped outside the cave, hefted a large stone, and firmly blocked the entrance. Ahau then returned to his seat, hesitating for a few moments before shifting his body closer to Suyu. Suyu found solace in the fact that the cave entrance had been sealed, and she began to feast upon the meat that Ahau had generously provided. With her belly now filled and the entrance secured, she felt a sense of safety, especially with Ahau by her side, which alleviated her earlier fears. However, she remained vigilant, her senses attuned to the dim corners of the cave, wary of any lurking menace. Perhaps it was the exhaustion of the day coupled with the warmth of the fire that lulled her into a gentle slumber. Observing this, Ahau tenderly rested her head upon his shoulder and added more firewood to the flames, allowing them to roar higher. As he gazed down at the sleeping Suyu, an inexplicable joy filled his heart. Chapter 40. Chaos in the tribe. Within a cave of the winged tiger tribe, Lian Hua was consumed by excitement, her expression distorted by overwhelming fervor. Father, is it truly so? That detestable female has perished? Indeed, it is true. I witnessed her slay the cub of that ferocious beast when I cast it to her, came the reply. That creature is exceedingly formidable. In solitary combat, they may seem weak, yet they thrive in numbers. Having slain their young, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance against her. Even if Ahau arrives, the outcome cannot be altered. At last, we have rid ourselves of those two. Lian Hua's eyes darkened at these words, her heart sinking. That wretched creature, even in death, burdens Ahau. Since Suyu had vanished, Ahau had followed suit, and now he had not returned. She genuinely feared for his safety. Elder. Now both the cub from the Ada family and Ahau from Elder Jin's lineage have not returned. There will no longer be anyone to oppose you. One of her followers commented. Rest assured, I understand your meaning. Once I ascend to leadership, I shall ensure you all dine lavishly and enjoy the finest pleasures. The females in the tribe will be at your disposal, he promised. That is a promise from you, Elder. The follower nearly leaped from excitement. Yet a hint of regret crept into his voice. But truly, I lament the loss of Ahau. If only he could serve us. For his prowess is unparalleled among the next generation. As Lian Hua fretted over Ahau's safety, she was bombarded by the repeated claims of his demise from nearby males. Enraged, she seized a stone and hurled it without a second thought. Who dare say Ahau is dead? I assure you, he will not perish. He is far too skilled to meet such an end. If anyone is to die, it shall be you. Her voice, sharp and piercing, reverberated within the cave, causing discomfort among the beastmen present. Elder Shui's gaze turned frosty, a warning lacing his words. Lian Hua, instantly silenced, she retreated to a corner of the cave. Sorrow etched upon her features as she stared at the entrance. The beastman, belatedly aware of a throbbing pain at his temple, touched his forehead to find it smeared with blood, his eyes shifting to Lian Hua's despondent expression. A surge of anger coursed through him. Despite being a follower of Elder Shui, he was proud and would not coddle her. He seized her hands, locking eyes with her as he spoke deliberately. Ahau is dead, not only dead, but his remains have been consumed by the beast, leaving not a bone behind. I declare he is alive. If you utter another word of his death, I shall end you. Come now, I dare you. I will speak of his demise, and he shall remain lost to you for eternity. Her fury ignited. Lian Hua leaped to her feet and confronted the beast man, her hands gripping his throat as she screamed in madness. No, he is not dead. Ahau will return. He will. Elder Shui, witnessing his beloved child assaulting his most favored follower, was instantly enraged. He rose and struck her, sending her crashing to the ground, her face marred with crimson scratches. Her cheeks swelled grotesquely, resembling a modern-day bun, an unsettling sight. Lian Hua lay on the ground. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at the father who had always cherished her, as if he were a stranger. The last time she faced such cruelty from the tribe, when they suggested she become a communal female, her father had fiercely defended her. With a ferocious glare, Lian Hua regarded the beastman before her, akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. It was he who had instigated this, had he not been present. Her father would not have struck her. The beastman felt a twinge of guilt at her suffering. After all, he was her first male. Acknowledging the possibility that she might carry his offspring, he hastily knelt to assist her. Yet Lian Hua swatted his hand away, glaring at him with venomous contempt. Begone. I do not require your false compassion, nor do I wish for your repugnant hands to touch me. Hearing her words and witnessing her ferocity, the beastman sank to the ground in despair, unsure of how to proceed. Elder Shui, having regained his composure, was filled with regret. Despite being a second-tier warrior, he had only this one bloodline, nurtured with care. Faced with his daughter's resentful gaze, he felt an overwhelming headache. Yet as an elder, it was unthinkable to apologize to his child, so he held his head high and declared, "Take heed of my words. Ahau, and you are not destined to be. Once you reach maturity, I shall find you a capable male within the tribe. With my protection, you shall never want for sustenance. Should you entertain any foolish thoughts, do not blame me for my harshness." As his words echoed through the cave, a flicker of excitement danced in the eyes of the beastmen present. All loyal followers of Elder Shui. Should Lian Hua seek a partner, she would undoubtedly choose from among them, granting each a chance. Just as the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, Ada stormed into Elder Shui's cave, fury radiating from him, flanked by other elders, a Jiao, and members of the tribe. "Elder Shui, come forth. Where have you taken my cub? If you do not return my child today, it shall be your demise or mine." The gravity of his words cast a chill over Elder Shui and the beastmen, plunging them into a state of dread. They had not anticipated Ada's swift arrival. Had their intentions been revealed? Fear gripped Elder Shui and those within the cave, and they turned in unison towards the entrance, where Ada stood, seething with rage. The already guilty Elder Shui and his followers felt a surge of terror. In an attempt to mask his unease, Elder Shui forced a congenial tone. "Chief, what brings you to my cave today? Huh? Do you require my approval as a tribe leader to go anywhere? Quickly, if you have any sense. Return my cub to me, or today shall mark your end." Your cub is missing. What does that have to do with me? I returned early from the hunt due to feeling unwell and have not left this cave since. You may ask them if you doubt my words. You have not left the cave? Perhaps you were entertaining the tribe's younglings? I have no desire for idle chatter. If you wish to live, surrender my cub at once, or I shall grant you no mercy. Ada's gaze was icy, the sharpness in his eyes piercing like ice shards, rendering the usually arrogant Elder Shui motionless with fear. Elder Shui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering, I truly haven't seen you, have I? As he observed Elder Shui's unrepentant demeanor, a fierce blaze of anger ignited within Ada's chest. His complexion turned ashen as he lunged forward, gripping Elder Shui's throat with one hand. The elder's face turned a shade of red and purple from oxygen deprivation, prompting the other elders behind him to rush forward and separate the two. Chief, calm down. Do not act impulsively. Stay composed, they urged. Calm. How can I remain calm when it is not your child missing? You can easily suggest calmness, Elder Jean interjected. Equally displeased. Not only has you vanished, but Maya Hao is also missing. Elder Shui has always targeted you. I suspect he is responsible. The other elders, overwhelmed, attempted to mediate between both sides, but without concrete evidence implicating Elder Shui in the disappearances of you and Hao. The chief and Elder Jean's actions could easily be criticized. Lianhua caressed her bruised cheek, watching the commotion in the cave with a sense of twisted pleasure. What are you arguing about? Fight already. If one of you dies, that's one less problem, she thought. As the chaos began to quiet, a glint of mischief sparked in Lianhua's eyes as she began to sow discord. What is this? Our precious healer has gone missing? A Jiao, noticing Lianhua's sarcastic tone, felt a flicker of hope. Not wanting to miss any opportunity to search for her child, she rushed to Lianhua's side, pleading, Do you know where my Yu is? Please tell me, and I will grant you anything you desire. Tell you? Chapter 41, Conflict. Lianhua regarded a Jiao, who usually stood above her as the chief's wife, now groveling before her, and smirked with delight. I would love to tell you, but I honestly have no idea where she is. How could I possibly inform you? A Jiao's expression turned sorrowful as she lowered herself, begging, Please, I implore you, tell me where my Yu is. I'll repeat myself. I do not know. Furthermore, even if I did, I would not tell you. In this tribe, my greatest hatred is directed at her. I wish she would never return. I hope she is devoured by wild beasts, starting with her legs, then her body, and finally her head. Silence. Do not speak another word. If you do, I swear I will kill you. A Jiao finally snapped, shaking her head vigorously as if to dispel the dreadful words she had just heard. I told you. I told you you was being gnawed by those beasts. Not even a bone fragment left. Ha ha. What can you do to me? Come and bite me if you dare. Ha ha ha. In a fit of rage, a Jiao drew the stone knife she usually used for gathering and plunged it fiercely into Lianhua's abdomen. Lianhua felt a sharp pain in her gut and looked down to see a Jiao stabbing her with the stone blade. Stunned, Lianhua could hardly believe a Jiao had actually harmed her. But soon, her shock turned to fury, and she shoved a Jiao with all her might. Clutching her abdomen, Lianhua staggered back 2 steps, bracing herself against the wall to avoid collapsing. I curse you. You, to die without a grave, never to find peace in death. After the initial shock of her actions, a Jiao felt a wave of regret wash over her, but Lianhua's incessant curses reignited her fury. She surged forward like a furious beast, shouting, I will kill you. Elder Shui, having freed himself from Ada's grasp, saw a Jiao charging at Lianhua and without a second thought, struck her in the chest with a powerful palm. A Jiao was thrown against the wall, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth as she lost consciousness. Ada and the other elders rushed to her side, cradling her in their arms. But no matter how much Ada called out to her, a Jiao did not respond. Tears streamed down Ada's face, and his hair turned gray at an alarming rate, as though years had been stripped from him in an instant. He lifted his head, eyes filled with hatred, and cautiously laid a Jiao on the ground. Before the elders could react, Ada transformed his hand into a claw and lunged at Elder Shui. Water, I will take your life. Seeing the murderous intent in Ada's eyes, Elder Shui's legs weakened, and he turned to flee. Though both were second-tier warriors, Elder Shui had begun to resort to underhanded tactics ever since he harbored thoughts of replacing Ada. He was no match for Ada in a fair fight. As Elder Shui attempted to escape, Ada swiftly seized his shoulder just as he reached the cave entrance. Although Elder Shui knew he could not defeat Ada, he was still a second-tier warrior and managed to evade Ada's attack. However, the sight of Ada's blood-red eyes, wild and fierce, filled him with dread. He too transformed his hands into lethal claws and launched a counterattack against Ada. Soon, both warriors bore multiple injuries, most of which were life-threatening. The surrounding elders were in a frenzy, pulling at their hair in desperation, yet they were not second-tier warriors and could not intervene. Quick, one of you go inform Dahe. Tell him Elder Shui and Ada are fighting. Yes, fine Dahe. Elder Jean suddenly snapped to attention and raced out of the cave. Upon hearing that Ada and Elder Shui were clashing, Dahe sprinted into Elder Shui's cave. As he stepped inside, he heard Elder Shui's cries of agony and turned to see Ada gripping Elder Shui's shoulders with all his might. There was a sickening crack, and Elder Shui's shoulders crumpled. Then, Ada unleashed a powerful kick aimed between Elder Shui's legs. Unable to maintain his balance, Elder Shui collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Seizing the moment, Dahe and several elders quickly regained their senses and rushed to restrain Ada. Stop, Ada. Do you truly wish to kill him? I intend to kill him. No one shall stop me today. Those who dare to impede me shall be my enemies. Elder Shui deserved to be punished for his wickedness. But killing him would mean losing the chance to discover the whereabouts of you and how, Elder Jean pleaded. Upon hearing this, Ada calmed slightly, yet his murderous intent remained. I will spare his life, but I will ruin him. In a corner of the cave, Lianhua watched the fallen Elder Shui, her fingers brushing her cheek. Feeling an eerie thrill. Let them fight. Let them kill each other. The more that die, the better. Lying on the ground, Elder Shui was engulfed in pain and weakness. And at that moment, he finally felt fear, kneeling and begging for mercy. Ada, I was wrong. No, Chief, I was mistaken. I'm truly sorry. I shall never oppose you again. Please, just let me be. I beg you. I truly do not know where your child is. As the Elder Shui knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy, Ada glared at him fiercely, as if wishing to tear him to shreds. No. He could not believe that the disappearance of you was unconnected to Elder Shui. How utterly incorrigible you are. You dare to lie. He would not be swayed by Elder Shui's deceitful words. Ada struggled against the elders beside him, yearning to break free from the restraints imposed by Dahe and the 4 elders, and at last, he managed to liberate himself. Elder Shui, pale as a ghost, watched Ada approach, each step echoing like a drumbeat against his heart. He recoiled in terror, exclaiming, I do not know. I truly do not know where your child is. Please do not kill me. Dahe and the other elders, witnessing the fear-stricken Elder Shui falter in his speech, surged forward once more. Ada, now mere steps away from Elder Shui, found himself unable to escape the grip of Dahe and the elders. In his desperation, he coughed up blood and fainted. Dahe cradled Ada in his arms, casting a cold glance at Elder Shui. You had best pray that this matter concerning you has nothing to do with you. For should we uncover the truth, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to endure. Recognizing that Ada had lost consciousness, Elder Shui realized he was momentarily safe from death and stubbornly insisted that the matter was not his concern. He understood that admitting any involvement would lead to his inevitable downfall at the hands of the tribe. Moreover, after such a passage of time, it was certain that you and Ahau had been devoured by the fierce beasts of the tribe, leaving no one to confront him. I have already stated that Yu's disappearance is unrelated to me. Why can you not believe me? Do you possess no trust in me at all? You have already allowed the chief to render my hands useless. What more do you desire? Do you seek my life? Come then, take it. I swear I shall not live any longer. Dahe and the elders assisted Ada and his spouse, their hearts wavering slightly at the sight of the deranged Elder Shui. Could it be that this matter was indeed beyond his reach? Enough of this thought. Let us hasten to return Ada and Jiao to the cave. Elder Shui glared venomously at Dahe and the other elders as they vanished, as if wishing to flay them alive. However, recalling something, he turned to his followers in the cave, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury. What were you doing just now? Why did you not come to my aid? Were you all hiding in the shadows to revel in my misfortune? No. How could we dare? After all, he is the chief, and besides, we are no match for him. I see you are merely here to witness my disgrace, each of you growing weary of life, are you not? Do not forget that we are in this together. As long as I suffer, so shall you. As he spoke, Elder Shui kicked the nearest orc with force. At this moment, chaos reigned in the tribe, while far away, Siyu remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil, nestled against Ahau's shoulder, enjoying a peaceful slumber. Chapter 42, Mother wounded in the early morning, Siyu was roused by the sounds of a fierce struggle. She quickly sprang up and dashed out of the cave. At that moment, Ahau was engaged in combat with 2 wolves, and the ground was littered with the corpses of 4 slain wolves. Blood stained the earth, and the surrounding trees were askew, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Upon noticing that Suyu had awakened, Ahau unleashed his fists and feet, delivering a blow that sent one of the wolves crashing to the ground. He then leapt onto the back of the remaining wolf, continuing the fierce struggle. Suyu swallowed hard, taken aback by Ahau's formidable prowess, as he effortlessly felled such a large wolf with a single punch. After vanquishing the 2 wolves, Ahau wiped the blood from his face and said to Suyu, "Let me clean up." Suyu ran her fingers through her tousled hair, gazing at the cool, aloof boy before her. With a hint of exasperation, she shook her head. This fellow still refrained from burdening others. Suyu quickly tidied herself up and began to assist him, meticulously skinning the wolf and packing the pelt. Subsequently, the 2 of them roasted a portion of the first-grade beast meat they had prepared yesterday. "Let us return," she suggested. Ahau nodded in agreement, stepping out of the cave and transforming his human form into that of a beast, slinging the pelts and meat across his back. He then turned to Suyu and said, "Climb on." Suyu did not refuse, for she understood that it would be impossible to traverse the dense and untamed jungle on her own. Moreover, having been missing for an entire night, her parents must be exceedingly worried. As she climbed onto his back, Ahau took off with great eagerness, soaring into the sky with remarkable swiftness. The rush of wind filled her ears, accompanied by the rapidly retreating scenery, as they awaited how to decelerate. Suyu soon realized they had returned to the confines of the tribe, with the sun now perched high in the sky. Upon beholding the familiar surroundings of her tribe, a wave of joy washed over her, evoking a profound sense of returning home. Suyu followed Ahau as they gradually approached the cave. Upon seeing a complete circle of people gathered outside, an inexplicable sense of dread tightened within her chest. A foreboding feeling washed over her, and her heart raced wildly. As if it were about to leap from her throat, Suyu rushed towards the cave, where her kin were distractedly gathered at Ada's entrance. Upon seeing two figures limping towards them, they instantly erupted in joyful exclamations. "Look, is that you and Ahau returning?" "Indeed it is. You and Ahau have come back." "They are back." Several elders, along with Dehei, stood within the cave, observing the fading breaths of Ada and Jiao. Just as they were engulfed in despair, they suddenly overheard the villagers proclaiming the return of Yu and Ahau, prompting them to spring up and dash towards the cave's entrance. "Yu has returned. Where is she? Where is she?" The villagers parted to create a path, and Suyu appeared before the elders. "Elders, I have returned." The elders rubbed their eyes vigorously, astonished at the sight of Suyu and Ahau standing before them. Before they could utter a word, a young burst forth from within, embracing Suyu tightly. "Sister, you have finally returned. I feared I would never see you again." A young sobbed, only to suddenly remember their parents, still lying inside, uncertain of their fate. "Sister, you are back. Quickly, save father and mother." Suyu was taken aback. Her premonition had indeed been accurate. Tragedy had struck her family. She hurriedly dashed into the cave, where she beheld her parents lying on the grass mat, their bodies marred by bloodstains and grievous wounds that suggested they were teetering on the edge of death. The hair at her father's temples had turned almost entirely gray, and tears streamed down Suyu's cheeks uncontrollably. The tears blurred her vision, prompting her to wipe her eyes with the back of her hand before rushing to examine their injuries. The sight rendered her utterly despondent. The reason was painfully clear. Her mother, an ordinary female, had suffered internal injuries that were irreparable. As for her father, although gravely wounded, he was a second-tier warrior with remarkable healing abilities. It seemed he merely resisted awakening, trapped in a state of breathlessness. Who could possibly be responsible for this? She demanded, her body trembling and her eyes freezing with rage. A few elders hastily began to explain. "You didn't return yesterday, did you? The leader feared you had fallen victim to Elder Shui, which prompted him to confront Elder Shui regarding your whereabouts. This led to a dispute between the two." "Indeed. That is how it unfolded. Now, apart from Ada and Jiao, both Elder Shui and Lianhua have also sustained severe injuries." Upon hearing Elder Shui's name, a fierce glint filled Suyu's eyes. She vowed not to let them escape this time. The elders had initially intended to seek Suyu's assistance in treating Elder Shui and Lianhua, but upon witnessing the intensity of her gaze, they found themselves at a loss for words, swallowing their unfinished thoughts. Suyu disregarded the elder beside her, grasping Ada's hand firmly, and spoke with deliberate clarity. "Father, it is I, you, your eldest child. I have returned." Upon hearing his sister's call, Yang fell to his knees with a thud, echoing Suyu's exclamation. A profound sense of sorrow permeated the cave, prompting the clan members to turn away to wipe their eyes, whispering amongst themselves. In their belief, even the mightiest warriors of the tribe would struggle to survive a night lost in the forest. Yet here were Yu and Ahau, two youthful souls, having spent a night outside, returning unscathed despite their minor injuries. This unexpected return elevated Yu's status significantly in the eyes of the tribe. The commotion soon attracted other tribe members, who hurried to the cave of the chief. In no time, a large gathering formed outside Suyu's dwelling, encircling the entrance. "Father, see, my sister is alive and well. I beg you awaken," Yang cried, kneeling in despair. At that moment, Ada's fingers stirred, followed by a violent cough, and he finally took a deep breath, regaining consciousness. Gaze fixed upon the unharmed Suyu, he lifted his arm to grasp her hand. Had he not been injured, he would have embraced his long-lost child already. It is often said that men do not shed tears lightly, yet for a parent, the sight of their safe child can invoke emotions even in the strongest of men. You have returned, he murmured, relief washing over him. Dahei and several elders released a collective breath of relief upon witnessing Ada awaken, their eyes sparkling with surprise. Setting aside their fraternal bond, they understood the weight of Ada's role as the tribe's leader. The thought of any misfortune befalling him was too dreadful to contemplate. Ada held Suyu's hand tightly, his gaze unwavering, and after a moment, he spoke. "You quickly check on your mother. She has been injured by Elder Shui. Please, see to her." Faced with her father's urgency, Suyu found the words "she's beyond saving" lodged in her throat, unable to articulate them. Chapter 43. Ada awakens. "Very well, I shall help. But, father, allow me to tend to your wounds first, if you please." "No, I am aware of my own injuries. They are of no consequence. Attend to your mother first." As Suyu realized that she could not persuade her father, she turned and retrieved a ginseng root from the dustpan, slicing several thin pieces to place in her mother's mouth, hoping to sustain her life. Subsequently, she utilized her father's hair to meticulously stitch up all the wounds on her mother's body and realign the fractured bones. Dahe and a few elders observed the solitary diligence of Suyu, glancing at the chattering clansmen outside the cave with furrowed brows. Dahe swiftly approached the entrance of the cave and addressed the assembled tribespeople, urging them to quiet down, stating that you had returned and the chief was now conscious. He asked them to disperse, noting that their chatter at the cave's entrance was significantly disrupting Yu's treatment. The clansmen, upon hearing Dahe's words, expressed their understanding and gradually turned away, engaging in low murmurs as they departed. Dahe exchanged a meaningful glance with the elders and then approached the corner where Ahau sat silently, his body marred with injuries. After considerable contemplation, he spoke. Ahau, you have been weary all day. It would be wise for you to return, eat something, and rest. As for your wounds, we shall attend to them after you has finished treating Ada and the others. Ahau gazed at the busy Suyu, her tear-streaked face still glistening. And for reasons unbeknownst to him, his heart began to ache. Despite this unfamiliar sensation, he suppressed it and replied, my injuries are of no concern. There is no need for treatment. This food and the animal hides are what you and I brought back from outside. Please decide how to distribute them. With that, Ahau turned to leave, limping slightly. By the time Suyu had tended to her father and mother's injuries, a considerable portion of the day had passed, and a bonfire flickered to life within the cave. You have worked hard. You. Come and enjoy some roasted meat, someone called out. Suyu gazed at her unconscious parents, feeling an overwhelming lack of appetite. Shaking her head, she said, you all eat. I am not hungry at the moment. Observing her demeanor, Dahe and several elders clenched their fists, a flicker of guilt crossing their faces. After a prolonged silence, one of them finally spoke. We are truly sorry, you. We promised to protect you, yet we did not foresee such a calamity befalling you. It is our fault. We have failed in our duty to safeguard you. Suyu gazed at the elders, who were engulfed in remorse and self-reproach, and hastily offered them consolation. Elders, this is not your fault, after all. The incident occurred so unexpectedly that no one could have foreseen it. By the way, what about that formidable beast? The elders shook their heads in unison. We are uncertain. It must have been an exceptionally powerful creature that merely passed through our vicinity. By the time we returned, it had vanished. So, there were no casualties? Rest assured, there were no injuries whatsoever. The atmosphere within the cavern grew tense once more. Elder Jean attempted several times to initiate a conversation, but each effort ended in failure. Observing the renewed silence from you, everyone in the cave, including a Yang, exchanged subtle glances, each recognizing in the others a shared resolve to grow stronger. The blow they had received was simply too great. They all understood that for the tribe to prosper, they must first cultivate their own strength. Individuals like Elder Shui would have been expelled from a larger tribe long ago, yet their small tribe was in dire need of members. Thus, for the sake of the tribe, they had no choice but to tolerate his presence, feeling powerless to act against him. While the elders contemplated ways to enhance their strength, unbeknownst to them, Suyu was devising a plan to eliminate Elder Shui. Although Suyu had little appetite, she managed to consume a piece of roasted meat after several elders urged her to do so. She also tended to her wounds. At that moment, Suyu suddenly remembered Ahau, who had fought alongside her, and quickly gathered some medicinal herbs to hand over to Elder Jean. Elder, these herbs belong to Ahau. Please take them back, crush them, and apply them to his wounds. These are for oral use. Just boil them in water for consumption. Elder Jean had been wanting to speak up for some time, but had been unable to find the right moment as he observed Suyu busily attending to her tasks. Now that he finally had the herbs, he hurriedly made his way back to his cave. Meanwhile, Ayang stayed close to Suyu, unwilling to leave her side, fearful that she might disappear. Sister, do you think father and mother will meet the beast god? As Suyu just settled down and turned the meat roasting over the fire, she heard a voice. Her entire body stiffened as she noticed the expectant gazes of several elders upon her. Suppressing the pang of sorrow within, Suyu reached out to gently tousle Ayang's hair, reassuringly saying, Fear not, my dear father and mother, I have just checked, and all is well. However, as soon as she uttered these words, she caught sight of her mother, lying on the grass mat, her face transformed into a ghastly shade of gray, causing a jolt of alarm to surge through her. This is a harbinger of death. At that moment, Suyu suddenly recalled the existence of the system and hastily began to mentally call out, System, are you there? Yes, how may I assist you, host? Before the system could finish its statement, Suyu interrupted, Did you not mention that I could exchange points for items? Can I do so now? Yes, however, the host may only exchange for items equivalent to this era. Then I wish to exchange for the herbs to save my mother. I regret to inform you, host, that your current points are insufficient to exchange for the 7-colored ice lotus. Initially, Suyu had approached this with a mere sense of trial, but upon hearing that there was indeed a remedy that could save her mother, she was nearly overcome with exuberance. There's hope. So you conferred with the system, could you possibly grant me a single item for now? I promise to exert myself diligently to earn points. And once I have accumulated enough, you may deduct the amount directly. Apologies, host. You currently require a total of 566,721 points to exchange for the rainbow ice lotus. Upon hearing such a staggering figure, Suyu nearly choked on her own saliva. Anxiety began to envelop her. If the deficit were smaller, she could devise a plan to accumulate the points. But with such a vast shortfall, what was she to do? Just as despair settled upon her shoulders, the system continued. While I am unable to directly provide the herbs to you, I can disclose their locations. Instantly revitalized by this revelation, Suyu eagerly inquired, where can I find them? Please, tell me where. Host, do not rush. Are you certain you wish to expend all your points in exchange for the information regarding the rainbow ice lotus? Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu exclaimed, change, change, change. With a chime, a map materialized in her mind. As she focused her thoughts, she realized that the map became increasingly familiar. This was none other than the back mountain she frequently visited. Suyu sat on the ground, using her mind to gaze at the map before her. The elders, mistaking her for one in deep contemplation, softened their breaths, wary of disturbing her focus. As time ticked away, engrossed in her observations, Suyu was suddenly jolted by a vigorous shake. Moments later, the incoherent voice of Yang reached her ears, causing her heart to lurch. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her mind had already made a swift decision. She exited the system, her eyes fluttering open in bewilderment. What happened? She sprang to her feet and dashed to her parents' side. Sister, look, father has awakened. Upon hearing this, Suyu exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned to glance at her younger brother, whose eyes were swollen from crying. Her heart softened, and she reached out to ruffle his hair. Yes, father is awake now. You can relax. Yang sniffled, wiping the tears that streamed down his face. Yes, I can relax now. I was just so frightened. Ada, lying on the grass mat, weakly echoed Yang's sentiments. Do not fear. As long as your sister is here, even the beast god cannot take me or your mother away. Chapter 44. Suyu does not heal Lianhua and the others. How is father now? Does he feel any better? I made some stew. Ada's stomach grumbled with hunger, yet his thoughts lingered on his partner beside him. I'm not very hungry right now. Why hasn't he, your mother, awakened? Ada gazed adoringly at his partner, who lay unconscious on the grass mat. Suddenly, a sense of panic surged within him as he sensed his partner's breath weakening. Grasping Suyu's hand tightly, he asked in a frantic tone, Suyu, tell me honestly, is there no hope for your mother? His concern was not unfounded. He knew that Elder Shui's strike had been delivered with full force. As an ordinary female, Ajiao could not withstand such power. She would struggle even against a mere fraction of it. Now, with her breath growing fainter, he could scarcely bear to think of what would become of him if Ajiao truly departed from his life. The more he pondered, the more despair enveloped him, bringing him to the brink of collapse. No matter how Suyu tried to reassure him, her words fell on deaf ears, as Ada was lost in his own tumultuous thoughts. Seeing her father in such distress, Suyu quickly placed her hand on him, repeating fervently, there is hope, father. Mother truly can be saved. Suyu repeated her words over and over, and at last, there was a slight glimmer of consciousness returning to Ada. Truly, you have not deceived me. Observing her father in such a state, Suyu felt an overwhelming sadness. Although her stay here had been brief, both from the memories of the original owner and her own understanding, Ada had always been a resilient man and a competent leader. Even during the harshest of winters, or when severely injured, he had never shed a single tear. Yet now, he was driven to madness for the sake of his partner and child. Did Ada truly forget? I am a disciple of the beast god. If I merely speak to the beast god, he will not take my mother away. As Ada gazed upon his proud offspring, a flicker of hope arose within him, and with uncertainty, he inquired, is there truly hope for your mother? Yes, there is hope, I assure you. That is good. Witnessing her father regain some vitality, Suyu silently vowed that this time, she would obtain the 7-colored ice lotus at any cost. The others in the cave rejoiced at Ada's revival, yet they held little hope for Ajiao's recovery. At Suyu's urging glance, Yang took Ada's special bowl and filled it with food. Here, father. This is specially prepared for you by your sister. Watching Ada devour the food heartily, Suyu turned to check on her mother's condition, discreetly wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. How embarrassing it was. In just a month here, she had shed more tears than in the 20-plus years of her modern life. Suddenly, furrowing her brows, Suyu stood up and dashed towards the cave entrance without a word. The others in the cave were momentarily taken aback by her abrupt movement. However, they soon understood why, as Suyu dragged someone into the cave and unceremoniously threw them to the ground, her eyes flashing with anger. Who sent you to spy on us? Was it Elder Shui? The elders in the cave, who initially intended to help the fallen tribesmen, instinctively withdrew their hands upon hearing Suyu's question. Meng Shan, what are you doing? Elder 2 was the first to regain composure and question her. Yet, they were soon astonished by Suyu's actions, for none had noticed Meng Shan lurking outside. The revelation that Suyu had detected him hinted at her prowess surpassing their own. I haven't done anything. I merely heard the tribesmen say that you and Ahao have returned, so I came to ask you to help Elder Shui and Lianhua with their injuries, Meng Shan stammered. The elders were rendered speechless by his words. Was Meng Shan's mind made of stone? He was fully aware of the enmity between Yu and the two, and that Ada and Ajiao's injuries were a result of their actions. Yet, he still shamelessly sought Yu's assistance. Yang, enraged by Meng Shan's words, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Get out. Leave our cave. We do not welcome you here. My sister will not help them. Let them abandon all hope of survival. Not only will she not heal them, but I wish for the both of them to perish immediately, without a trace. Leave. Now. With Yang's impassioned outburst, the atmosphere in the cave became tense, all eyes fixated on the bewildered Meng Shan. Perhaps you should return, Elder Mu began. But a chilling voice interrupted him. Go back and tell Elder Mu and Lianhua that I will not treat their injuries. However, let them remember this. The grudge for the harm done to my father and mother, I shall repay, to the ends of the earth, without rest. That icy voice sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the cave. Meng Shan trembled under Su Yu's furious gaze, his heart constricting as if gripped by an unseen hand, causing him to instinctively take a step back, swallowing hard. He glanced at the others in the cave, noticing their expressions of disdain and fury, and felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Since he was unwilling to help Elder Shui with his injuries, I will take my leave. With that, Meng Shan fled the cave as if pursued by a monstrous beast. As he departed, silence fell once more in the cave. The elders, now slowly processing the scene, were astonished to see Yu seated calmly by the fire, meditating. How can this be? Though Meng Shan was not a second-tier warrior, his abilities ranked among the top among the brave. How had you detected him without their notice? The expressions of those in the cave grew complex as they regarded Su Yu, for she had once more shattered their preconceived notions. How could such an extraordinary female exist in this world, possessing remarkable medical skills and the ability to create various useful tools? Even the treacherous forest, where survival was uncertain, she had navigated with ease. Realizing this, the elders exchanged glances, their excitement rekindled, and the notion of appointing Su Yu as their leader surged anew. Chapter 45. Lianhua provokes wrath. After Su Yu meticulously committed the map in her mind to memory, she reopened her eyes. Glancing around at the weary elders gathered by the campfire, she spoke. Esteemed elders, once dawn breaks, you shall venture forth to hunt. You may retire now to rest. I shall attend to father. The elders exchanged glances, stifled yawns, and stretched before rising to their feet. Very well, Yu. We shall take our leave for now. Please take good care of Ada. Su Yu nodded, escorting the elder to the cave entrance. Turning to the drowsy Yang, she gently spoke. Yang, you should rest. I am here with you. Yang shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum, striving to keep his eyes wide open. No, I am not tired yet. I can stay awake with you to watch over our father and mother. Su Yu gently ruffled Yang's hair, her face radiating affection as she said. Be good and listen to your sister. Take a short nap, and later we can switch, all right? I am quite fatigued, but our parents are still in a precarious situation, so I cannot afford to rest just yet. As the male in the family, you must recuperate quickly so we can exchange roles later. Yang hesitated, gazing at his sister, who appeared utterly exhausted, but ultimately nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll sleep for a while, but you must wake me for our switch. I promise, I will wake you. If you don't get up, I'll give you a little smack. Now sleep. Dawn will break soon. Once her little brother had fallen asleep, Su Yu added more firewood to the pile and prepared a basin of hot water. She cleaned the areas that could be washed and donned a fresh set of animal skin garments. After completing these tasks, she sat down again and took out the first-level beast core she had obtained yesterday. She contemplated it for a while before ultimately putting it away. The time to consume it had not yet arrived. Once she had dealt with her current matters, she would prepare to use it. This time, she intended to venture out alone without informing anyone, for she was unaware of what awaited her in the ominous misty forest. However, she surmised it would be fraught with peril, considering that even the outskirts of the dense forest harbored first-level ferocious beasts, and who knew what monstrous entities lay within. What do you mean that vicious female refuses to come and treat us? How outrageous. Is she tired of living? Lianhua exclaimed angrily, leaning against the stone wall as she listened to the male's response, her fury causing her to kick her legs and roll on the ground, occasionally emitting howls of distress. The orcs in the cave furrowed their brows, watching Lianhua's tantrum. Several of them began to regret their past folly in choosing such a female. Enough, Lianhua. Look at yourself. What have you become? Do you still possess any semblance of femininity? Elder Shui's rebuke struck Lianhua like a blow, and she cried out, Now even you disdain me. Indeed, not a single male is worth trusting. You hit me yesterday, and today you scorn me. You are not my father. You are in cahoots with them. Woe is me. Listening to Lianhua's accusations and sobs, Elder Shui was tormented by pain in his shoulder, his frustration mounting as he replied sharply, Disdain you? Just take a look at yourself. Who wouldn't he disdain you? If it weren't for the fact that you are my only bloodline, I would have ended you long ago. Go on, do it. If you don't kill me today, I swear I will no longer be called Lianhua. Elder Shui was so enraged he felt like spitting blood. Had it not been for the pain in his shoulders sapping his strength, he would have rushed over to slap some sense into her. Lianhua had indeed been spoiled by him. The other orcs in the cave, witnessing the escalating quarrel between father and daughter, quickly attempted to mediate. Elder Lianhua, let us all calm down. However, their attempts at pacification only infuriated Lianhua further, and she pointed at one of the orcs, hurling insults. What right do you have to speak to me? You are merely a dog under my father's command. The orc's face turned an alarming shade of purple from Lianhua's words. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping onto the ground. He suppressed his rage for a long time, finally managing to tamp it down. Were it not for Elder Shui's status, he would have surely taken Lianhua's life today. Elder Shui, observing the emotional turmoil of his followers, felt a pang of anxiety. He could not afford to let them lose faith in him. With his shoulder grievously injured, it would take at least 10 days to heal, if not longer. Whether he could still become the leader of the tribe was uncertain, but he desperately needed the protection of his followers. At that moment, he felt vulnerable enough that even a Yang from the tribe could easily slay him. With a chilling gaze, Elder Shui shouted at Lianhua, "Silence. If you do not cease your noise, I swear I will kill you on the spot. You are utterly oblivious to the gravity of your situation." Lianhua, confronted by her father's menacing expression, shrank back in fear, suddenly rendered mute. Seeing her compliance, Elder Shui resumed speaking. "Since things are not working out with you, you must find another way to procure some medicinal herbs for me. But how are we to do that? Only you possesses medical knowledge in the tribe. The rest of us are clueless," one orc lamented, scratching his head in confusion, a sentiment echoed by the others. Elder Shui sighed deeply, exuding a sense of helplessness. Why were his followers so lacking in intellect? He glanced at Ada's followers and felt a mix of frustration and despair. Although only you understood medicine. Many had learned herbalism under her tutelage. Procuring herbs should not be a challenge. "Oh, I see. Do not worry. I will definitely bring the herbs to you today," one orc exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. When Siyu awoke once more, the sun had risen high in the sky. Elder Shui was leaning against the cave wall, engaging in a casual conversation with Ayang. Observing the dark circles under Su Yu's eyes, Ada spoke with concern. "You have worked hard, my child." "I'm fine, father. How do you feel today? Are you any better?" "I have improved significantly thanks to the medicine you prepared. But when will mother awaken? She has been asleep for such a long time." As Su Yu reached the midpoint of a languorous stretch, she suddenly froze. Chapter 46. The lackey went to the herbal gathering team to collect medicine. She mentally organized her thoughts before turning to her father, saying, "Father, I have something important to tell you. Please remain calm and allow me to finish speaking." A sense of foreboding gripped Ada's heart, a wave of unease washing over him. Nevertheless, he managed to steady himself, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, "Go on, what is it? Is it about your mother?" Su Yu sat beside Ada on the grass mat, gently holding his hand as she patiently spoke. "In truth, mother has sustained quite severe injuries this time. You are aware that Elder Shui is a second-tier warrior. Mother simply cannot withstand his strike." Noticing Ada's breathing grow increasingly labored and his body tremble violently, suggesting he might faint at any moment, Su Yu hurriedly completed her unfinished statement. "Thus, in order to facilitate mother's recuperation, I have administered a herbal remedy that induces a temporary state of slumber, allowing her to engage in self-repair." "So, you mean to say that your mother will not perish and is merely in a state of self-recovery?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "I informed you last night that mother is still salvageable. However, we must rely on my younger brother to prepare the food into a mushy consistency and administer it to her daily." At that moment, Ayang, who was busy preparing the meal, let out a long sigh of relief, his entire body gradually relaxing as he presented a bowl brimming with food to Siua, exclaiming, "Rest assured, I will take care of this matter." After the meal, Siua organized the herbs that had yet to be dealt with from the past few days, while Ayang busily took the pots and utensils outside to wash them. Siua finished processing the last herb and turned to a Yang, saying, "Yang, I intend to venture out to gather some herbs. Please inquire among the tribe to see which members are willing to join me, and also, kindly summon a Hao." "Understood. I shall gather them immediately." Before long, all the tribespeople who had previously accompanied Su Yu into the mountains for herb gathering assembled, forming a group that set off towards the outskirts of the tribe. "That sycophant of Elder Shui is truly bothersome," one tribesman complained. "He barged into my cave this morning, insisting that I provide him with some herbs for treating wounds." "What? Those sycophants are now raiding your cave for herbs as well?" Upon hearing this, the tribesman became intrigued. "Are you suggesting that he invaded your cave too?" "Indeed. He pestered me to the point where I had no choice but to give him the herbs I had gathered for treating wounds." As soon as the tribesman finished speaking, Li Hua quickly tugged at her sleeve and gestured with her mouth towards Su Yu, who emanated a chilling aura. The tribesman was startled, quickly regaining his composure. Trembling with fear as he stammered, "You? Yes, I apologize. I realize my mistake. I should not have given herbs to that sycophant of Elder Shui. I beg you, do not expel me from the gathering team. I promise I shall never do so again." Upon hearing this, the other members of the herb gathering team also came to their senses, hastily pleading for mercy. Su Yu gazed at her kin, who appeared to be bracing themselves for an imminent confrontation. Before she could utter a word, the voice of Li Hua echoed in her ears. "You. Do not harbor anger towards them. They have all recognized their mistakes. Rest assured, if those sycophants dare to approach our cave again for medicinal herbs, we shall resolutely defend our lives rather than yield to them. This time, let your magnanimity prevail and forgive them. Indeed, you grant them your forgiveness. They are fully aware of their transgressions and shall not repeat them in the future. Shuelian hastily implored for mercy, gradually releasing her grip from Su Yu's hand. Su Yu gazed at their predicament, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She hurriedly assisted the nearest clansman to their feet. It's nothing serious. This is merely a personal grievance between Elder Shui and me, and it bears no relation to you. Rest assured, I will not vent my frustrations upon you. However, in the future, should you encounter any uncertainties during your treatments, I implore you to seek my counsel. Do not administer the wrong medication. For a person's life is singular and irreplaceable, do you understand? Though her tone was grave, the clansman recognized that her concern stemmed from a fear of their potential inexperience leading to misdiagnosis. Rather than holding them accountable for utilizing the herbs she had taught them to assist Elder Shui's faction, the clansmen nodded in agreement. Yet a deeper sense of guilt welled within them. They silently vowed to safeguard the herbs with utmost diligence. Should any lackeys from Elder Shui's faction seek assistance in the future, they would rather face death than yield their precious resources. Su Yu's intentions were now unmistakably clear. She aimed to gather herbs capable of inducing paralysis, with the intent of crafting a bow and several stone blades. Swiftly, she prepared all the necessary items. As the sun lingered on the horizon, her group hastily made their way back to the tribe. As Su Yu stepped outside the cave, the sound of her younger brother's cries echoed from within. Startled, she rushed into the cave, fearing something had gone awry. Father, you cannot rise. Sister says you have sustained internal injuries and must rest. You truly cannot get up. Step aside. I am aware of my own condition. I merely wish to see your mother. What are you all doing? Upon hearing Su Yu's voice, Yang turned his gaze toward the entrance, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement and yearning. Wonderful. Sister has returned. Father may disregard my pleas, but surely he will heed yours. Sister, please, come and persuade father. He wishes to lie on Mother's straw mat. Upon hearing the news, Su Yu swiftly stepped forward to assist Yang in pinning Ada down onto the mattress. Although Su Yu had exercised utmost caution, she still inadvertently affected her father's wound, causing Ada to emit a muffled groan of pain. Su Yu gazed solemnly at her father, who lay upon the straw mat. Father, what are you doing? The formidable figure of Adar, who typically commanded authority within the tribe, felt a rare flash of trepidation upon seeing his daughter's serious expression. I am merely wishing to visit your mother's mat, he stammered. After swiftly assessing her father's condition and finding that his wounds remained intact, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. With a tone imbued with earnest concern, she admonished, Father, I informed you last night that you are gravely injured and must take proper care of yourself. You cannot move about recklessly. Why do you not heed my words? I am not moving recklessly. I merely wish to see your mother's mat. Look, it is only a short distance. It won't matter, he replied. Listening to her father's response, Su Yu felt a wave of helplessness wash over her and let out a soft sigh. She recognized the deep bond between her parents, yet she had not anticipated it to be so profound. As Su Yu was about to speak in consolation, a voice filled with a hint of surprise reached her ears. Since I cannot go to you, could you place your mother on this straw mat beneath me? I cannot bear to be apart from her. I fear she might drift away in her slumber. No. Chapter 47. A father's fury. Just moments ago, her father, who had been incessantly chattering and attempting to persuade Su Yu, fell suddenly silent. Su Yu gently rubbed her forehead and patiently explained, Father, both of you are gravely injured, and it is especially inadvisable to move mother at this time. As for your going to her, that is equally inappropriate, for you cannot lie still. You would need to rise to eat and drink, which would disturb her. Mother requires tranquility for her recovery, free from any disturbances. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, her father appeared increasingly despondent, and after a lengthy pause, he finally acquiesced. Very well, I shall not go. Let her rest well. Observing her father's dejected demeanor, Su Yu felt a pang of compassion. In her memories, her father had always been spirited and vibrant. Previously, during their time in the hospital, she often encountered patients in similar circumstances, most of whom were elderly individuals with deep emotional bonds. Knowing how to offer comfort, she gently reassured him, Father, just endure for 5 more days. At most, in 5 days, you will be able to move freely within the cave. Once she had consoled her father, Su Yu turned her attention to the medicinal herbs she had brought back, as this particular batch held special significance. She resolved to process them carefully and store them in her space, for they might one day prove to be a saving grace in a time of need. Meanwhile, Yang diligently prepared meals nearby. Time passed swiftly, and during the 3 days that followed, Su Yu spent her days foraging for herbs in the vicinity of the tribe. As night enveloped the world in silence, after her father and Yang had succumbed to slumber, she would begin crafting bows and arrows, sharpening stone knives, and preparing leather garments. Su Yu cast a handful of firewood into the campfire, gazing at her father and Yang, who were soundly asleep in the cave. She retrieved a beast core from her spatial pouch and swallowed it, subsequently settling down on the ground in a cross-legged position, patiently awaiting the effects. As the beast core entered her abdomen, Suyu felt a sudden surge of warmth rising within her, which then flowed upward to her head and radiated throughout her limbs, enveloping her in a soothing embrace. Suyu let out a comfortable sigh, devoid of any pain, pondering with curiosity whether she might be female, which could explain her condition being distinct from that of her younger brother a few days prior. However, before her sigh could fully dissipate, a wave of excruciating pain surged from the area warmed by the previous sensation, akin to the torment of cramping and skinning. Suyu now feels the urge to curse in 3-character phrases. The pain is excruciating, truly unbearable, causing her entire body to convulse. Suyu could vividly perceive her muscles and bones being shattered, only to swiftly reassemble once more. This excruciating pain was far more unbearable than death itself. An ineffable agony that was almost insufferable. Suyu bit her lip fiercely, terrified that even the slightest sound would disturb the father and son within the cave. However, the agony became unbearable, and ultimately, she lost control and collapsed onto the ground, writhing in torment. She could no longer endure it. The pain was excruciating. She wished for her own demise. The suffering was simply too overwhelming. Yes, death. If only she could escape into oblivion, then everything would be liberated. As Suyu struggled to hold on, negative emotions began to creep into her mind, and the pain gradually subsided, as if the notion of dying truly promised the cessation of all suffering. The sound of Suyu's thrashing soon roused Ada and Ayang. Upon witnessing Suyu's distressing condition, they immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. Their hearts were swiftly overtaken by concern, for in their memories and history, they had never encountered a female brave enough to enhance herself with a beast core, ascending to the rank of a level 1 warrior. Just as the father and son were consumed by anxiety and uncertainty, Ayang suddenly noticed that Suyu, unable to endure the agony, forcefully struck her forehead against the cave wall. Alarmed, Ayang rushed forward, desperately embracing Suyu while weeping. "Sister, hold on, hold on. You're halfway there. You must endure. Please don't leave us." Ayang's tearful pleas reached Suyu's ears, granting her a fleeting moment of clarity. She gritted her teeth, ready to raise her hand to grasp Ayang's, intending to assure him of her safety. Yet, the overwhelming pain rendered her incapable of such an action. Soon, the torment caused her to lose her grip on reason once more. Despite Ayang exerting all his strength, he could not hold on to Suyu, helplessly watching as she crashed to the ground and continued to writhe in anguish. Although Suyu was rolling on the ground in excruciating pain, this time she did not entertain thoughts of ending her life as she had previously. Observing the agonizing spectacle of his daughter, Ada lay anxiously on the grass mat, calling out repeatedly yet feeling utterly powerless to assist. Hatred surged within him, self-loathing for his own impotence. As the leader of a tribe, he felt he had failed to protect his people, unable to ensure their well-being. He felt unworthy of being a Jiao's partner, having failed to shield her from harm. And he deemed himself unfit to be the father of his 2 cubs, allowing them to venture into danger repeatedly, especially Suyu. In recent days, he had sensed something amiss with his eldest cub, who had been crafting items while they slept. Why had he been so careless, neglecting to keep watch over her? If only he had been vigilant. Time passed, perhaps 10 minutes, or half an hour, or even several hours. Gradually, the pain began to subside, and a warm current coursed through Suyu's body once more. After the torment, she sat up, her heart jolting as she beheld her father collapsed on the ground. Rushing to his side, she intended to help him up. However, the formerly gentle Ada now vehemently shook off her hand, his voice filled with agitation as he shouted, "Get away. I don't want to deal with this. Go away, just go." Suyu collapsed onto the ground, momentarily at a loss. However, upon witnessing her father's wounds bleeding anew, she hastily rose and rushed to his side. "Father, what has happened to you? Let me see if your wounds have reopened." Her hand was once again ruthlessly brushed away by a Delieve. "I do not wish to see you right now. Your presence is becoming increasingly unwelcome." Observing this, Ayang swiftly approached and helped Ada onto the grass mat, then turned to the fallen Suyu and said, "Sister, you should tend to yourself first. I will take care of father." Suyu gazed at her foul-smelling self and then cast a glance at her agitated father. After much hesitation, she ultimately turned away and departed. Once Suyu had cleaned herself, she hurried back to the cave, only to hear Ayang's irate voice as she approached the entrance. "Father, how could you treat sister like that? Although the tribe has rules that the beast cores must be given to the males, sister is different. Ayang, do you truly believe that your father is furious because your sister pilfered the beast core? Isn't that the case?" Ada lay despondently on the grass mat, lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned to Ayang, urgency in his voice. "Ayang, quickly, go find a few elders from the tribe and bring them to our cave. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." "Huh?" Ayang stood there in a daze. Is it really that serious? What exactly has happened? Realization struck him, and he stared blankly at Ada lying on the mat, shaking his head. "Are you going to punish sister?" "I won't go." At this, Ada felt a surge of frustration, wanting to strike him. "How can you be so foolish? The situation is far more complex than you perceive. Have you not noticed that your sister has been secretly crafting stone knives these past few days? I noticed. Isn't she simply trying to keep watch over you and mother? Unable to sleep at night while sharpening stones to pass the time? Is your head filled with wild grass? Your sister is not only gathering herbs but also making stone knives. Now, she suddenly uses the beast core to become a level 1 warrior. And all while we were asleep. I suspect. What do you suspect, father? Speak. Ada sighed deeply as he gazed at the bewildered Ayang. I suspect that your mother's illness is not trivial. It likely requires some special medicinal herbs. Your sister's unusual behavior these past few days indicates that she must be preparing to leave soon in search of herbs. What? That can't be. Sister simply wants to grow stronger. Besides, where would a female even go to find herbs? Observing Ayang still hesitating, Ada's frustration erupted. What do you mean? What? Hurry and summon the elders. I truly hope I am mistaken. All right. I will go at once. Ayang turned and rushed toward the entrance, colliding with Suyu, who was just about to enter. Suyu feigned confusion. Ayang, why are you so frantic instead of taking care of father in the cave? I. Upon seeing Suyu's sudden appearance, a wave of panic surged within Ayang. He began to fear that his sister's actions signified her intention to leave. Enough. No matter where you wish to go, it cannot be now. Sister is hungry, and you must help prepare some food. Ayang, standing at the cave's entrance, recalled Ada's words and found himself at a loss. What's wrong? Are you ignoring your sister's words now? Do you wish for her to starve? Or for her to become an ordinary female without sustenance after evolving into a warrior? Once those words were spoken, Ayang's internal scales tipped decidedly in Suyu's favor. All right. Sister, wait there. I will fetch you food immediately. It will be ready soon. Ada lay on the grass mat, watching as his younger cub was effortlessly swayed back by the elder one. His fear deepened, knowing that the elder must have overheard their conversation. Realizing she was already aware, Ada quickly altered his strategy, determined to keep her with him today. You, come over here to your father. Upon noticing her father's willingness to let her approach, Suyu hurriedly dashed over to examine the wounds. She discovered several areas had reopened and promptly rewrapped them. Did you overhear what we just discussed? Ada, no longer concealing the matter, spoke candidly and directly. Suyu's movements faltered for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and continued her task. After much contemplation, she nodded. Observing this, Ada, filled with excitement, spoke up, then tell father that his assumptions are incorrect. You do not wish to leave the tribe alone. Meanwhile, a Yang, quietly preparing food nearby, perked up his ears to listen. No, father, you are overthinking it. How could I easily leave the tribe? I am merely an ordinary female, possessing only the ability to craft small items and some medical knowledge. If I ventured outside, I would surely be devoured by the wild beast within moments. So rest assured, I will not carelessly abandon the tribe. Watching the earnestness of his eldest cub, Ada felt a surge of unease. He sensed that his child was not being entirely truthful. In that moment, Ada harbored a tinge of resentment towards the beast deity. Why did the deity choose his eldest cub from among others? She was just a simple female. He wished for her to possess no extraordinary abilities, only to grow up safely and eventually bear a litter of her own. However, a Yang, believing her words, continued cheerfully roasting the meat. I told you, how could sister possibly want to leave the tribe? Noticing Ada deep in thought, Suyu retrieved the remaining 2 beast cores from her space and placed them in Ada's hands. Father, these are 2 first-level beast cores. Choose 2 talented individuals in the tribe and have them consume them. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Ada snapped back to reality, a strong premonition stirring within him, as if Suyu were imparting a final message before her departure. Nevertheless, gazing at the 2 beast cores in his hands, Ada ultimately nodded. For the tribe was in dire need of strength. You, tell father once more that you will not leave the tribe, correct? Yes, father, I will not leave the tribe. However, I can share a little secret with you. A Yang, having just finished roasting a piece of meat, rushed over with bright eyes. What secret? Sister, what is it? I love secrets. Actually, when the beast deity sent me off, he gifted me a wondrous treasure that can hold things, that you cannot see it. Wow, how marvelous. What does this treasure contain? Sister, can you show it to me? Suyu awaited this moment, gently ruffling Ayang's hair. Since my dear little brother wishes to see it, I shall oblige, but do be careful not to drop your jaw in astonishment. With that, Suyu turned and stepped outside, revealing the corpse of a formidable first-grade beast. Ada gazed at the massive creature before him. Although he had only caught sight of a single leg, he understood the enormity of what lay ahead. A Yang darted back and forth between the cave and the outside, his face alight with astonishment as he pointed at the colossal beast. Is this truly what you brought back using the treasure bestowed by the beast god? Indeed, he exclaimed. Wow, it's so large. If we ration our meals, we could feast for quite some time. I shall never again worry about going hungry. Yes, little brother shall never again suffer from hunger. Even if sister is not by your side in the future, you will still be well fed. At present, their parents were gravely injured and unable to hunt, leaving only the young brother at home. This single first-grade beast, if consumed sparingly, should sustain them for a considerable duration. And should the worst happen, should she not return, perhaps by then their father would have nearly recovered and be able to hunt again, allowing the family to return to a life of normalcy. Chapter 49. Someone is following a Yang, brimming with excitement, circled the prey, examining it from every angle. For he had never encountered such a beast before. However, Ada remained skeptical of Suyu's words, his gaze filled with complexity as he scrutinized the enormous cub. Several times he contemplated summoning a howl, yet the presence of the mighty cub seemed to thwart his intentions. Eventually, everything returned to its rightful course. Suyu sat in the cave, replenishing her energy with food, while Yang eagerly wielded a knife to process the gain. Suyu consumed the remaining provisions in her home, devouring them entirely, and indulged in some beast meat, which finally provided her with a modicum of satiety. Concurrently, she became acutely aware of the transformations occurring within her body. In addition to the external conditions, her strength and vision had remarkably improved. Even in the depths of night, she could see as clearly as if it were broad daylight. Suyu was uncertain. Yet she pondered whether this was her unique disposition or a characteristic shared by all first-tier warriors. For her, the benefits of this situation outweighed the drawbacks, and she did not dwell on it excessively. Rising to her feet, she cast a glance at the herbs simmering nearby, her eyes flickering with intent. She hurried over, took her father's bowl, and filled it to the brim with the medicinal concoction. "Come, father, drink the medicine," she urged. However, Ada, clutching the bowl in Suyu's hands, was resolutely unwilling to partake. His fear consumed him. He dreaded that once he swallowed the potion, he would succumb to a deep slumber, losing his beloved child in the process. Observing the flickering uncertainty in Ada's gaze, Suyu couldn't help but smile knowingly. She turned to call out to Yang, "Come here, Yang. Father says he has something to discuss with you." As Yang scampered over with enthusiasm, Suyu innocently looked back at her father. "Father, can you drink it now?" Ada cast a puzzled glance at Suyu, then at Yang standing beside her. Reluctantly, he accepted the bowl from Suyu and downed its contents in one swift motion. "Father, what do you need me for?" Yang inquired. "You must immediately summon the elders to our cave and inform them that I have matters to discuss. The sooner, the better." "Oh, understood," Yang replied without hesitation, turning swiftly to dash out of the cave. The moment Yang's figure vanished from sight, Ada was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness. The image of his beloved child transformed from 1 into 2, then from 2 into 4. Alarmed, Ada bit down hard on his tongue, desperately extending his hands in an attempt to grasp Suyu. What are you doing? Please, do not leave your father. I beg you." Suyu silently took a step back and spoke. "I am sorry, father. Please wait a moment. Once you recover, we can go together, all right?" "No, the tribe needs you." "Father, if I leave, my fate remains uncertain. I do not wish to burden the tribe." "No, do not go, please stay." In the end, Ada could not withstand the effects of the medicine and fell unconscious. Suyu cast a glance at her father and mother in the cave, then surveyed the dwelling she had once called home, as if to engrave their images deeply upon her heart. Subsequently, she gathered the stone knife and bow and arrows from the corner, placing them into her space. Afterward, she retrieved several sets of animal skin garments and stored them away. Turning to leave under the moonlight, Suyu swiftly navigated through the dense forest, having marked her path meticulously in the preceding days. Once she traversed the miasmic woods, she would find solace in a cave that awaited her. With the dawn's arrival, she would embark on her quest for the resplendent ice lotus. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks, her gaze contemplatively fixed on a certain point behind her. In an instant, she quickened her pace, darting through the thickets in a bid to elude her pursuer. Suyu ran for a while, breathless and fatigued. As she approached the miasma forest, she found herself unable to shake off the person trailing behind her. With a sense of resignation, she finally spoke. "Come out. You've been following me all this way. Where are you headed?" When Suyu turned to catch a clearer glimpse of her pursuer, a hint of surprise crossed her face as she questioned, "Why is it you? Where are you going?" The cold, indifferent voice responded once more, "Where I go is none of your concern. You should return immediately. Let me accompany you." As he spoke, Ahau effectively barred her path, obstructing her every move. Suyu observed Ahau's every action with keen eyes. Suyu was so infuriated that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. After a considerable period of internal contemplation, she finally spoke. "I must venture into this place to seek medicinal herbs and shall return by dawn tomorrow. Allow me to accompany you." Came the insistence. No. You should remain in the tribe to rest. I shall return by morning. Let me come with you. Do you not understand? I am heading towards the back mountain. A place you all fear, do you not? You are not afraid. Naturally, I harbor no fear." Suyu gazed at the obstinate individual before her, her anxiety palpable as she glanced over her shoulder, fearful that an elder or a clan member might discover their presence. "Why must you insist on following me?" she implored. "To be frank, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, and I cannot guarantee my safe return. Therefore, could you refrain from causing further complications?" Upon hearing her words, Ahau's eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke again, his tone once more devoid of embellishment, yet this time imbued with an unwavering resolve. "I am your devoted follower. Allow me to accompany you." Suyu glanced back once more, aware that time was of the essence. With a determined grit of her teeth, she tossed a pouch crafted from animal hide to Ahau. "Very well, if you are unafraid of peril, then accompany me. Remember to fasten this pouch to your waist. Should you lose it, you shall bear the consequences." After Suyu finished speaking, she still felt somewhat uneasy. She took out a handful of herbs and placed them into Ahau's hands, saying curtly, "Hold on to these herbs and place them under your nose." After Suyu finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the miasma forest. Ahau watched her, initially filled with concern. But as he observed her unharmed and noticed that all the snakes, insects, and ants kept their distance, he glanced thoughtfully at the pouch and herbs in his hand before striding after her. Upon entering, Ahau immediately sensed something amiss. As Suyu was heading in a singular direction, despite the overgrown weeds surrounding them, he could discern that they were traversing a narrow path. As he watched Suyu ahead, his gaze transformed. This female had surprised him more than once, indicating that she had likely prepared for this journey in advance, or perhaps scouted the route beforehand. Although they endeavored to tread lightly, they inevitably startled the ferocious beast resting nearby. The two effortlessly dispatched several of these creatures before emerging from the miasma forest. Ahau's heart raced, for it was instilled in him through generations that the back mountain was a forbidden area. Venturing inside meant certain death, yet not only had they entered, but they had also successfully traversed it. Well, now we are essentially safe. There is a cave over there. Let us take refuge for the time being and devise our plans once dawn breaks, Ahau suggested, nodding in agreement without raising any objections. Upon entering the cave, Ahau noted its remarkable cleanliness. In the corners were not only stacks of firewood but also mats for sleeping. Surprised, he glanced at Suyu, reaffirming his previous thoughts. An entire sleepless night passed, and soon dawn arrived. Ai opened his drowsy eyes and looked over at Suyu. The sight nearly dropped his jaw. He had sensed something extraordinary about her the previous night, initially attributing it to the moonlight playing tricks on his vision. Now, in the light of day, he truly beheld Suyu's visage, and it struck him like a revelation. Chapter 50. The little tail Suyu was now markedly different from before. She had grown taller. Her skin had lightened several shades, and there was a subtle luminescence to her. Her entire presence exuded an indescribable quality, one he had never encountered in the females of the tribe, though he had seen it in certain warriors. At that moment, Ahau remained unaware that the feeling he could not articulate was called heroism. Suyu sat beside the bonfire, roasting meat, when she felt a searing gaze upon her. No matter how hard she tried to evade it, she found herself helplessly turning her head and inquiring, "What is it? Is there something dirty on my face?" As she spoke, she absent-mindedly touched her cheek. Ahau suddenly came to his senses, realizing his lapse in decorum, and quickly turned away, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Suyu gazed at the boy whose expression remained composed yet whose eyes darted about, his ears nearly bleeding from embarrassment. She quickly realized the situation and couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging his innocence. As for her current appearance, Suyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Although she had been flustered the previous night and had not clearly seen her transformation, the sensation of her skin, as delicate as jade and as tender as a freshly cracked egg, suggested she had not fallen short. Coupled with Ahau's recent reaction, she felt confident that her appearance was indeed quite pleasing. After a moment of quiet satisfaction, Suyu turned to Ahau beside her and said, "Take this bow along with the 5 stone knives. Keep them safe. Once we have eaten, we shall depart." Ahau gazed at the bow she handed him, instantly captivated, his hands instinctively caressing it. The more he touched it, the deeper his affection grew, and his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. It seemed as though he had an innate understanding as he nocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was released, soaring directly toward a grand tree outside the cave. Ahau glanced at the bow in his hands, then at the arrowhead embedded in the tree, and an awe-inspiring light ignited in his eyes. With a fervent rush, he sprinted outside the cave in a flurry of excitement. It took a considerable effort to dislodge the arrow from the tree, and as he observed the mark it left behind, a sense of wonder filled him. "This weapon is truly remarkable. I have never seen anything like it. What is this?" "This is called a bow and arrow, a weapon that is both distant and convenient." Ahau gestured with the bow again, only to quickly discover that the arrowhead he had just shot had become dented, filling him with an overwhelming sense of regret. Suyu observed the pain etched upon his face and gently patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. There, do not let your heart ache. When time permits, I shall assist you in sharpening the arrowheads. But for now, we must hasten back to the cave and partake of some sustenance. Our journey awaits." Ahau nodded. His spirits lifted as he clutched his bow and arrows, ready to return to the cave. Suddenly, as if struck by a momentous realization, he stood frozen in place, gazing intently at the surrounding landscape. Before his eyes lay a veritable bounty of wild vegetables and fruits, with various herbivorous beasts occasionally passing by, their presence a marvel to behold. Overcome with excitement, Ahau found himself momentarily speechless. Could it be that such an astonishing sight awaited them deep within the miasma forest? His mouth agape in astonishment, he nodded fervently, soon regaining his composure. "If we too are able to venture here, might it not also be possible for the tribespeople to explore this wondrous place?" Suyu nodded. "My original plan was to gather a group of tribespeople to venture into the mountains after bringing the medicine back to my mother." Upon hearing this, Ahau was exceptionally excited. He was certain that if the tribespeople could enter the mountains, no one in the tribe would ever starve again, for the resources on that mountain were incredibly abundant. Watching Suyu walk towards the cave, Ahau turned to look around one last time, his heart brimming with excitement as he took up his bow and arrows and re-entered the cave. Suyu gnawed on the meat while casting glances at Ahau, who, even while consuming his meal, refused to relinquish his bow and arrow. With a sigh of resignation, she shook her head. It seemed that, irrespective of the era, men harbored an unyielding fervor for weapons and vehicles. Even someone as aloof as Ahau was not immune to it. "When we return to the tribe, Would you be willing to impart the art of bow-making to our people? Ahau inquired hesitantly, and upon meeting her gaze, he continued, the power of this bow is formidable. Should our kin master it, they would undoubtedly benefit. Ahau had prepared a multitude of words, but the moment Suyu uttered her agreement, he found himself momentarily speechless. His mouth opening and closing, yet no words emerged. After they had finished their meal, they tidied up the cave. Suyu scattered some herbal powder at the entrance before setting off once more with Ahau. Although both were equipped with insect-repelling herbs, these only proved effective against the smaller pests. The larger ones remained unaffected. Ahead, a large tree hosted a vividly colored spider, approximately 70 to 80 centimeters in size, diligently weaving its web. Caught within was a colorful butterfly, larger than Suyu's palm, thrashing desperately. The spider, already in possession of its meal, merely glanced up at Suyu and Ahau before returning its focus to the struggle with the butterfly. Suyu let out a long sigh, cautiously maneuvering around the large tree alongside Ahau, and swiftly darted away. During that brief sprint, Suyu attentively scanned the surrounding trees and discovered 5 spiders, 7 snakes, and a myriad of other unfamiliar creatures. Of course, the number of creatures scuttling on the ground was countless, far too numerous to count. Despite their careful approach throughout the journey, the two inadvertently disturbed some wild beasts. After a fierce scuffle, they managed to escape, fortunately emerging unscathed. Just as they were feeling relieved, a sudden sound of an infant's cry echoed in the distance. Suyu and Ahau exchanged a glance, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons as they cautiously approached. There was no alternative. That direction was their intended path. The pair stealthily navigated their surroundings and soon arrived at the source of the infantile cries, only to discover a colossal python devouring a bird. The sound, resembling a baby's wail, emanated from the unfortunate creature's beak. Suyu believed that they had exercised considerable caution. However, that colossal python arched its body and coldly fixed its gaze upon them, rendering their concealment a mere farce. An immediate chill enveloped her entire being, prompting Suyu to cautiously step back, grasping Ahau's hand as they turned to flee. In the midst of their frantic escape, an inexplicable urge compelled Suyu to glance back towards the python. To her horror, she beheld the serpent flicking its elongated tongue, entwining its massive form around a bird, whose cries diminished in intensity. Subsequently, the python opened its gaping maw, engulfing the unfortunate avian in one swift motion, allowing Suyu to vividly discern the creature's 2 menacing fangs gleaming with venom. The scene was grotesque, with blood splattering and anguish cries echoing, instilling a profound sense of dread. As the two navigated through the primordial forest, they remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings. Despite the towering trees casting shadows that obscured the sun, rays of light gradually filtered through the gaps, illuminating the enchanting beauty of the ancient woods. Nevertheless, they dared not let their guard down, acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 51. Surrounded by enemies after enduring this arduous journey, Suyu had gained new insights. Given her parents' military backgrounds, she had often participated in outdoor drills. Occasionally, they would venture into the wilderness, leading to gatherings where they would watch wildlife documentaries. On several occasions, during school holidays, she had joined in, thus familiarizing herself with various flora and fauna. Yet, upon arriving in this realm, she realized that her previous knowledge paled in comparison. Everything she had known was mere child's play. The biodiversity of this world was astonishing, featuring creatures that bore semblance to modern species, albeit largely mutated and significantly larger than their contemporary counterparts. Some were entirely unfamiliar to her, unfortunately. While they had encountered danger along their path, they had yet to confront a truly formidable foe. After a considerable journey, Suyu gradually found herself parched, and she took a hearty swig from the bamboo tube, feeling an immense sense of relief. Turning her gaze to her side, she noticed Ahau, drenched in sweat, and offered him the bamboo tube. "Have a sip of water," she urged. Ahau glanced at the bamboo tube in Suyu's hand, then briefly surveyed her flushed complexion. Ultimately, he said nothing, turning instead to raise his bow and arrow, aiming at a creature ahead. The arrow struck its mark with precision, and in a few swift strides, Ahau approached the fallen prey, extracting the arrow with ease. He then leaned down to drink greedily from the fresh wound, crimson liquid trickling from the corners of his mouth to the ground. Watching the blood cascade from Ahau's lips, Suyu felt a tumult in her stomach. Although she had mentally braced herself for such a sight, witnessing the indifferent Ahau consuming the blood of a beast was still somewhat unbearable for her. For reasons unknown, Ahau held a unique place in her heart, and the thought of him drinking the blood was something she could not reconcile. Thus, when he turned to face her, his mouth and even his teeth stained with blood, she was left momentarily speechless. Suyu, unable to restrain herself, quickened her pace. Ahau observed her movements, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss and curiosity, yet he could only remain in the dark. Thus, he abandoned his previous quarry and strode forward to catch up. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the two. Suddenly, a strange sound pierced the air, prompting Ahau to grasp Suyu's arm, causing her to tense with surprise. They swiftly concealed themselves behind a grand tree. As they settled behind the tree, they were immediately noticed by 2 serpents and a large bird perched above. The serpents flicked their long tongues and slithered menacingly close, issuing subtle warnings. The bird flapped its wings, revealing sharp, elongated fangs. Just as tensions mounted between the two parties, A herd of herbivores thundered past the base of the tree, interspersed with a few fierce predators. Following the frantic rush of these beasts, a colossal creature ambled into view not far from them. Suyu had never encountered anything like it. The creature was as large as a modern small truck, with blood-red eyes and two pointed tusks protruding from its head. Its jagged teeth appeared exceedingly sharp, and it lumbered toward them, panting heavily. Upon sighting this formidable being, the surrounding fauna scattered in a panic. Even the serpents and the bird beside them ceased their hostilities, standing frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Glancing at the scene below, and then at the two serpents and the bird so close to them, they remained silent, caught in a moment of uncertainty. Suyu shivered deeply. They were indeed surrounded by enemies on all sides. Those two pythons could easily strike at them with just a mere glimpse of their heads. Suyu lowered her voice and asked Ahau, "Do you have any idea what ferocious beast lies below? What is its vulnerable point?" Ahau shook his head in regret and surprise. "I have never encountered such a creature." Upon hearing this, Suyu, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved a pistol from her belongings, preparing to eliminate the python and the giant bird first before confronting the beast. It seemed that fleeing was no longer an option. They had to face it head-on. As Ahau observed Suyu aiming her pistol at the two giant pythons, he suddenly recalled her earlier words about her limited ammunition. He swiftly pressed down on the pistol in her hand and gestured with his bow and arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow flew, striking one of the pythons in its vital spot, causing it to collapse with a thud, writhing for a moment before lying still. The fallen python startled the previously leisurely beast, which lifted its head and began to charge towards them, its massive size causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Upon reaching the python's carcass, the beast lowered its head, using its formidable fangs to pierce the python, devouring it with alarming speed as if savoring a snack. The giant bird, sensing the danger, took flight, flapping its wings vigorously, while the pythons and Suyu and Ahau remained frozen on the tree, too frightened to move. However, the commotion from the departing bird roused the beast below, which soon spotted Suyu and Ahau hiding in the tree's branches. Feeling the beast's gaze upon them, Suyu's heart raced uncontrollably, and her eyelids twitched with anxiety. The beast, having just fed, was smeared with blood from its fangs and body, presenting a particularly gruesome sight. In this critical moment, Suyu aimed her pistol at the beast's forehead and fired without hesitation, expecting it to succumb immediately. To her astonishment, the beast merely sustained a minor wound, a trickle of blood marking its skin. Rather than falling, it became enraged. The beast began to violently ram into the tree, its sharp fangs embedding into the trunk before being yanked out, leaving a gaping hole. With each powerful strike, Suyu watched as the tree became riddled with damage, swaying precariously on the verge of collapse. The two clung tightly to the trunk, fearful of being dislodged. This tree is about to fall and without any arrows left. My 3 shots have failed to bring it down. We cannot remain here any longer. We must devise another plan. I possess herbs that can induce unconsciousness in beasts. I will attempt to sprinkle them on its wound and see if it works. All right, I will jump down first to divert its attention. You leap onto its back and apply the powder to its injury. After devising their plan, Ahau jumped down, and indeed, the beast was immediately drawn towards him. Chapter 52. Danger in the jungle. As the beast's hoof was about to crush Ahau, he quickly rolled to the side with agility, concealing himself behind a large tree. The beast relentlessly pursued him, engaging in a game of hide and seek beneath the towering trees. Suyu remained perched above, seeking an opportunity but finding none, while the beast gradually lost patience, crashing into the great tree that stood in its path, creating a large hole. At that moment, Ahau emerged from behind a tree. His fists clenched, muscles taut, and he struck the beast forcefully on its rear. Suyu initially believed that her 2 punches merely served to scratch the beast's itch, especially since her earlier 3 shots had failed to vanquish the creature. However, to her astonishment, the beast let out a piercing howl in response to Ahau's assault, its body convulsing rapidly. In the next moment, with a resounding crack, Suyu's pupils dilated in shock as the beast managed to snap a towering tree in half. Ahau, in a final burst of effort, delivered 2 heavy punches to the beast before swiftly dodging to safety. The creature emitted a fierce shriek, and upon regaining its senses, it erupted into a frenzy, wildly stamping its hooves and thrusting its formidable horns in all directions, while its mouth unleashed a series of furious roars. The echoes of these roars filled Suyu with a sense of agitation, her blood surging chaotically within her, a persistent buzzing resonating in her ears, accompanied by a metallic taste of rust in her throat. It soon became evident that a warm liquid was trickling down her face. Suyu bit her tongue to rouse herself, intending to assess Ahau's condition. However, before she could react, a loud thud echoed, as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. Suyu fixed her gaze and discovered that it was the large python, which had just sought refuge with her in the tree that had fallen. Before the python could even comprehend its predicament, a fierce beast had already spotted it. With a swift step, the creature crushed the python into the ground, reducing it to a mere mass of flesh. At that moment, it seemed as if the beast suddenly grasped the situation, its crimson eyes coldly fixated on Suyu, who stood perched in the tree. Suyu was taken aback, sensing that something was amiss. Just as she prepared to leap down from the tree, the ferocious beast charged straight towards her, colliding violently with the trunk. The great tree succumbed with a crash, and Ahau, who had been hiding behind it, barely managed to suppress the tumultuous surge of blood within him. He then witnessed Suyu plummeting from the branches, prompting him to cry out in alarm. "You!" In an instant, he dashed towards her like a whirlwind. Suyu plummeted directly from the tree, perilously close to falling into the jaws of a ferocious beast. In midair, she executed a deft maneuver, leveraging the creature's sharp fangs to spring onto its back. With unwavering resolve, she retrieved a pouch of medicinal powder that she had meticulously prepared and poured its contents into the beast's mouth. At that moment, Ahau arrived at her side, instinctively channeling all his strength into his arms, delivering a powerful punch while urging Suyu to cling tightly to the creature's neck. Through their shared experiences that day, Suyu had anticipated Ahau's intentions. She grasped one of the beast's fangs with one hand and retrieved another handful of medicinal powder from her spatial pouch, scattering it over the beast's wounds. A thunderous roar erupted from the creature as it reared its head, nearly dislodging Suyu. As the echo of its cry reverberated, she soon found her senses dulled, her vision blurring, and her grip slipping away. Just as despair crept in, making her believe her demise was imminent, the beast suddenly collapsed to the ground. With the creature's fall, Suyu could no longer maintain her hold and tumbled down as well, bracing for an anticipated impact. However, instead of the expected pain, she was met with an unexpected softness beneath her. Despite her diminished senses, she could surmise her landing spot. Both she and the tiger lay on the ground, and after an indeterminate passage of time, Suyu's fingers twitched, finally regaining a modicum of feeling. "How are you all right?" As soon as Suyu's words fell, the originally furry appendage swiftly transformed into an arm. Suyu, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through her body, slowly sat up and wiped the blood from her face, only to discover that Ahau beside her had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Blood was seeping from his facial features, with a notably greater flow from his mouth than from other wounds. His body bore injuries of indeterminate severity, prompting her to hastily retrieve some hemostatic herbs from her spatial pouch to tend to his wounds. Once she had completed the bandaging, Suyu felt as if she had been pulled from the depths of water, her entire being drenched in cold sweat. She lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings and was struck with alarm. They were encircled by a myriad of ferocious beasts, all fixated on them with predatory intent. Yet none dared to advance. Suyu speculated that the ferocious beasts were likely fearful of the deceased creature, which deterred them from advancing. In that moment, she had no time for contemplation. Drawing her pistol, she surveyed her surroundings and fired 3 shots at the 3 beasts she deemed most formidable. The creature fell with a thud, swiftly instilling a sense of dread in the remaining beasts. Some turned to flee, while others remained, fixated upon them. With a quivering resolve, Suyu rose to her feet and approached the ferocious beast, summoning every ounce of strength to cleave its head open. Within, she discovered a beast core, roughly the size of a modern goose egg. After securing the core within her spatial storage, Suyu cast another glance at the colossal creature sprawled on the ground, realizing that its immense size rendered it impossible to store within her space. As she strained to dismantle the beast, Ahau, who had been lying nearby, stirred from his slumber with a cough. Noticing Suyu tending to their catch, he hastened to assist her. Together, they managed to disassemble the beast, and Suyu stowed the meat away in her spatial storage. The remaining entrails and other remnants were tossed to the surrounding creatures, who eagerly rushed to devour them. Transforming into his beast form, Ahau seized Suyu and swiftly retreated. As darkness enveloped the sky, the two exerted considerable effort before finally locating a hollow in a tree. Exhausted, they made no attempt to smoke the area out, simply gathering a few sticks for warmth. Fortunately, both carried insect-repellent packs, which prompted the mosquitoes to obediently vacate the hollow without launching an attack. The campfire slowly blazed to life as Suyu placed several pieces of beast meat over the flames, turning to Ahau and stating, "I have roughly tended to your wounds. Let us first nourish ourselves, and I shall attend to your injuries properly afterward." Ahau, rotating the meat in his hands, glanced up at Suyu, whose injuries were still bleeding profusely. "My wounds are of little consequence. You should first attend to your own injuries," he insisted. Chapter 53. Imparting the art of bow and arrow craftsmanship. Suyu nodded, handing the skewer laden with meat to Ahau, and then commenced to bandage her wounds. Once her injuries were attended to, she eagerly accepted the roasted meat from Ahau and took a hearty bite. In that moment, she immediately sensed a remarkable difference, for this meat was unlike anything they had consumed before. As it slid down her throat, it swiftly transformed into energy, and the once exhausted Suyu gradually felt her strength returning. Her eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as she quickly devoured another piece of meat, feeling her energy levels replenish significantly. Suyu raised her head in astonishment, gazing at Ahau. "Ahau, do you not sense the extraordinary quality of this meat?" Although Ahau is unfamiliar with the term extraordinary, his keen instincts as a formidable warrior allowed him to perceive the notable differences in his body. "Indeed, this meat is remarkably distinct from what we have previously consumed. After eating a piece, I feel significantly less pain throughout my body, and my strength has somewhat returned. I share your sentiments. How unfortunate it is. Had I known this would be the case, I would not have discarded that meat to those ferocious beasts." Observing the pained expression on Suyu's face, Ahau couldn't help but smile slightly as he picked up 2 more pieces of meat to roast over the fire. "Enough lamenting. Those beasts have encircled us. If we do not offer them some benefit, we shall not escape unscathed." "True," she replied, despite the regret. "There is little we can do. After Suyu finished speaking, she suddenly fixed her gaze on Ahau, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a cat that had stolen a fish. Ahau was busy grilling meat, yet the intensity of the girl's stare was impossible to ignore. With a sense of helplessness, he glanced over at her, silently inquiring with his eyes. Ahau, you really ought to smile more often. Just look how charming you are when you do, she said. Upon hearing her words, Ahau froze, an uncomfortable sensation washing over him. Yet, inexplicably, whenever Suyu suggested he should smile, the corners of his mouth would involuntarily lift. They continued to eat several pieces of meat, gradually regaining their strength. Then, Suyu took a moment to assess both her and Ahau's physical condition. She discovered that aside from some varying degrees of damage to their internal organs and facial features, they were otherwise in good health, which brought her a sense of relief. Suyu added some firewood to the pile and retrieved 2 gleaming tusks from her spatial storage. Ahau silently observed from the side, no longer astonished as he once was. He had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Even when Suyu suddenly vanished from his sight only to reappear moments later, he regarded it as entirely ordinary. However, the memory of her being so close while tending to his wounds set his heart racing uncontrollably. Could you assist me in crafting a weapon according to my specifications? Suyu's voice broke through his reverie, redirecting his attention to the 2 tusks emanating a faint, ethereal glow in her hands. Instantly, he grasped her intentions. Certainly. Just instruct me on how to proceed, and I promise to forge 2 weapons that will meet your expectations. Very well. In addition to these tusks, there are also 4 leg bones. When time permits, we shall transform those into weapons as well. After hearing Suyu's proposal, Ahau nodded in agreement and began to diligently work with the 2 tusks. Suyu observed the busy Ahau, casting a fleeting glance at the bow and arrow resting nearby. Her eyes shimmered with intent as she retrieved a stone knife from her spatial storage. Rising to her feet, she began to stride towards the cave's entrance. Although Ahau was engrossed in polishing a bone knife, he remained vigilant, keenly observing Suyu's actions. Noticing her departure towards the cave's exterior, he quickly inquired, "Where are you headed?" Suyu gestured with the stone knife in her hand, remarking, "Isn't your arrowhead completely destroyed?" "I intend to venture out and gather some timber to craft new arrowheads for you. I will accompany you." Without further ado, Ahau rose and trailed behind Suyu. As both were first-tier warriors, they could clearly discern the scenery outside. Before long, they had gathered ample materials. Observing Ahau wielding the stone knife to fell a moderately sized tree, Suyu hastily intervened. "This tree is a bit too large for crafting arrowheads. We have already collected enough materials to create numerous arrows. Let us return, for the night is perilous. Instead of crafting arrowheads, I shall fashion some bows and arrows for you." Upon hearing this, Suyu refrained from saying more, reflecting on the day's perils and excitement. She recognized the necessity of preparing several bows and arrows for self-defense. Initially, she had believed that possessing a handgun would suffice, but it was evident that one could not rely solely on it. Upon returning to the cave, Suyu retrieved the stone knife to begin crafting bows and arrows. As Ahau observed her industrious efforts, he hesitated for some time before finally summoning the courage to speak. You. May I join you in the crafting of bows and arrows?" Under the flickering firelight, Suyu raised her gaze, meeting Ahau's eager eyes, and nodded in agreement. "Very well, there is a piece of wood over there, perfect for crafting bows and arrows. Bring it to me, and I shall teach you how to create the bow first. Later, I will instruct you on the making of arrowheads." Ahau promptly set down the thong he had been working on, his expression unchanged, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement as he fetched the wood and approached Suyu. The process of crafting a bow and arrow is, in fact, quite straightforward, yet their power is formidable, particularly suited for long-range attacks. The initial step involves constructing the bow, for which it is essential to select a tree with considerable elasticity. The most suitable material for the bowstring in our possession is the sinew of this fierce beast. We shall create notches at both ends of the bow and securely bind the sinew in place. It must be said that Ahau displayed remarkable intelligence. After Suyu's single explanation, he grasped the method with ease. Subsequently, Suyu introduced him to the creation of arrowheads. Once the bow is completed, we shall proceed to fashion the arrowheads, which can be crafted from polished bone or sharpened twigs and bamboo strips, regardless of the material chosen. The tail end must be affixed with feathers. As she spoke, Suyu retrieved a bundle of prepared feathers from her storage and handed them to Ahau. Having anticipated their venture into the mountains, she had ample feathers on hand for the arrowheads. After successfully crafting the bow and fashioning several arrowheads, Ahau chose to cease further bow making and entrusted these tasks to Suyu, returning to his work on the thong. After Suyu crafted a bow, she meticulously fashioned 40 to 50 arrowheads. Subsequently, she retrieved a small bucket of water from her spatial storage and sprinkled half a package of poison into it, allowing the arrowheads to soak. Having completed these tasks, Suyu rubbed her slightly sore waist when a cold yet caring voice from Ahau broke the silence. If you're tired, you should rest for a while." Contemplating his words, Suyu pondered the situation. They were in an unfamiliar place, and it would indeed be unwise for both to fall asleep simultaneously. One of them must remain vigilant. Thus, it seemed prudent for her to sleep first, and upon waking, she would take over for Ahau. "Very well, I shall rest now, and when I awaken, I will relieve you." Ahau nodded in agreement, his hands continuing their work uninterrupted. Suyu reclined against the wall of the tree hollow, her eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, A thought struck her regarding the beast core within her spatial pouch. She sat upright and retrieved the core from the depths of her space. Ahau, who was diligently refining his weapon nearby, heard the commotion and, thinking something was amiss, turned to gaze at Tsuyu, observing her in a daze. Fixated on the beast core in her hand, he inquired, "What is it, you?" Chapter 54. Pressing forward, Tsuyu handed the beast core to Ahau, inquiring whether he perceived a significant difference between this core and the first-level beast cores they typically consumed. Ahau, upon receiving the core, scrutinized it closely and discovered that, under the flickering light, it emitted a faint crimson glow. This beast core was considerably larger than the first-level ones he was accustomed to, exuding a subtle yet potent aura of strength. "I surmise this is not merely a first-level beast core. Why don't you consume it and see if it elevates you to a second-level warrior?" As Ahau examined the core in his grasp, he nearly dropped it in astonishment upon hearing her suggestion. With disbelief, he lifted his gaze to meet Tsuyu's eyes. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself before managing to ask, "You want me to eat this core? Are you certain?" "Indeed. Do you realize the immense value of this core?" She replied, "I understand, which is precisely why I want you to consume it. You are male and possess wings. Who knows what kind of evolution might occur? As for me, being female, my transformation would likely pertain only to strength or other minor enhancements, but certainly not to the extent of your potential." This decision was made after considerable contemplation by Tsuyu, for they were now allies on this perilous journey. Having encountered such a formidable beast within just a day, they could only speculate what other challenges lay ahead. Ahau was among the most capable of his generation within the tribe, excelling in various aspects. If he were to ingest this beast core, a mutation was inevitable, significantly increasing their chances of survival when foraging for herbs. Observing the unwavering determination in Tsuyu's eyes and reflecting on the harrowing events of the day, Ahau felt a pang of apprehension. If given the chance to relive the day, he was uncertain whether they would emerge unscathed again. As their adversary had proven overwhelmingly powerful, resolved to better safeguard Tsuyu, Ahau tightened his grip on the beast core decisively. "Very well, I shall consume it. However, if we encounter danger in the future, I must be the first to confront it." Tsuyu gazed at the youth before her, a soft smile gracing her lips, pleasantly surprised by his gentlemanly demeanor and his attentiveness towards girls. "I shall comply, but consuming this beast core won't result in any adverse effects, will it?" she inquired. "Not at all, rest assured," he replied, albeit with a hint of uncertainty in his heart. For this beast core was markedly different from the dual-phase cores consumed by Dehei and the chieftain in their tribe. With no better alternatives at hand, he placed the beast core back into Tsuyu's palm and stepped out of the tree hollow. Just as Tsuyu was engulfed in confusion, Ahau returned, arms laden with a substantial bundle of firewood, and subsequently sealed the entrance to the hollow with stones. "Now, hand me the beast core," he commanded. Tsuyu hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to relinquish the beast core she held. It was not due to any reluctance on her part, but rather a concern that this beast core might induce discomfort in Ahau's body. The incident with the young had already cast a shadow over her. Ahau took the beast core and swallowed it, then settled into a cross-legged position. Tsuyu watched him intently, anxious that something unfortunate might occur. After approximately 5 minutes, she noticed that Ahau's skin began to writhe internally, as if countless insects were rolling about within. Subsequently, his skin expelled a dark substance from the surface. While it lacked the foul odor that a yang's expulsion had, it was still far from pleasant. Tsuyu gazed at Ahau, feeling a slight sense of relief. At least the procedure was correct. The transition from a level 1 warrior to a level 2 warrior might not be as excruciating as advancing to a level 1 warrior. However, it wasn't long before Tsuyu sensed something amiss, for she noticed blood trickling from the corner of Ahau's mouth, and his entire body began to tremble slightly. Beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, began to emerge, and the perspiration bore an ominous hint of crimson, reminiscent of blood. Moreover, his skin took on a deep scarlet hue, akin to that of a boiled shrimp, while wisps of white smoke began to rise from his head. Tsuyu was taken aback, hurrying forward, ready to inspect the situation. Just as she placed her hand upon Ahau's body, a sharp sound pierced the air. Tsuyu felt a sharp pain in her finger. Lifting her hand, she discovered that the palm had been scalded, adorned with several large blisters. Furthermore, she quickly realized that the temperature within the tree hollow was steadily rising, prompting the insects that had sought refuge deep within to emerge in a frantic rush toward the exit. However, the entrance was firmly blocked, rendering their escape impossible. Drawing forth a pouch of medicinal powder from her spatial storage, Tsuyu scattered it upon the writhing insects. They promptly collapsed onto the ground, motionless. With a wooden stick, she methodically prodded the creatures into the fire, ensuring their complete incineration. Once the insects were dealt with, Tsuyu turned her gaze towards Ahau, only to find him flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his body like a meandering stream. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, and wisps of white smoke occasionally emanated from his form. Observing this unsettling scene, Tsuyu dared not approach him any closer and instead settled into a corner slightly farther away. As she crafted arrowheads, she silently kept watch over him. In Tsuyu's heart, a tumult of anxiety brewed, as regret took root, fearing that her ignorance might have harmed Ahau. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely within the tree hollow, and gradually, the temperature began to drop, allowing Ahau to regain his composure. "How do you feel? Are you all right?" Ahau's eyes fluttered open, meeting Suyu's bright gaze, unwavering and focused upon him. The genuine concern and care reflected in her eyes sent his heart racing, leaving him momentarily uncertain whether it was the rising warmth of the environment or the flush of his own cheeks. He abruptly turned away, drawing in several deep breaths to steady his wildly beating heart before finally addressing her. "I'm fine. I feel invigorated in every aspect, and I am pleasantly warm." Upon hearing this, Siyu let out a long sigh of relief, her worries finally dissipating. "That's wonderful, truly wonderful." Afterward, life resumed its rhythm. Ahau replenished his energy with food, while Siyu diligently prepared it for him. As for cleansing themselves, the notion seemed utterly preposterous given their circumstances. There was scarcely enough water to drink, let alone to wash. With Ahau's recent elevation to the ranks of a second-tier warrior, his dietary needs had significantly increased. Fortunately, the ample provisions within Suyu's space prevented him from going hungry. At dawn the following day, as the first light began to break, the two resumed their journey. However, as they ventured further, the path ahead became increasingly treacherous. The ground had turned unexpectedly damp, cloaked in a slippery moss, and they occasionally encountered trickling streams cascading down. Despite Suyu's commendable sense of balance, she found herself stumbling several times amidst the forest challenges. "The ground is far too slick. Perhaps I should assist you," Ahau suggested, unable to contain his concern as he witnessed Suyu's repeated tumbles. When his hand inadvertently brushed against her exposed skin, warmth surged from his palm to his entire arm, reminiscent of the transformation he had undergone the previous night. Yet, this time, an unfamiliar sensation accompanied it. His heart began to race uncontrollably. The memory of Suyu's previous aversion to him washed over him like a cold wave. At that moment, Siyu was oblivious to Ahau's turmoil. She surveyed their surroundings and instinctively wrapped her arm around his. "Let us support each other. I wonder if there are any lakes ahead." Ahau's heart raced anew, his gaze fixated on her delicate hand resting on his arm, slender and fair. It took considerable effort for him to divert his attention. "There should be some. I can build a few wooden barrels later to store some water." Siyu nodded, feeling a sense of joy, as she had not anticipated that the two of them were increasingly in sync. Siyu and Ahau strolled leisurely. But as the humidity in the forest increased, the animal skins they wore gradually became damp, clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. However, the physical discomfort was not the most alarming aspect. What truly unnerved them was that the deeper they ventured, the colder the temperature became, with certain areas even beginning to frost over. Chapter 55, Earth Element. Siyu shivered, tugging at the damp animal skin draped over her. She murmured softly, "What an eerie place is this? The temperature difference with the outside world is so vast that it has even turned to ice here." As Suyu's words fell, a sudden rustling sound echoed around, accompanied by an overwhelmingly foul odor that assailed the senses. The sound of crawling sent shivers down Suyu's spine. The two exchanged a quick glance and hastily leaped onto a large tree. Just as they steadied themselves, they discovered a swarm of enormous insects on the ground. These creatures resembled a bizarre amalgamation of a beetle and a type of medicinal herb known as tu yuan. Their bodies were entirely black, adorned with thick shells on their backs, and two antennae protruded from their heads. With 4 swift legs, they scurried about, leaving a desolate path in their wake, devoid of any vegetation. Moreover, they exuded a viscous liquid that froze upon contact, glimmering with a lethal sheen, revealing the deadly nature of this substance. Suyu witnessed with her own eyes insects the size of modern rabbits, which, due to her untimely escape, were swiftly overwhelmed and devoured clean. Siyu harbored a slight case of trypophobia, her gaze lingering upon the densely clustered insects scuttling beneath the trees, their limbs flailing in an exuberant display. Instantly, a sensation of tingling discomfort enveloped her, as if those very creatures had infested her entire being. Siyu was currently overwhelmed with the urge to scratch. Yet she feared being discovered by the lurking insects. After a prolonged struggle, she managed to restrain herself. Fortunately, the insects whizzed past without noticing their concealment in the tree. As the silhouettes of the insects vanished from sight, both of them cautiously descended from the tree, preparing to sneak away. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and an exclamation of disbelief escaped Suyu's lips as she glanced downward, unable to deny her misfortune. In that very moment of descent, she had unwittingly stepped upon a solitary beetle. The beetle, its robust shell damaged beneath her foot, turned to inspect the ruined half of its armor, then glared at the two unwelcome intruders with a furious hiss. Suyu's complexion turned pale in an instant, and as she noticed the slightest movement at the corners of its mouth, an ominous feeling surged within her. She grasped Ahau's hand and began to sprint frantically. At this moment, their only chance lay in a desperate struggle. Should that creature catch up with them, they would likely be left as mere skeletons. She had no desire to meet the same fate as those wretched insects. The beetle unleashed a spray of venom and, observing the two uninvited guests fleeing hastily, cast a final glance at its damaged carapace, emitting a peculiar sound. Soon after, that familiar noise echoed from behind Suyu. The two of them ran with all their might, fearful of being overtaken by the relentless beetles in pursuit. They had no idea how many times they had stumbled, but now their bodies were caked in mud. Yet, the beetles continued to trail closely behind them, just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them. Suyu suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping from behind. Upon turning her head, the sight that met her eyes nearly caused her to halt in horror. The once grounded beetles had unfurled their thick shells and were now flapping their wings, lunging towards them in flight. Suyu, without a moment's hesitation, extracted a handful of medicinal powder from her space and scattered it behind her, while also cautioning Ahau beside her to hold his breath, for the powder was toxic. After casting the powder, the two resumed their frantic flight, with no alternative in sight. If they were confronted by a ferocious beast, they could have joined forces to confront it. However, faced with swarms of creatures that possessed little combat prowess yet appeared in the thousands, they found themselves in a dire predicament. As they ran, Siyu suddenly felt a sharp sting in her ear and shoulder. Turning to investigate, she saw several beetles had already flown into her vicinity. Without a second thought, she swatted at them, and as a few fell to the ground, they were immediately surrounded by countless more. Ahau, noticing the encroaching beetles, disregarded his own safety and extended his hands to assist Suyu in driving them away. Though he dared not reveal his claws, fearful of inadvertently harming her. With only the two of them, how could they fend off the growing swarm of beetles? Moreover, Siyu discerned a grave issue. The beetles seemed utterly unfazed by the medicinal powder she had brought. Just as she pondered their escape, a sudden heat surged beside her ear, followed by a waft of savory aroma that reached her nostrils. It was then that she realized Ahau's palm had erupted into flames. He quickly recognized the situation and employed his newly discovered skill to combat the beetles. Perhaps due to his eagerness or his unfamiliarity with the new ability, several times the flames nearly scorched both Suyu and himself. After a fervent display of fire, the beetles surrounding them quickly retreated. However, instead of fleeing, they perched on the ground, wings folded, glaring hungrily at Suyu and Ahau, poised to retaliate. Seeing they had not vacated the area, Ahau unleashed another series of fiery sparks toward them. The air soon filled with the rich scent of roasted flesh. As the beetles splattered by the flames writhed like magma erupting from a volcano, accompanied by furious roars and crackling sounds. Those that remained unscathed hastily retreated. After a brief standoff, as Ahau prepared to strike once more, the beetles seemed to comprehend the situation and turned to leave. With their retreat, Siyu, disregarding the dirt beneath her, plopped down onto the ground. She retrieved the beast meat they had roasted that morning from her space, and both began to devour it heartily. As they consumed several pieces, their strength gradually returned. Siyu picked up a stick nearby and began inspecting the beetles that had not been fully incinerated. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Upon hearing the information conveyed by the voice, Suyu felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyfully. The creature she had previously thought resembled a tuyuan, a type of medicinal insect, turned out to indeed be a modern variant. The medicinal value of the tuyuan was exceedingly high. Excited by this realization, Siyu quickly urged Ahau to assist her in collecting the partially burnt corpses of the tuyuan, for they were a rarity in medicinal resources. Tuyuan? Medicinal material? Yes, indeed. This is called tuyuan. With it, even a severe wound like Uncle DeHaze could heal in no more than 3 days. Understanding its value, Ahau joined her in the collection efforts, and after several hours, they finally managed to gather the remaining tuyuan. As they looked at each other, both covered in mud and resembling a mess, they burst into laughter. Chapter 56. Encountering danger again, let us seek out a water source and clean ourselves up, Siyu suggested. Their bodies were in dire need of cleansing. Otherwise, she would begin to suspect they might be infested with lice. Agreed, Ahau nodded. Ever the one for cleanliness. Had it not been for their surroundings, he would have bathed long ago. The two supported each other as they stumbled forward. Time passed without their notice, and the temperature in the forest dropped significantly, with their breaths crystallizing into white mist. Yet, they still had not encountered a water source. The animals they observed along the way were markedly different from those outside, exhibiting greater prowess and capable of exuding venom laced with ice. Any living creature that came into contact with that venom was doomed. Their journey had been fraught with peril, having just evaded the tuyuan's attack. They stumbled upon a swarm of creatures reminiscent of modern-day scorpions. These creatures were particularly large, roughly the size of her palm, in a deep brown color, preferring to hide on the trunks of towering trees. Unless one was vigilant, it was easy to fall victim to them. Fortunately, Ahau had unlocked a new skill. Faced with the onslaught of scorpions, he effortlessly dispatched them with a few fireballs. Of course, Siyu would not overlook the valuable scorpions in tuyuan, as they were rare medicinal materials. Her space was now brimming with the corpses of scorpions and tuyuan. In addition to these, she also discovered a wealth of precious herbs, all of which she diligently stored away. Proceeding cautiously, Siyu was now acutely aware of the many toxic entities that like to disguise themselves in this area. Thus, both wielded long sticks, carefully tapping their surroundings, with surprisingly effective results. Before them, a creature resembling a stick lazily stretched, clutching a flying ant in its mouth. Startled, the two took a step back. Yet the stick-like creature merely glanced at them before swiftly retreating into the nearby underbrush, still clutching its prey. Continuing their careful advance, they suddenly heard the sound of rushing water ahead. Siyu's heart leapt with joy as she exchanged a glance with Ahau, eagerly rushing forward. After 2 days of travel, their water supply had been entirely depleted, and hearing the sound of flowing water was irresistible. They dashed past several towering trees and navigated through a dense thicket, until a vast lake began to materialize before them. Siyu surveyed the area and noted the absence of any animals drinking from it. How peculiar, she mused aloud, such a large lake. Yet not a single creature in sight. Ahau nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Indeed, it is quite unexpected. We should proceed with caution. There may be something large lurking in the water. Suyu nodded and retrieved several buckets from her spatial storage, preparing to fetch water. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she nearly fell into the depths below. In a swift motion, Ahau discarded the bucket and quickly lifted Suyu, placing her safely on the nearby ground. As Suyu grounded herself in the moment, she began to grasp the reality around her. She gazed at the tender green grass ahead and recalled the mud from the treacherous spot from which she had nearly fallen. Observing Ahau, who was about to venture closer, she quickly intervened. "Do not approach. This area is a swamp." "A swamp?" he inquired. "Indeed. It has now become clear to me why no fierce beasts come to drink at the lake's edge. The surroundings are entirely engulfed in swamp. Swamps form when the soil remains perpetually saturated, and a moment's inattention can cause both animals and humans to become ensnared." After absorbing Suyu's explanation, Ahau nodded in understanding. "Since this area is replete with swamps, you cannot proceed. Hand me the water bucket. I possess wings, and I shall soar across." Suyu nodded, extracting all the buckets from the space and placing them upon the ground. Ahau transformed from his human form into that of a beast, preparing to soar toward the lake to fetch water. Suddenly, several large birds appeared, circling ominously above the lake. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, Suyu and Ahau quickly concealed themselves behind a grand tree. After a brief period of circling, the birds, sensing no immediate danger, dove down to drink from the lake's waters. While the initial few encountered no issues, calamity struck when the last bird plummeted toward the surface. In an instant, a long neck emerged from the depths of the lake, swiftly ensnaring two of the birds before vanishing beneath the water once more. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, leaving Suyu and Ahau momentarily paralyzed behind the tree, struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. Simultaneously, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief at the birds' arrival. Had it not been for them, Ahau might have well met a grim fate. "What shall we do now? After 2 days of travel, we have only encountered this solitary source of water." Suyu raised her gaze towards the sky, now cloaked in the impending darkness, and glanced at the tranquil surface of the lake. As twilight approached, "We should search the vicinity for a suitable place to spend the night and return when the shadows deepen. I surmised that at that hour, a multitude of creatures would arrive for a drink, allowing us to take advantage of the ensuing chaos." Ahau nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us first scout the area for accommodations, and we shall devise our plans once night falls." After a diligent search, the two eventually discovered a tree hollow that could serve as their refuge. Ahau tossed a fireball inside, and a cacophony of crackling sounds accompanied by an enticing aroma filled the air. Subsequently, an array of vividly colored poisonous creatures emerged from the hollow. "All right. You go in first. I will gather some firewood nearby for warmth tonight. I will accompany you. Let us collect as much as we can. It is significantly colder here than outside." As they gathered an ample supply of firewood and settled it in the cave, the darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Once again, they stealthily approached the lakeside, where several grand trees stood, and indeed, Suyu's expectations were met. Above the lake, a multitude of birds circled, and the marshland revealed some familiar species to Suyu's eyes. Creatures such as toads, frogs, snakes, and spiders appeared, yet they were several times larger than their modern counterparts. Suyu and Ahau concealed themselves among the branches, their eyes wide with disbelief as several heads emerged from the lake, ensnaring the birds that dared to sip its water. The entire body of water was stained crimson, and a pungent scent of blood hung heavy in the air. Perhaps the ferocious beasts lurking beneath the surface had grown weary, or perhaps their hunger had been satiated. Regardless, the birds at the lake's edge continued their attempts to drink, seemingly oblivious to the peril that surrounded them. Ahau quickly discerned the unsettling situation, transforming his form from human to beast, and seized several wooden buckets. Soaring towards the water's edge, the birds, startled by the sudden appearance of such a formidable creature, took flight in a panic. Soon, however, they realized that the massive entity was merely there to quench its thirst, and they resumed their drinking with a sense of ease. After filling 6 buckets, Ahau prepared to depart, but at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A colossal moss suddenly emerged from the surface, intent on swallowing Ahau whole. Reacting swiftly, he discarded his left bucket and unleashed a spark that ignited as it flew into the beast's mouth. In response, the creature erupted a powerful jet of water, which struck Ahau with force. Observing this from their perch in the tree, Suyu hastily retrieved her pistol from her spatial storage and fired a shot at the monstrous beast. The bullet found its mark, striking the creature's eye, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl as it thrashed violently upon the surface. The lake was instantly churned into chaos, sending countless aquatic beings tumbling into the murky depths. As the creature writhed, Suyu finally discerned its true form, an enormous aberration, a hybrid of a modern shark and a whale. Watching Ahau engage in a fierce struggle with the creature, she noted with concern that he was gradually losing ground. Suyu swiftly leaped several times, landing on the tree closest to Ahau. In his struggle against the monstrous fish, Ahau had discarded all the wooden buckets he possessed, and flames erupted from his palms. As Suyu steadied herself, she swiftly drew her bow and aimed at the monstrous fish. Knowing full well that each arrow had been steeped in a potent toxin, Suyu exhausted all the arrows in her quiver, firing 5 shots in succession. yet none were able to fell the monstrous fish. The two of them engaged in a fierce struggle against the creature for quite some time, with neither side gaining the upper hand, while the lake churned with tumultuous waves. Soon, several more monsters emerged from the depths, and upon closer inspection, Siyu's heart sank. For she realized they were all first-level ferocious beasts. These beasts bore a striking resemblance to modern tortoises, and to her astonishment, there were about 5 of them, each the size of a small truck. Faced with such formidable creatures in the lake, Siyu found that the initial fear she felt had dissipated, replaced by a resolute determination to fight to the bitter end. With 5 first-level beasts present, alongside the unknown-ranked giant fish, it was clear that today would end in either their demise or that of the monsters. After a fierce battle, Siyu soon discerned that the giant fish appeared to possess cunning intelligence. After entangling with the How for a while, it directed the 5 first-level beasts to restrain him, while it swiftly swam towards the nearest large tree, launching an attack on Siyu. After engaging in a fierce confrontation with the creature, Siyu discovered that this monster was impervious to blades and bullets. As she gazed into the gaping maw before her, a sudden idea flickered in her mind. At that moment, a How was entangled with 5 first-level ferocious beasts. Upon looking up, he was horrified to see the massive fish swallow Siyu whole. His heart tightened painfully, and without a second thought, he raced towards her. Yet, he was still a moment too late. After consuming Siyu, the great fish swiftly closed its mouth and plunged back into the depths of the water, vanishing from sight. As Siyu was abruptly engulfed by the monstrous fish, she was immediately met with Ahao's heartrending cry echoing in her ears. Before she could muster any response, a row of colossal, blade-like teeth came crashing down upon her. Siyu trembled in fright and quickly rolled to the ground, immediately feeling an invisible pressure enveloping her, rendering her breathless. At the same time, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and within arm's reach, there was nothing but a viscous liquid, exuding a multitude of foul odors. Siyu sensed that her body was descending in a straight line. Although she was a first-class warrior with remarkably keen eyesight, capable of perceiving the external scenery clearly even at night, her vision became obscured after plunging into the maw of the monstrous fish. Everything appeared hazy and indistinct. Despite her rapid descent, Siyu clutched her handgun tightly. At that moment, a crimson object caught her eye, pulsating rhythmically. As a doctor, Siyu was all too familiar with it. It was none other than the heart of the beast. Suddenly, she noticed a small protrusion beneath her feet. Acting swiftly, she leaped onto that point, pressing herself firmly against the wall of the internal organs to avoid falling. Simultaneously, she drew her pistol and fired a shot at the heart. And what transpired next nearly caused her jaw to drop in disbelief. With a single shot, Siyu struck, causing the heart to contract tightly. The bullet collided with the cardiac wall, and, with a resounding thud, fell to the ground. Before Siyu could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a tremendous tremor. Her entire body unable to maintain its stance, uncontrollably plummeting downward. She could distinctly sense her body colliding within the belly of the monstrous fish. Siyu swiftly drew the stone knife she always carried and thrust it fiercely, hoping to mitigate the impact. However, the creature's interior was as impenetrable as a fortress. And despite exerting all her strength, the blade not only failed to pierce the monster's wall, but also shattered in her grasp. Siyu employed various methods, yet was unable to halt her continued descent. At that moment, she felt a heart-wrenching pain emanating from her soles and legs, prompting her to glance down in alarm. Beneath her feet lay a deep abyss, resembling a colossal blender, churning rapidly. Within this tumultuous vessel swirled a viscous green liquid, intermingled with the remains of unfortunate creatures. At this sight, Siyu surmised that she had stumbled upon the stomach of that monstrous fish, the verdant substance likely being its digestive fluid. At this moment, Siyu felt a profound sense of despair. She understood that if she were to fall into the maw of this great fish, she might very well be consumed by its digestive fluids. Hastily, she scanned her surroundings in search of an escape route, when suddenly, she noticed that the very spot from which she had just plummeted had formed a hook-like shape. Without a moment's hesitation, Siyu retrieved the last remaining arrow from her space and swiftly secured a beast tendon to the arrow's nock. With a flick of her wrist, she launched it into the air. A sharp hiss echoed as the corrosive digestive fluid had already begun to erode the ground beneath her feet, and her legs bore wounds of indeterminate severity. Just as Siyu seemed on the brink of plummeting, in this critical moment, the beast arrow astonishingly pierced through the hook-shaped structure and fell straight down. Siyu decisively propelled herself with all her might against the digestive fluid, enduring the excruciating pain in her legs as she lunged forward, grasping the other end of the beast's tether and swiftly tying a knot. At this moment, Siyu found herself suspended above the belly of the monstrous fish, allowing her to finally calm her mind and observe her surroundings. However, in the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld several primal beast cores nestled within the creature's stomach. Despite the immense allure these primal cores held for her, she dared not descend into the depths below, for that would surely spell the end of her life. Her only viable course of action was to devise a way to ascend. After a series of arduous battles, Siyu was utterly exhausted. She retrieved a piece of beast meat from her spatial storage and devoured it ravenously. Once she had finished, her strength began to return, and with a deft maneuver, she leaped upward, surprisingly landing upon the hook-shaped structure. Suyu suddenly collapsed, gazing at her bloodied and mangled legs and feet. A profound sense of despair welling up within her. Which girl does not cherish beauty? After enduring great effort to attain a flawless physique, it has now been reduced to this ghastly state. It is truly a cruel fate. Chapter 58. Battling the monstrous fish. Suyu gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain in her legs and the soles of her feet, surveying her surroundings as she pondered her escape. Occasionally, she noticed a peculiar protrusion from within the strange fish. With a flicker of her gaze, Suyu swiftly retrieved the bow and arrow she had just used. Drawing the bowstring taut, she aimed at the protruding point above and released an arrow. Of course, Suyu was acutely aware that the creature's interior was rugged and thick-skinned, rendering it impossible to pierce through. Her only hope was for the arrow to lodge itself securely in that protrusion. The arrow flew forth, its tip firmly embedding itself in the target, and upon testing it, Suyu found it remarkably secure. Thus, using the bow and arrow in her hands along with the beast's sinews, she ascended step by step, gradually distancing herself from the creature's gullet. Just as she was on the verge of glimpsing the pulsating heart, the entire interior of the monstrous fish began to convulse violently. Suyu clutched the beast's tendon tightly, her gaze fixed upon the arrowhead, terrified that it might inadvertently slip away. If that arrowhead were to falter, she would undoubtedly find herself with no place to rest in death. Yet, in her anxiety, Suyu had only considered the peril above, neglecting the tumultuous chaos beneath. The grotesque fish thrashed violently within, its digestive fluids in the stirring basin beginning to froth and surge. The azure liquid splattered, some of it landing upon her, igniting a searing sensation throughout her entire body. Although the agony she felt now paled in comparison to the pain she endured when she ascended to the rank of first-class warrior, it was still enough to bring forth tears and snot. After a tumultuous interval of movement within the massive creature, it seemed to sense that it could no longer toss Suyu about, and at last, it came to a halt, just as she breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful to have narrowly escaped death, an ominous feeling suddenly welled up within her. Before she could discern the source of this foreboding sensation, a gust of wind struck her head, followed swiftly by a deluge akin to a waterfall, accompanied by a flurry of fish and shrimp rushing towards her. Witnessing this scene, Suyu immediately clung even tighter to the beast's tendon, fearing that the torrent or the aquatic creatures would sweep her down below. Time became an uncertain blur until finally, the chaos above subsided, and nothing more fell from above. Suyu wiped the water from her face and gazed downwards. This glance caused her to draw in a sharp breath, compelling her to cling tightly to the beast's sinew, terrified of plummeting. The reason for her dread was the astonishing disappearance of the torrent that had just cascaded down from above. Below lay a churning abyss reminiscent of a blender, still filled with the same quantity of liquid, but now teeming with a multitude of aquatic creatures. These beings struggled vigorously within the emerald fluid, and Suyu distinctly observed several aquatic forms that had been corroded to mere halves by the verdant liquid, yet they continued to writhe in the water. After a tumultuous digestion, even the remaining halves of these creatures disintegrated into white bones, which ultimately vanished from sight. Witnessing the scene below, Suyu trembled deeply. It was utterly horrifying. She could not allow herself to perish here, leaving nothing but bones behind. She was determined to survive, for she still had her father, mother, and kin. Suyu retrieved a piece of beast meat from the void, disregarding whether it was raw or cooked. With a few swift bites, she savored the succulent juices that burst forth, filling her mouth with a robust aroma. After finishing her meal, she resumed her arduous ascent. As she climbed further, the monstrous fish seemed to realize that she had not fallen. Employing various tactics to dislodge her, Suyu remained prepared each time she sensed a disturbance. She clung tightly to any protruding surface or sinew. Through her diligent efforts, she ultimately reached the vicinity of the creature's heart. Upon careful observation, she soon discerned that the heart was shrouded in a faint layer of white light. To pierce the heart, she would first need to dispel that luminous barrier, otherwise, her endeavors would be in vain. Suyu diligently sought to uncover any flaws, yet after a prolonged search, she found none. Just when she was beginning to feel despondent, she suddenly noticed that the position of the sinoatrial node was inexplicably devoid of the protective white light. Suyu hurriedly approached and observed with great care, discovering that she had indeed not misjudged. This location was not only devoid of the protective white light but also revealed the flow of blood. Suyu reached out to touch it, still able to feel its faint tremor. Yet, this fairy touch seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest. She distinctly heard a deafening roar from outside, and then a sudden sweetness filled her throat as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suyu swiftly clutched the protruding part tightly, ready to draw her pistol and deliver a decisive shot. However, just as she prepared to act, the monstrous fish began to thrash violently. If its earlier writhing could be likened to a mere child's play, then the current upheaval resembled an earthquake, as if it would not relent until Suyu was cast off. Suyu had already surmised that this location was likely the fatal point of the monstrous fish. Thus she could not possibly let it slip away. Suyu exerted all her strength, gripping tightly onto the protruding point before her, refusing to be dislodged by the thrashing of the monstrous fish. Ultimately, it remained uncertain whether the creature had exhausted itself or devised another strategy to counter her. The violent shaking gradually subsided. Seizing the moment, Suyu drew her pistol and fired at that very spot. The shot echoed with an even more ferocious sound than before. causing her to lose her grip momentarily. Startled, she quickly regained her composure and clung tightly to the protrusion, realizing that a follow-up shot was now out of the question. In an effort to enlarge the wound at the dorsal node, Siyu resorted to biting down with her teeth. What had initially been a bullet-sized puncture was forcefully transformed by her into a gaping opening, as the creature's blood coursed into Su Yu's stomach. A searing pain enveloped her entire being, akin to being subjected to a relentless flame. Siyu ultimately could not maintain her grip, her hand slipped, and she plummeted downwards, her consciousness fading into a semi-comatose state. At this moment, Siyu was acutely aware of the precariousness of her situation, realizing her disorientation. She bit down hard on her tongue, which jolted her back to a semblance of awareness. The subsequent jarring impacts made it clear that she had not fallen into a blender, but had instead crashed violently against the inner wall of the monstrous fish. At this point, Siyu was tossed about within the creature's interior, disoriented as though on a roller coaster. Her head collided with the upper wall, while her body slammed against the adjacent inner surface. Time lost all meaning as the monstrous fish finally calmed, leaving Siyu sprawled within its belly, utterly drained of strength. She felt as though her very blood had frozen, ceasing to flow within her veins. With great effort, she attempted to move her arm, but it was numb and devoid of sensation. Now utterly incapacitated, Siyu could do nothing but lie motionless within the creature, awaiting the thawing of the icy grip that enveloped her. Chapter 59. A desperate escape after what felt like an eternity. Siyu finally sensed a faint warmth gradually returning to her body. She exhaled deeply, striving to turn her stiff neck and survey her surroundings, finding no immediate danger. Just as she was about to rise, she was startled by the sound of rushing water nearby. As Siyu lowered her gaze, she was astounded to witness the digestive fluid that had once resided in her stomach now spilling forth, sweeping through the surroundings with a hissing sound. Every area that the fluid touched was reduced to a mere skeleton. Even the impenetrable interior of the monstrous fish transformed into a viscous green liquid. This alarming sight sent a shiver down Siyu's spine, yet an unknown strength surged within her, compelling her to rise and flee desperately. The cacophony of crashing sounds behind her grew ever closer, accompanied by a searing pain radiating from her heels. Just as despair began to engulf her, a sudden light appeared ahead, and without a moment's hesitation, she surged toward it. Upon bursting forth, the surrounding flames dazzled her eyes, and before she could comprehend her surroundings, she found herself falling into a soft embrace. You are safe. What a relief. Siyu listened to the familiar, hoarse voice emanating from below. And only then did she realize that it was Ahau who had caught her. Looking at Ahau's beastly form, marred with numerous wounds, some of which exposed deep white bones, she could easily surmise the fierce battle he had just endured. I am fine. Siyu remained preoccupied with the peculiar fish beneath her, glancing down to find that the creature had been nearly eroded away by its own digestive fluids. Ahau, quickly, the beast course. Ahau swiftly flapped his wings, soaring beside the grotesque fish. Extending his sharp claws, he struck at the creature with great force. By now, the fish was entirely lifeless. Ahau's strike was as effortless as slicing through tofu, easily cleaving open its head. Within lay a beast core, smaller than those they had previously encountered, yet surprisingly encased in a layer of frost. Ahau grasped the core tightly, but was abruptly enveloped by a chilling wave, nearly freezing him in place. He hastily summoned his energy, enveloping his palm in flames before finally securing the frigid beast core. Just as Ahau prepared to take flight, Siyu suddenly spotted several first-grade beast cores bobbing in the water and urgently called out, Ahau, quickly, there are more beast cores over there. Siyu gazed in astonishment at the beast core in Ahau's hand. After a rough count, she realized there were as many as 7. No wonder she often heard people speak of the lucrative opportunities that came with violence and destruction in modern times. Indeed, this was a pathway to wealth. Moon. It would be unwise to linger here. There are still several first-tier ferocious beasts lurking at the bottom of the lake. It would be prudent for us to fetch some water and return to the tree hollow. Siyu had previously only been attentive to the strange fish and its surroundings, completely oblivious to Ahau's specific condition. However, upon hearing Ahau speak with a feeble voice, she turned to look at him, and the sight nearly sent her into a state of shock. Although Siyu was already aware that Ahau had been injured, she had not anticipated the severity of his wounds. His entire body was covered in lacerations, resembling someone who had been pulled from a pool of blood. Several areas revealed deep, exposed bones, and one of his legs appeared to be broken, dangling limply like a strand of noodle. The entire scene could only be described as utterly harrowing. Siyu swiftly retrieved a piece of beast meat from her space and placed it into Ahau's hands. You should consume some food to replenish your energy. After I handle the water, we shall return together. As Siyu extended a piece of meat, Ahau did not accept it. Instead, he swiftly seized the wooden bucket from her hands, forcibly transforming into his beast form, preparing to soar towards the lakeside. Upon witnessing this, Siyu felt a surge of alarm and hurriedly intervened. Wait. If you intend to fetch water, take me along. I can store the bucket in my spatial realm. Ahau pondered for a moment before crouching down slightly. Fearing he might change his mind, Siyu quickly climbed aboard. It could also be that the ferocious beasts in the lake, having just experienced a fierce battle, felt an instinctive fear, or perhaps they were currently recuperating. Suyu and Ahau laboriously fetched 6 buckets of water, yet no ferocious beast emerged. Safely returning to their tree hollow, they found that night had enveloped them completely. Without even the chance to kindle a fire, Suyu retrieved a bucket of water from her spatial storage. You should cleanse yourself with this water, later. I will tend to your wounds, she urged. Ahau gazed at the full bucket resting on the ground and then glanced at Suyu. With a single leap, he hopped over to the side, retrieving a piece of wood which he hollowed out. He then poured half of the water into the newly fashioned wooden container and turned back to Suyu, saying, You should clean yourself as well. With that, he boldly began to remove the beast hide draped over him. Upon witnessing the imminent removal of the animal hide, Suyu swiftly reached out to intervene. For she was not keen on acquiring unsightly marks, despite the undeniable allure of Ahau's physique. Wait, please do not hasten to remove the hide. Observing the perplexed and bewildered expression on Ahau's face, she hastily elaborated. Have you forgotten what I mentioned? There exists a distinction between males and females. Therefore, could you perhaps don the hide once more, or wait until I have exited before attending to the cleanup? As Suyu's words lingered in the air, Ahau immediately recalled her remarks during the construction of the restroom. His expression stiffened, and he bit his lip. Securing the animal hide tightly before he lifted a half-filled wooden bucket of water and strode outside. You wash outside, and I shall wash inside. Once you are done, call for me, and I will come in. Watching Ahau's figure fade from view, Suyu exhaled a long, relieved sigh. She lowered her gaze to inhale the scent clinging to her, which was undeniably foul. Merely rinsing with clean water would not suffice, and the water itself was hardly pristine. Suyu retrieved a cleansing herb from the depths of her space, meticulously washing it in the water from the wooden bucket. She then donned a fresh set of animal hide clothing, finally feeling a semblance of comfort. Once she had tidied up and cleaned the soiled garments, she called in Ahau. All right, Hao, come in. It's time to tend to your wounds. Ahau, observing Suyu, who had not bothered to dry her hair, noticed the droplets cascading down her form. His body was marred with numerous injuries, yet they had only received a cursory cleaning. He lowered his gaze. Preoccupied with attending to his own wounds, a dull ache gnawing at him as if a knife were slicing into his flesh. A wave of guilt surged within him. A poignant realization that he had failed to protect her, rendering him unworthy of being her follower. While in the tribe, he had been well received by the females. Yet he understood that their admiration was merely superficial, based on his prowess and appearance. True concern for him came only from his parents, and now it extended to Suyu, who cared for him simply because he was Hao. During the treatment, Suyu occasionally glanced up to find Ahau with his lips pressed tightly together, an odd expression on his face as he stared at her. His eyes harboring an incomprehensible emotion that resembled affection. Her heart raced uncontrollably, a warmth igniting upon her cheeks. And the atmosphere within the hollow of the tree grew increasingly peculiar. Chapter 60. Evolution. In an effort to alleviate the tension, Suyu sought to engage in conversation. I truly did not anticipate that such formidable beast resided in the lake. We nearly met our end there today. Upon hearing Suyu's words, a deeper sense of guilt enveloped Ahau. The present Suyu was a far cry from her former self. Her body was splattered with dark crimson blood scabs, and she bore wounds that had yet to heal, some even oozing yellowish fluid. She was no longer the epitome of beauty, yet this only served to heighten her allure. I am sorry. It is I who failed to protect you. Please, punish me. Suyu gazed at the remorseful Ahau before her and replied with a bittersweet smile. How can this be blamed on you? If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at our own inadequacies. Suyu let out a deep sigh, then shifted the tone of the conversation, saying, Fortunately, you are by my side. If it weren't for you this time, I might have truly perished in the lake. Ahau observed Suyu's sorrowful expression and, without a second thought, responded, You are incredibly capable. Among all the females I have encountered, you are the most formidable. Rest assured, we will certainly assist your mother in gathering the herbs, and we shall return safely to the tribe. Suyu nodded, observing Ahau, who was covered in wounds. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke, Both of us are gravely injured. Perhaps we should rest here for a day. What do you think? That sounds reasonable, he replied, but you should tend to your wounds first. I can manage on my own. Suyu glanced at her wounds, momentarily at a loss for words. The injuries she bore could certainly be classified as severe burns, and with the current state of medical treatment, there seemed to be no hope for healing. It appeared that these scars would be her lifelong companions. Observing Suyu's sudden descent into sorrow, Ahau felt a rush of emotion and blurted out the sentiments that had been stirring within him. If you, then I would be willing to care for you. You need not worry. I shall ensure that no one speaks ill of you. And I will make certain that you are well fed. I promise to be a worthy companion. Suyu furrowed her brows as she listened to Ahau's stammering words. Just as confusion enveloped her, she caught a glimpse of the tender gaze he cast upon her, and suddenly, realization dawned upon her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a fleeting sweetness washed over her heart. As a young woman, it would be disingenuous to claim that she was indifferent to her appearance. However, her disposition was rather carefree. And now that she had reached this state, worrying excessively was futile. Moreover, this world was markedly different from the one she once knew. Although some were still inclined to judge by looks, the majority placed greater value on strength. In a realm where one struggled for sustenance, what significance did a pleasing figure or a beautiful face hold? Yet, observing Ahau's earnest demeanor, Suyu was suddenly struck with the playful one to tease him. You truly do not mind? Look, my body is covered in scars, dark and unsightly. If not treated properly, they may fester and become infected. Perhaps, in the future, I shall be plagued by a foul-smelling discharge daily. Before Suyu could finish her words, she was eagerly interrupted by a howl. I truly don't mind. No matter how you change, as long as you grant me this opportunity. Observing a howl's earnest expression, Suyu suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Her heart racing uncontrollably. It seemed she had inadvertently caused her own predicament. She had intended to tease the aloof youth before her, yet unexpectedly found herself the object of his affections. We shouldn't be discussing this now. Let me help you with your broken leg. As Suyu forcefully shifted the conversation, Ahau felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment wash over him. He was unsure whether his desire for Suyu to be his partner stemmed from guilt or something else entirely. Nevertheless, the mere thought of her as his companion sent his heart racing, a sensation he could scarcely contain. The idea of Suyu being by his side seemed rather appealing. After Suyu reattached his severed leg, she noticed Ahau gazing at her with an inquisitive expression. Suyu suddenly sensed that the relationship between her and Ahau had transformed. It seemed as though something else had taken root and begun to flourish between them. Suyu was once a straightforward tomboy, utterly unaware of how to navigate her current predicament. She could only hastily kindle a bonfire, simultaneously tending to her wounds in a rudimentary manner, seeking to divert her gaze and attention. Suyu carefully examined the beast core she had retrieved from the void. However, under Ahau's fiery gaze, she found herself increasingly restless. As you hold that beast core, do you feel anything unusual? Not at all. Why do you ask? Do you sense something? Suyu continued to rotate the beast core in her hand and soon discovered that a thick layer of ice had formed upon its surface. Isn't it cold? Suyu gazed at the layer of ice encasing the beast core, shaking her head in mild surprise. She understood that it was likely a consequence of her having consumed the blood of that peculiar fish. It's not cold, she remarked. I intend to consume this beast core and see if it can facilitate my evolution into a second-tier warrior. Ahau observed Suyu as she toyed with the beast core, his gaze shifting to the myriad of wounds adorning her body. Recalling the unsettling experiences he encountered while handling the beast core, he spoke without hesitation. You might want to reconsider consuming that beast core. Suyu raised her gaze to the injured Ahau and then glanced at her own severely burned body. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared, No, I will undoubtedly consume this beast core. However, she quickly added, There are no buts, my mind is made up. Observing the determination in Suyu's expression, Ahau realized that there was no turning back from this decision, and he ceased his attempts to dissuade her. Then please hand me your stored food. I shall prepare it for you, so that once you have evolved, you can partake of it immediately. Suyu nodded slightly, retrieving the food from the space. As her hand brushed against the half-eaten strange fish, realization dawned upon her. She fixed her gaze intently on Ahau and inquired, Did you suspect that I would consume this beast core when we were by the lake? Is that why you urged me to store away this peculiar fish? Ahau nodded, revealing no hesitation. Indeed, when I held that beast core by the lake, I anticipated that you would inevitably partake of it. Furthermore, I have noticed that the flesh of higher-tier ferocious beasts contains a greater abundance of energy compared to that of ordinary ones. However, I have already consumed a significant portion of that beast meat. Therefore, Suyu nodded in understanding, gazing sincerely at Ahau. Thank you for always considering everything for me. After Suyu swallowed the beast core, she began to meditate, silently embracing the impending transformation. Ahau sat on the ground, observing the pile of fierce beast meat in one corner of the cave, and he cut off a piece of fish with a stone knife. Previously, when he ascended to a level 2 warrior, he had consumed the meat of the beast that possessed this very core, unlocking new skills in the process. Thus, if he were to feed this fish meat to you, could it also enable her to unlock a new skill? Just as he pondered this, a faint sound reached Ahau's ears. He quickly looked up to see Suyu completely encased in ice, even her hair coated with frost. The subtle sounds he heard were the noises of ice crystals forming. Gazing at Suyu, enveloped in ice, Ahau instinctively conjured flames in his palm, ready to melt away the frost. However, for reasons unknown, he extinguished them promptly. At this moment, Suyu was entirely covered in ice, which was steadily spreading outward. The entire tree cave had begun to transform into a realm of ice and snow. Friends, I humbly seek your support for collections and votes once more. Witnessing my first act upon rising is the upload of this novel. I earnestly crave your encouragement. Chapter 61. Suyu's evolution. Seeing this, Ahau hastily stood up, gathering a bundle of dry twigs to add to the bonfire. Although the fire blazed fiercely, it did little to alleviate the chill within the cave, as the frost spread at a visible pace. Now, aside from the bonfire and Ahau, the rest of the cave was encased in ice. The thick layer of frost was already as wide as his palm, and to prevent the fire from being extinguished by the ice, Ahau periodically tossed in more fiery clumps. Despite his efforts, the area the bonfire illuminated continued to dwindle, with portions of the firewood already frozen. Resolute, Ahau decided to add all the firewood he had, tossing in several more fiery clumps before limping outside to gather more. His mind was fixated on a singular thought. He must not allow the bonfire to extinguish. Unbeknownst to Ahau, while outside the world was a frozen wilderness, Suyu found herself in a realm of contrasting extremes. One side of her body felt as though it was being seared in flames, while the other was submerged in frigid ice, an unbearable sensation. He had no idea how many times he had gone in and out, or how many fiery clumps he had thrown into the bonfire. Finally, the temperature within the cave began to rise gradually, the ice and snow melting away, allowing Ahau to finally relax and slump down beside the fire. The large chunks of ice began to shed from Suyu's body, crashing onto the hollow of the tree with a hissing sound. As she gradually returned to her original appearance, as Suyu merely opened her eyes, the anxious and concerned voice of Ahau reached her ears, inquiring about her condition. Suyu shivered, rubbing her skin that bristled with cold. She felt nothing else, only the chill. Ahau hurriedly added more firewood to the campfire, tossing in several fireballs to make the flames blaze even brighter. Come sit closer to the fire. I will prepare some food for you right away. Suyu quietly shifted closer to the bonfire, while Ahau, who was roasting meat nearby, subtly edged his way towards her, subsequently channeling the vitality coursing through his veins. Suyu felt a warm sensation beside her, instinctively leaning closer to Ahau. As the temperature within the cave gradually rose, the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation. Do you truly feel nothing else aside from the cold? Suyu lowered her head, pondering for a moment. She recalled how Ahau had unlocked the fire skill upon evolving into a second-tier warrior. She wondered if her current series of reactions might indicate that she had unlocked the ice skill. With this thought in mind, she silently chanted the word ice and struck out with her palm. However, nothing transpired. Undeterred, Suyu repeated the process, this time whispering water before attempting again, yet still nothing occurred. Observing Suyu's dejection, Ahau quickly extended the food in his hand towards her. Do not be anxious. It is possible that your energy is insufficient at the moment. Have some food first. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's stomach let out a resounding growl. Without hesitation, Suyu accepted the roasted meat from Ahau's hand and began to devour it heartily. Observing her consume the meat, Ahau hesitated. His words poised on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them back down several times, noticing a hint of melancholy on Suyu's face. Ahau had already surmised the outcome. He handed her the nearby water bucket, inquiring if she would like a sip. As she glanced at the water he offered, Suyu nearly retched the food she had just consumed. Seeing her expression suddenly darken, Ahau, concerned, set down his roast and anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter? Is it the beast core?" Noticing Ahau's flustered demeanor, Suyu quickly waved her hands in reassurance. No, don't worry. It's just that the water is exceedingly filthy and carries an unpleasant odor." Upon hearing her words, Ahau wore a look of resignation. After all, wasn't water typically like this? Just as he was about to speak, Suyu's voice reached his ears once more. No, this water cannot be consumed directly. We must find a way to purify it first. Ahau, bewildered by this new term, pondered aloud. Purification? Can water even be purified? Not in the sense you're imagining, Suyu clarified. What I mean is that we need to clean this water. Just look at it. It is filled with debris and so much filth that drinking it would surely lead to illness. Although Ahau struggled with some of the vocabulary, he was not slow-witted and grasped the general meaning of her words. He widened his eyes in disbelief. How on earth do we clean the water? The floating particles can be scooped out by hand, but there are so many tiny impurities that even attempting to fish them out seems futile. Seeing Ahau's astonished expression, Suyu nodded with conviction. This contaminated water can indeed be transformed into clean water. However, I will need some specific items. What do you need? Just tell me, and I will fetch them for you. Despite the myriad of surprises Suyu had presented, Ahau still found it hard to believe she could transform the water in the bucket into something clear, for it was an unprecedented notion. I need several large wooden barrels, some net-like leaves, and burnt charcoal. Suyu lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before continuing. We also require sizable grains of sand and stones comparable to the size of my fist. That should suffice. As for these items you seek, the rest can be easily obtained, but such diminutive grains of sand seem to be found only by the lakeside. Suyu nodded in agreement. Indeed. While other materials could be procured promptly, acquiring sand and gravel posed a greater challenge. It would be more prudent for us to rest well tonight and venture out for sand and gravel tomorrow during the day. Once the discussion was concluded, the two resumed their respective tasks. Both were currently gravely injured. Although their vision remained sharp, as clear at night as it was during the day, the night still held its own unique perils, and they dared not take the risk of venturing outside. Suyu crouched in the corner of the tree hollow, savoring her food heartily. Only after she felt a degree of satiety did she slow her pace. She turned to take the roasted meat from Ahau's hands. You have worked tirelessly throughout the day, and last night you hardly rested. I am not particularly hungry now, so you should sleep first. I will continue to eat for a while, and once I am satiated, I will wake you. Ahau turned away, slicing a piece of fish with a stone knife and placing it over the fire, responding without looking back. It's all right. I am not tired yet. I will continue to roast for you. If you feel full and wish to sleep, then do so. I will keep watch tonight. Seeing that Ahau remained unyielding, Suyu seized the freshly roasted fish from him and insisted, You must sleep now. This is not the time for bravado. We are both severely injured and must ensure we obtain sufficient rest. Today, you shall heed my words. You will sleep first, and I will call you once I have eaten my fill. Chapter 62. Discovery of the apple. Ahau, upon meeting Suyu's determined gaze, inexplicably nodded and lay down to sleep. However, as soon as he succumbed to slumber, Suyu quickly noticed something amiss. His injured leg was positioned in a manner that was not customary, unless Startled, Suyu hurried over. As soon as she stepped beside Ahao, he immediately opened his eyes. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered within, and a small fireball began to gather in his hand. Upon recognizing Suyu, his gaze softened, and he returned to his usual demeanor, as if what she had just witnessed was merely an illusion. What has happened to your leg? Has the wound reopened? Let me take a look. Faced with Suyu's stern expression, Ahao felt a surge of alarm and attempted to withdraw his leg. Yet his movements were no match for Suyu's swiftness. Suyu had already secured his injured leg, and after a thorough examination, her heart sank heavily. She scanned the cave filled with firewood and instantly grasped the situation. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Just endure a little longer. I will tend to these bones again. If left untreated, it is easy for them to heal unevenly. As Ahao observed Suyu carefully rewrapping his wound, he felt that all his pain was somehow worthwhile, and he began to understand his own heart. It's nothing, not painful at all. I am your follower, and your safety must come first. In truth, even if I were not your follower, I would still willingly face any peril for you, even at the cost of my own life. Gazing into Ahao's burning eyes, Suyu felt her heart race, burdened by an overwhelming weight. She was uncertain how to bear such profound affection. It felt far too heavy. Since arriving here, her thoughts had been focused on protecting everyone and ensuring they had enough to eat and wear. The tribe regarded her as a divine being, believing her to be omnipotent. Yet, unlike her parents, who treated her as their own child, Ahao viewed her as someone in need of protection. An ordinary female who he would always strive to shield from harm. After retending the wound, Suyu gathered herbs and placed them in a nearby stone pot, adding some water to brew. Although the water was rather filthy, there was no alternative. Without proper materials, she could not produce clean water. She specifically added some herbs to induce sleep, as Ahao had been excessively fatigued these past few days, and she wished for him to rest well. Watching Ahao drift into a deep slumber after consuming the concoction, Suyu, having satisfied her own hunger and thirst, picked up a piece of wood to craft a small crossbow. After the events of the day, she recognized the disparity between herself and Ahao. He possessed wings and could go wherever he wished. Yet, she was bound by limitations, having fallen into the jaws of a great fish. Had she had wings, she could have soared away. Lacking wings, she could only climb step by step, nearly falling several times. Thus, she resolved to create a compact crossbow. Not only would it serve as a means of defense, but she could also attach beast sinews to its arrows. Additionally, she planned to fashion a pulley, ensuring that even if she could not fly, she would no longer be at the mercy of others. By the time Suyu completed the crossbow, the first light of dawn broke on the horizon. Ahao woke from his slumber, glancing at the changing sky, his expression suddenly shifting. I cannot fathom how I fell into such a deep sleep. You should rest now. Suyu observed Ahao, who had recuperated well overnight in various aspects, and nodded. I have already brought back the firewood. The medicine is in the stone pot. You can pour it for yourself. I shall rest for a while. But remember not to sneak out. If you run around again, your leg will surely be ruined, and I do not wish to have a limping companion. Just as Ahao had placed one foot on the ground, he instinctively withdrew his leg upon hearing Suyu's words. Suyu was roused from her slumber by the melodious calls of birds outside. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, still enveloped in a haze of sleep. Observing Ahao diligently seated in a corner of the tree hollow, meticulously crafting his weapons without darting about, she nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from the cave, Ahao turned his head and, upon noticing Suyu had awakened, offered her the freshly roasted meat beside him. It's just been grilled, a delightful morsel to fill our bellies. Soon, we shall venture to the lakeside to gather some sand. Suyu devoured the meat voraciously. Although devoid of salt, the meat possessed a remarkable chewiness, and its delightful texture was far from unpalatable. As for the task of gathering sand by the lakeside, I shall undertake it alone. Your leg injury has yet to fully heal. It is of no consequence. I can manage to hop over on one leg, and if necessary, I can transform my human form into that of a beast, soaring through the air with wings. No, this matter must adhere to my directive. Time is of the essence. You should remain here in the tree hollow to recuperate your leg. We shall set forth at dawn. Ahao, observing Suyu's serious demeanor, understood that there was no room for further debate on the matter. Very well, I shall stay in the tree hollow and tend to my injuries. Be cautious while you are out, and return promptly. I understand. Do not worry. Suyu placed the last morsel of meat into her mouth, rising to tidy up. The more she pondered, the more she felt something amiss. Their conversation flowed with an ease reminiscent of an elderly couple. This thought caused her cheeks to flush suddenly, prompting her to feign a cough as she picked up the crossbow she had crafted just the night before and made her way outside. Upon returning to the lakeside, Suyu found that after yesterday's fierce battle, the surface of the lake had been significantly ravaged. Numerous birds were foraging in the marshes, feasting on the stranded aquatic creatures. Suyu ascended a tree and observed her surroundings for quite some time before finally discovering a relatively safe spot. She scattered a handful of medicinal powder from her perch, clearing the area around her. Once the effects of the powder dissipated, she hurriedly leaped down from the tree. After filling a bucket with stones and ensuring they were properly secured, Suyu swiftly stowed the bucket away in her spatial storage. With the day still early and no pressing journey ahead, she contemplated exploring the vicinity to see if she could uncover some edible treasures. Having consumed nothing but meat over the past few days, she had developed a fiery discomfort and was now suffering from oral ulcers. Su Yu cautiously traversed the dense forest, wielding a stick to tap and prod, startling the venomous creatures into a frenzied scurry. Remarkably fortunate, she unearthed several rare medicinal herbs after a thorough search. With no urgency pressing upon her, Su Yu took the time to excavate the herbs along with the surrounding soil using a stone knife. Ultimately, she wrapped them in a large leaf and stowed them away in her spatial pouch. Her reasoning was simple. Should she survive this ordeal, she could endeavor to cultivate the precious herbs. After unearthing several valuable specimens, she stumbled upon a fruit tree that bore an uncanny resemblance to a modern apple tree, adorned with vibrant red fruits that seemed to beckon her. After days of consuming nothing but meat, the sight of those fruits made her mouth water, and she swallowed hard. However, she remained vigilant. This was not the modern world, and in the ancient forest, the more vivid the hue, the greater the likelihood of toxicity. So you summoned the system for a scan, only to discover that these were indeed modern apples, remarkably large in size, each one as big as her head. Chapter 63. Two individuals on divergent frequencies. Su Yu plucked a fruit from the tree and brushed away the icy layer that enveloped it, eagerly taking a bite. One cannot deny the exquisite flavor of this ancient apple. Despite the icy crunch, its juice was abundant and sweet, prompting Su Yu to indulge in a second bite. After consuming one apple, she swiftly ascended the tree, gathering the delectable fruits with fervor. Such a delightful treasure deserved to be stockpiled, and she intended to bring a bounty back to her tribe for her parents, younger brother, and how to save her. As Su Yu nibbled on her apple, she attentively observed her surroundings, contemplating the development of her tribe. The current advancements in both animal husbandry and agriculture within the community were quite promising. She envisioned a future where, upon her return, she could create pottery, produce bricks and tiles, and commence the construction of houses, liberating her people from their dank and chilly caves. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed a vast expanse of green plants swaying gently in the breeze. Although these plants towered over her, the familiar species ignited a spark of excitement within her, nearly causing her to leap with joy. However, Su Yu quickly calmed herself. She was aware that many plants in the primordial jungle bore a striking resemblance to taro, yet were not the genuine article. It reminded her of the water-drop lotus often seen in rural areas, which looked remarkably like taro but was poisonous. One could not even touch its leaves without peril. With this caution in mind, Su Yu cautiously approached and summoned her system to perform a scan, only to discover that, indeed, it was authentic taro. Standing before this expansive patch of taro, she felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously at the heavens. The sheer area of the taro field was remarkable. If she could return safely, the tribe could survive an entire winter subsisting solely on taro, ensuring they would not go hungry. With renewed vigor at this thought, Su Yu retrieved a well-crafted bow and arrow, determined to gather some of this treasure to share with Ahau. Given the towering stature of the taro plants, even with her considerable strength, it took her a full 20 minutes to excavate the soil around one bulb. As she unearthed the dark, rich earth below, she was filled with exhilaration, for she could finally indulge in something rich in starch. It must be noted that this wild taro was impressively large, after all her efforts. She had only managed to expose a fraction of it. She could discern that the portion still buried in the earth was likely even larger than what she had unearthed. Su Yu exerted herself tirelessly for quite some time, and finally unearthed the entire taro. As she gazed upon the remarkable root before her, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. The taro measured nearly a meter in length. Despite its impressive size, given the appetites of the two of them, it would not suffice for long. Thus, Su Yu resumed her digging, for after 2 days of feasting solely on meat, she had grown weary of it. With these taros, she could finally savor a change of flavors. In total, Su Yu had to expend 6 arrowheads to extract 7 taros. After stowing them all away in her space, she realized that the available capacity was dwindling, and she dared not dig any further. Subsequently, she wandered through the dense forest, collecting some edible wild mushrooms and greens, determined to treat herself to a well-deserved meal that day. When Su Yu leisurely returned to her tree hollow, an urgent and concerned voice echoed in her ears. "You, where have you been? Why have you returned only now?" "I wandered nearby and discovered 2 delightful delicacies. I am certain you will love them." Su Yu was excitedly sharing the fruits of her labor with Ahau when suddenly her vision darkened. It turned out that Ahau had hopped over on one foot, anxiously turning her shoulder to examine her carefully. "Let me see if you're injured. Did you not say you would return after playing in the sand? Why did you wander into the dense forest? Do you not realize how perilous it is to venture out alone?" Su Yu retrieved an apple from the depths of space, poised to hand it to Ahau. However, as she lifted her gaze, she found herself ensnared by the depths of his concerned eyes. Those eyes seemed to harbor a profound vortex, drawing her in. As she beheld Ahau before her, her gaze instinctively wandered to his lips, which glistened with a softness reminiscent of pomegranate, leaving her with a subtle sensation of thirst. Su Yu parted her lips slightly, inching closer, when suddenly a crackling sound erupted from the firewood pile. Su Yu suddenly regained her composure, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. She inwardly scorned herself. What a disgraceful predicament to be entranced by beauty, nearly succumbing to the impulse of an unwanted kiss. Her mother lay in bed, uncertain between life and death, and she pondered what had become of her. Had she, upon arriving here, succumbed to the allure of the beast men? fixating on such matters incessantly? Oh, the stones I have retrieved are ready. I shall prepare taro for you at once. No, no, that is not the priority. First, I must purify the water. As Suyu busied herself in the cave, moving about in a flurry, Ahao's eyes flickered, and he felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. He then turned his fierce gaze towards the blazing flames and quietly conjured a fireball in his palm, casting it into the fire. The crackling twigs were instantly engulfed by the roaring blaze. Moon, is there anything I can assist you with? Suyu was extinguishing the charcoal with water when she suddenly felt an itch near her ear. Instinctively, she reached to touch it, and a warm sensation immediately enveloped the back of her hand. Suyu's entire being froze, nearly tumbling into the flames. Behind her, Ahao swiftly caught her in his embrace. Why do you appear so distracted? Has something happened? Suyu gazed up at Ahao as his lips moved, silently pinching her thigh, the pain jolting her back to reality, prompting her to quickly leap from his embrace. In her mind, she recited, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Could you perhaps refrain from standing so close while you speak, and please don't breathe near my ear? Ahao tilted his head, observing the stammering girl, his voice as cool and clear as jade momentarily disorienting her. Naturally, she found it impossible to suppress the wild instincts within her, roaring in her heart. Increasingly, she perceived something peculiar about Ahao, as if he were continually attempting to allure her. The notion that Ahao could suddenly harbor feelings for her was utterly implausible, given they had only known each other for a few days. The only explanation was that he was in a state of heightened desire. For she was the sole female in the vicinity. A glimmer of something dark flashed in Ahao's eyes as he regarded the incoherent Suyu, masking it with a casual touch to his nose. His voice lowered, tinged with regret. I apologize. It seems I startled you. I truly am sorry. When I called your name a few times, and you didn't respond, I approached you from behind. Observing his remorseful demeanor and hearing his deep, resonant voice, Suyu felt as though her ears were on the verge of becoming overwhelmed. Simultaneously, she felt guilty towards Ahao had it not been for her. He would not have ventured into this desolate wilderness, where even a female companion was absent. It's quite all right. It was my own carelessness. Upon finishing her words, Suyu hastily retrieved a large, crimson apple from her space and handed it to Ahao. You must be quite hungry, she said. Take this apple to satisfy your hunger for now. Once I have purified the water, we can prepare a meal. Ahao gazed at the fidgeting Yu before shifting his attention to the apple in her hand. He reached out and accepted the fruit from her grasp. Unbeknownst to him, whether intentional or not, his fingertips brushed against Suyu's hand. A surge of electricity coursed from her palm straight to her heart, making her acutely aware that Ahao was, at times, teasing her. However, when she shot him an incredulous glance, she found him calmly munching on the apple, as if the momentary incident had been nothing but a trivial accident. Suyu clenched her hand, suppressing the itchiness in her palm, and retrieved the wooden tub along with the materials she had gathered in the forest. Unbeknownst to her, a flicker of dark light flashed in Ahao's eyes. He pinched his slightly numb fingers, a glimmer of determination evident in his gaze. This female would henceforth belong to him. No one would dare contest this claim. What do you need me to do? As she caught sight of his suddenly looming handsome face, Suyu fought to quell her racing heart and shifted slightly to the side, gesturing towards the wooden tub on the ground. You just need to use your claws to drill a few holes in the bottom of these tubs. Is that correct? Before Suyu could finish her words, Ahao had already handed her a bucket. Yes, precisely like that. Chapter 64. Two people not on the same frequency. Suyu grasped the bottom edge of the barrel and placed it gently on the ground. Subsequently, she retrieved a net-like leaf and positioned it at the very bottom of the barrel. Following that, she carefully placed the charcoal she had just prepared into it. One by one, as Suyu diligently engaged in her creation, Ahao silently observed from the sidelines, gradually drawing closer to her. No matter how Suyu moved, Ahao's gaze remained fixed upon her, his eyes burning with an intensity that was impossible to overlook. Suyu opened her mouth, feeling an overwhelming desire to reach out and touch his forehead, to ascertain whether Ahao was indeed running a fever or if, like her, he had been possessed by some unseen force, resulting in such a sudden transformation. Where had his aloof demeanor gone? Now, he clung to her like a devoted puppy. Even if one were to consider the influence of the mating season, such a drastic change in temperament seemed excessive. Could it be that primal instincts had taken over, and he was now reacting to his own appearance? Truly, it seemed to validate the adage that males often think with their lower halves. Suyu diligently focused her mind, banishing all distractions. After arranging the charcoal meticulously, she layered it with a bed of gravel. Now, all that remained was to place a few larger stones atop this foundation, allowing water to be poured into the prepared vessel. It was as simple as that. Indeed, it was not a difficult task. A skill she had acquired from the Lord of Beasts. As their forms drew ever closer, she affirmed this truth. Suyu responded to Ahao's words while quietly shifting a particularly large wooden barrel to the side. This person was indeed quite peculiar. She placed several wooden sticks atop the barrel, and ultimately set the previously filled barrel containing stones on top of it. Subsequently, she retrieved a bucket of water from her space and poured it into the wooden barrel. Initially, there was no reaction from the barrel as the water was poured in. However, After approximately 10 minutes, Ahau observed a clear stream of water gently flowing out from a hole at the bottom. At this sight, an exclamation of awe escaped Ahau's lips, a phrase he had learned from Suyu, though he was uncertain of its true meaning. Suyu blinked her eyes in a flustered manner, as if she had led him astray. Ahau hurried over in a few swift strides, gazing at the pristine water in the wooden barrel, then casting a glance at the other barrel on the ground filled with murky water. He was so taken aback that his mouth remained agape for an extended period, as the stark contrast between the two containers became painfully evident. How could this be? Observing Ahau's astonishment, Suyu was about to offer an explanation, but then she reconsidered. Even if she elucidated, it was uncertain whether he would comprehend. Thus, she decided to attribute the matter entirely to the beast god, allowing him to bear the blame. Did I not tell you? Everything I learned was from the beast god. Now that we have clean water, I shall prepare a unique dish for you, one that you have undoubtedly never tasted before. You are the most formidable female I have ever encountered. With that, Ahau excitedly hopped over on one foot and enveloped Suyu in his embrace. Suyu was instantly enveloped by a wave of masculine pheromones, her head resting against Ahau's chest as she listened to the powerful and rhythmic beating of his heart. Just as she contemplated breaking free, Ahau had already released her, apologizing with a hint of regret. I apologize. I became overly excited. And no, it's fine. I will prepare some new dishes for you now. Suyu quickly turned her head, steadying her heart that felt as though it might leap from her chest, while gently touching her cheeks that were hot enough to fry an egg. In her heart, she silently prayed for Ahau's season of infatuation to pass swiftly, hoping he would refrain from teasing her so persistently. Otherwise, she genuinely feared she might succumb to her desires and take bold action. Suyu retrieved a comparatively small taro from the space and cast it into the flames, covering it with the ashes from the fire. Did you not mention that it was to be boiled? Why then has it been thrown into the fire to be roasted? Suyu meticulously scraped the hairy exterior of the taro with a stone knife while responding to Ahau's inquiries. This root vegetable, known as taro, can be enjoyed roasted, boiled, or steamed, each method yielding a delightful experience. After Suyu finished speaking, she glanced at Ahau, who was sitting closely beside her, and subtly shifted to the side. From her space, she retrieved the leftover beast meat. If you find yourself utterly bored, you could chop this beast meat into chunks, rinse it with water, and start boiling it. Once I've cleaned the taro, we can simply add it to the pot. All right, you can count on me. Ahau replied, taking the beast meat from Suyu's hands and beginning to prepare it. Approximately half an hour later, Suyu gazed at the clean taro in her hands, which appeared plump and white, and her mouth watered profusely. She glanced at the pot and noticed that the water in the stone pot had reached a boiling point, with the meat chunks bobbing up and down within. Suyu swiftly cut the thoroughly cleaned taro into chunks and poured them into the pot, followed by the meticulously cleaned edible wild mushrooms. Given the high starch content of the taro and the use of an iron pot, Suyu cautiously stirred the mixture with a stick, anxious that it might stick to the bottom. As time passed, a delicate sweetness began to waft from the stone pot, a fragrance distinctly different from that of roasted meat. Ahau, enticed by the aromatic scent, could not help but glance at Suyu, pride swelling in his heart as he thought to himself how fortunate he was to have such a talented mate, whose culinary creations were so delightful. Estimating the time, Suyu presumed the taro in the fire pit was nearly cooked. With a stick in hand, she eagerly scraped away the hot ash from the top of the taro and retrieved it. However, upon discovering that the taro was still rather large and not fully cooked, she returned it to the fire. Time drifted on, with Suyu turning the taro several times along the way. When she checked on it once more, the taro had become exceedingly soft and emitted a fragrant sweetness. Suyu observed Ahau, who was beside her, swallowing his saliva, and could not help but let out a chuckle. She deftly divided the taro in two, handing one half to Ahau. With eager anticipation, she peeled away the dark skin from her portion. A plume of steam wafted into the air, revealing the tender white flesh beneath, filling the entire hollow with a delightful and fragrant sweetness. Suyu eagerly took a large bite, immediately closing her eyes in sheer satisfaction. It was utterly delicious, soft and tender, with a hint of sweetness that lingered on her palate. Indeed, it was far more delectable than the roasted sweet potatoes of modern times. In just a few moments, Suyu devoured half of the taro, then lifted her gaze towards Ahau. It was only then that she noticed Ahau's hands were empty, and there were no remnants of taro peels on the ground. Ahau, where is your taro? She inquired. I finished it. It was quite delicious. Noticing Ahau's gaze, Suyu quickly turned to the side, concealing the remaining piece of taro. Don't look at me. If you enjoy it, I can roast another for you. Did you even eat the skin of this taro? Ahau did not respond to Suyu's words, but instead turned his attention to the stone pot. Can the taro in there be eaten as well? It can. Before Suyu could finish her words, Ahau had already taken out the handmade bowl and placed it on the ground, lifting the scalding stone pot to pour 2 bowls. He picked up one of the bowls and began to eat heartily. Seeing Ahau directly grasp the scorching stone pot with his hand startled Suyu, prompting her to hurriedly toss the taro into the nearby empty bowl. Why are you so reckless? Can't you wait for the stone pot to cool a bit before pouring? Do you not realize that you could burn your hands? Let me see. Chapter 65. Suyu's second evolution. Ahau held the bowl, ready to indulge. But upon noticing you suddenly rushed to his side, he couldn't help but smile. He set the bowl aside and obediently opened his palm for her inspection. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the adjacent bowl, which contained half a piece of taro, marked with several bite marks. As Suyu examined his hands, Ahau, almost instinctively, extended his other hand and quietly picked up the piece of taro from the bowl, taking a bite where the teeth marks were. It was incredibly fragrant and sweet, far tastier than the piece of taro he had just eaten. Suyu meticulously examined Ahau's hand, turning it over and over, only to find no issues. It dawned on her that Ahau's innate ability was fire, rendering the small flame incapable of harming him. It's all right, go ahead and eat. Just try not to be so reckless in the future, she advised gently. Suddenly, Ahau felt an emptiness in his palm, and his heart stirred with an almost cat-like yearning for you to continue holding his hand. When Suyu regained her composure and sought her taro, she realized it had already found its way into Ahau's grasp. Suyu rolled her eyes dramatically, for this fellow was in a state of heat. It was a predicament of her own making. I shall endure. Suyu chose to ignore him, retrieving a smaller taro from her space and burying it anew in the fire. She then picked up the nearby bowl and chopsticks, beginning to eat. As she resumed her original position, consuming the taro in her bowl while disregarding him, Ahau felt that the taro in his mouth had lost its flavor. Pouting, he moved closer to Suyu and said, I'll return the taro to you. Please don't be angry, all right? And don't ignore me. As Suyu felt the warmth of his affectionate peach blossom eyes upon her, she could not help but swallow hard, the earlier flicker of displeasure dissipating like mist. It's all right, please eat, she urged, but do not be unhappy. I'm not unhappy, do eat, he replied, observing Ahau inching closer to her side. Suyu's eyes twitched slightly, feigning ignorance as she continued to savor the food in her bowl. Within the tree hollow, Suyu and Ahau relished the delectable taro, blissfully unaware of the somber atmosphere enveloping the Ihu tribe, situated miles away. As Ada returned, dejected from his search, a throng of elders and tribespeople hastened toward him. What news? Have you found any trace of you and Hao? Ada shook his head in disappointment, slowly making his way to the livestock enclosure. The elders and tribespeople behind him sighed heavily, trailing silently in his wake. Since the disappearance of Yu and Hao, the elders and the more formidable warriors of the tribe had scoured the surrounding area, yet their efforts yielded no trace of the youngsters. Hope was waning among the tribespeople, for they could scarcely believe that, after so many days, the two unseasoned youths could still be alive. It was more likely they had already met the beast god. Only the leader, once revitalized, endeavored daily to hunt and search, but he returned each time with nothing but disappointment. Gazing at the livestock within the cave and the crops thriving in the soil, a wave of melancholy washed over Ada as he murmured, where have you gone? Elder Jean, nearby, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, glancing at the aging leader and suppressing his own worries. He placed a reassuring hand on Ada's shoulder. Do not fret, old friend. I have faith they will return safely. After all, Yu is a disciple of the beast god. Turning to Elder Jean, Ada noticed the toll the days had taken on him. Understanding that he too was deeply concerned for his own child, guilt pricked at Ada's heart. I am sorry, old friend. It is my fault. Were it not for my reckless child, your Hao would not have left with her. It is all my doing. What you say is unfounded, Elder Jean replied. I personally recommended Hao as Yu's attendant. You cannot bear this blame. It was simply his duty. Hearing this, Ada felt a deeper pang of guilt. Knowing that Elder Jean had always taken pride in Hao, he could hardly fathom the grief that would ensue should Hao fail to return. Knowing that Elder Jean had only this one child, especially after losing his partner to illness the previous year, the other elders and tribespeople, listening intently, shared in the heavy atmosphere, glancing around. The crops cultivated in the tribe had flourished, a verdant expanse thriving remarkably well, though many of the livestock had perished. A substantial number had been successfully trained, ensuring that even with the arrival of the cold season, no one in their tribe would go hungry. As they contemplated this, the tribespeople silently prayed for Yu and Hao's swift return. Nearby, Elders Shui Lianhua and several sycophants observed the gloomy atmosphere in front of the cave, a flicker of schadenfreude glimmering in their eyes. Elder Shui rubbed his sore shoulders, casting a venomous glare at Ada. How are preparations progressing? Rest assured, Ada's mind has been wholly consumed by the search for you. He has neglected the tribe, came the response. Excellent. When the time is ripe, we shall seize our opportunity. Elder Shui watched Ada with a smirk. You cannot remain arrogant for long. On the day I ascend as leader, I shall ensure you endure my suffering. I will see to your downfall. Within the tree hollow, a roaring bonfire crackled, intermittently filling the air with its popping sounds. Ahau sat quietly in a corner, honing his weapons, when suddenly a faint groan reached his ears. He swiftly turned to see Suyu lying on the ground. One side of her body icy cold while the other burned with fever, emitting wisps of white smoke. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ahau discarded his tools and rushed to her side, unsure of how to lift her, anxiously calling out, You, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me. At that moment, Suyu was also in torment. Intending to rest briefly before switching places with Ahau, she had inadvertently fallen asleep, only to awaken feeling alternating sensations of heat and cold. She could hear Ahau's urgent calls, yet her consciousness was clouded, as if she were beyond her own control. rendering her unable to respond. Ahao sank to the ground in despair, gazing helplessly at Su Yu, unsure of how to assist her. Soon, he noticed that the scars on Su Yu's body appeared as though they had been soaked in water, flaking off in patches. The previously scarred areas now looked pristine, her skin several shades fairer than before. Witnessing this transformation, Ahao felt a surge of relief, realizing that Su Yu had undergone a secondary evolution. Truly, as a disciple of the beast god, she was exceptional. He wondered if this evolution might grant her unique abilities and whether she would be delighted to see her skin restored, given her concern for her appearance. Chapter 66. Their companionship. Knowing Su Yu was evolving, Ahao remained vigilant, steadfastly guarding her side to avert any unforeseen calamity. As time elapsed, the scars on Su Yu's body completely vanished, replaced by fresh skin. Concurrently, she began to exude a fluid, reminiscent of sweat, yet imbued with an ethereal fragrance. In Ahao's anxious vigilance and Su Yu's ordeal, time gradually passed, and at last, Su Yu returned to normalcy. She wiggled her fingers, discovering newfound dexterity. As she prepared to sit up, she realized she was leaning against a warm chest, hearing the anxious inquiries. How do you feel? Are you better? Are you hungry? Quickly, bring out the remaining meat from the fierce beasts. I will prepare it for you. Su Yu leaned languidly against Ahao's embrace, her gaze fixed upon his lips as they moved rhythmically. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted from the campfire, jolting her back to reality. She quickly glanced down at herself, exclaiming, "Ah, what is happening? Am I unwell? My body, my body." Yes. Su Yu was on the verge of leaping with excitement. The scars on her body had vanished. Although she had often reassured herself internally that the world valued ability over appearance, each time she caught sight of her scars, a pang of disappointment would wash over her. After all, she was just an ordinary girl with a fondness for beauty. Ahao sat quietly on the ground, gazing at her with affectionate indulgence. At that moment, Su Yu resembled a playful cub in the tribe, frolicking about in a tree hollow. All right, you must be hungry. Quickly bring out the beast meat from your space, and I shall roast it for you while you fetch some water to wash up." In her elation, Su Yu was oblivious to Ahao's tone, which was reminiscent of coaxing a young cub. "All right, thank you so much." Su Yu took out all the remaining beast meat and monster fish flesh from the space, poured half a bucket of water, and excitedly rushed outside the tree hollow. By the time Su Yu returned to the cave after tidying herself up, Ahao had already grilled several pieces of meat, setting them aside. Su Yu meticulously examined every part of herself that she could, discovering that her skin now appeared even more delicate, smoother, and fairer than when she had first become a level 1 warrior. Observing that Su Yu had been in the room for quite some time, neglecting the grilled meat he had prepared, Ahao, with a hint of exasperation, finally spoke up. "Enough of the inspection, you should eat something first." Suppressing the exhilaration bubbling within her, Su Yu accepted the food from Ahao's hands, poised to savor her first bite when an unexpected occurrence transpired. Just as she grasped the piece of meat, it astonishingly transformed into a solid block of ice, nearly shattering her teeth. Observing the icy mass in Su Yu's grasp, Ahao hurriedly set down the food he was grilling and rushed over. "Do not be alarmed. It appears you have unlocked a new skill. You are merely inexperienced in its application. Allow me to assist you." As he spoke, Ahao took the meat into his hand, conjuring a small flame, which swiftly melted the frozen morsel. "Now, be cautious as you hold the meat. Focus on controlling the latent power within you. It is imperative that you familiarize yourself with it and master its command." Under Ahao's guidance, Su Yu diligently sought to rein in the tumultuous power within her. After a brief struggle, she finally managed to grasp the steaming piece of meat in her hand. With a heart brimming with joy, she took a hearty bite, savoring the satisfaction it brought. Given that Ahao had slept quite a bit during the day, Su Yu, feeling content and sated, soon succumbed to slumber herself. Su Yu had recently awakened her extraordinary abilities, which rendered her sleep rather restless. She constantly felt a chill coursing through her body. As a result, she tossed and turned by the campfire, nearly tumbling into the flames on several occasions. Observing this from the corner, Ahao, who was diligently honing his weapons, quickly recognized her predicament. Silently, he shifted closer to her, resting her head upon his thigh and quietly employing his powers. Witnessing Su Yu's slumber peacefully filled Ahao with a profound sense of satisfaction, and thus the night passed. When the dawn broke, Su Yu awoke with a blissful expression, only to find herself nestled upon Ahao's legs, which filled her with a sudden sense of embarrassment. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Is your leg numb? Would you like me to massage it?" Initially, Ahao had intended to discreetly stretch his legs, but upon hearing Su Yu's words, he eagerly extended his leg, his eyes sparkling as he responded, "Wouldn't that tire you out?" "Not at all, not at all." Su Yu gently draped Ahao's long legs over her own and began to massage them silently. Initially, Ahao had hoped to seize this opportunity to draw closer to Su Yu, but the moment her hand made contact with his leg, he felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if a flame. His heart raced uncontrollably, leaving him unable to rein in his emotions. After a struggle to maintain composure, he could no longer endure it and quickly withdrew his legs from Su Yu's grasp, stammering, "All right, look, my legs are perfectly fine now. Let us prepare something to eat," and set off. With that, He paced back and forth in the hollow of the tree, anxious that Suyu might discern his turmoil and develop a distaste for him. Suyu observed Ahao's gait, although it appeared somewhat abnormal and peculiar. It was not overly concerning. "Very well, let us tidy up," she said, turning her attention away from him to attend to her own tasks. Ahao sighed deeply, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Once they had organized their belongings, Suyu noticed that there was more space available. She ventured into the dense forest to dig up some taro and pluck a few apples, placing them into the space she had created. After careful consideration, despite having unlocked her ice abilities, she realized she was still somewhat unpracticed in their application. Thus, after much deliberation, she decided to gather a few buckets of water from the lakeside, storing them in her space to allow for gradual purification. Once they had completed their preparations and ensured everything was in order, they continued on their journey. Due to Ahao's leg injury, their pace was slow. Yet along the way, Suyu discovered numerous edible items and medicinal herbs, all of which she diligently collected into her space. By around 5 in the afternoon, she led Ahao to seek refuge in a cave, where they settled in. Upon entering, Suyu promptly examined Ahao's condition and, finding no significant issues, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thus, Ahao and Suyu meandered through the terrain, taking 2 full days to emerge from the slick and damp mountain forest. They then traversed a grand mountain, where the flora was astonishingly diverse. Although they had both ascended to the rank of second-level warriors, their capabilities vastly improved from before. They remained vigilant within the primal forest. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous skirmishes, accumulating several beast cores along the way. "Ahao, your leg injury has only just begun to heal. Let us pause to rest and partake of some food before continuing our trek," Suyu suggested. Ahao gazed at the boundless forest and then glanced at Suyu, whose cheeks were as red as apples due to their hurried travel. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 67. The Little Fox That Steals Fish with Ahao's Abilities. The fire quickly blazed to life. Suyu retrieved 2 fish from her space and skewered them on a branch to roast. She then produced 2 apples from her space, tossing one to Ahao. To her surprise, the fish turned out to be remarkably delectable. In the past, we seldom consumed fish unless it was the cold season, for it was notoriously unpalatable and often prone to getting stuck. Suyu brought a beautifully roasted fish, crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, to her nose and inhaled its enticing aroma. She then exclaimed, "You simply do not appreciate the delights of this dish. How could anyone claim it to be unpalatable? Just imagine if it were prepared as a sour fish with pickled cabbage. The flavor would be absolutely exquisite." As Suyu's voice faded, a sudden gust of wind swept past her ear, causing her eyes to narrow with a flash of cold light. However, upon inspection, there was nothing on the ground except for a patch of frozen wild grass. Suyu furrowed her brow, initially believing she was merely experiencing an illusion, as she felt that nothing could outpace her movements. However, just as she bent down to take a bite of the fish, her entire body froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at her hands. To her astonishment, the fish that had been perched upon the branch had inexplicably vanished, leaving her with nothing but a solitary wooden stick. Suyu turned her gaze towards Ahao, only to discover that the fish in his hand had vanished without a trace. The two exchanged a knowing glance, realizing that they must have encountered something formidable, and instinctively heightened their guard. However, as Suyu calmed her thoughts, she sensed something amiss. This formidable entity had not attacked them, but merely seized their sustenance. A flicker of insight crossed Suyu's eyes as a conjecture formed in her mind. She signaled Ahao with a glance, then retrieved 2 fish from her spatial pocket, skewering them on a branch to roast. Before long, the fish were thoroughly cooked, and both Suyu and Ahao made a gesture as if to take a bite, though their true intention was to divert their attention and survey their surroundings. Simultaneously, each summoned forth their unique abilities. With a swift whoosh, a brilliant white flash, swifter than lightning, darted before them. Instantly, they hurled fireballs and ice blades in response. Yet their efforts yielded no result. Observing this scenario, their nerves tightened in anticipation. When they turned back, Suyu found herself left with nothing but an empty stick. They exchanged glances, both astonished by the speed of their unseen adversary. However, neither moved, maintaining a composed demeanor as they sat still. Suddenly, an irate voice pierced the air around them, and a tiny fox, no larger than the palm of Suyu's hand, charged forth, furiously gesturing at them. As Suyu observed the small creature dragging an ice chunk several times its own size, she could no longer contain her amusement and erupted into laughter. Even Ahao, standing nearby, found it impossible to suppress his chuckles, his shoulders trembling with mirth. The curious little white fox gazed at Suyu for a while, and upon noticing the half-apple in Ahao's hand, it leapt forward without a moment's hesitation, snatching it and eagerly gnawing away. Watching the little fox effortlessly pilfer the apple from Ahao's grasp left Suyu momentarily speechless. Previously, they had overlooked its ability to steal food, but now, even with Ahao on high alert, the creature had once again succeeded in its thievery. Suyu was compelled to confront the diminutive fox before her, no larger than the palm of her hand. This enchanting creature was cloaked in a pristine white fur, adorned with 5 elegant tails. Its pair of eyes sparkled with an adorable innocence, radiating cuteness in every glance. However, Suyu was acutely aware that this was merely a fade. Beneath its charming exterior lurked a potential threat capable of endangering her very life in an instant. As Suyu observed the little fox, it swiftly devoured half an apple with remarkable speed, then turned to her, chattering excitedly while occasionally gesturing towards its belly. "Were you still hungry?" To her surprise, the little fox nodded in understanding, though fully aware of its formidable nature. Suyu could not resist the urge of compassion that surged within her upon encountering such an adorable creature. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved another apple and extended it towards the fox. In response, the fox arrogantly averted its gaze, turning its back to her while making discontented noises. Suyu gazed at the little creature and immediately understood, hastily returning the apple to her spatial pouch while retrieving a fish instead. Upon sighting the fish, the little fox's eyes widened in delight, obediently turning its head, gazing longingly at Suyu. Faced with the adorably charming little fox, Suyu felt an irresistible urge to pet its fur, yet the thought of the creature's swift movements compelled her to suppress her desire. The little fox devoured 5 fish before reluctantly departing. Observing its petite form, Suyu glanced at the fish in her hand, pondering how such a small creature could consume so much. Wasn't the fox fond of chicken? When did it develop a taste for fish? After Suyu and Ao finished their meal, they resumed their journey. "Ao," Suyu mused, "do you think that little fox we encountered might also be a beastman?" It seemed to understand everything I said. Ao, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Suyu's persistent fascination with the fox, nonetheless engaged her curiosity, saying, "It is probably not a beastman. More likely, it is just an ordinary wild animal. If it were a beastman, it wouldn't be so diminutive. But it could comprehend our speech. An ordinary wild animal shouldn't possess such intelligence and spirit," Suyu countered. "That's uncertain too. Just like the monkeys we saw last time, they are naturally endowed with intelligence. Perhaps this little fox is similar." Recalling the monkeys, Suyu shivered momentarily but nodded in understanding. "So, according to your reasoning, do all beastmen have large and formidable forms?" "Not necessarily," Ao replied. "Apart from us fearsome beastmen, there are also some who are naturally gentle and timid. Their strength is not as great as ours, and at best, they are comparable to the ordinary tribesfolk." "What forms do they take?" Suyu inquired. "Rabbits, mice, and even larger fox-like creatures, although their forms are significantly larger than that little fox. Therefore, I can confidently assert that the small fox we just saw is not a beastman." Suyu nodded thoughtfully and continued to inquire, "Are there any beastmen resembling lions, snakes, or leopards?" "Indeed," he replied. "Once we gather the herbs, it will be time for the annual beast festival. At that point, the chieftain and the elders can exchange some gentle-natured beastmen to serve you." "What is the beast festival?" Suyu asked, her curiosity piqued. "Can beastmen be exchanged freely?" "The beast festival occurs annually as winter approaches, where each tribe sends representatives to trade goods. Beastmen can indeed be exchanged. Some tribes are conquered by others, and the beastmen from the subjugated tribe become slaves, traded for various items. However, there are exceptions. The more docile beastmen, fearing the harsh winter, may also sell themselves." Thanks to Ahao's explanation, Suyu finally grasped the concept of the beast festival, akin to a modern marketplace, albeit one that convenes only once a year. On that day, each tribe would send individuals to exchange the goods they had accumulated throughout the year for necessities. She was taken aback to learn of the existence of slavery in this world. "What does our tribe typically trade for? Edible food or warm animal skins?" Ahao shook his head, a look of frustration on his face. In previous years, the chieftain would leave the tribe's management to Dahe and take the tribesmen to the beast festival to trade for salt. "Is that the salt we normally consume?" she asked. Ahao nodded. "Yes, precisely that salt. A few years back, the exchange rate was reasonable, 5 animal skins for 1 leaf of salt. But since last year, the price has surged. It now takes 8 premium animal skins for a single leaf." Suyu understood that a leaf of salt was wrapped in tree leaves, equivalent to about half a kilogram in modern terms. "So, you mean the tribespeople gather animal skins and food solely to trade for salt?" "Yes, but since our tribe is small, we cannot collect many animal skins in a year. And food is even scarcer. Therefore, many tribespeople starve when winter arrives. I am uncertain if we will survive this winter." Hearing Ahao's words, Suyu felt a pang of concern. Although she was aware of their tribe's poverty, she had not anticipated such dire circumstances. Noticing her contemplative silence, Ahao assumed she was worried about their tribe's plight and reassured her, "You need not fret about the salt. I heard from my father and the elders that this year, the tribe has prepared animal skins." However, instead of feeling joy, Suyu experienced a subtle sense of disappointment and sympathy. The tribespeople had worked tirelessly for a year, risking their lives for food and animal skins, only to receive a meager amount of salt in return. If only they could discover a salt lake or the sea, perhaps they could produce their own salt. Then they would not have to trade their hard-earned provisions for it, allowing them to survive the winter in peace. With that thought, Suyu's eyes brightened, and she turned to Ahao. "Have you ever seen the ocean?" "What is the ocean? Is it something edible?" "Not edible, but a vast expanse of water. Like an enormous lake that stretches beyond sight. with sand beneath your feet, and the water tastes as salty as salt itself. I have never seen it. Is there truly such a place? Is it all salt? So you nodded slightly and continued to inquire, have you ever attended the 10,000 Beasts conference? Ahau shook his head once more, a hint of regret crossing his features. Are you aware of which tribes are involved in salt production? Are all those salt-producing tribes large tribes? I am not well acquainted with the details you mentioned, but I do know that currently there is only one tribe engaged in salt production, and that tribe is considered the largest among those we are familiar with. Suyu nodded quietly, silently etching the matter into her memory, resolutely deciding that after this outing, she would certainly seek out salt. As the two engaged in conversation, a sudden, familiar squeaking sound reached their ears, catching them off guard. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared before them, and soon after, an object materialized in Suyu's embrace. Suyu, with a look of bewilderment, held the object in her arms, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was a beehive. Golden honey flowed gently within it, stirring her curiosity. She extended a finger, dipped it into the honey, and tasted it. Before she could fully savor the flavor, Ahau, noticing what she held, exclaimed in alarm, "You, throw it away. Dispose of what you have in your hand, or we shall lose our lives." Just as Suyu was still in a state of confusion, the two suddenly heard a buzzing sound approaching them. Without a moment's hesitation, Ahau seized Suyu's hand and began to sprint forward. "Run! Quickly, Suyu! If those insects catch up to us, we may not perish, but we will certainly suffer greatly." Suyu placed the beehive into the spatial compartment, running vigorously alongside Ahau. There was no alternative. The trees in this dense forest were exceedingly thick, and if Ahau were to transform into his beast form, he would be unable to maneuver effectively. The buzzing sound and the fluttering of wings resonating in her ears made Suyu acutely aware that this creature possessed formidable offensive capabilities. In modern times, their hospital would annually receive patients who had succumbed to delayed medical treatment after being stung by wild bees. Even with advanced medical facilities, wild bees could lethally sting a person. One could only imagine the dire consequences in this primitive or continent. Despite their strenuous efforts to flee, the ominous buzzing grew increasingly pronounced, drawing ever closer to them. As Suyu turned around a large tree, she glanced back, her pupils immediately constricting in terror. Behind them, a swarm of wild bees, each the size of her fist, relentlessly pursued. From Suyu's current vantage point, it appeared as though a dark cloud was advancing towards them, albeit with an abundance of twinkling little eyes glimmering within the cloud. Suyu was suddenly seized by a tingling sensation on her scalp, and her body felt a peculiar itch, as if something were crawling over her. She could not comprehend how the little fox had managed to provoke them. Those wild bees were careening straight in their direction. Anyone who dared to obstruct their path or failed to flee swiftly was overwhelmed by the swarm. Whether they were soaring through the air or scuttling on the ground, all tumbling to the earth amidst piercing cries. The appearance of such a colossal swarm of wild bees sent not only Suyu and Ahau into a state of panic, but even the surrounding ferocious beasts began to scatter in terror. Yet, how could those with mere legs outrun those with wings? Suyu bore witness as several rabbits were overtaken by the wild bees, rolling on the ground in agony. Suyu shuddered deeply, propelling herself forward with even greater urgency, fearful of being caught by the pursuing swarm. Observing that the wild bees were on the verge of overtaking them, Ahau cast several fireballs over his shoulder without a moment's hesitation, while Suyu similarly hurled a handful of powdered medicine. As the fireballs were unleashed, they ignited the wings of the wild bees, filling the air with the pungent aroma of scorched flesh accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Soon, the wild bees plummeted from the sky, creating a dark, unsettling carpet of fallen bodies upon the ground. Witnessing the bees' retreat, Ahau continued to launch additional fireballs behind them before seizing Suyu's hand and sprinting onward. As Suyu ran, she cast glances behind her to observe the wild bees, watching as they deftly maneuvered around the fireball, relentlessly pursuing them. Suyu was taken aback, surprised to find that her medicinal powders had no effect whatsoever on these wild bees. As Suyu ran, she mentally cursed the entire lineage of that little fox. Simultaneously, she realized that mere flight would not suffice. She needed to devise a strategy quickly, for otherwise, she would either meet her demise today or suffer greatly. As Suyu sprinted, she meticulously surveyed her surroundings, contemplating how she might extricate herself from the perilous situation. Moments ago, while examining the terrain, she stumbled upon several animals that had been bitten. Their once recognizable forms were now grotesquely swollen, writhing on the ground and emitting mournful cries. Moreover, a number of wild rabbits lay lifeless, having been mercilessly stung to death by the ferocious hornets. Suyu understood that the most effective way to confront a swarm of wild bees was to find a water source and leap into it, thereby obstructing their sense of smell. However, there was no water source in the vicinity, and even if there were, she hesitated to jump recklessly. This was not the modern era. Who could ascertain whether the waters concealed creatures more fearsome than those wild bees? If she were to plunge into the depths, she might inadvertently fall into the jaws of a monster, sealing her fate. Besides water, what other alternatives could she consider? Suyu's mind raced with possibilities. Chapter 69. Fire attack on wild bees. Herbal remedies. Yes, there were stimulating herbs that could repel wild bees. How? Could you do me a favor? Gather some firewood nearby and construct a barrier while I search for the herbs. Of course, no problem, replied Ahau, as he hurled a few fireballs towards the swarm of bees behind him. Suyu, in turn, retrieved some medicinal powder from her space and scattered it. Observing that the wild bees hesitated to advance, they hastened their actions. As Ahau stacked a formidable wall of firewood, Suyu continued her search for the herbs. Yet had yet to find any. Suyu, with her brows knitted and hair disheveled, hastily summoned her powers as a swarm of wild bees approached her. However, due to the sheer number of bees, her abilities did not possess the instantaneous efficacy of Ahau's powers, which could annihilate the bees in an instant. Suyu utilized her extraordinary abilities alongside the medicinal herbs, yet she was still unable to prevent the wild bees from converging upon her. As the bees drew closer, Ahau swiftly hurled several fireballs and raced to Suyu's side. He embraced her tightly, his hands ablaze, and soon the surrounding wild bees were eradicated. At that moment, a lush patch of herbs caught Suyu's eye. She quickly extricated herself from Ahau's embrace, hastening towards it with determined strides to begin harvesting. Observing her industriousness, Ahau promptly joined her in the task. Is this the herb? Yes, indeed. It is called mugwort. When tossed onto the crackling bonfire, it emits a scent potent enough to repel the wild bees. As they busied themselves, a familiar chirping sound filled the air, and a small white fox leaped into the pile of mugwort, chattering at them while remnants of honey lingered at the corners of its mouth. The sight of the little fox irked Suyu. Step aside, don't obstruct our path, you troublesome creature. The fox, taken aback by her brusque tone, glanced at their actions with a hint of resignation, then surprisingly stood on its hind legs, using its front paws to assist in pulling at the mugwort. Ahau and Suyu continued to gather the herbs, while simultaneously fending off the bees that buzzed around them. All right, Ahau, that should suffice. Take these herbs over and toss them onto the firewood, then ignite it. Ahau nodded, hastily carrying a bundle of mugwort away, and soon he had set the fire ablaze. The mugwort crackled and emitted plumes of white smoke, followed by a fragrant aroma that permeated the air. The once swarming wild bees were instantly disoriented by the smoke, scattering chaotically as many lost their sense of direction. Suyu tossed a bundle of freshly gathered mugwort onto the pile of firewood before turning back to collect more. Ahau remained in place, discovering that whenever wild bees crossed the barrier, he could swiftly hurl a fireball to incinerate them. As the wild bees had become disoriented and were flitting about chaotically, many had ventured beyond the barrier and met their fiery demise at Ahau's hands. However, a few had fortuitously managed to escape. When Suyu returned once more, cradling another bundle of mugwort, she was taken aback by the swarm of wild bees scattered on the ground, sending a shiver down her spine. She shot a glare at the little fox beside her, knowing it was the source of this predicament. Had she not suddenly recalled the stimulating properties of the herb, the sheer number of wild bees could have posed a grave threat to their lives. As she observed the increasing number of bees on the ground, their buzzing gradually dwindling, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief, believing the danger had passed. Yet, to her astonishment, a renewed buzzing sound reached her ears. Through the thick white mist, she distinctly saw a swarm of wild bees, even larger than before, approaching their direction. Suyu, without a moment's hesitation, turned and sprinted away. Upon reaching the place where mugwort grew, she discovered that only a scant few remained. Suyu plucked a sprig of mugwort and tossed it to the little fox. I am aware that you can comprehend my words. Now, take this herb and venture nearby to search for it. Inform us of your findings, and it shall be considered your atonement. The little fox gazed intently at Suyu for a moment, then glanced at the wild bees ahead, before picking up the mugwort in its mouth and darting away. Suyu was diligently gathering mugwort when Ahau rushed to her side, anxiously exclaiming, "You! Another swarm of wild bees is approaching. While the smoke can still keep them at bay, we must leave at once." Suyu turned her gaze towards the overcast sky and the layer of wild bees on the ground, shaking her head in dismay. It was futile. We would never outrun them now, as they would track us down by our scent. Hurry and gather more firewood, even if it is damp. The damp wood will produce more dense smoke. I have already sent the little fox to search for herbs. Once this dense forest is enveloped in smoke, we can seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Your task is of utmost importance. You must ensure that the wall of fire does not extinguish, as it needs to generate more smoke. Additionally, we cannot allow those wild bees to breach that barrier. Otherwise, we shall meet our demise here. Rest assured, I will not permit them to pass through the barrier. Soon, Suyu had cleared all the mugwort from the forest, and just as she was growing frantic, the little fox suddenly leapt into her arms, chattering anxiously and pointing ahead. Suyu set the little fox down, and it immediately darted away. However, its speed was comparable to that of an ordinary fox, allowing Suyu to easily keep pace. The duo ran for approximately 7 to 8 minutes before they encountered a vast expanse of mugwort. While Suyu busied herself with harvesting the mugwort, Ahau took the opportunity to widen and heighten the campfire barrier. Currently, the entire forest was shrouded in a thick white mist. Earlier, Suyu and Ahau had found the aroma quite pleasant. Yet, as time passed and the quantity of mugwort increased, the scent became increasingly unbearable. Both felt as though their throats were constricted, and tears and mucus began to flow uncontrollably. The little fox was particularly affected, sneezing repeatedly from the oppressive atmosphere. The air in the forest was now saturated with the smell of dense smoke. It was time for them to flee swiftly. Suyu cast the mugwort in her hand onto the bonfire with abandon and then seized a howl, turning to flee with great urgency. The little fox, initially running alongside Suyu, soon found the overwhelming stench unbearable. It leapt onto Suyu's shoulder, using its tiny paws to firmly cover its nose. Uncertain of how long they had been running, the sky gradually darkened, and the two of them finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies feeling as if they had just emerged from the depths of a river. The little fox, observing the two sprawled on the ground, chirped insistently, tugging at Suyu's fur coat with its paws, attempting to rouse her. Suyu lay on the ground, finally regaining her composure, only to see the little fox tugging at her fur coat, which instantly ignited her ire. "Get away, you ungrateful creature. After my kindness in feeding you fish, you nearly led us into the jaws of those wild bees." The little fox, listening to Suyu's words, displayed a flicker of disdain in its eyes, oblivious to the fact that these two had fled at such a sluggish pace that even it could not keep up. However, in anticipation of the delectable food to come, the little fox promptly lowered its head, feigning remorse, and gazed at Suyu with wide, adorably innocent eyes, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. As Suyu gazed at the little fox, her heart inexplicably softened, reflecting on its remarkable intelligence. Although this creature had brought them peril, it had also rendered them assistance moments ago. Furthermore, it was not a beast man, merely a pet with a touch of sentience, thus, she could not impose excessive expectations upon it. With a gentler tone, she spoke, "I am unable to move any longer. Could you help me search for a cave or a hollow tree nearby, where we might spend the night?" Chapter 70. A How's jealousy. The little fox's eyes sparkled with excitement as it vanished in an instant. With the fox's assistance, Suyu and Ahau managed to discover a cave before nightfall fully set in. Ahau gathered a bundle of firewood and brought it into the cave, igniting a campfire. While Suyu took out the dandelions she had just collected and crushed them into a medicinal paste. "Ahau, let me tend to your wounds," she offered. Ahau nodded, adding several large logs to the fire, and obediently removed the upper portion of his beast skin attire. Upon seeing the ghastly state of Ahau's back, Suyu inhaled sharply. His back was covered in numerous swollen welts, each the size of a fist, with yellow fluid sloshing within, and his entire upper body appeared grotesquely swollen. Remembering how he had held her tightly when they encountered the wild bees, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Those injuries should have been hers to bear, yet Ahau had taken them upon himself to protect her. "Bear with me. I must lance every one of these welts and extract the bee venom within," she instructed. "It's all right. Proceed as you wish. I can endure that little pain," he reassured her. Suyu grasped the stone knife that had been heated over the fire and swiftly carved a cross upon the blisters. Those blisters that had been marked by the stone knife quickly deflated, releasing a stream of foul-smelling, yellowish fluid. Suyu delicately lanced all the blisters on Ahau's back, meticulously cleansing her hands before squeezing out the yellow fluid within. Once she had finished with the blisters, she applied the previously crushed dandelions atop the affected areas. "All right. That's done. Let me take a look at your front." Ahau obediently turned around, revealing a significantly better condition, though there were still about 10 blisters present. Observing Suyu's earnest expression as she worked diligently on his chest, his heart raced with nervous anticipation, as if it might leap from his chest. Unbidden, his head lowered. And even Suyu, focused on treating his wounds, sensed this change and froze momentarily. Internally, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. It was indeed a case of infatuation clouding his judgment. Given the peculiar circumstances of the past few days, she decided not to hold it against him. Suppressing her discomfort, she averted her gaze, gently rejecting Ahau's advances. In a swift motion, Suyu completed the treatment of Ahau's upper body, tossing the stone knife into his lap. "The rest is up to you." Feeling the distance she had created, Ahau's heart felt hollow, yet he nodded obediently. As he tended to his wounds, he cautiously observed Suyu. He did not understand that the courtship between males and females was a natural occurrence. Although they were both still minors, they could at least establish a bond. Once they reached adulthood, they could report to the leader, and then they could excavate a cave to reside in together. If other females had already accepted their suitors, why did you repeatedly reject him? Was it because she found him unworthy? This thought deepened Ahau's sense of disappointment and dismay. While Ahau was preoccupied with his own injuries, Suyu took the opportunity to attend to her own wounds from the wasp stings. Compared to Ahau, her condition was relatively better. She had only 5 stings on her arm, with no other issues, thanks entirely to Ahau's protective instincts whenever wild bees approached her. It was impossible for her not to feel touched. Beyond mere gratitude, she was profoundly moved. She never anticipated that someone would be willing to risk their life for her simply because of the title of follower. If Ahau were to discover that Suyu perceived his protection as merely that of a follower, and his affections as mere infatuation, one could only imagine his reaction. Suyu tended to her own wounds, and then assisted Ahau with his injuries before finally settling down. At that moment, a little fox suddenly leaped into her lap, chattering away and patting its belly. Suyu gazed at the adorable creature nestled in her arms, her face blossoming with joy. Surely, every girl must have a fondness for such fluffy beings. "Are you hungry? Just a moment, and I shall procure some food for you." Observing the interaction between the little fox and Suyu, Ahau felt an unsettling turmoil within him. His gaze turned icy, and his expression grew increasingly indifferent. At that moment, he yearned to cast that creature away. That was his female, his. He had yet to be embraced by you. Yet that beast had the audacity to claim such intimacy. Ahau gritted his teeth in fury, wishing to rend the little fox to pieces. Suddenly, he froze, for he thought he perceived disdain in the creature's eyes. How dare it look down upon him? Yet, when he beheld Suyu's radiant smile, he uttered, "I shall endure." Just as he prepared to turn away, seeking to erase the troubling sight from his mind, the little fox boldly displayed a provocative expression towards Ahau, burrowing deeper into Suyu's embrace while emitting a series of squeaks. No longer could he contain his frustration. Any male would find this intolerable. Feeling the fox's movements in her arms, Suyu immediately lowered her head to gaze at the frightened little creature, then shot a glance at the fuming Ahau. Frowning, she said, "How, what are you doing? Look how frightened you've made the little fox." With that, she gently stroked the fox's fur, and it lay contentedly in her embrace, casting a triumphant glance towards Ahau and purring softly. Ignoring the infuriated Ahau beside her, Suyu continued to caress the fox while tenderly saying, "Little fox, you are so perceptive and have such a penchant for fish. How about you stick with me from now on? I promise you'll have fish with every meal." The little fox, purring in Suyu's arms and listening to her words, squinted to assess the irate figure across from it. A hint of a smile crept across its lips, and a glimmer of mischief danced in its eyes. It then turned back to Suyu and swiftly pecked a kiss on her lips. Suyu stood frozen, utterly astonished that her first kiss had been bestowed upon a mere beast. Behind her, Ahau was on the verge of a furious explosion. His female companion was tainted. If looks could kill, the little fox would have been annihilated by Ahau countless times by now. The little fox provocatively glanced at Ahau and, noticing Suyu had ceased her affectionate grooming, began to squeak and dug its paws into Suyu's hand. As the sounds of the little fox's calls and the cracking of firewood behind her reached her ears, Suyu snapped back to reality. Regardless, it was merely a small pet. In modern times, she frequently lavished affection on her family's cheese cat. With this thought, Suyu leaned down and planted another kiss on the little fox's forehead, gazing at the creature with delight. "Have you consented?" The little fox, taken aback by her kiss, took a moment to process before responding with a few squeaks and a nod. "Then from now on, you shall accompany me. Given your snowy fur, I shall call you Little Bai. Gigi. However, Little Bai, I must set a few ground rules. Do not let your speed lead you to trouble, all right? Just today, your theft of the wild bee's honey nearly cost us dearly." The little fox pondered for a moment, then nodded and chirped in agreement, observing the amiable exchange between the two. Especially how Suyu had even kissed it. Ahau was on the brink of exploding with rage, yet he dared not voice his anger for fear of displeasing you. Finally unable to contain himself upon seeing the little fox nestled in Suyu's arms, Ahau blurted out, "You, that is just a little beast. And it may carry unknown pests. You should put it down." "Not at all. I just checked, and it appears quite clean. That is not sufficient. It is still a beast, and you mentioned that some bacteria are invisible, right? Well, fine. I shall boil some water to clean it, then we need not worry." The little fox, nestled in Suyu's embrace, squinted its eyes in sheer enjoyment while casting a look of deep schadenfreude towards Ahau. Upon hearing that Suyu intended to bathe the little creature, Ahau instantly erupted. "No, no. The male and female distinctions are significant. This little fox is male. You cannot wash it. Allow me to assist you instead. I was referring to beast men. This is merely an animal. What difference does it make? Animals are off limits too. I will assist you with the washing, and we need not even use hot water. Cold water will suffice." As he spoke, Ahau reached out to grab the little fox from Suyu's arms. The little fox, thoroughly enjoying Suyu's grooming, was taken by surprise by Ahau's sudden action. As it prepared to retaliate with a paw, it quieted upon hearing Suyu's voice. "No, look how small the little fox is. It must have just been born. How can we use cold water?" Ahau was undeterred, swiftly seizing the unsuspecting little fox and thrusting it towards a nearby bucket, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I will give you a thorough wash, ensuring you are spotless. Ideally, I shall remove that unsightly fur of yours." The little fox gazed at Ahau's expression and his rough handling, its eyes flickering as it began to squeak in alarm. She witnessed the little fox squealing in fright, yet it tucked away its claws, fearful of causing harm. She hurriedly rushed over, lifting the little creature from the bucket with great tenderness, saying, There, you frightened Xiaobai. Allow me to handle this." Ahau opened his mouth, gazing at the gentle Suyu with a twinge of regret, pondering how he could be vexed by such a creature. Just as he was about to apologize, his gaze fell upon the little fox, which wore a look of malicious glee. Infuriated, Ahau plopped down beside the campfire, venting his frustration on the nearby firewood, casting glances of disdain at the little fox. Observing the drenched little creature, a spark of inspiration ignited within Ahau. He excitedly stepped outside the cave to procure a particularly large leaf, placing it beside the fire. "Is the moon ready? If so, place the little fox upon the leaf." Suyu turned her head and offered Ahau a grateful smile. "Thank you, I'll be ready shortly." The little fox, with a melancholic expression, was placed on the leaves by Suyu, seizing the opportunity while she turned to fetch water. It bared its teeth and let out a few calls directed at Ahau. However, upon noticing that Suyu was about to return, it quickly curled up into a ball, lying on the leaves with a pitiful gaze fixed on her. As Suyu beheld the adorable little fox, her heart melted instantaneously. She retrieved a piece of animal hide from her space and gently began to wipe its fur. "All right, don't be upset. You're drenched all over. I shall embrace you once you are dry, all right? Ahau, observing Siyu tending to the fox's coat, hurriedly offered her a piece of roasted meat from his hand. You. Please eat first. The little fox can dry itself. There's no need for you to assist it. We've been on the run all day for that little creature. Siyu gazed at the roasted meat presented before her, her stomach responding with a resonant growl. She returned the animal hide to her space and began to devour the meat with vigorous bites. The little fox, lounging upon a large leaf, observed in astonishment as the animal hide materialized in Suyu's hands only to vanish into thin air. Its eyes flickered momentarily before it yawned and feigned sleep on the leaf. Noticing that the little fox had finally ceased its disturbances, Ahau excitedly settled beside Suyu, striving to initiate conversation. How does the meat taste? He inquired. It's quite good, she replied, subtly shifting her position. Ignoring Suyu's action, Ahau proudly produced a fruit from his pocket. Look what I have. Suyu turned her gaze towards Ahau's hand and discovered he was cradling an object that bore resemblance to both a pear and a gourd. The item was distinctly shaped like a pear, yet it possessed the size of a gourd. Suyu glanced at Ahau's chest and then back at the gourd-sized pear. When did you pick that? I had no idea. Don't you enjoy fruits? Today, while gathering firewood, I stumbled upon a fruit tree laden with such fruits. However, time was too pressing, so I only picked one. Do take a taste. If it's delightful, I shall return tomorrow to gather more for you. Suyu nodded and cautiously accepted the pear from Ahau's hand. She scanned it with the system and confirmed that it was indeed a modern pear. Taking a bite, she was overwhelmed by its juiciness, leaving no residue, only a lingering fragrance. How is it? Does it taste good? Is it sweet? Suyu gazed at the eagerly expectant Ahau and offered him the pear she had taken a bite from. The pear was indeed quite delicious. Why not take a bite and see for yourself? Ahau observed the clear bite mark on the pear before his throat involuntarily convulsed, compelled by an inexplicable urge. He took a hearty bite right where Suyu had left her imprint. It was undeniably sweet. Far sweeter than the apples you shared with me a few days ago. Suyu gazed at the pear that Ahau had bitten into. Her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion. Could this be considered a veiled kiss? Initially, she had intended for Ahau to take a bite from the untouched side. Yet he chose the very spot where she had already tasted. Well, I find myself a bit peckish today and not in the mood for pear. You may have it. I shall suffice with meat. Suyu placed a pear into Ahau's hands and turned her head to savor the meat with great enthusiasm. Ahau, observing Suyu return the pear to him, initially believed she truly had no desire to eat. However, he then took a bite from the very spot she had nibbled, savoring the exquisite flavor. It was delicious, truly delightful. Suddenly, Ahau's gaze met that of a small fox lying amidst the leaves, and he distinctly perceived a hint of disdain in the creature's eyes. Nevertheless, Ahau paid little mind to this, eagerly gesturing with the pear in his hand, only to find the small fox indifferent to his enthusiasm, as it turned away to feign sleep once more. After satisfying their appetites, Suyu was discussing with Ahau the arrangement for taking turns to keep watch, when they noticed the small fox, which had been peacefully resting on the leaves, leisurely rise and head towards the cave's entrance. Where are you going, Xiaobai? Suyu inquired. The small fox glanced back at her with a nonchalant demeanor before striding out, shortly followed by an overwhelming stench wafting into the cave. Suyu suddenly erupted with frustration. Xiaobai, if you need to relieve yourself, could you please go a little farther away? It's unbearable right here at the cave entrance. After some deliberation, it was decided that Suyu would rest first, taking a nap before switching with Ahau. Once their plans were settled, just as Suyu lay down, Xiaobai dashed in from outside and leaped into her arms, finding a cozy spot to drift off to sleep. Suyu gazed at the little white fox nestled in her arms, pulling it closer as she sat within the cave. Meanwhile, Ahau, seated nearby, was consumed by an overwhelming fury, his eyes cold and piercing, casting glances like daggers towards the fox. The little creature merely glanced at him nonchalantly before settling down to sleep beside Suyu. The more Ahau pondered, the more his anger festered. Quietly, he moved closer to the slumbering Suyu, resting her head upon his lap. The fox, once peacefully dozing in Suyu's embrace, emitted a soft growl, baring its sharp teeth at Ahau. With my strength, it would be a trivial matter to make you vanish without a trace. Should you awaken the moon? Think carefully about the consequences, it seemed to warn. The little fox, understanding the gravity of the situation, turned to glance at Suyu and chose to ignore Ahau, curling up to sleep once more. A sleepless night passed, and as Ahau finally roused, he found Suyu joyfully playing with the little fox. He felt utterly speechless, wondering what could possibly entertain such a diminutive creature. It was barely larger than his palm, easily extinguishable with a mere finger. Yet it possessed a form that was grand and majestic. Little did he know whose provisions were being mercilessly snatched away. A slap in the face indeed. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of inspiration sparked in Ahau's eyes. In an instant, a magnificent white tiger materialized within the cave, observing Suyu as she frolicked with the little fox. With a swift motion, Ahau transformed into a much smaller beast. Ahau, you are awake. Today, I shall prepare a delightful feast for you, guaranteed to tantalize your taste buds, Suyu exclaimed. What delicacies do you have in mind? Shall I lend a hand? As Suyu turned her head, she nearly dropped the little fox in her hands. In a corner of the cave, a small white tiger suddenly appeared, no larger than a modern-day kitten. Its snowy fur was fluffy, and a pair of sparkling eyes looked at her with an endearing innocence. Suyu's palms tingled with desire. She longed to pet it. It was irresistibly adorable, simply captivating. Yet, the thought that this charming little tiger was, in fact, a beastman doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, instantly leaving her feeling chilled to the bone. Suyu endeavored to maintain her composure, silently repeating to herself, I see nothing. I perceive nothing. Could you procure for me a rectangular stone pot, but ensure it is not too deep, suitable for frying meat. Chapter 72, the troublemaking little white owl, noticing that Suyu had turned her head and disregarded him, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He silently transformed from his beast form into his human guise and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Why was he not good enough? Was it because his beast form lacked aesthetic appeal? That should not be the case. From his observations over the past few days, it was evident that she had a particular fondness for fluffy creatures. She ought to appreciate his fur as well. What could possibly be amiss? Suyu forcibly expelled the vivid images she had just witnessed from her mind. She retrieved some meat from the surroundings and coated it with a layer of honey using leaves. Is this the kind of stone pot you desire? Suyu glanced up momentarily before hastily lowering her gaze. It was inevitable. The moment she laid eyes on him, memories of the recently encountered white tiger, reminiscent of a playful kitten, flooded her thoughts, compelling her hand to reach out uncontrollably to caress its fur. Indeed, that was precisely how it transpired. You assist me in preparing it over the fire, and I shall swiftly attend to my part. As Suyu concluded her words, she turned her head away, her shoulders quivering slightly. Ahau gazed at her thoughtfully. Soon, the stone pot over the fire began to heat up, and Suyu placed the slices of meat from the bowl into the pot to sear them. As the meat turned a golden brown on both sides, a delightful and sweet aroma wafted through the cave, tantalizing the senses. Ahau, curious, looked towards the stone pot, his nostrils flaring as he swallowed hard, and inquired, What have you seasoned this meat with? It smells divine, and there's an indescribable flavor that intrigues me. Suyu took out the honey from the space and dipped it once more with a leaf. You added honey. Can it be eaten? Why wouldn't it be edible? Give it a taste and see if it's delicious. Suyu deftly lifted a slice of perfectly roasted meat from the pot and placed it into Ahau's bowl. Just as Ahau was about to grasp it with his chopsticks, the succulent morsel vanished without a trace. Squeak. So delicious. Shall buy. Utterly unconcerned with the individual beside it hurling utensils, swiftly darted out of the burrow, returning with a leaf delicately clutched in its mouth, which it then dropped beside Suyu's legs, chattering excitedly. Observing the animated Xiaobai and the indignant Ahau, whose cheeks were puffed in frustration, Suyu could no longer contain her laughter. All right, my two little foodies, the meat will be ready shortly. Suyu glanced at the leaves by her feet, her eyes twitching slightly, and said to Ahau beside her, Ahau, little Bai still lacks a bowl. Why don't you make one for her? Using leaves is too hot and inconvenient for consuming liquid food later. Ahau shot a fierce glare at little Bai, lamenting the multitude of tasks at hand. Nevertheless, he resignedly retrieved a piece of wood from the nearby firewood pile to craft a bowl. Once the meat in the pot was thoroughly roasted, Suyu cast a glance at the two eagerly awaiting individuals in the cave and promptly divided the meat equally into two bowls. Observing the wary demeanor between Ahau and Little Bai, she feared a confrontation might ensue. As she continued to add meat to the pot, she addressed Little Bai. You must be good and not snatch Ahau's food. Little Bai sniffed the fragrant air and gazed at the roasted meat in the pot before finally nodding in agreement. Seeing Ahau and Little Bai savoring their meal, Suyu decided to taste a piece herself, only to scrunch her face in displeasure. It was excessively sweet. Hastily, she pulled out an apple from her space and took a bite to balance the flavor. The meat was delectable, yet it lacked a pinch of salt. A sprinkle would have greatly enhanced its taste. What is salt? Little Bai inquired. Salt is a very salty substance that makes you crave water afterwards. Observing Suyu engrossed in conversation with Little Bai, Ahau interjected, quite perturbed. What is the use of talking to it? It doesn't comprehend what salt is. As Little Bai bared her teeth at Ahau, Suyu affectionately patted her head. Of course, our Little Bai is quite clever. Perhaps she can understand my words, right? Isn't that so, Little Bai? Enjoying Suyu's gentle touch, Little Bai nodded her head as if striving to respond. After roasting 7 pots of meat and cooking 2 taros, the trio finally felt satiated. Suyu gazed at the suddenly vacant space, overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness, once again lamenting the weighty nature of her task, which lay far ahead. After the trio had traversed some distance, the little white fox once more leapt onto Suyu's shoulder, preparing to find a cozy spot to rest. Without a moment's hesitation, Ahau swatted at it, prompting Suyu to swiftly evade the blow. Bewilderment etched across her face as she regarded him. What are you doing? She inquired. Ahau looked at the little fox with disdain. We have a long journey ahead today, and this little creature is being lazy, constantly climbing onto your shoulder. I intend to shoo it away so it can walk on its own. No sooner had he spoken than the little fox emitted a couple of chirps. Suyu turned her head to see the little creature gazing at her with its large, watery eyes, its front hooves clasped together, repeatedly making a gesture of entreaty. Suyu was instantly enchanted, raising her right hand to stroke the soft fur of the little white fox. It's all right. Our Little Bai is not heavy at all. Just rest on my shoulder, and I shall carry you. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Ahau immediately sulked, striding forward in frustration, while Suyu hurried to keep pace behind him. She now perceived that Ahau was increasingly resembling a child, a far cry from his former aloof, godlike demeanor. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and a fox, navigated through the dense forest for several days. Initially, the little fox obediently perched on Su Yu's shoulder. However, by the second day, it grew restless. The moment Su Yu let her guard down, it would slip away without a trace. While Su Yu felt a tinge of helplessness, Ahau found amusement in the situation, secretly wishing that the little creature would never return, for its presence would surely compete for Su Yu's affection. To Ahau's dismay, no matter how long the little fox ventured out, as soon as night fell, or more precisely, when food was involved, it would unfailingly find its way back to them. Observing this, Su Yu felt reassured and allowed the little bite to roam freely. Yet, it was this very allowance that nearly cost them their lives in the depths of the forest. As Su Yu and Ahau had just skewered a fish onto a branch to roast it, a sudden ripple coursed through the air, prompting them to exchange a knowing smile. Almost immediately, they beheld a shocking sight. Xiaobai, bearing a wooden barrel many times larger than itself, was sprinting toward them with fervor. Su Yu hurried over, and a wave of briny scent rushed towards her, enveloping her senses. Su Yu was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she began to have a vague inkling of what might be concealed within the barrel. As Su Yu had just placed the wooden bucket belonging to Xiaobai into the space, ready to offer it a word of praise, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly erupted from behind. Su Yu turned her head and was instantly struck with terror, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, her heart racing wildly. She quickly turned to Ahau and exclaimed, "How, run, run." The two of them barely had time to address the fire pit on the ground and took off running ahead at full speed. At that moment, Su Yu was filled with 1,000 regrets. She had always known this was not a creature to be trifled with, and she should not have allowed it to roam freely outside. This was a rhythm that could very well cost her life. Even if Little White were to offer her the flesh of a Tang Sung now, she would not want it. As the 2 humans and a fox sprinted desperately, Su Yu glanced back at the overwhelming horde of ferocious beasts pursuing them. In haste, she retrieved some medicinal powder from her spatial pouch and scattered it behind them. Among those beasts were smaller venomous creatures, such as scorpions and centipedes, which halted in their tracks, deterred by the scent of the powder. However, the monstrous beasts now chasing them showed no fear of her concoction. After a strenuous run, panting heavily, Su Yu finally paused for a brief moment to catch her breath. Just then, the now elusive Little White, having already distanced itself from them, suddenly darted out in front, chattering incessantly with a look of deep disdain in its eyes. Listening to Little White's disparaging remarks and glancing back at the relentless beasts hot on their trail, Su Yu felt an overwhelming urge to skin the little creature alive. This troublesome being dared to criticize her speed, completely oblivious to the fact that it was the one that had attracted so many ferocious beasts. Although they had faced numerous dangers along their journey, they had never before encountered such a relentless pursuit by so many monstrous creatures. Su Yu turned her head once more to glance at the overwhelming beasts behind her, a shiver coursing through her body. The menagerie of ferocious creatures numbered in the dozens, with each species comprising at least 100 varieties. Among them were the familiar figures of tigers, leopards, lions, snakes, and monkeys, alongside some species she had never encountered before. The speed of these beasts was astonishing, as they seemed poised to catch up with them. After running for a while, the medicinal powder in Su Yu's possession had been entirely depleted, and she found herself utterly exhausted. Yet, this relentless pack of beasts remained hot on their heels, refusing to be shaken off. Su Yu's temper flared as she conjured shards of ice with her hands, launching them towards the ferocious beasts behind her. Meanwhile, Ahau unleashed a series of fiery projectiles. Chapter 73, Crossing the Cliff. The foremost beasts were swiftly struck down by the extraordinary powers wielded by Su Yu and Ahau. Yet, as one wave of beasts fell, another surged forth. Su Yu's keen eyes discerned that among them were several first-tier beasts. Su Yu shot a fierce glare at the little fox beside her, perplexed by how Bai had managed to provoke such ferocious beasts, compelling them to pursue with relentless fervor. Given the circumstances, it was inconceivable that a mere bucket of salt water could incite such fervent determination. Clearly, some unforeseen events must have transpired. Once this matter was resolved, it would be imperative to thoroughly interrogate the situation. Additionally, Bai required strict guidance, otherwise, it would inevitably lead to dire consequences for its very existence. As Su Yu and Ahau fled for their lives, they hurled shards of ice and fireballs behind them. It soon became apparent to Su Yu that certain ferocious beasts were utterly unfazed by her icy projectiles. Left with no other choice, she retrieved her bow and arrows from her spatial pouch, waiting for the opportune moment to shoot at their pursuers. Little White returned several times, only to realize that Ahau and Su Yu could not keep pace with its swift movements. Thus, it reluctantly halted and joined them in the fray. Su Yu had always perceived Xiaobai as merely swift, but a series of astonishing maneuvers had significantly altered her impression. In a flash, Xiaobai dashed atop a ferocious beast, raising its paw to deliver a strike. Should one blow fail to vanquish the creature, it would reveal its sharp fangs in an attempt to bite. Perhaps it was merely her illusion. But Su Yu felt an overwhelming sense that these beasts harbored a palpable fear of Xiaobai. As Su Yu and Ahau continued their frantic flight, a multitude of corpses soon littered the ground behind them, and the forest was engulfed in a nauseating stench of blood. Yet, the relentless beast pursued them, clinging fiercely as if determined to see them lifeless. At this moment, both were drenched in sweat, their legs trembling and barely able to carry them forward. Suyu rummaged through her spatial pocket, retrieving 2 pieces of beast meat for Ahau to replenish their energy. Just as Ahau grasped the meat, still unbitten, several flying beasts caught up to their side. The 2 hastily discarded the morsels and turned to confront their assailants. While they fought, they gradually retreated. And without the sustenance to restore their strength, they found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. Just as despair began to creep into Suyu's heart, her vision suddenly cleared, revealing a platform ahead. It was adorned with tender wild grasses and vibrant flowers, devoid of any trees. The platform stretched infinitely, appearing exquisite and enchanting. Had it not been for the beasts relentlessly pursuing them, she might have doubted whether she had returned to the vast prairies of her homeland. Ahau swiftly transformed into his beast form, calling out to Suyu, "You, climb onto my back. I shall carry you." Upon witnessing Ahau's transformation, a spark of elation flickered in Suyu's eyes. How could she have forgotten? With the absence of trees obstructing their path, Ahau could indeed take to the skies. Suyu swiftly climbed onto Ahau's back, and Ahau soared through the skies, simultaneously unleashing a burst of flames behind him to hinder the advance of the ferocious flying beasts. By now, Ahau had evolved into a second-tier warrior, his speed significantly surpassing his previous capabilities, and he flew at a much greater altitude. Soon, the beasts were left far behind, dwindling into mere specks against the horizon. However, Suyu soon noticed a pressing issue: Ahau's flight duration was limited. After flying for a certain period, he needed to pause or find a point of support to continue. "We need to refuel and replenish our energy." After approximately an hour of flight, Ahau suddenly executed an emergency brake, for a particularly massive cliff loomed ahead. While Ahau could likely traverse it alone, carrying Suyu made the endeavor considerably more challenging, as the cliff offered no points of support. Suyu and Ahau stood at the edge of the precipice, casting a glance into the abyss below, then turning to look behind them, witnessing the ferocious beast closing in. Ahau quickly transformed from his human form into that of a beast, urging Suyu, "Moon, time is of the essence. Climb onto my back, and I shall carry you across. If I cannot soar over, use me as a springboard to leap to safety. One of us must survive." Suyu cast a glance at the vast abyss before her, then turned her gaze towards the dense forest across the chasm, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. "You go ahead and fly over. I have a way to get across." "What method do you possess?" Suyu extracted a pre-prepared crossbow from the void and aimed an arrow at the opposite side. Regrettably, the chasm was far too wide, causing the arrow to miss its target and plummet vertically into the abyss below. After failing to hit the mark, Suyu swiftly retrieved the beast's sinew and cast a glance behind her. That single glance made her throat constrict, compelling her to swallow hard. A multitude of ferocious beasts had gathered behind, charging towards their location, the sheer number surpassing that of moments prior. It was as if all the creatures from the surrounding hills were converging on them, an indescribable scene. "Allow me. What should we do?" "I wish to shoot the arrow into the tree on the opposite side. That way, we could cross over," Suyu proposed. Upon hearing her words, Ahau's eyes flickered with realization. It was indeed a brilliant idea. He glanced down into the fathomless abyss, and then at the beasts rapidly approaching, and without a moment's hesitation, transformed from human to beast form. Grasping the arrowhead with his claws, he launched it into the air, soaring into the chasm. In an instant, he reverted to his human form and hurled the arrowhead with precision. It lodged firmly into the trunk of a towering tree, however, without any support in the chasm. Ahau began to plummet before he could shift back into his beast form. Suyu, startled, shouted in alarm and instinctively grabbed a nearby stone, hurling it with all her might. The stone struck near Ahau just as he was transforming mid-air into his beast form. He quickly noticed the stone, leaping off it and pivoting in the direction of Suyu. Upon landing beside her, he realized that several beasts had already reached their proximity. Ahau let out a ferocious roar at the approaching beasts. Almost instantly, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, sending the creatures scattering in panic. "Move quickly. There is no time left." As Suyu cast a final glance at Ahau, acutely aware of the urgency of the moment, she seized the small white creature beside her and flung it onto her shoulder. "Hold on tightly. If you fall, no one will be able to save you," she urged, grasping the beast's sinew that spanned the precipice with both hands, propelling her body swiftly towards the opposite side. The sinew, suddenly burdened by Suyu's weight, nearly sent the unprepared Ahau tumbling backward. In a panic, Ahau wrapped the sinew around himself twice, continuing to battle against the ferocious beasts that assailed him. The howls of the beasts echoed in his ears, mingling with the metallic scent of blood that saturated the air, while the howling wind made it impossible for him to open his eyes, forcing him to squint. Yet, he dared not pause, striving to glide forward, silently urging himself to go faster and faster. As long as he could reach safety, Ahau would be able to follow. Chapter 74, Ahau severely injured at that moment. Ahau found himself completely surrounded by the savage creatures, several monkeys hurling stones mercilessly at him. More beasts, driven mad with rage, leaped upon him, tearing at him with teeth and claws. Soon, his skin was lacerated, blood spilling onto the tender green grass below, starkly visible, with several areas revealing raw white bone. However, to avoid jeopardizing Suyu, he remained rigid, refusing to move. His mind was consumed by a single thought: to endure just a little longer. Just a little longer. If Suyu could safely cross, he would be willing to sacrifice himself. Ahau felt the warmth of his blood rapidly ebbing away, his eyelids growing heavier. His entire body swaying perilously, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as he was about to succumb, he heard Suyu's voice calling out to him. Ahau, hurry over. Come quickly. But Ahau had no strength left. He was on the verge of collapse, his wings a gruesome mess. On the other side of the cliff, Suyu waited anxiously, but the familiar sight of the great tiger did not appear. Her heart sank, and she wiped away tears that had fallen without her notice. With a heart-wrenching scream, she called out across the chasm, Ahau, please come. Didn't you promise to protect me? If you don't come, how can you protect me? Don't you dare go back on your word. Please, I beg you, come back. Hearing Suyu's anguished cries, Ahau's body jolted. And a flicker of clarity returned to him. Yes, he still had Suyu to protect. No, he could not simply perish. He wanted to be her companion. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of his strength, igniting a burst of flames that erupted towards the beastly horde, and with that, he spread his wings and took flight towards her. As Suyu watched Ahau's unsteady form struggling to reach her, he teetered perilously close to the abyss multiple times, her tears cascading down her cheeks in desperation. No, this cannot happen. I must find a way, otherwise, Ahau will surely fall. She urged herself, frantically seeking a solution. Suyu was anxiously pacing back and forth, her mind a chaotic muddle, as if it had suddenly ceased to function. Suddenly, a high-pitched sound reached her ears, prompting her to turn around. Xiaobai, sensing the fierce glare from Suyu, instinctively recoiled in fear. However, Suyu paid no heed to its trepidation. She seized Xiaobai and tied a long beast cord around it, declaring, this trouble is of your making, and now you must take responsibility for resolving it. If Ahau cannot make it, you should not come either. Before Xiaobai could comprehend the situation, Suyu forcefully hurled it away. Xiaobai found itself flung towards the edge of a cliff, its eyes widening in terror as it squeaked frantically, its limbs flailing in panic. As it beheld Ahau, bloodied and flying erratically, a fleeting image of Suyu's furious yet pleading eyes flashed in its mind. With a sudden surge of determination, Xiaobai leapt forward, positioning itself beneath Ahau's hooves and pushing upward with all its might. In that instant, Ahau felt a surge of strength coursing through him, alleviating his pain. Spreading his wings, he soared across, while Xiaobai, after that one nudge, began to plummet straight downwards. In a moment of despair, Xiaobai cast one last glance towards Suyu before shutting its eyes, perhaps still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Then, the rapid descent halted abruptly, and its body was uncontrollably pulled backward. Overjoyed, Xiaobai opened its eyes to see the beast cord tethered to it. How wonderful! The female had not abandoned it. Just as Ahau reached the other side, he felt an overwhelming exhaustion wash over him, and the pain surged throughout his body. He collapsed in front of Suyu, losing consciousness. In haste, she pulled Xiaobai back and tossed it onto the shore before rushing to support Ahau, who was no longer able to maintain his beast form. Ahau was covered in wounds, with multiple fractures and undetermined internal injuries. His exterior injuries were equally grievous, with gaping wounds revealing bone, making him appear as if he had emerged from a pool of blood. In her frantic concern for Ahau, Suyu failed to notice the small fox lying on the ground, a fleeting sadness flickering in her eyes. Suyu reached into the space, only to grasp at emptiness. It was then that she recalled that all the medicinal powder within had been entirely consumed. In an instant, Suyu was engulfed in despair. With the absence of medicinal herbs, how could she possibly save Ahau? Tears streamed down her face in relentless cascades, and she hastily wiped them away with the back of her hand. Just as she had managed to dry her tears, her eyes were once again filled with sorrowful moisture. What should she do? What would become of Ahau? How could she rescue him? Bone setting. Yes, she must first attend to the bones. Suyu trembled as she extended her hand, but this time it was not akin to when she tended to Dehei's injuries. She could not calm her restless heart. It raced uncontrollably, and her hand shook uncontrollably as well. Clap, clap. Suyu fiercely struck her own face twice, her cheeks swelling visibly with each passing moment. Crying. Can tears truly resolve the issue? She urged herself to calm down, to regain her composure. It might have been the pain radiating from her cheeks, or perhaps something deeper within her. But eventually, Suyu managed to steady herself and began to tend to Ahau's injuries. Nearby, Xiaobai watched in heart-wrenching despair as Suyu inflicted pain upon herself, tears streaming down her face. Yet, it dared not approach her again. For it had come to a haunting realization. This time, it had indeed erred gravely. After Suyu meticulously set all of Ahau's bones back into place and secured them with branches and animal hides, she turned to Xiaobai and said, "Please keep watch over him. Do not allow any ferocious beasts to approach. I shall go gather medicinal herbs." Xiaobai lay on the ground, observing as Suyu's unsteady silhouette faded from sight. She then glanced at Ahau, who lay beside her. A flicker of conflict crossed her eyes. If she were to suffer such grievous injuries, would she too feel that profound sorrow? Would she tend to him with such meticulous care? It remains uncertain whether it was merely Suyu's fortune or if Ahau's fate was not yet sealed. As Suyu stepped into the dense forest, she immediately discovered the medicinal herbs that Ahau required. Suyu immediately broke into a smile and rushed towards the herbs. After a series of treatments, Ahau's wounds were mostly bandaged. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he could not be moved carelessly. Su glanced at the darkening sky and turned to Xiaobai, saying, Xiaobai, stay here and watch over Hao. I will gather some firewood nearby. We shall spend the night here. Xiaobai lazily nodded while lying on the ground. Unbeknownst to Suyu, it harbored a sense of disappointment. The fire soon blazed. And Suyu first prepared a bowl of herbal medicine for a Hao before attending to her and Xiaobai's meals. Today, Xiaobai was particularly well behaved, only stretching its limbs occasionally before lazily drifting into slumber. Even the grilled fish it usually relished was barely nibbled at. After a night fraught with anxiety, a Hao finally emerged unscathed from the perilous phase. To Suyu's surprise, aside from the relentless beast lurking across from them, no predators approached their side. Chapter 75. Xiaobai in a coma. A Hao moved his fingers and was immediately struck by pain throughout his body, gradually regaining consciousness. He quickly opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. When his gaze met the anxious eyes of Suyu, he released a long sigh of relief, grateful that she was unharmed. Hao, you're awake. You frightened me to death. How do you feel now? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Upon seeing Suyu cry, a Hao's features contorted with worry, and he attempted to rise to comfort her, but the pain immobilized him completely. What are you doing? Don't move. Do you value your life? You need to recover properly. If you end up missing an arm or a leg, or become a cripple, I certainly do not want you as my follower. Observing Suyu's tearful outburst, accompanied by her sharp words, a Hao raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, Are you crying for me out of concern? Absolutely not. You're overthinking it. Suyu cast a sharp glance at a Hao, then turned away to wipe the tears from her face. At that moment, she found herself at a loss regarding her feelings for him. She had always believed she regarded a Hao as a comrade and a partner. However, when he fell, a profound ache enveloped her heart. Yet, she lacked the energy to dissect her emotions toward him further. With her mother still bedridden and her kin struggling with basic needs, she resolved to leave such matters to time. For now, all that mattered was a Hao's recovery. Having gathered her thoughts, Suyu ladled a generous bowl of food from the stone pot nearby. You shouldn't eat roasted meat now. I've prepared some stew with meat and taro for you. Give it a try. Once you regain your strength, we can find a cave to rest for a few days before setting off again. A Hao nodded in agreement. Suyu, using her handmade chopsticks, fed him bite by bite. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he felt a sweetness in his heart. Sensing that his bond with Suyu had grown closer, he turned to look at Xiaobai with a sense of pride, but found Xiaobai languidly sprawled beside the campfire, appearing unwell. Xiaobai, what is the matter? Suyu turned her head to glance at Xiaobai, only to realize something was amiss with the latter. She hurriedly stepped forward and lifted Xiaobai into her arms. Suyu cradled Xiaobai in her arms and gave him a vigorous shake. However, Xiaobai remained in a deep slumber, unperturbed by her efforts. Suyu's heart skipped a beat as she quickly reached out to check Xiaobai's nose, discovering that the breathing was steady. However, the anxiety weighing on her heart refused to dissipate. She anxiously turned her gaze towards a Hao. A Hao, what is wrong with Xiaobai? No matter how I call, he remains unresponsive. Has something happened? It's all my fault. A Hao looked at the unconscious Xiaobai, and after a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes as he spoke. Xiaobai may simply be exhausted or perhaps frightened, having fallen into a state of self-induced slumber. Suyu cast a glance at the small white creature in her hand. It truly appeared to be exhausted and fast asleep. Reflecting on yesterday, she remembered how she had lost control of her emotions and had hurled the little one as a makeshift springboard, which might have genuinely frightened it. Suyu felt a pang of guilt as she carefully placed Xiaobai into the space she had prepared. She and Hao remained in the same spot until the afternoon, when dusk began to settle. It was then that Suyu discovered a cave, assisting a Hao inside to ensure his comfort. In the subsequent days, a Hao stayed in the cave to recuperate, while Suyu, mindful of their depleted medicinal supplies, took the opportunity to forage for herbs in the vicinity. Throughout this time, Xiaobai remained in a state of unconsciousness. Although Suyu was deeply concerned, she felt powerless to change the situation. Suyu examined a Hao's wound and noted that it had healed remarkably well. She couldn't help but admire the prowess of a second-tier warrior. Such a severe injury had nearly mended within just a few days. The recovery was quite impressive, and they would be able to continue tomorrow. A Hao nodded, observing Suyu's distracted demeanor, realizing she was preoccupied with concerns for Xiaobai. Is Xiaobai still not awake? He inquired. Suyu sighed and shook her head. It had been several days, and she could not fathom why this fellow loved to sleep so much. Observing Suyu's worried demeanor, a Hao made a concerted effort to divert her attention and suddenly recalled the bucket of water that Xiaobai had brought back a few days prior. What was that bucket of water for that Xiaobai retrieved? The moment Suyu heard a Hao mention the bucket, her spirits lifted instantly. How could I have forgotten about that bucket of saline solution? A Hao, wait for me. I shall gather some materials and create something delightful for you. Seeing Suyu regain her vigor and no longer appear listless, a Hao finally felt a sense of relief. Venturing outside, Suyu aimlessly searched, realizing that in order to filter, she would need some gauze. After all, the animal hides they were currently using were far too thick to allow for proper filtration and were not breathable. Yet, how could one find gauze in this world? On the second mountain, there existed a peculiar tree whose leaves were elongated and net-like, resembling green gauze. It would serve excellently for filtration. But despite her extensive search upon that mountain, she had yet to find it. Siyu spent over an hour outside searching for that particular tree, her heart heavy with concern for Ahao's safety. Resolute, she decided to search once more. If she failed to find it again, she would return to the cave and await the moment she could locate the colorful ice lotus. As she made her way back to the second mountain, she took the opportunity to gather some resources to store in her space, intending to heal her mother before focusing on salt production. Lost in thought, she was suddenly captivated by the sight of several towering trees that bore a resemblance to modern-day palm trees. Siyu was well acquainted with the utility of palm trees, for during her time in the military family compound, she often encountered mattresses crafted from palm fibers. Later, while participating in rural medical outreach, she had also observed their presence in the homes of farmers. The fibers from palm trees could not only be fashioned into mattresses but also into ropes and garments. Yet, what thrilled Siyu the most was the discovery that the palm fibers were adorned with numerous small pores, which suggested their potential for filtration. Siyu approached the cluster of palm trees, which, thriving in the untouched wilderness, reached astonishing heights, devoid of any natural predators. Indeed, given the current span of Suyu's arms, even 5 of her could scarcely encircle the trunks. Furthermore, from the base to the pinnacle of each tree, a dense layer of coarse fibers enveloped their majestic forms. Siyu retrieved a pristine stone knife from her spatial realm and settled on the ground to commence the peeling of the palm tree. Initially, she believed that the bark would be easily stripped away. However, after making a few incisions, she discovered its remarkable toughness, rendering it quite difficult to remove. Chapter 76. Salt production. After an arduous struggle, Siyu finally succeeded in extracting 2 bundles of palm fibers. Although there were merely 2 bundles, the sheer size of the palm tree made them resemble a black mattress when spread out. Siyu tugged at it in her hands and found it remarkably sturdy, at least comparable to modern nylon ropes. Siyu raised her head to survey her surroundings, realizing that it was still early, and she settled down to continue gathering the brown fibers. It was only when nightfall descended that she returned to the cave, cradling the collected fibers in her arms. Hearing footsteps, Ahao quickly glanced toward the entrance of the cave and soon saw Siyu walking in with a bundle of brown fibers. "You've returned. Did you encounter any difficulties?" "No, the collection of these fibers proved to be rather challenging, which took some time. Do you require any assistance?" Siyu glanced at the brown fiber in her hand and decisively seated herself beside Ahao. "Please assist me in crafting several ropes," she requested. Under Suyu's guidance, Ahao began to weave the ropes while Siyu extinguished the fiercely burning charcoal with water. She retrieved an unusually large wooden barrel from her space and secured the brown fiber atop it, subsequently placing the freshly quenched charcoal upon the fiber. The charcoal, having recently absorbed water, was rather heavy, causing the fiber to sag slightly. However, as the edges of the fiber were anchored to the barrel, it did not sink to the bottom. Once everything was in place, Siyu gradually poured the somewhat murky brine into the barrel. The cloudy solution filtered through the charcoal and brown fiber, trickling drop by drop into the lower section of the barrel. Soon, Siyu had filtered the entire volume of the turbid brine, and she hurriedly removed the brown fiber and charcoal from the top. Upon inspection, she noted that the brine salinity was remarkably high, as the inner walls of the barrel had already developed a crystalline layer of salt. Yet, observing the still slightly dull brine, Siyu replaced the fiber with a fresh piece and continued the filtration process. Ahao, seated on the ground and crafting ropes, took a moment to observe Siyu. Noticing a long-lost smile gracing her face, he playfully inquired, "What on earth are you up to? You seem quite mysterious." Looking at the now clear brine, Siyu did not withhold the truth. "I am producing salt." As soon as Suyu's words fell, Ahao stood frozen in place, staring at her in disbelief, completely unaware that the rope in his hand had slipped from his grasp. "Did you just say you were making salt? Is it the same meaning I am thinking of?" Observing Ahao's astonished expression, with his eyes wide open in surprise, Siyu nodded. Let me see. Siyu observed Ahao, who, overwhelmed with excitement, had tried several times to rise without success. She hurried over to assist him. "All right, calm down. It's merely brine for now, not actual salt. To transform brine into salt, additional effort is required." With Suyu's support, Ahao finally made his way to the wooden barrel. Gazing into the grayish-white brine, his hands trembled with anticipation, unsure of where to place them. He was now convinced that Siyu could indeed produce salt, for he noticed some crystalline grains adhering to the interior of the barrel. "What should we do?" "Let me help you. I want to witness the emergence of salt firsthand. You needn't assist me with anything right now. Just sit there and recover." "No. I must help you. I want to see how salt is created." Faced with Ahao's determination, Siyu relented. "Very well, you can help me with the fire." "The fire?" "Yes." Siyu retrieved the stone pot they typically used for cooking from the space, placing it over the fire before pouring the brine from the barrel into the pot. "Aren't you eager to witness the extraction of salt?" she inquired. "Now, simply stoke the flames beneath the pot, and as the water evaporates, the salt will emerge." "Very well," she assured. "I shall ensure the fire blazes vigorously." Siyu looked at the excited Ahao with a hint of helplessness, shaking her head slightly as she walked over to place the brown fur by the stone pot. As Siyu crafted the ropes, she attentively observed the brine within the stone pot. After approximately an hour, the water in the pot began to bubble vigorously. So you took a clean stick and stirred it gently, immediately noticing that a thick layer of salt crystals had formed along the edges of the stone pot. So you retrieved a meticulously crafted bamboo bow and arrow from her spatial storage, skillfully using a stone knife to carve a small bamboo board. After thoroughly cleansing the board, she took a bowl, typically used for their meals, and wiped it dry. Finally, with utmost care, she scraped the salt from the edge of the stone pot onto the bowl. I observe. As Suyu deftly scraped the salt from the edge of the stone pot into her bowl, Ahau beside her eagerly reached out to snatch it away. It is indeed salt. Our tribe is saved. Our tribe is saved, he exclaimed. I thank you on behalf of all the members of our clan. As a resident of this land, Ahau fully understood the significance of salt. In the past, they had traded away everything of value in the tribe for salt, resulting in the tragic starvation of many. Now that they could produce salt themselves, did this not signify that they would no longer need to barter valuable possessions for it? Observing Ahau's exuberance, Suyu felt less jubilant, for she had discerned that the salt was not entirely pure. After tasting it, she noted a pronounced bitterness accompanying the saline flavor, and its yellowish hue left much to be desired. Pondering the discolored salt in her bowl, an idea suddenly struck her. If she were to extract the salt and then dilute it with water, filtering it several times through a funnel, might it not yield a more palatable result? With this thought in mind, she turned to Ahau and asked, How, could you assist me by digging something out with your claws? What do you need? Suyu gestured and explained, finally making Ahau understand. Rest assured, what you seek is rather simple. I shall prepare it for you immediately. Is this item also intended for salt production? Suyu nodded and said, Then please fetch me some wood. I need to tend to the fire and cannot leave. Observing Ahau, who seemed unwilling to depart even for a moment, Suyu could only shake her head in resignation and handed him a piece of wood suitable for crafting a funnel. Due to the intensity of the fire Ahau had ignited, coupled with the fact that the stone pot consumed an extraordinary amount of water once it reached a boil, it took merely about an hour for the once full pot of brine to dwindle to a mere residue at the bottom, revealing a substantial crystallization of salt. Suyu, fearing that the salt might scorch, hurriedly instructed Ahau to set it aside to cool gradually. When the stone pot had sufficiently cooled, Suyu scraped all the salt into a bowl, discovering it amounted to nearly half a pound. If the two of them were to ration it carefully, it could sustain them for quite some time. Indeed, it was salt, so much salt. Ahau exclaimed in astonishment at the bowl in Suyu's hands. Just think of the number of beast hides one would need to exchange for such a quantity. Apologies for the delay today. I had some matters to attend to. Now, let us return to the main topic. Chapter 77, The Dispute. Ahau, brimming with unparalleled excitement, suddenly witnessed Suyu pour all the freshly made salt into their usual dining bowl, which still contained water. His body froze, and his expression immediately soured. He sprang up from the ground and rushed over, swiftly snatching the bowl from Suyu's hands. What are you doing? Suyu gazed at her empty hands, then cast a glance at Ahau, who cradled the bowl of salt water as if it were a precious treasure. I am not doing anything, he remarked. The purity of this salt is still not high enough. I intend to refine it further. What Suyu referred to as impure was a concept unfamiliar to Ahau, who only knew that she had poured such precious salt into the water. This act was unforgivable. Observing Ahau, who had always protected her and complied with her every word, suddenly furrowing his brow in discontent, Suyu felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Realizing that Ahau had misunderstood her intentions, she understood the true significance of the salt in their context, and patiently began to explain, Ahau, you are mistaken. I do not intend to waste this salt. It remains unrefined and requires further purification. Before Suyu could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted by Ahau. Where is it dirty? I just saw that this is far cleaner than the salt we usually use. I think you simply want to waste it. Faced with Ahau's obstinacy, Suyu felt a hint of exasperation and had no choice but to explain to him repeatedly. Eventually, Ahau began to absorb some of her words. Really, you're not deceiving me. You don't actually want this salt. How could I deceive you? Just hand me the salt water, and I will prepare it in front of you. Later, I will return a bowl of salt to you. How does that sound? All right then. Ultimately, Ahau handed over the salt water, and Suyu exerted considerable effort to take the bowl of salt from him. She noticed Ahau closely trailing behind her, guarding her as if she were a thief. Suyu meticulously filtered the salt in the bowl through a funnel 5 times before placing it back into the pot for recooking. She understood that once the salt was extracted this time, she would have no opportunity for further filtration, given that they had previously boiled salt. The stone pot was already heated, and with a minimal amount of water this time, the brine quickly reduced to merely a residue at the bottom of the pot. Without needing any reminder from Suyu, Ahau had already taken the pot and set it aside to cool, vigilantly watching over Suyu, fearful that she might add water to it. Finally, as the stone pot cooled completely, Ahau hurriedly retrieved his bowl, imitating Suyu, and scraped all the salt into it. Suyu stood quietly to one side, observing Ahau as he busied himself alone. Now you should believe me, right? Look how much whiter the salt in the bowl has become compared to before. At this moment, Ahau finally realized, gazing intently into the bowl, and indeed, it was noticeably whiter than it had been. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, comprehending that he had wronged Suyu. He looked at her anxiously and said, I'm sorry. You. I shouldn't have doubted you. I was just too nervous. You know how precious salt is to us. Watching a house stutter and fidget, Suyu sighed. I understand without needing an explanation. However, I must set a clear boundary. If we find a way to leave this place, the fact that I can produce salt must remain a closely guarded secret within our tribe. Seeing Suyu's sudden seriousness, Ahau nodded fervently. I understand everything you're saying. Even without your words, I comprehend that our tribe lacks unity, especially with Elder Shui's faction. Observing the naivete of Ahau, Suyu felt he was being overly simplistic. Although tales of their tribe's prowess had been exaggerated, he was merely a simple, innocent youth, still in his adolescence. You are thinking too simplistically. We must not only guard against Elder Shui and his followers. The primary concern is to keep this secret from the other tribes. Otherwise, it could lead to grave consequences. What? We can produce salt. Wouldn't they support us? How could it lead to peril? Ahau replied, bewildered. You mentioned that the only tribe capable of trading salt is the largest one you know. But look at our tribe's capabilities. If a slightly larger tribe discovers our ability to produce salt, what do you think they would do? As Ahau uttered the word kill, his eyes widened in fear, and he instinctively took a step back. Do you understand now? This is why I must insist on strict secrecy. Ahau nodded, contemplating Suyu's words anew. If news of their tribe's salt production were to leak, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of larger tribes. Time and again. It all circled back to their tribe's inherent weakness. If they could grow stronger, who would dare to bully them? Seeing Ahau lost in thought, Suyu gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, do not worry. As long as I am here, I will make our tribe the mightiest on this continent. No one will dare to oppress us in the future. Ahau lifted his gaze to meet Suyu's spirited expression, as if a radiant light had burst forth from her being, illuminating his heart. Feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion, he declared, you, pursue whatever you wish. I will wholeheartedly support you, even if it means you becoming the tribe's leader. Satisfied with Ahau's response, Suyu patted his shoulder once more. Very well. Your injuries are not yet fully healed. You should rest early tonight. I will keep watch. Without further addressing the contemplative Ahau, Suyu resumed crafting ropes. The resilience of the palm fibers was remarkable. She was certain that the ropes made from them would be exceptionally sturdy. You should take care of the salt, she added. Suyu glanced at Ahau, reaching out to take the bowl of salt and placing it into her space. She also took a moment to observe Stebai, who was sleeping on her fur coat, showing no signs of waking. After checking on him and finding no issues, she gently adjusted the fur coat that covered him, quietly keeping him company for a while. Only then did she exit the space to continue crafting ropes. Ahau, unusually, did not cling to her as he usually did, lying nearby lost in thought. After a sleepless night, as dawn broke, Suyu awakened and prepared a portion of salted meat for both herself and Ahau. It had been a long time since they had savored salted meat. The taste was simply delightful. Ahau took a generous bite, realizing that this roasted meat was markedly different from what they had previously consumed. In the past, even a sprinkle of salt would impart a slight bitterness to the meat. However, this time, the salt bore no trace of bitterness, only a pure, savory flavor that left one yearning for another bite. How does this meat taste? Is it not more delicious than before? Indeed, the previous roasted meat had a bitter undertone, but this one lacks any bitterness and is truly delicious. This is what I meant by purification. The salt you used to consume had a lower purity, which is why it had that bitter and astringent flavor. Chapter 78, The Battle with the Dragon. Suyu and Ahau cautiously navigated through the dense forest, with the map indicating that the multicolored ice lotus lay atop this very mountain. However, after 5 or 6 days of searching, they had already explored the marked locations on the map no less than 20 times, yet still found no trace of the elusive ice lotus. The outcome of their continued pursuit remained shrouded in uncertainty. As Suyu's mind swirled with a myriad of thoughts and her emotions became entangled, Ahau spoke up. You. Let us find a place to rest for a while. Night has fallen. If it becomes too dire, we may need to return. We have been away for too long, and our kin will surely be worried. Very well, Suyu replied reluctantly. Let us search once more tomorrow, if we still cannot find it. We shall head back first thing the day after. Although she was loath to concede, the reality was that they had spent an excessive amount of time in pursuit of the lotus, and they could not afford to squander all their time in this endeavor. Should they fail to locate it by tomorrow, returning home would be their only recourse. Strangely, the system had chosen to remain silent, evading Suyu's inquiries entirely. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Suyu bid Ahau farewell, biting into an apple as she made her way to the location indicated on the map once more. It was truly perplexing. According to the map, the ice lotus should be right here. Why could they not find it? Could it be that they were blind? Or had it simply vanished into thin air? Suyu aimlessly wandered, as time gradually slipped away. The full moon above flowed gently through the gaps in the trees, casting a serene glow upon the tranquil forest, where the scattered moonlight rendered everything remarkably quiet and beautiful. Suddenly, a stone emitted a faint, ethereal light, standing out starkly among the others. What is this? Why is this stone glowing? Could it be a moonstone? Intrigued by the unusual sight, Suyu murmured to herself as she approached the stone, curious to touch it. However, She quickly decided to return home, reasoning that time was of the essence. Yet, the moment her fingers brushed its surface, she felt an immediate shift in the surrounding terrain. Before her, a narrow path appeared. Barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, its depths obscured from view. Uncertainty loomed ahead, leaving her unaware of the fortune or peril that lay beyond. Suyu blinked, swallowed hard, and felt a twinge of anxiety as she retrieved her pistol from the depths of her space. She ventured along the narrow path, unsure of how long she had been walking. Gradually, the trail widened, and in the distance, she discerned faint glimmers of light. At the end of the path lay a breathtakingly beautiful canyon, where blossoms flourished in abundance and gentle herbivores grazed, their heads bowed as they munched on the verdant grass. It was as if she had stumbled upon a paradise untouched by time. The grazing animals, upon noticing Suyu, exhibited no fear. They merely glanced at her before returning to their leisurely foraging. Some even approached her, gently licking the hem of her garment, exuding a sense of familiarity. Above the canyon cascaded a waterfall, plummeting into a deep pool that sparkled with crystal-clear water, allowing her to see the vibrant fish darting about, bubbling with joy. This place felt like a world apart, yet the tranquility of its surface belied the potential for lurking danger. Observing the peculiarities woven into the fabric of the canyon, Suyu became increasingly vigilant and cautious. As her gaze settled upon the deep pool, her heart began to race, as though an unseen force beckoned her to draw closer. Suyu cautiously tightened her grip on the pistol in her hand and slowly approached the edge of the pond, peering down into its depths. What she beheld left her utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. At the very bottom of the pond, a magnificent flower resembling a lotus was in full bloom, its petals translucent and white, as if sculpted from ice. Surrounding the flower was a gathering of fish, gracefully gliding around it, seemingly in a protective dance. Upon sighting the lotus, Suyu realized she had finally discovered what she had sought so desperately. Today, even if it meant confronting the gates of hell, she was determined to plunge forward. Without a second thought, she inhaled deeply, leaped, and instantly immersed herself in the pond's depths. As she submerged, Suyu felt as though she were ensnared in a spell, irresistibly drawn towards the lotus, as if some unseen force had captivated her mind. Just as she was about to touch the flower, an unsettling awareness washed over her. She sensed the gaze of a formidable presence upon her. A chilling sense of dread enveloped her, snapping her back to reality. She lifted her gaze and beheld an immense beast looming before her, its predatory eyes fixed intently on her. The creature bore a resemblance to a modern snake, yet it was several times larger. Its body was enveloped in a glossy black exterior, adorned with thick scales, but what astonished Suyu the most were the two formidable horns protruding from its head. It shook its massive skull, its eyes, each the size of lanterns, glinting with malicious intent, as it unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Suyu. As Suyu listened to the furious roar of the serpent, it felt as though her very soul had been jolted from her body. Only then did she come to the realization that this was no mere python. It was, in fact, a magnificent dragon. She had often heard tales that it took 500 years for a snake to transform into a python, another 500 to become a jiao, and countless centuries for a jiao to evolve into a true dragon. Yet, standing before this jiao, Suyu felt no fear. Rather, she experienced a stirring sense of exhilaration. Having reached this critical juncture, it was either its demise or hers. There was no better time to take a gamble. Should she perish, it would be as though she had never graced this world, for her life was already a borrowed one, and thus, she had nothing to lose. Conversely, if she triumphed over the dragon, not only would she claim the vibrant ice lotus, but she would also acquire a coveted jiao pearl. She was certain that this jiao was no ordinary beast of the first or second tier, at the very least. It was a formidable creature of the third tier or higher. Should she succeed in obtaining its pearl, she would become virtually invincible in this realm. In that moment of dire urgency, Suyu raised her gun with her right hand while unleashing icy shards with her left, vowing to confront the jiao with unwavering resolve. As the jiao felt the sting of her attack, it retaliated with a searing blast of fire, the flames scorching hot. Suyu hastily evaded, but even without direct contact, the heat of the inferno inflicted considerable harm upon her. How could her speed possibly match that of the jiao, especially under the weight of its superior rank? And compounded by the fact that they were submerged in water, Suyu suddenly felt a tumultuous surge within her veins, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Before she could even react, she was flung far away by the tail of the dragon. Suyu's back struck heavily against the rocks at the bottom of the pool, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her vision gradually blurred. With great difficulty, she managed to open her eyes, and for the first time, she truly felt the vast chasm between herself and the dragon. Images of her mother, father, kin, and how flashed through her mind one by one. No, she refused to perish here. She yearned to survive. No matter how formidable the adversary, she vowed to conquer them all. Her fate lay firmly in her own hands, and she would not allow it to be severed here. Suyu swallowed the tumultuous blood surging within her chest, her gaze fixed upon the resplendent rainbow ice lotus sheltered by the dragon. A glimmer of unwavering determination flickered in her eyes. Today, she was prepared to risk her life. She would procure the rainbow ice lotus, and no one would dare impede her. Su Yu gritted her teeth and fired a barrage of shots at the dragon, her right hand conjuring shards of ice. Unbeknownst to her, she might have inadvertently struck a vital point on the dragon, for it let out a pained roar and thrashed about in the pool. The dragon rampaged through the water, sending countless fish and boulders tumbling chaotically, transforming the once pristine depths into a murky abyss where visibility was severely compromised. Yet, this turbulent environment proved advantageous for Su Yu. She needed to remain concealed and wait for the opportune moment to strike. Constrained by the water, Su Yu narrowly avoided being crushed by the massive stones on several occasions, forcing her to cling cautiously to the wall of the pool, hesitant to make any sudden movements. Chapter 79, Gathering Medicinal Herbs at Last. The commotion at the bottom of the pool subsided somewhat, and the dragon began its search for Su Yu. Seizing the moment, she swiftly drew her pistol and aimed it at the creature, having already witnessed the potency of the firearm. The dragon nimbly dodged as soon as it saw Su Yu raise her weapon. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames, surprisingly fierce. Normally, fire would not ignite underwater, yet this flame defied the odds, burning even amidst the depths. Su Yu quickly swam away, but some sparks inevitably singed her skin. The intensity of the fire was unlike any ordinary flame. Any contact left her with a searing pain at the site of the burn. Enduring excruciating pain. Su Yu gazed at her scorched skin, and an overwhelming surge of anger welled within her. Her body was nearly devoid of unblemished flesh. If she were an ordinary person, she would have surely fainted from the agony. Yet, Su Yu's expression remained eerily calm, as if the suffering did not befall her. Nevertheless, a tempest of fury raged within her. Why was it that every ferocious beast seemed intent on tormenting her body? After finally attaining a flawless physique, she had barely reveled in it before the great fish had ravaged her, leaving her unrecognizable. Now, having just begun to heal, she found herself increasingly infuriated by this large loach. Through her observations, Su Yu discerned that during each battle, the dragon was always meticulously guarding a prominent point beneath its belly, which she surmised to be its Achilles heel. If you seek to destroy my body, then I shall claim your life in return. Su Yu raised her pistol and fired at a specific point, but the dragon swiftly evaded. Lowering its gaze to its abdomen, it discovered a slight abrasion, and with a fierce determination, it surged towards Su Yu like a breaking bamboo. Upon seeing the dragon approaching, Su Yu turned and fled, swimming directly towards the direction of the colorful ice lotus. Enraged by her course, the dragon expelled a torrent of flames, which immediately engulfed Su Yu. This time, the flames seemed to burn with an even higher intensity, but at that moment, Su Yu had no time to consider the pain. Enduring the searing agony coursing through her body, she stretched her hands desperately towards the colorful ice lotus. However, the multitude of wounds and the significant blood loss left her in dire straits. A swift resolution was imperative. As she drew nearer to the lotus, a sense of dizziness overwhelmed her, as if the flower were enticing her with its allure. The intense burning sensation rekindled a flicker of clarity within Su Yu. Grasping the colorful lotus tightly, she yanked with all her strength, and in an instant, the lotus was uprooted. Along with it emerged a crimson orb. At that moment, the dragon had already closed in behind Su Yu, its jaws poised to snap at the orb. Just as the dragon's mouth was about to reach the orb, there was no time left to retreat into safety. In a moment of panic, Su Yu hastily swallowed the pearl without a second thought. Observing her action, the mosquito dragon became frantic and lashed its tail, sending Su Yu crashing once more against the stone wall of the pool. The pearl nearly slipped from her mouth, yet at the last moment, she managed to retain it. Su Yu pressed her hand firmly against her mouth, resolutely swallowing the bead, while simultaneously placing the colorful ice lotus into her spatial realm. As Su Yu had just placed the colorful ice lotus, she suddenly felt enveloped by a shadow, followed by a swift descent into darkness before her eyes. As Su Yu finally grasped the reality of her predicament, realizing she had fallen into the jaws of the dragon, a row of teeth resembling steel blades descended upon her. In a moment of terror, Su Yu rolled to the side and hastily retrieved the bone knife that Ahau had crafted just a few days prior, positioning it firmly within the jaws of the dragon. Initially, Su Yu had believed that the bone knife would only endure for a brief moment, allowing her to escape the dragon's grasp. To her astonishment, the knife proved to be remarkably resilient, embedded steadfastly in the dragon's mouth, impervious to its attempts to shatter it. At this juncture, Su Yu felt a surge of calmness as she surveyed the menacing teeth looming above her. From her spatial pouch, she extracted a rope she had previously prepared, and, summoning every ounce of strength, she hurled it toward the dragon's horn, striving to ascend. The dragon quickly became aware of Su Yu's actions, its massive body thrashing violently in an effort to dislodge her. Yet, Su Yu was resolute. After an arduous struggle, she finally managed to scale the dragon's head. Upon reaching the summit of the dragon's head, Su Yu swiftly drew another bone knife from her spatial pouch, waiting for the opportune moment to strike at the vulnerable point of the dragon's belly. The dragon, having developed a degree of intelligence, sensed Su Yu's intentions and desperately attempted to shield its abdomen. However, Given its colossal size and lack of claws, it was futile to protect itself effectively. Suyu raised the bone knife in her hand and plunged it deep into the flesh. A torrent of blood gushed forth instantaneously. Just as that vital piece was on the verge of being severed, the dragon let out a piercing howl of agony and began to thrash wildly, attempting to throw Suyu off. In a desperate bid for survival, Suyu clung tightly to the dragon's horn. Suyu drew her pistol, preparing to fire at that very spot once more. "Let me go. I beg you, just let me go. If you release me, I will willingly acknowledge you as my master." The suddenness of this voice caused Suyu to tremble, and she gazed uncertainly at the dragon before her. What on earth? Did the creature just speak? Had she not traversed to an ancient society, but rather a fantastical realm? The dragon perceived Suyu's hesitation, and a flicker of disdain crossed its eyes. How foolish. This human truly dared to aspire to become its master. Before Suyu could fully comprehend the situation, the dragon abruptly began to shake violently, attempting to unseat her while she was caught off guard. A sudden chill swept through Suyu's heart, her gaze turning icy. She had nearly fallen victim to a beast. After enduring a prolonged battle, her body was riddled with wounds, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, threatening to topple her. In a desperate moment, she clung tightly to the dual horns of the dragon, her legs locked in place. Ultimately, unable to maintain her grip, she resorted to biting down fiercely on a piece of the dragon's flesh. What was happening? She had merely awakened from slumber, and now someone was vying for its master? How shameless. This master had been found by it first. Now, a foolish male was competing for the food prepared by the master, and if another slippery eel appeared, what would become of it? Little White was instantly consumed by rage. Leaping from the spatial realm, it charged towards the thrashing dragon, seizing a protruding part with a fierce bite and pulling with all its might. The dragon emitted a heart-wrenching howl, blood gushing forth in torrents, some even splattering onto Suyu. The dragon's blood burned like fire, exacerbating the itch of her wounds. Yet she could hardly afford to dwell on such discomfort. The dragon's entire body convulsed violently, growing rigid, and in its weakened state, it could no longer resist. Plummeting straight into the pool below, its massive form struck the water with such force that it splashed up to 3 feet high. Suyu gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the little white creature, her heart brimming with joy. Just as she was about to call out to it, an excruciating pain surged through her abdomen. The agony swiftly radiated outward, assaulting her meridians. She had never experienced such torment from all her previous injuries. Suyu furrowed her brows, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, and with a splash, she fell into the water. Her entire being suspended in a state between slumber and consciousness. She could clearly see Xiao Bai anxiously swimming towards her, chattering beside her with a flurry of sounds. Though it opened its mouth, no words escaped. Simultaneously, she perceived the small orb she had just swallowed, swiftly rotating within her abdomen before transforming into shimmering particles that cascaded toward her limbs. Chapter 80. Suyu's further evolution. The veins within her limbs, originally as slender as threads, began to gradually thicken and broaden upon encountering the flowing light. Suyu keenly observed that impurities were expelled from the meridians, subsequently seeping through the skin's surface. Before long, the water surrounding her became tainted with darkness, and the fish that had once swum freely at the bottom of the pond immediately succumbed upon contact with the murky waters encircling Suyu, turning belly up in their demise. Although Suyu was unable to vocalize her distress, she was acutely aware of the changes surrounding her. Witnessing the demise of the fish as a consequence of her presence, a swirl of emotions washed over her. Was she, in this moment, akin to a biochemical weapon? Fortunately, it appeared that the black water had no adverse effects on Xiao Bai. As the meridians within her body continued to expand, Suyu gradually sensed an unsettling anomaly. In addition to the expansion of her meridians, 2 distinct forces materialized within her, growing increasingly potent, as if they aimed to sever her meridians entirely. Ultimately, these forces began to collide, vying for dominion over her internal realm. Suyu spat out a mouthful of blood, her gaze fixated on the 2 strange forces wreaking havoc within her body. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if her very being were on the verge of bursting. Xiao Bai was diligently licking the wounds on Suyu's body when suddenly, it froze in place, staring intently at her. Upon witnessing the blood pooling from her lips, a flicker of concern flashed in its eyes, and it turned to swim towards the dragon. Just as Suyu was engulfed in her torment, Xiao Bai appeared at her side, cradling a pitch-black orb. Before Suyu could react, Xiao Bai had already pried her mouth open with its paw and pressed the bead into her mouth. As the bead slipped into Suyu's stomach, a wave of excruciating pain surged forth, causing her to finally lose consciousness. "You, wake up! You, please don't frighten me." In the liminal space between dreams and wakefulness, it seemed as though someone was persistently calling her name by her ear. Suyu suddenly opened her eyes, instantly meeting a pair of concerned gazes. You have finally awakened. You nearly frightened me to death." Before Suyu could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself tightly embraced by a howl. His hold nearly robbed her of breath, yet it simultaneously restored clarity to her mind. Was she not at the bottom of the pond? Did you rescue me? What transpired the night before last? Upon noticing your prolonged absence, I ventured out to search for you, only to discover you unconscious and gravely injured amidst the dense thicket. Dense thicket? Were you not the one who found me in the pond? Pond? What pond? There is no pond. But what of Xiaobai? Have you seen Xiaobai? No. I have not encountered Xiaobai. Is Xiaobai awake? So you hastily extricated herself from Ah Hao's embrace, only to be astonished to discover that the scars she had sustained during her battle with the dragon had miraculously vanished, leaving her skin unblemished. However, an unbearable stench pervaded the air, reminiscent of the urine of her companion, Xiaobai. Recalling her encounter with Xiaobai while she was unconscious, Su Yu swiftly cleared her mind and entered her inner space. There, she found Xiaobai peacefully slumbering on her fur cloak. Su Yu furrowed her brow, perplexed. What on earth was happening? She had clearly entered a canyon, yet Ah Hao claimed he had never seen it before. Perhaps it was better not to know. She had no desire to relive the experiences from that place ever again. Su Yu gazed upon her flawless form, and an unexpected thought crossed her mind, the seven-colored ice lotus. Upon re-entering the space, she discovered the magnificent lotus placed perfectly within. In the same vicinity as the seven-colored ice lotus, several beast cores were scattered about, some of level 2 and others of level 1. Could it be that? Su Yu turned her gaze toward the small white creature slumbering upon the fur cloak. Su Yu swiftly approached Xiaobai, gently lifting him into her arms. After a thorough search, she indeed discovered several wounds on Xiaobai's body. With great care, Su Yu dressed the injuries and laid him back upon the fur garment. Thank you, Xiaobai. Rest well and recover. I shall come to see you when I have the time. Su Yu slipped out of the space, completely oblivious to the fact that Xiaobai had suddenly opened his eyes, staring intently in the direction she had departed, lost in thought. All right. You have been asleep for over 2 days. Let us indulge in some roasted meat and return to the tribe. As for the seven-colored ice lotus, we shall gather it another time. I have already collected the seven-colored ice lotus. What did you say? You have gathered the seven-colored ice lotus? When did this occur? Just last night, or rather, on the very night I ventured out. I inadvertently stumbled upon a luminous stone, and out of curiosity, I touched it, which led me into a gorge. In the depths of a pool, I discovered a blooming lotus. Just as I was about to pluck it, a dragon sprang forth. After that, Xiaobai fed me some mysterious beads, and I fainted from the pain. You are aware of what transpired thereafter. Upon hearing this, Ah Hao was taken aback. When he discovered Su Yu that night, she was lying in the dense forest, covered in blood. He had never encountered any dragon, gorge, or pool. Now, let us examine whether there are any changes to your body. Su Yu glanced around, simultaneously assessing her physical strength. I sensed that my vision surpassed that of a secondary warrior, and my entire being was brimming with vitality. Ada raised his head to gaze at the sun, positioned directly in the sky, wiped the sweat from his brow, and addressed the members of the hunting party. All right, everyone take a moment to rest. Replenish your energy with some food, and strive to capture more prey this afternoon. The tribe members gathered in small clusters, taking out their provisions and eating heartily, washing it down with water from bamboo tubes. The atmosphere was harmonious, but suddenly, a tribesman rushed up to Ada, panting heavily. Chief, we have discovered the traces of you and Hao. You must come with me. Ada jumped up, gripping the orc's shoulders and shaking him fervently, astonished as he inquired. What did you say? You found whose traces? You and Hao, but they are both gravely injured. Without allowing the orc to finish, Ada urgently interrupted. Take me there, quickly. Elder Jean, beside him, was almost bouncing with excitement, muttering to himself, this is wonderful. We have finally found you and Hao. Wait for me. I shall accompany you. Observing the fervent Ada and Elder Jean, the other elders, while equally excited, were not as impulsive. They were not easily deceived and quickly reacted to intervene. Wait a moment. Who else discovered their traces? Why did you not bring them here? Must the chief go there himself? Are you unaware that it is hunting season? Seeing the skepticism in the elder's eyes, the orc's gaze flickered, feigning anger as he stood to leave. If you don't believe me, then I shall take my leave. If anything happens, do not blame us for not notifying you. You and Hao were discovered by our entire secondary hunting team. But Elder Shui mentioned that you have grievances with him, so he dared not bring them to you. Now that you and Hao are severely injured, if something were to happen while transporting them, you would only blame him more. Thus, the chief must go himself. You can choose to come or not. Watching the orc speak while walking away, Ada grew anxious and hurried to catch up, blocking his path. I will go. You lead the way. Chief, please be cautious. There might be traps. How could it be so coincidental? Chapter 81. Returning to the tribe just as Ada prepared to follow the orc. He froze upon hearing the words of several elders. The orc, noticing that Ada had ceased to follow him, spoke urgently. Chief, do you wish to go? If not, I shall leave. I need to return to hunt with Elder Shui. I cannot waste time here. Ada glanced at the pushing orc, then at the tribe members behind him. Momentarily conflicted and uncertain. After pondering for a while, the scales of his heart tipped to one side. He looked apologetically at his tribesmen. I am sorry. You is my child, I must go. If I do not, I shall never find peace. Dehei, I entrust the first team to your management for the time being. If anything happens to me, the tribe will be in your hands. Observing the chief as if he were making final arrangements, the members of the hunting team grew anxious. Chief, I will go with you. Me too. Count me in. Yes. Chief, let us accompany you. We can look out for each other. Ada gazed at the worried faces before him and ultimately shook his head. He had already surmised that this journey would likely be one of no return. Yet he could not bring himself to abandon the quest. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to relinquish it, even if it were a ruse. He did not wish to spend the rest of his life engulfed in regret. Beyond his worries as a father, he was also deeply concerned for the tribe. He had been acutely aware of the tribe's development during this time. If he could bring you back, the tribe would undoubtedly progress even more swiftly and favorably. It was very likely that the tribespeople would no longer suffer from hunger. Therefore, the tribe could manage without him as chief, but they could not afford to lose you. Since Elder Shui dared to lead him, he surely had made all necessary preparations. Bringing the tribespeople along would only result in more needless sacrifices. With the tribe's population dwindling, losing another large group of members would spell doom for them. It was better for him to venture forth alone. Resolute in his decision, Ada turned to his close friends behind him. You stay here and hunt well this afternoon. Follow Dehei's orders. If one day you and Hao return, heed Yu's counsel. I say this not merely because Yu is my child, but because she is the messenger of the beast god. You have seen it. Yu has only been conscious for a few months. Yet she has managed to develop the tribe to this extent. We all understand. Do not worry. Let us go with you. Ada shook his head once more. No, you need not accompany me. Hunting time is nearly upon us. The tribespeople need you, and I believe you do not wish for them to go hungry today. Listening to Ada's words, all members of the hunting team fell silent. In the end, they said nothing, watching helplessly as the chief departed with the orc. Unbeknownst to them, the orc at the forefront wore a smirk of triumph. Elder Shui was indeed correct. Ada would not allow the hunting team to accompany him on this perilous journey, for he valued his tribespeople far too highly. Ashu, where did you discover Yu and Hao? Not far, just ahead. You will soon see Yu and Hao. Ada's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss, yet he still did not wish to forego this rare opportunity. Just ahead, pass through this thicket. Chief, you should go on alone. Hunting time is almost here. I must go find Elder Shui and the others. Go ahead. As Ada ventured into the depths of the jungle, a sinister smirk crept upon the lips of the orc. The traps here were crafted by the tribe members, learned from your little cubs back home. To perish in these snares could indeed be viewed as a reunion with your offspring. The orc, with a malevolent grin, watched as Ada approached the trap, swiftly transforming from human form to beast form, and concealed himself behind a great tree, observing intently. Had Ada taken a moment to survey his surroundings, he would have noticed the lurking tigers hidden behind the towering trees. Elder Shui, filled with anticipation, watched Ada take each cautious step toward the trap. As Ada pondered the safety of Suyu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his legs. Before he could react, his legs were ensnared in the trap, immovably caught. Elder Shui and the other orcs seized the moment, racing toward the trapped Ada. With a fierce resolve, Elder Shui raised his claw, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to Ada's neck. Sensing the impending danger, Ada had entered the thicket with heightened caution. In truth, his legs were not completely trapped. As the claws approached, he rolled away just in time. However, Elder Shui still managed to slash his neck, blood gushing forth as he tumbled into another trap. This pit was lined with sharp bamboo spikes, and as Ada fell, he was instantly impaled. Enduring the excruciating pain, he clawed his way out of the pit, determined to continue battling Elder Shui and the others. Though Ada had prepared himself, he found it increasingly difficult to fend off so many adversaries, especially with his body riddled with wounds. After a fierce exchange with Elder Shui, Ada staggered to the side, leaning against a massive tree, blood spilling from his mouth. He could feel his lifeblood rapidly draining away, and his vision began to blur. Elder Shui, how dare you ambush me? If the tribe learns of this, you will be cast out. As Ada, weakened and bloodied, gasped for breath, Elder Shui erupted in laughter. Once you are dead, how could the tribe ever know? From this day forth, I shall be the leader of this tribe. Do you not long for your moon? I will send you to hell, where you may reunite with your daughter. Fear not, your mate and your little cub will not escape either. You lie, my cub is alive and well. There is no way it could perish. Moreover, should you dare to harm my mate or my offspring, I shall haunt you in death. Do you truly believe your words? You cannot defeat me in life. How could you challenge me as a ghost? I care not. I believe my little cub thrives. It is you I shall vanquish today. With that, Elder Shui commanded the other orcs to attack. Suyu tightly secured a rope to a tree and addressed a Hao, who had transformed from human to beast form beside her. Now, take this rope and soar across to the other side. I shall follow shortly. A Hao nodded in response. Do take care of yourself. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended and flew towards the opposite side, swiftly returning to the vast expanse of the grassland. Suyu hastily grasped the rope with both hands, and with a swift motion, she soared to the opposite side. This time, she realized that her body had become significantly more agile than before. Take, for instance, her recent leap across the chasm. With a mere shift of her body, she propelled herself a considerable distance. In just about 2 or 3 minutes, Suyu and Ahau arrived on the other side. Moon, she said, didn't Xiaobai discover salt on this mountain? Should we continue searching for traces of salt, or should we return to the tribe first? Suyu gazed upon the boundless grassland before her, an inexplicable sense of worry for her parents back in the tribe suddenly weighing heavily on her heart. Let us return to the tribe first. Once we have tended to my mother's ailment and organized the tribe, we shall venture forth to seek salt. Very well, then let us make haste back to the tribe. Chapter 82. Suyu returns to the tribe after an indeterminate number of days of arduous travel. Suyu finally reached the summit of the first mountain. Ahau turned his gaze toward the horizon and noticed the sun blazing brightly. If he were to take flight, he could indeed reach the tribe today. Transforming from his human form into that of a beast, he addressed Suyu. Come, climb onto my back. I shall fly faster, allowing you to return sooner to provide care for the chief's wife. With a sense of familiarity enveloping her in the surroundings, Suyu nodded eagerly and replied, I am most grateful to you. Suyu languidly rested upon Ahau's back, retrieving a leather pouch from the depths of her space. Delighting in the thought that her father would surely be overjoyed upon seeing such an abundance of beast cores. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices pierced her ears, prompting her to calm her mind and listen intently. Congratulations, Elder Shui. From this day forth, you shall be the leader of our tribe. As soon as this proclamation faded, another voice chimed in with flattery. Indeed, congratulations to Elder Shui. With the current leader injured and uncertain of his fate, the other elders are mere first-level warriors, unable to compare with you. Suyu felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Was it her father who had encountered misfortune, leaving the leader as fate uncertain? Suyu suppressed the tumult of emotions within, returning the animal skin pouch to her space, and then produced a sizable piece of beast meat, presenting it towards Ahau's lips. Ahau, consume this morsel to replenish your energy. Ahau nodded and, with a swift motion, devoured the meat, chewing and swallowing it with urgency. Ahau, could you hasten your pace? I fear I have sensed that something has befallen my father, and the tribe appears to be in disarray. A jolt of alarm surged through Ahau. While he was aware of Suyu's recent ascension to a third-tier warrior, he was astounded by her remarkable capabilities. They were still atop the mountain, far from the tribe, yet Suyu could discern the voices emanating from within the settlement. Suppressing his astonishment, Ahau offered a reassuring response. Do not worry. I shall accelerate my efforts, and we will return shortly. Suyu nodded quietly, leaning against Ahau's back as she continued to listen to the discussions emanating from the tribe, who claimed that Elder Shui could ascend to the position of leader. Although several elders were first-level warriors, we still have Dehei, who is a second-level warrior. Moreover, the chief had already arranged for Dehei to take over the tribe before the incident occurred. Indeed, something has gone awry with father. It seems he is in peril, or else the tribe would not be in such disarray. As soon as the orc's words fell, another orc immediately interjected with a disdainful tone. Humph, Dehei? Does he possess such capability? He isn't even an elder, yet he dares to aspire to leadership. He must be dreaming. If he becomes chief, I would be the first to oppose it. Exactly. If he can become chief, then any one of us could claim the title to be chief. Currently, only Elder Shui is eligible. Wouldn't you all agree? An orc asked boastfully. Yes. You dare to openly defy the chief's wishes? Are you not afraid of being cast out of the tribe? What if I defy him? Go ahead and summon the chief if you can. Yes. Summon the chief if you have the guts. How can you behave this way? Why should I not behave this way? Let us not forget. The captain of the first hunting team is currently unaccounted for, and now only our second hunting team remains. Henceforth, your sustenance relies entirely on us. Therefore, in this election for chief, you must carefully consider which side you stand on. If you end up on the wrong side, do not blame us for your hunger later. You dare to threaten your kin. Yes, the captain of our first hunting team has fallen. So what? We still have the elders and Dehei, who is a second-level warrior and no less than Elder Shui. What of Dehei being a second-level warrior? He is merely an ordinary tribesman, while our second team captain is an elder of the tribe. You must think this through. Regardless, I shall tell you, I recognize no one but Elder Shui. Yes, I too recognize Elder Shui as our leader. I also recognize Elder Shui. I too acknowledge Elder Shui. In increasing numbers, tribesmen joined Elder Shui's faction, their expressions brimming with pride. Observing the triumph of Elder Shui's supporters, the members of the first hunting team grew increasingly anxious, yet felt powerless. How can you say such things? Dehei's capabilities are evident. If he had wanted to be an elder, he would have done so long ago. He simply finds it bothersome and does not wish for the position. If he finds the role of elder bothersome, he would surely find the chief's position even more so. Since he does not wish to take it, it naturally falls to Elder Shui. Would you not agree? Yes. Witnessing the situation in the clearing tilt overwhelmingly in favor of Elder Shui, a tribesman from the first hunting team urgently turned to another beside him, saying, You must hurry to the chief's cave and summon the elders. Tell them that Elder Shui wishes to return. All right, wait here. I shall go at once. The orc dashed off towards the cave with great haste. Suyu sat upon a how's back, listening to the fervent discussions of her kin around her, her anxiety intensifying by the moment. She had not anticipated that during her brief absence, so many events would transpire within the tribe. A how hastened out of the mountains, swiftly making his way toward the tribe. Since Suyu had clandestinely departed with a how, Ada had specifically assigned several robust orcs to patrol the area, ensuring the safety of their people. From a distance, one orc spotted a great white tiger soaring toward them, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He nudged his companion beside him and stammered, "Old three, could that be you and a how?" His companion replied skeptically, "You must be seeing things. You and a how have likely long since met the beast god. Why would they return now? But those are merely two cubs. You know how perilous the outside world is." The orc was about to retort when the words caught in his throat, disbelief washing over him as he rubbed his eyes. Suddenly, he erupted in a loud cry. "Ah! It truly is you and a how. Quick, alert the elders. You and a how have returned." With exhilaration, the orc nodded vigorously, descending from the trees and transforming into a tiger, making his way toward the tribe. Yet, his speed paled in comparison to a how's. As he took flight, a how had already soared overhead with a powerful flap of his wings. The patrolling orcs gazed, astonished, at a how streaking past, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. "Goodness, how has a how become so formidable? He is so fast, he just zipped by," one exclaimed. "Indeed, it seems even swifter than Elder Shui and the chief. Do you think a how has become a level 2 warrior? Impossible. What do you think a level 2 warrior is? There are only 3 level 2 warriors in our entire tribe." One orc, hearing this, nodded in agreement, convinced it was utterly implausible. The fact that a how had achieved level 1 warrior status was already astonishing enough. Should he advance to level 2, it would surely send shockwaves through the tribe. Little did they know that their tribe not only boasted a level 2 warrior but also Suyu, a level 3 warrior. She possessed a significant stockpile of beast cores and a variety of ferocious meat stored within her space. A how gently descended before the entrance of her cave. Suyu eagerly leapt down from a how's back, dashing directly into the cave. Inside, several elders stood in disarray, gazing at their leader, whose breath was gradually fading, sighing in despair. At that moment, they all simultaneously thought of Suyu. How they wished she were still in the tribe. "What has happened to my father?" The sudden voice startled them, and Elder Jean exaggeratedly rubbed his ears. "Oh no, am I ill? Did I just imagine hearing Yu's return? Not just you. I heard it too. Me as well. Could it be that we miss her so much that we are hearing things?" "Indeed. I believe it is simply our longing for her." Ignoring their murmurs, Suyu rushed into the cave and beheld her father, lying on a grass mat, covered in blood. His body was riddled with wounds, many of which were grievous, and it was evident that these injuries were not recent. They had likely festered for some time, with some areas already infected. The atmosphere in the cave shifted as the sudden appearance of Suyu and a how left everyone astonished. Elder Jin's tears flowed freely as he quickly approached, embracing a how tightly. "It is good that you are back. It is good." A how, seeing his father's concerned expression, felt as if he were in a different world. He no longer pushed him away as he once did. The father and son held each other closely, with a how repeatedly expressing his remorse. "Father, it is all my fault. I have caused you worry." The warmth in the cave did not affect Suyu. She examined Ada and secretly rejoiced at her return. Ada's injuries were, astonishingly, far more severe than those of Amul. Had she not returned today? Even the greatest deity would have been powerless to save him. With no time to lose, Suyu swiftly retrieved a ginseng from her space, slicing it thinly and placing it in Ada's mouth. She then took a previously unused stone knife, heated it over the fire for sterilization, and meticulously scraped away the necrotic flesh from Ada's chest. After addressing the necessary fractures, Suyu carefully turned Ada onto his back. As she did so, gasps filled the air. Although she had mentally prepared herself, witnessing her father's back, festering and infested with maggots, was still unbearable. Some tribe members had previously learned medical skills from her before she left, yet she was disheartened to discover they had only treated the front, neglecting the back. After a flurry of urgent care, seeing her father wrapped like a mummy, Suyu dared not pause. She extracted a handful of herbs and 2 petals of the rainbow ice lotus from her space. "A how? Please help me brew these herbs with the 2 petals of the rainbow ice lotus into a potion, and do it swiftly." "Understood." Once Ada's wounds were tended to, Suyu examined Amu's condition. After a thorough examination, she found that Amu's internal organs were showing signs of failure, and her muscles had begun to atrophy. Suyu hurriedly selected several herbs that invigorate the qi and nourish the blood, warming the body in the process. "Young brother, come here for a moment. Brew these herbs with this petal of the colorful ice lotus into a potion, and administer it to mother." Ah Yang, who had been silently weeping in the corner, quickly wiped away the tears from his face and stepped forward to take the ingredients from Suyu's hands to prepare the medicine. Once Suyu had taken care of her parents, her hands cracked ominously as she clenched them, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with an icy sheen. "What on earth is happening? Can someone enlighten me as to why my father has sustained such grievous injuries?" The elders, witnessing Suyu's fury, sighed deeply. "Ever since your sudden departure, your father has devoted each day to searching for you, never faltering. Just a few days ago, Elder Shui's lackey abruptly informed the chief that they had caught wind of your whereabouts. Although the chief suspected it might be a ruse, he was unwilling to relinquish any chance of finding you both and set out regardless. Upon hearing this, Suyu could no longer contain her emotions. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she staggered back, nearly losing her balance. It was all her fault. It was she who had brought harm to her father. In a swift motion, Ahau rushed to her side, enveloping her in his embrace, offering silent support. Thus, her father's injuries were indeed the result of Elder Shui's malice. Several elders nodded in agreement, adding, yes, Elder Shui had long set a trap, waiting for your father to arrive. By the time we reached there, the leader was already in such a state. As Suyu listened to their words, the veins on her forehead bulged, her temples pulsating with rage, and her eyes filled with a murderous aura, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. This time, she would not let them escape. She was determined to ensure they paid in blood for their transgressions. Reflecting on her own leniency, she regretted her decision when Elder Shui first harmed her parents. At that time, she had only considered the tribe's weakened combat strength and had chosen to spare them. Now, she lamented that she should have eradicated them then. Soon, the medicine for her parents was ready. After administering it and confirming their safety, Suyu strode fiercely towards the clearing of the tribe, with Ahau quickly following her. The elders behind them, witnessing the unfolding scene, hurriedly pursued. However, the imposing figure of Elder Dehe, walking just ahead of Elder Mu, suddenly halted and obstructed Elder Mu's path. You need not go any further. Stay in the cave to care for the leader. Elder Mu was momentarily taken aback, watching the other elders vanish from sight, and could not help but feel a pang of regret for not having moved faster. Suyu, accompanied by several elders, strode with an imposing presence into the clearing of the tribe, casting a scornful gaze upon Elder Shui and his sycophants. Ah, Elder Shui, do you aspire to usurp my position? That would depend on whether you possess the requisite qualifications, she declared, turning to the gathered elders. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. It seems you must still be lost in your dreams. The tribespeople in the clearing stared in astonishment at the unexpected arrival of Suyu and Hao, utterly taken aback. They never anticipated that these two younglings would return alive. They had assumed that the perilous jungle had claimed their lives, for even they, seasoned as they were, could scarcely return unscathed from its dangers. What extraordinary beings were these two, that they could safely make their way back? Upon seeing Suyu, several tribesfolk who shared a close bond with her rushed forward, their faces alight with excitement and concern. Your return is a blessing. The chief is surely in peril. We must save him. Elder Shui intends to seize his position. Yes, you must help the chief. We cannot allow Elder Shui's schemes to succeed. Observing the individuals who had once stood by his side now flocking to the young female, Elder Shui was consumed by indignation. With a mocking smile directed at Suyu, he retorted, so what if you, a mere cub yet to grow into your fur, have returned? Even if you manage to heal your father, it changes nothing. Mark my words, today I will seize the position of chief, and none shall thwart me, otherwise. Suyu cast a scornful glance at Elder Shui, and in an instant, her aura erupted like a flurry of sharp swords, directly aimed at Elder Shui. Although Elder Shui was taken aback by Suyu's formidable presence, she quickly dismissed the threat, reasoning that this was merely a youngling, hardly worthy of fear. No matter how formidable she appeared, she was still an immature female, not yet fully developed. The most powerful in her faction was merely Dahe, but he was not an elder and would not dare to challenge her. Elder Shui contemplated this, entirely unaware that Suyu had come with intentions that could be lethal. Elder Shui took a significant step forward, positioning herself in the center of the open space, her expression dark as she addressed her clansmen. You must consider this carefully. I am a level 2 warrior and the captain of the 2nd hunting team. If you elect me as your leader, I assure you a life of luxury and abundance, with females at your disposal. However, should you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame me for being unmerciful. A few elders, witnessing Elder Shui's audacity to threaten the clansmen openly, were incensed and prepared to confront her. Suyu subtly shook her head, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing her lips as she glanced at Elder Shui. I wonder how Elder Shui intends to be impolite. Do enlighten me. Elder Shui, his expression filled with fierce intent, fixed his gaze upon Suyu, implying, I trust you are all aware of my methods. As long as you can endure, I am not averse to shedding a little blood for the tribe. The surrounding tribesmen exchanged glances, their minds racing with contemplation. However, as they observed the diminutive you standing before the towering Elder Shui, the scales of their allegiance began to tip. Some tribesmen had already discreetly positioned themselves behind Elder Shui. Those remaining were primarily the elderly or females. Elder Shui, watching the movements of these individuals, erupted into a loud, maniacal laughter, signaling to those beside him. One of his companions stepped forward, declaring, Our tribe's leader has sustained grave injuries. We do not know whether he lives or dies. Our tribe cannot remain leaderless even for a day. Therefore, I nominate Elder Shui as our leader. I also support Elder Shui's ascension to leadership. I too agree with Elder Shui becoming our leader. as Elder Shui beheld the overwhelming consensus among the tribesmen in favor of his leadership. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Observing the spectacle of Elder Shui, akin to a buffoon, Suyu lowered her head with a chuckle. "Ah, I wonder what criteria you have for the election of a leader. As the progeny of the former leader, might I be granted the honor of contending for the position?" Chapter 84. Stalemate. As soon as Suyu's words were uttered, an immediate silence enveloped the scene, so profound that even the sound of a falling needle could be distinctly heard. Although many were unaware of the implications of contending for the position of leader, they were not foolish and had begun to infer the underlying meanings. Elder Shui was the first to react, pointing at Suyu and bursting into laughter, nearly doubled over with mirth. The other clansmen joined in the uproar, their laughter echoing across the open space like a rising tide. "Huh, you, an immature female, dare to vie for the position of leader? You must be tired of living." However, his eyes glinted with greed as he fixated on the petite figure of Suyu, salivating at the thought. "If you would consent to be my partner, you might even become the lady of the leader. How about it? Why not yield to me now? Rest assured, I shall treat you with utmost kindness." As he spoke, Elder Shui slowly approached Suyu, extending his hand as if to caress her cheek. Previously, the onlookers had been too astonished by Suyu and Ahao's safe return from the dense forest, but now, prompted by Elder Shui's remarks, they focused their gazes on her. Instantly, the surrounding clansmen were rendered speechless by her beauty. None of the females in the tribe could compare to her allure, causing the male beastmen to drool with desire. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of Suyu. "Get away from you, or you shall not find me merciful." Ahao positioned himself protectively before her, igniting Elder Shui's fury. How dare this insolent creature challenge his authority? Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his hand into lethal claws, prepared to eliminate Ahao. Ahao. The sudden aggression from Elder Shui sent Elder Jean into a frenzy. "If you dare to harm my cub today, I will fight you with all my might." The surrounding clansmen instinctively closed their eyes, fully aware of the vast disparity between a first-tier warrior and a second-tier warrior. Ahao's demise seemed inevitable, with no possibility of survival. As Ahao beheld the claws approaching his face, he calmly stepped back and then, with a deft motion, seized Elder Shui's hand and forcefully pushed him backward. "I told you to keep your distance from you." Elder Shui stumbled, regaining his balance only after several steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. Elder Shui's retreat caused a commotion akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, igniting a fervor among the clansmen who began to chatter excitedly. "Oh my, someone pinch me. I think I just witnessed a cub push aside a second-tier warrior." "Yes, you saw correctly. This world is truly magical. No wonder the Elder's cub is so formidable. Wow, that really hurt, you know. Aren't you the one who told me to pinch you?" The clansmen erupted into a frenzy. Elder Jean, more exhilarated than anyone, realized this was his offspring. Good heavens. He actually forced back a second-tier warrior, something even I couldn't accomplish. Observing the electrifying atmosphere, Ahao turned to Suyu, who nodded in encouragement, and he boldly declared, "I forgot to inform everyone, I am now a second-tier warrior." His proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Goodness, Ahao is also a second-tier warrior. That means we now have another one in our tribe, and he is still underage. Indeed. Compared to Dehei, Ahao is clearly more impressive. Yes, I believe Ahao is superior. If he were to run for leader, I would wholeheartedly support him. Me too. I support him. Count me in. As the excitement reached a crescendo, Suyu subtly nodded at Ahao once more. Clearing his throat, he commanded immediate silence. "I will not contest for the position of leader. I am merely Yu's personal aide, destined to follow her side forever. However, I am willing to lend my full support to you in becoming the new leader." The clansmen were momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the implications. Dehei, quick to recover, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Since you claim I am unqualified, I too am willing to be Yu's follower and wholeheartedly assist her in becoming the new leader of our tribe." Hearing Dehei's words, several elders regained their composure, gazing at the resolute Suyu and recalling the transformations within the tribe since her presence. Along with the leader's words before his departure, Elder Jean stepped forward and asserted, "I also support you as our leader. Not to boast, but consider how long Yu has been awake. She has taught you medical skills and how to weave baskets and backloads." After Elder Jean spoke, he quickly exchanged glances with several other elders and clansmen. "Exactly. I too support you as our leader, especially the members of the gathering team. Think about how little food we used to bring back daily. Now, with baskets and backloads, we gather so much more." As soon as Li Hua finished speaking, the females from the gathering team immediately responded, shouting in unison, "I support you as our leader." "I do too." The beastmen, witnessing the females rallying behind Suyu, fell silent. One beastman stood up and declared, "Even if she can craft those items, what of it? She cannot hunt. Are you all suggesting we survive solely on fruits?" "Exactly. We are selecting a leader, not doing something else. If you were a male, I would fully support him, but she is merely a female and still underage. I simply cannot accept this." Elder Shui stood aside, observing the commotion with barely contained glee. This was truly a stroke of fortune for him. He had initially believed his greatest rival would be Ahao, but now it appeared that Ahao was unwilling to contest for leadership. The position of tribe leader was undoubtedly his for the taking. As the two factions in the open space continued to bicker, Elder Hui stepped forward, raising his hand to silence the crowd. As an elder of the tribe, I too wholeheartedly endorse you as our leader. You say you cannot hunt? Behold, the prey we have tamed and the wild vegetables we have cultivated. Is this not the result of the efforts of the moon? In other seasons, although the tribespeople may not proclaim their fullness, starvation is a rarity. However, what of the frigid season? Just as Elder Fire's words lingered in the air, the formidable Dahe interjected, affirming Elder Fire's wisdom. It is true that any male can hunt, yet who among you can devise a strategy to endure the harsh winter? It is a female, whom you so disdain, who has conceived a plan to ensure that none shall starve in the cold months to come. For this reason alone, Moon is more than capable of leading our tribe. Moreover, she is the messenger of the beast god and the sole healer among us, from any perspective. She is fit to be our leader. As Dahe concluded, many from the first hunting team began to rally in support. Indeed, I too believe Moon is suited to lead us. Though she is a female, I find her contributions far surpass those of any male in our tribe. Precisely. Not all matters can be resolved by brute force. Sometimes, wisdom is essential. Do you comprehend the essence of wisdom? Observing the perplexed faces of the tribespeople, Elder Jean began recounting the tale shared by Yang. Look, these are the very words of Moon. Thus, I propose we elect her as our leader. Yes, I too endorse Moon for leadership. From this day forth, our tribe shall rely not only on strength but also on wisdom. Moon has declared that relying solely on force is the mark of a brute. Chapter 85. The contest of Elder Su Yu and Elder Shui. As the atmosphere shifted in favor of Su Yu, the sycophants of Elder Shui became visibly agitated. How can this be? Was it not agreed upon that Elder Shui would be chosen? Do not forget, we are beastmen. How can we permit a female to take command? Upon hearing this, those who had previously supported Su Yu began to waver. In their minds, the sanctity of the beastman's status was inviolable. Despite Su Yu's evident capabilities, the fact remains that she is female, an undeniable truth. One beastman, who had initially stood with Su Yu, looked apologetically at the elders. I deeply regret, esteemed elders, but we cannot accept a female as our leader. Had it been a Hao or Dahe, we would willingly risk our lives to support them. But Moon, indeed, you speak the truth. How could we allow a female to hold dominion? Such news would surely invite ridicule from other tribes. Increasingly, individuals withdrew from Su Yu's camp, gravitating towards Elder Shui's faction. Some beastmen, undeterred, began to implore Hao and Dahe to assume leadership roles. To their surprise, both Dahe and Hao shook their heads in unison, expressing their unwavering allegiance to Su Yu. This left the elders in a state of distress, grasping their beards in frustration as they witnessed their ranks dwindle. Behind them stood only a few females and elderly beastmen, while the younger ones had flocked to Elder Shui's side. Elder Shui, observing the growing number of supporters at his back, beamed with satisfaction as he glanced at Su Yu, a smug grin spreading across his face. So, do you still wish to contest for the position of leader? Perhaps you might consider becoming my esteemed lady instead. Rest assured, I shall treat you well. Su Yu chuckled softly, disregarding Elder Shui's words. She surveyed the gathered clansfolk. Yet her smile did not reach her eyes. You fail to select me as your leader merely because you perceive me as a female, believing my strength inferior to that of Elder Shui, do you not? Before the surrounding tribespeople could respond, Elder Shui arrogantly interjected, Indeed, our tribe has always revered the strong. In the past, I was bested by your father, which is why I reluctantly assumed the role of elder. However, now your father is gravely injured, and both Dahe and Hao lack the qualifications to compete. Thus the leadership should rightfully fall to me. Su Yu nodded slightly, a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent gracing her lips. How about we have a contest? The victor shall assume the role of leader. What do you think? As soon as Su Yu's words fell, a wave of raucous laughter erupted from the open ground. The other elders hurriedly stepped forward, preparing to intervene. Observing their tense expressions, Hao quietly whispered something in Elder Jin's ear. Elder Jin's jaw dropped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets as he incredulously asked, Is it truly so? Hao subtly nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Elder Jin felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily at the sky. He quickly pulled the other elders aside and discreetly whispered to them, Ha ha ha, listen to this. A mere young female, barely out of her youth, dares to challenge Elder Shui, demanding a contest. She must be tired of living. Indeed, since she is so eager to court death, let us oblige her. If we eliminate her, no one will dare obstruct your ascension to leadership. As soon as those sycophants finished speaking, another lackey slapped him on the head. What are you thinking? Killing her serves no purpose. After all, she is the only healer in the tribe. I say we should simply execute her here and now, allowing her to become Elder Shui's companion, and we shall feast our eyes on the spectacle. Once this suggestion was uttered, the orcs on Elder Shui's side suddenly brightened, their mouths watering as they leered at Su Yu, their gazes unrestrained, almost as if they wished to see through her beast skin attire. Hao's eyes flashed with discontent as he silently positioned himself in front of Su Yu, shielding her from their lecherous stares. Upon seeing Hao obstructing their view of Su Yu, the orcs grew furious, ready to teach him a lesson. However, upon meeting Hao's icy glare, they instantly recoiled, realizing he was not someone they could provoke. They could only stiffen their necks and urge Elder Shui, yes, Elder Shui, quickly execute her right here. Execute her. Execute her. The supporters of Elder Shui, seizing the rare opportunity, began to chant enthusiastically. Elder Shui, hearing their sycophantic cries, smirked slightly, his ego swelling. Humph. From this day forth, this tribe shall belong to me. I shall select the females here. Even the envoy of the beast god shall not be an exception. When Elder Shui's gaze fell upon Siyu again, it was as though she were his possession. Perhaps it is best to avoid conflict. I would hate to see you harmed. Instead, why not gracefully accept your fate as my companion? I promise to cherish you. At his words, laughter erupted from the crowd, his lackeys eagerly joining in. Yes, yes. Although you cannot become the leader, being the leader's lady is quite acceptable. Why not yield to Elder Shui? Ahau could tolerate many things, but those words struck a nerve. Just as he prepared to charge forward to teach them a lesson, Siyu grasped his arm, subtly shaking her head. I am uninterested in the position of the leader's lady. My interests lie solely with the leader. I wonder if I might have the honor of experiencing Elder Shui's skills. Before her, Suyu, fair-skinned and beautiful, exuded an allure that even she could not articulate. Elder Shui's mouth watered at the sight, his face entranced with desire. The thought of claiming such a beauty for himself caused him to swell with pride, nearly lifting off the ground. He could hardly believe that Suyu would dare to challenge him. It was merely a matter of preserving her pride. Now, he would grant her an opportunity, ensuring that he would soon embrace his newfound beauty. Very well, let us compete, but do not weep later, claiming I bullied you. Rest assured, the outcome may be quite the opposite. How about we draft a military contract? What is a military contract? It stipulates that should either of us accidentally kill the other during the contest, neither party shall be held responsible, and the tribe shall not use this incident to create further conflict. Agreed. At that moment, Elder Shui believed Suyu was merely throwing a tantrum. Soon, the news of Suyu's challenge to Elder Shui spread throughout the tribe, eliciting mixed reactions. Some were worried while others rejoiced. The worried were the females and elder tribesfolk who had spent the most time with Suyu, benefiting greatly from her kindness. In no time, the open ground was cleared, leaving only Suyu and Elder Shui. The remaining tribespeople formed a distant circle, watching cautiously. You still have a chance to reconsider. If you become my companion today, I can overlook your actions. Let us begin. Seeing Suyu's indifference, barely sparing him a glance, Elder Shui's anger flared, his eyes filled with malice. Since you are so unappreciative, I shall grant you your wish. When I reduce you to tears, I will execute you before all the tribespeople. Chapter 86. The death of Elder Shui. Although Suyu did not regard Elder Shui with much respect, she dared not underestimate him, for she understood that they were in an ancient society. The individuals here were not comparable to those of the modern era. Despite being a third-level warrior, her practical combat experience was quite limited, having ascended primarily by fortuitously harnessing beast cores. In contrast, Elder Shui had been a second-level warrior for many years, living a life on the edge of danger. Confronting him would not be an easy task. Nonetheless, today, Elder Shui must perish. Apart from a few elders and Ahau who were privy to the situation, the other tribespeople were on the verge of tears, their hearts racing with fear. Some even knelt in prayer to the beast god, pleading for Suyu's safety, proclaiming her to be his messenger. As more and more females and elderly beasts knelt at the periphery of the circle, silently beseeching the beast god, the battle between Suyu and Elder Shui had progressed through countless exchanges. Initially, Elder Shui was eager, believing he could subdue Suyu within 2 moves, at which point he would revel in his victory. However, as time passed, he realized he had not even brushed against Suyu's clothing. While he himself was becoming increasingly fatigued, it dawned on him that Suyu was not as weak as she appeared. Her capabilities might even surpass his own. She was indeed a formidable opponent, confirming the distinction of the beast god's messenger. However, he reasoned that if he could bring her under his command, how could the tribe possibly defy him? As Elder Shui became increasingly agitated, his initial intentions faded, replaced by a singular desire to eliminate Suyu and establish his dominance within the tribe. He unleashed his full strength, his punches accompanied by fierce gusts of wind. Each strike aimed to be lethal. Yet, despite his ferocity, he could not lay a finger on Suyu, and he recognized that prolonged engagement would result in his inevitable defeat. The previously eager orcs who supported Elder Shui began to sense something amiss. They had initially thought he was merely indulging the whims of a young female, but the current situation revealed that his strikes were deadly, indicating that he was far from capable of besting Suyu. The once bustling crowd gradually fell silent, their eyes fixated on the 2 combatants, anxious not to miss a single detail. Those who had been praying or had closed their eyes in fear of witnessing Suyu's demise slowly began to peek through one eye, cautiously observing the unfolding battle. My heavens, is that really Suyu? Am I imagining things? It seems as though she is overpowering Elder Shui, one murmured. What on earth is happening? I feel the same way. No, it can't be. Elder Shui is a second-level warrior. How could a mere female possess such prowess? You must be mistaken, another countered. Several elders, observing the excitement and discussions among the tribespeople, shared a knowing smile and proudly declared, why is that impossible? I tell you, Suyu has encountered great opportunities and is now a third-level warrior. her abilities surpassing anyone in our tribe. What? A third-level warrior? You can't be serious. Came the astonished replies, as the sound of swallowed gasps filled the air. I wouldn't deceive you. Otherwise, why would we, instead of stopping her, stand here in awe? We are well aware of her strength. As the elders exchanged words, the orcs became increasingly animated, their previous disdain for Suyu forgotten, along with the fact that she was female. In their eyes, all they could see was Suyu dominating Elder Shui, their admiration directed solely at the strong. Males in the tribe gazed at Suyu with astonished delight, while the females and younglings stood up, beginning to chant loudly from the circle's edge. Suyu. Defeat Elder Shui. Yes, vanquish him. He has bullied us for too long, disregarding our worth as females. As voices joined in, those who had suffered at his hands rose to shout their support, some crying as they released their pent-up grievances. Elder Shui, having always regarded himself as superior due to his innate talent, had long held females in contempt, viewing them merely as vessels for progeny. Any female who could not bear offspring was seen as a waste of resources in his eyes. Furthermore, he advocated for the disposal or execution of aged or disabled beasts, insisting that only the young and unblemished be preserved in the tribe. Consequently, many females unable to reproduce and older beasts had either been secretly killed or expelled, left to perish. Thankfully, his clandestine actions had been thwarted by Ada and several elders before he could cause widespread devastation. Observing the fervent crowd demanding Elder Shui's demise, Shui Xian and Li Hua exchanged knowing glances, a cunning plan forming in their minds. Climbing a nearby tree, they began to rally the masses with loud calls. What are you still calling her? She is our leader now. Can't you see that Elder Shui is no match for her? You must address her as chief immediately. Li Hua chimed in, fanning the flames of enthusiasm. Yes, call her chief quickly. Remember, she is a third-level warrior. In an instant, the elders caught on and led the chant, Go Chief. Knock Elder Shui down. Go Chief. Defeat Elder Shui. As the deafening cheers erupted from the crowd, Suyu glanced around, surprised to see several robust warriors among those hailing her as chief. Suyu was capable of hearing Elder Shui, and conversely, he too could hear her, after exchanging several blows without even grazing the hem of Suyu's garment. The escalating clamor of the surrounding clansfolk began to irritate Elder Shui increasingly. His strikes became erratic, devoid of any coherence. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu delivered a swift kick. Drawing forth a stone blade from her spatial pocket, she swung it down decisively. Elder Shui emitted a heart-wrenching cry, startling the birds and beasts in the vicinity into a frenzy. Clutching his severed arm in disbelief, he stared at the dismembered limb on the ground, then glared at Suyu with venomous intent. You have severed my hand. I shall kill you for this, he vowed, stumbling towards her. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expression shifting from shock to disbelief. Is this the true power of a third-tier warrior? To sever the arm of a second-tier warrior with a single strike? How terrifying. As Elder Shui lunged at her, Suyu deftly evaded, slipping past him at an acute angle. Elder Shui remained frozen in his attacking stance, a small stream of blood trickling from his throat. The previously lively atmosphere fell into a stunned silence before anyone could process the situation. A resounding thud echoed as Elder Shui collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The crowd was left in shock, unable to believe their eyes. One orc stammered. He is dead. Elder Shui is dead. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 87. Enhancing the tribe's combat power. Suyu rubbed her wrist, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the gathered clansmen below. Who dares to defy me? Step forward and challenge me. I shall not back down. As Suyu's words echoed in the air, her kin gazed at her with expressions of utter astonishment. Following the recent shock, the members of Elder Shui's faction were rendered speechless, paralyzed by a mix of fear and disbelief. If such a formidable figure as Elder Shui had succumbed to her might, what hope did they possess? The mere thought of confronting her was laughable. There would be no more than a mere trifle beneath her fingertip. In an instant, the crowd below shook their heads in a synchronized display of dismay. Suyu cast a glance around, noticing that the sycophants of Elder Shui had fallen silent. Yet their eyes were filled with defiance, some even harboring a glimmer of hatred. You, and a few of you step forward. Suyu walked slowly past those individuals with her hands clasped behind her back. Are you not filled with resentment? Do you not harbor a deep-seated hatred for me? Constantly contemplating ways to bring about my demise? Silence. The atmosphere was so still that one could distinctly hear the breaths of the crowd. Speak. There is nothing to say. Suyu nodded, her tone suddenly turning fierce. Very well, since there is no denial, I urge you all to open your eyes wide and behold, from this day forth, I shall be your leader. Allow me to give you a word of caution. Do not cast such glances in my direction again. Should you choose to disregard this warning, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Do you understand? The words spoken by Suyu resonated painfully in the ears of the orcs, provoking one of them to finally lose his composure and shout loudly. Impossible. I assure you, it will never happen. I am an orc, and I could never accept a female as my leader. Do not even entertain such thoughts? Very well, indeed. Suyu responded with a smile, undeterred by his outburst. What are you planning? Do you intend to slay us as Elder Shui was slain? The orc, taken aback and visibly shaken, stared in disbelief, his legs trembling slightly as he instinctively retreated. Su Yu suddenly flashed a bewitching smile, a grin that dazzled those around her, causing their hearts to skip a beat. I have warned you before, do not regard me with such disdainful eyes. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall impart upon you a taste of my power. To ensure you remember this lesson. As Su Yu's words lingered in the air, she glided past several orcs like a wraith, and soon thereafter, the sound of heavy objects striking the ground echoed ominously. The onlookers turned their gaze and beheld the sight of the orcs who had just been surrounding Su Yu. Their eyes, ears, and tongues had all been severed and lay scattered about. They writhed in agony on the ground, desperate to scream, yet their voices were silenced, forcing them to clutch at their mutilated bodies. Blood oozed from their fingers, dripping onto the earth in a horrifying spectacle. Due to your profound disrespect towards me, you were destined for death. However, considering the dwindling number of orcs in the tribe, I shall spare your lives. Henceforth, you shall serve as slaves within the tribe, to be commanded by all. The surrounding tribesmen, witnessing the severed tongues, eyeballs, and ears strewn across the ground, shuddered involuntarily, and the once lively clearing fell into an eerie silence. The gazes of the crowd towards Su Yu transformed, filled with dread. She was indeed terrifying, infinitely more so than their former leader. With a single strike, she had vanquished Elder Shui, and now she had dealt with so many formidable orcs. As fear gripped them, a sense of reverence began to rise within their hearts. No one dared to underestimate Su Yu any longer. The stark examples of those laid low in the center of the clearing served as a chilling reminder. Meanwhile, unnoticed by all, an orc at the very back of the crowd stealthily crouched, using the cover of a large tree, and stumbled away towards the shadows. Su Yu observed the fear etched on the faces of her kin below, choosing not to elaborate further. The tribe members had previously held her in contempt for her femininity. Now, this served as an opportunity to instill a sense of awe, thereby reducing potential troubles in the future. However, she understood that mere displays of strength would not suffice. To truly govern the tribe, she must earn their acceptance from the depths of their hearts, fostering a spirit of unity among her people. My kin, I am aware that many of you are still discontent with my leadership. Yet, this is a task bestowed upon me by the beast god, who has commanded my return to assume control over our tribe and has imparted wisdom on how to nurture its growth. If you find it impossible to accept my position, I am willing to relinquish my role as your leader. Before her kin could fully process her words, the notion of her stepping down ignited a sense of urgency among them. Several elders, who had harbored similar intentions, quickly approached her, dissuading her from such a decision. No, since the beast god has chosen you as our leader, you are indeed our chief. Exactly. How could we oppose the will of the beast god? Speak up, everyone. Do you wish to provoke the wrath of the beast god? Upon hearing this, the previously indecisive members of the tribe began voicing their support. The will of the beast god must not be defied. If this is the decree of the beast god, we willingly follow our leader. We too pledge our allegiance to our chief. We implore you to retract your statement and continue as our leader. We shall heed your commands. Anyone who disobeys will face my wrath, and mine as well. Seeing that every person present had unanimously agreed to her leadership, Su Yu raised her hands to quell the excitement. Very well, since you all accept me as your chief, I shall officially assume this role from today onward. Should you have any matters to discuss, I am here for you. I will exert my utmost effort to resolve whatever I can. After Su Yu finished speaking, she abruptly shifted her tone and fixed her gaze upon the former followers of Elder Shui. What about you? Do any of you dissent? The sycophants glanced at a few former companions who were now mere slaves, and an involuntary shiver coursed through them. They quickly nodded in frantic agreement, their legs trembling like reeds in the wind. We submit, we submit, we all submit. Well then, since you all acknowledge me as your leader, my first decree as chief will be to enhance the overall combat prowess of our tribe. I possess some beast cores. As Su Yu's words hung in the air, the clan members gazed at the bag of beast cores she held, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They could hardly suppress their salivation, and the crowd erupted in a fervor. Heavens, can it be? Am I not mistaken? The bag contains beast cores. Indeed, it was filled to the brim. Just how many are there? I believe I even spotted a second-tier core. Yes, I saw it too. It appears there are more than one. I counted two. All right, everyone, please quiet down. Dahe elders, you are the most familiar with the circumstances of our tribe. You shall decide who will partake in the beast cores, Su Yu declared. Elder Jean, incredulous, pointed at himself. Me? Yes, you have been with father for quite some time. You know the tribe's situation best. I entrust this matter to you, and I have full confidence in your judgment. Thank you for your trust, Chief. Rest assured, we will diligently select the most suitable candidates. Su Yu nodded, carefully selecting 3 second-level beast cores to present to the elders. These cores are for you, she stated. However, Uncle Dahe, I have yet to discover any third-level beast cores, so I must apologize for that. But rest assured, the elders, gazing at the beast cores in their hands, struggled to contain their overwhelming joy, nearly brought to tears. They had become first-level warriors in their youth, and now, in their middle age, they had yet to encounter a second-level ferocious beast. They once believed that achieving the status of second-level warriors was a distant dream, never anticipating that such happiness would arrive so unexpectedly. The elders held the beast cores with utmost reverence, fearing to drop them, and treating them as if they might melt away if placed in their mouths. Chapter 88. The lotus flower flees to Hay looked at the second-level beast cores in their hands. To say he felt no envy would be disingenuous. When he heard Suyu mention her future assistance in searching for them, he miraculously found himself believing her words and promptly replied, I appreciate the leader's efforts in this matter. Suyu beheld the bustling clearing once more and proclaimed, All right, my kin, let us conclude today's matters here. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out, or you may consult with several elders. The clan's folk cheered and nodded in agreement. Yet, not a single soul departed, as all gazed eagerly at Suyu. As Suyu noticed that her kin had not risen to depart, she took the lead with a howl towards Elder Shui's cave. It was time to settle accounts with Lianhua. What did you say? My father was slain by that venomous female. Daju, while elucidating the situation to Lianhua, busied himself packing the animal skins and some provisions from the cave. Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Lianhua's voice was as frigid as the depths of winter, chilling to the bone. The other brothers have already had their tongues severed and eyes plucked out by the chieftain, reduced to slaves within the tribe. Now, I am the last remaining. We must leave swiftly. If we wait until the chieftain resolves matters in the tribe, he will come seeking us, and by then, escape will be impossible. In truth, he did not wish to depart, for Ada had been lured by his own deceit. The chieftain would undoubtedly seek retribution. Upon hearing this, Lianhua erupted in a fury, sweeping everything before her to the ground. Yet she could not quell the tempest of rage within her. It's her again, that malevolent female. Why does she persist in tormenting me? Just last night, her father had assured her that she would be the most cherished female in the tribe. Now, all was in ruins. Everything she held dear had been devastated by that wicked female. Cease your anger. We must go. If we delay any longer, we truly will be unable to leave. Lianhua cast a final glance at the cave where she had grown up before turning to follow Daju. By the time Suyu and Hao reached Lianhua's cave, the emptiness of the space caused her brow to furrow deeply. She turned to approach the patrolling tribesmen, and after some inquiries, discovered that Lianhua had long since departed from the tribe. Hao, carrying Suyu, pursued for a while, but they found no trace of them. Suyu gazed at the distant thicket, her fist striking the nearby tree trunk in frustration, her brows furrowed tightly. Lianhua, just wait. There will come a day when I will catch you. Lianhua, trembling against the great tree, was soaked in sweat from fear. The breeze swept by, and whether it was from fright or the chill, her teeth chattered audibly, and her entire being shook. The surrounding forest occasionally echoed with rustling sounds, revealing spiders larger than her head and ants longer than her fingers. For someone like Lianhua, who was accustomed to a pampered life, the sight of such creatures sent a shiver down her spine. The heavy sound of her own breathing and heartbeat filled her ears, and she felt on the verge of collapse, regretting her decision to accompany the orc. All right, we have run quite a distance. We should be safe now. Stay here while I fetch some food, and we will spend the night here, the great tree began to say, but Lianhua immediately lunged at him, tearing and biting. You bastard! Why did you bring me here? I want to go back. I want to go back. The great tree, typically a favored one, had never endured such indignity. He pushed her away, and with little effort, Lianhua was sent sprawling to the ground. Stunned for a moment, Lianhua quickly unleashed a torrent of venomous words towards the orc. The great tree, unyielding, stepped forward, mounting Lianhua and striking her twice across the face. How dare you hit me? Do you still think you are the elder's precious child? Let me tell you, from now on, you are nothing. You are my slave. You better obey my every command, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. The great tree observed Lianhua, who lay gasping from his blows, and a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Turning to venture deeper into the forest, Lianhua glared furiously in the direction of the tribe, her heart ablaze with anger and hatred. It was all her fault. All because of that wicked female. Had it not been for her, how could she have fallen so low? You, just wait. I will definitely repay this grudge. Once I possess great power, I will return for you. After finally settling matters within the tribe, Suyu, along with Hao and the elders, returned to the cave. The elders who remained in the cave, along with Yang, rushed out upon hearing footsteps. How did it go? Is everything resolved? Yes. Elder Shui has been slain by you, and now she is the leader of our tribe. Really? When did you become so formidable? Do you think I would deceive you? By the way, how is Ada? After taking the medicine, the fever has subsided. Listening to the murmurs around her, Suyu entered the cave to check on her parents' condition, finding that they were recovering well and had escaped danger. It was merely a matter of time before they regained consciousness. She then lifted her gaze to reassess the cave. Noticing Yang standing silently in a corner, gazing at her with earnestness yet hesitance, she asked, "What's wrong, little brother? Are you daydreaming? Do you not recognize your elder sister?" "And no, that's not it." "Then what is it?" Yang scrutinized Suyu once more, and the tears that had been brimming in his eyes finally spilled forth. He dashed into Suyu's embrace, holding her tightly while sobbing. "Sister, you finally returned. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Do you know how guilty I feel? Father has warned me that you might leave the tribe. Why didn't I? If I had been more vigilant, would you have not left the tribe, and father wouldn't have been hurt? It's all my fault. It's all my mistake. Hearing Yang's words, Suyu's heart sank. She had not anticipated her younger brother would shoulder all the blame. This needed to be addressed promptly. Otherwise, it could lead to psychological issues. After a heartfelt explanation and encouragement from Suyu, along with the elder's reassurances, Yang finally began to untangle his emotional turmoil. In the midst of the chaotic aftermath, as Suyu prepared food, she spoke to the elders. Elders, let us finalize the plans to enhance our tribe's combat strength within the next few days. Then I can lead you all to hunt in the back mountain. The back mountain? You mean the one behind us? Seeing their astonished expressions, Suyu paused her activities. I know you are surprised, however. The back mountain is not as terrifying as you imagine. The white mist you see is merely miasma. The game within is plentiful, and as long as we can enter, it will be effortless to store enough food to survive the harsh winter. After Suyu finished speaking, she noticed their lingering skepticism and continued. I understand that my words may astonish you, but we truly can access the back mountain. To be honest, I have ventured there countless times. And all the prey I have brought back was sourced from within. If you doubt my words, you may ask how. He has also been inside. Look at us now. We are both alive and well. Upon seeing the elder's gazes directed towards them, Ahau nodded emphatically. What you says is indeed true. We can enter that mountain. In fact, we have been residing there for quite some time. Moreover, the diversity of species within the back mountain is astounding. The prey you would acquire in a single day there surpasses what you could catch in 3 days outside. Listening to the vivid imagery painted by Suyu and Ahau, and observing the unscathed figures of Yu and Hao, it was impossible for the elders present not to feel a surge of excitement. Yet, the belief that the back mountain was inaccessible was deeply ingrained in their minds. Given just a few words from Suyu, they were hesitant to take such a blind risk. After a prolonged silence, Elder Jean gritted his teeth and was the first to express his stance. As my mother used to say, the bold can thrive while the timid perish. Now that Yu is our leader, if she says we can go, then I shall follow. After all, what is life without a bit of risk? Yes, I will go too. I will return home tonight, consume a beast core, and evolve into a second-level warrior. Ready to embark with you all at dawn. I too shall join. It is but a single life. Observing the determined expressions of the elders, Suyu quickly interjected, all right. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me. We can indeed venture into the back mountain, but for the safety of our tribe, I have decided to bring only you 4 elders along with all the first-level beastmen. What? Just us? What about the others? Didn't you say the miasma forest poses no threat? Seeing the bewildered expressions of the elders, Suyu shook her head in exasperation and continued to elucidate her reasoning. After her thorough explanation, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation, looking at Suyu with newfound respect and admiration. They marveled at her wisdom, exclaiming that she truly was the messenger of the beast god, always considering the greater good. Rest assured, leader. Those who are about to become first-level warriors will be meticulously chosen. Suyu nodded, affirming that the matter was settled. Allow me to show you something remarkable. A treasure I discovered within. Observing Suyu's enigmatic demeanor, the elders were filled with curiosity, eagerly anticipating the wondrous item she spoke of. Behold this. As they leaned closer to examine the wooden bowl nestled in Suyu's palm, their eyes widened in astonishment. Upon discerning the contents within, they found themselves momentarily breathless. The elder with the wooden staff inhaled deeply, his voice trembling with excitement as he inquired, Is this salt? Suyu nodded slightly, affirming, Indeed, this is salt. The very substance I discovered in the mountains behind. From this moment forth, our tribe shall no longer suffer from a deficiency of salt. As soon as Suyu's words fell, a chorus of cheers erupted within the cave, an excitement that surpassed even their acquisition of a second-tier beast core. The words of Suyu, from now on, our tribe shall never again lack salt, reverberated endlessly in their minds. Every individual present comprehended the significance of salt to their community. While the tribe could manage without secondary warriors, it could never do without salt. The members must consume it to survive. Ha. We shall no longer have to trade our hard-earned furs and provisions for salt. Our tribe now possesses salt. Our tribe now possesses salt. Laughter erupted. Indeed. Ha. Our tribe now is salt. With this, no one will starve during the cold season. Yes. Our tribe has finally come back to life. Thank you, Yu. We are truly grateful to you. From now on, our tribe shall never again be in want of sustenance or clothing. Suyu gazed at the elders within the cave, her heart a tumult of laughter and tears. Just as she prepared to console them, they unexpectedly knelt before her, bowing their heads in reverence. Alarmed, Suyu hurried to assist them in rising, only for another elder to kneel once more. Dear Moon, allow us to pay our respects. You have saved our entire tribe, they implored. Indeed. There is no other means to convey our gratitude. We can only express our appreciation in this manner, so please permit us this humble act. Suyu shook her head and hurried to help them up. Esteemed elders, what words are these? Since I am your leader, it is my duty to find a way to ensure the tribe's sustenance. Yes, I have faith. I firmly believe that our leader will succeed. Indeed, I share the same conviction that you will undoubtedly achieve this. Now, please rise. Let us continue our deliberations on the matters at hand. What else remains to be discussed? After contemplating, I recognize that both my father and mother are gravely injured, and I must remain in the tribe until they regain consciousness. Before Suyu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Elder Jean beside her. What is the issue? Did you not mention that Hao has been inside before? We can simply have him lead us in. You should rest easy. That is not the point. Although Hao has entered, we only went to gather herbs at that time and did not meticulously assess which areas might pose a problem. Therefore, I have decided to take Hao and Dehei to explore the first mountain tomorrow to familiarize ourselves with the surrounding environment. You all should focus on enhancing your combat abilities in the tribe and also take care of my parents. I expect to return by afternoon. Alright then, Hao and Dehei can enter with the chief to investigate first while we make the most of our time to strengthen our skills. Suyu nodded and took out all the beast meat she had brought from the space. This is all beast meat. You will consume it when you advance to second-level warriors, and it will greatly enhance your combat strength. Looking at the mountain of food, the elders suppressed their excitement, nodding vigorously. My goodness, all of this is beast meat. It is incomparable to the ordinary meat they usually consume. Thank you, Chief. We are truly grateful. It is nothing. Now, gather all the food in the tribe, remember? I said all the food. Bring it all out. Our tribe's primary task now is to enhance our combat strength. As long as our strength increases, food will not be a concern in the future. Understood. I will attend to it right away. The elders, brimming with excitement, nearly lost their bearings, even though the tribe currently had no surplus food. However, in order to bolster the tribe's strength, they could only impose on the ordinary tribespeople. Still, they believed the people would understand. Let them endure for a while. Once they get through this period, the tribe will thrive. Not to mention, with such a capable leader, they would surely never face a shortage of food and clothing in the future. Initially, they thought that appointing you as their chief merely meant a slightly accelerated development. But this was far beyond mere acceleration. They were at a loss for words. Now, they were filled with vigor. For they believed that as long as they followed their leader, success was certain. Perhaps they might even unwittingly become a formidable tribe in the eyes of others. Just as the elders were lost in their thoughts, Suyu interjected, All right, each of you take a portion of food back. I will take care of your parents. So rest assured. Very well, we shall take our leave. The elders, filled with joy, each took a portion of the game and hurried back to their caves. At this moment, they were unaware that all the slightly stronger tribespeople were waiting at their caves. Watching the elders depart, Suyu turned to the weary Ahau. You should return and rest. Remember, we will explore the mountains first thing tomorrow morning. All right. Ahau cast a deep glance at Suyu, his eyes reflecting a mix of grievance and reluctance, while his heart felt hollow. Chapter 90, Plans for Housing the Following Day. Suyu ultimately could not take Ahau and Dehei on an adventure, due to the need to select a group of individuals to become first-level warriors. Both hunting teams remained idle in the tribe, unable to venture out. Moreover, the previous night, several elders and others crowded into Dehei's cave, leaving them nearly sleepless. Observing the tribespeople lounging about the lake, Suyu glanced at their damp and cold caves, and a brilliant idea struck her. If the tribespeople no longer needed to hunt far away, a surplus of labor would surely emerge. It would be better to teach them to make bricks and tiles now. When they have stored enough food, they could build houses. If all goes well, this year, before the arrival of the cold season, the tribespeople might reside in warm brick houses. In truth, Suyu was quite dissatisfied with their current location, as their tribe would transition from a hunting-based society to a new agricultural model. To embark on this agricultural journey, ample water resources were essential. Yet, at present, they relied solely on a single lake, which provided insufficient irrigation. The geographical location was quite suitable. If they cleared the surrounding trees, there would be no issue. The sunlight was abundant, and the soil was fertile, making it ideal for crop cultivation, but the lack of water resources was a significant drawback. However, Suyu also contemplated that they had not fully transitioned into an agricultural society. If they blindly left this place in search of a new environment, not only would the tribespeople resist, but she herself would also oppose it. After all, unlike in modern times, where relocating simply requires packing up and calling a moving company, there were many uncertainties involved. Thus, choosing a new location at this juncture would be exceedingly unwise. Furthermore, the mountain behind them was rich in resources. And as they sought to transition from a hunting to an agricultural era, the materials they required were precisely what the mountain offered. After careful consideration, Suyu resolved to settle here, thinking that if necessary, she could excavate additional reservoirs to address the water needs of her people. In order to produce bricks and tiles, it was essential to locate clay. After half a day of searching, she finally stumbled upon traces of clay by the lakeside. With the clay found, the next step was to select a site for constructing the houses and to gather materials such as wood and stones. Once a sufficient quantity of bricks and tiles was made, she could commence the building process immediately. After some exploration, Suyu discovered a sunlit and sheltered location. How? Please notify everyone in the tribe to gather in the clearing. I have matters to arrange. Understood. As she watched How depart, Suyu resumed her work, sketching and writing on a piece of animal hide with charred wood. Now that she was the leader of the tribe, it was imperative to familiarize herself with the surrounding environment and plan ahead. She needed to assess which areas were suitable for future cultivation, which were appropriate for housing construction, and which could be excavated for reservoirs. Suyu surveyed the surroundings alone for a while, estimating that her kin had likely all gathered in the clearing. Before rising and making her way towards it, Suyu surveyed the individuals in the vacant area. When she first arrived at this tribe, there were over 300 members. Now, merely 2 months later, the population had dwindled to just over 200. Reflecting on the harshness of this world, Suyu let out a deep sigh and addressed the gathered tribespeople. All right, everyone, please quiet down. I have an announcement to make. As soon as her words fell, the previously bustling crowd fell silent, their eager gazes fixed on Suyu. They had not forgotten the abundance of beast cores the leader had presented just yesterday, and today, they hoped for another surprise. All members capable of movement formed a line, while those who were immobile remained in place. After a flurry of whispers, Suyu glanced at the two groups of individuals and nodded in satisfaction. The situation was not as dire as she had feared. Although about 20 tribespeople were unable to walk, their hands were still functional, allowing them to assist with tasks within their capabilities. Moreover, she called forth all those who had previously been injured and were under the age of 16. The tribespeople exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the leader's intentions. Yet they complied and stepped forward, knowing the importance of adhering to her directives. Finally, Suyu divided the remaining workforce into 3 small teams and continued, Uncle Heishan, I officially appoint you as the captain of the first team. You and your team will retrieve some stones from the rocky mountainside. The stones should measure approximately this width and length. Turning to Uncle Yinshur, she declared, I appoint you as the captain of the second team. Your responsibility will be to clear the area I mentioned. Before Suyu could finish her words, Yinshur cast a puzzled glance in her direction. Which place? Do not rush, she replied. Later, I will guide you there. Moreover, regarding the trees you have cleared, do not hasten to deal with them just yet. Li Hua, I appoint you as the captain of the fourth team. Though younger and having previously sustained injuries, you are still fit for this task. The livestock in our tribe, along with these crops, will depend on your stewardship. Additionally, I must ask you to gather more fresh grass, once dried. We shall store it for the winter to sustain our livestock. No problem. I shall ensure those animals are well fed and plump. Oh, and when you venture out, do remember to bring back plenty of vines to give to the tribespeople nearby, so they can weave us more baskets, containers, and backpacks. Before Suyu could finish her words, the previously listless individuals with disabilities beside her raised their heads in astonishment and stammered, Do we have a mission too? Suyu observed their astonished expressions and nodded with a gentle smile. Indeed, you have tasks to fulfill. My tribe does not harbor idlers. If you wish to eat, you must labor. No, that is not my intention, one of them replied. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Ever since my disability, I believed I had become a useless beast. As he spoke, he unexpectedly burst into tears, prompting the other disabled tribespeople to weep as well. They had never anticipated that there would come a day when they were still deemed necessary. Suyu gazed at them, and although they wept profusely, a spark of hope reignited in their eyes, igniting a yearning for life. Suddenly recalling the past actions of Elder Shui within the tribe, she comprehended at once. My fellow tribesmen, I solemnly pledge to you, as long as you are a member of our tribe and contribute to its welfare, regardless of whether you are aged or disabled, I will treat you equally and will not abandon you. I promise to provide you with a peaceful and fulfilling old age. Although I may not yet ensure that each of you is free from want, if you heed my commands and follow my guidance, I guarantee you will have support in your later years and a modest means of sustenance. As the tribespeople listened to Suyu, their emotions surged, nearly bringing them to tears, especially among the females and the slightly older members of the tribe. They were profoundly grateful that Suyu had become their leader. Without her, many would likely not survive the harsh winter ahead. After all, in any tribe, the elderly or disabled are often marginalized, though not outright expelled. However, in times of hardship, they would undoubtedly be among the first to be forsaken. Therefore, do not fret, my fellow tribesmen. As long as you remain diligent and industrious, trust me, you shall never know hunger again. I truly believe. The enthusiastic cries resonated throughout the gathering. With a gesture to quell the excitement, Suyu declared, Now, the remaining individuals, follow me to the lakeside. I shall teach you how to make bricks and tiles, striving to ensure that before the arrival of winter, we need not dwell in cold, damp caves, but rather in spacious and luminous houses. What are houses? They pondered. Houses are akin to caves, yet grander and brighter. Warm in winter and cool in summer, providing exceptional comfort. Is such a thing truly possible? Did you learn this from the beast deity? Indeed. My goodness. The beast deity is remarkable. Yes, indeed. To conceive of houses is astounding. However, in the hearts of the tribespeople, only caves had ever been considered habitable. They had never heard of nor seen such houses. Even though it was the beast deity who had imparted this knowledge to their leader, doubt lingered on their faces. Rest assured, I understand your skepticism, but please believe me when I say that the houses I speak of will far surpass the caves you currently inhabit. In the past, the tribespeople would have never believed such notions. Nor would they have gathered in such numbers to heed Suyu's words instead of hunting or building structures they had never encountered. Chaos would have surely ensued within the tribe. Yet, they recalled that their leader was the envoy of the beast deity, entrusted with overseeing their tribe. And the recent events that had unfolded surged forth in their minds. Despite the lingering doubts, many chose to stand by Suyu. Now, without further ado, the remaining individuals. Follow me to the creek. Upon reaching the creek, Suyu instructed them to use the prepared baskets to dig for clay along the riverbank. The excavated clay was transported to a cleared area nearby, where the younger ones, unable to gather grass, were tasked with treading upon it. Playing in the mud was the natural inclination of children, and upon hearing the leader's command, they rushed forward in excitement. Most of the children possessed considerable strength, making them capable of replacing an adult in this task. Finally, Suyu selected several strong males to dig at various hard geological spots by the lake for the purpose of creating kiln caves. However, as Suyu had never seen the process of making bricks or digging kiln caves, all her knowledge came from points exchanged within the system. Speaking of the system, Suyu felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly leaping with joy, for she had exceeded her task. Originally, the system had assigned her a 3-month time frame to take control of the tribe, yet she had accomplished it before the allotted time had elapsed. Consequently, the system rewarded her with a plethora of points, elevating her to a position of newfound wealth. With everything arranged along the bank, Suyu hurriedly made her way to the second team. Suyu had just instructed the second team on how to handle the timber when her younger brother eagerly approached her, saying, "Sister, hurry back. Father and mother are awake." A gleam of joy flickered in Suyu's eyes, and disregarding the need to greet her kin, she dashed down the mountain. Upon entering the cave, she beheld her father and mother, their faces pale, nestled together on a mat of grass, their hands tightly clasped. Suyu was instantly infuriated. She strode over and unleashed a barrage of reprimands. "What on earth are you two doing? Do you wish to court disaster? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to bring you back safely? Instead of resting properly, you're fidgeting around. What if you aggravate your wounds?" Faced with Suyu's fury, Ada and Jiao instinctively froze, a flicker of discomfort crossing their faces. They stammered, we're not in that bad of shape. I just wanted. What on earth is wrong with you two? Are you not aware of your own condition? Can you not wait for even a moment?" As she spoke, Suyu's emotions overwhelmed her, and she began to weep uncontrollably. As Suyu wept, the 3 individuals within the cave were instantly rendered speechless. "Please, do not cry. We will be obedient. We shall not move recklessly again. Yes, please cease your tears. Your sorrow nearly shatters our hearts. We have erred, truly, we have erred, and we promise to remain still henceforth." Suyu found herself perplexed by the tears that seemed to flow so easily from her lately. The mere thought of her parents, whom she would never see again, overwhelmed her. The perilous nature of her surroundings heightened her sense of vulnerability, as she feared losing her father, mother, and younger brother at any moment, leaving her with an acute sense of insecurity and an overwhelming urge to weep. Nevertheless, Suyu managed to rein in her emotions and approached them to conduct a quick examination. There appeared to be no significant issues. She simply needed to redress their wounds. "Yang, please prepare some food for our parents. Remember, no barbecued meat. It should be stewed, and the softer, the better. Rest assured, it is already taken care of. Let me take a look." As Suyu spoke, she made her way over to the stone pot. "No, the meat is not yet tender enough. It needs to simmer a while longer." "Very well, I shall let it cook a bit more." While Yang prepared the food, you engaged in casual conversation with Ada. Upon learning that you had assumed leadership of the tribe, Ada's eyes lit up with genuine admiration. "Well done. As expected of my offspring, truly remarkable and capable." He inquired about the elders, wondering if they had gone hunting. "Now that you have taken charge, you must heed their counsel." "No, father. They did not venture out for the hunt." "What are they doing then?" Both Ada and Jiao expressed their confusion, observing their puzzled expressions. Suyu articulated her vision for the tribe in its entirety. As she described her plans, Ada suppressed his astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Having once been a leader himself for many years, he understood the profound implications of her words. If her strategies were implemented, their tribe would surely flourish and thrive. In truth, he admired his young progeny immensely. Despite decades of leadership experience, he could not conceive of such solutions. Not only he, but all the elders and higher-ranking leaders in the tribe were equally unable to devise such effective strategies. It was indeed a source of shame. Their tribe once boasted over 1,000 members, yet due to various circumstances, their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 300. He and several elders had feared the tribe would perish in their generation, but you had effortlessly resolved issues that had plagued them for generations. While minor challenges remained, they were easily avoidable with proper discussion. After mentally filtering through Suyu's conveyed information, Ada pointed out a few shortcomings. I recognize your position as leader, but your approach is misguided. I understand your intention to free up time for them to enhance their combat skills and to provide secure, warm housing for the tribe. However, you cannot have all the tribe's people solely focused on construction. At the very least, you must organize a team to hunt in the mountains, or at least send the females out to gather. Currently, the tribe is subsisting on stored food. Our tribe is neither too small nor too large. If your mother and I remain in slumber for too long, how long can the stored food sustain you?" Listening to her father's explanation, Suyu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. She realized that her youth and inexperience had clouded her judgment. She had believed that by constructing houses, they could later access the bountiful resources of the mountains once her parents recovered. However, she had not anticipated that keeping the tribespeople stagnant in the village equated to depleting their resources. If the food ran out before her parents awakened, chaos would surely ensue within the tribe. Observing his daughter lost in thought, Ada feared to disrupt her burgeoning enthusiasm. In his eyes, Siyu was still a minor, and he gently patted her shoulder. It's all right now, we are awake. In the future, consult the elders more frequently and avoid making decisions blindly. I understand, father. Do not be disheartened. You have done remarkably well. I believe the elders will provide you with a response tonight, and by the latest, you may set out the day after tomorrow. Leave the tribe's matters to me. You need only focus on the outside. Rest assured, your mother and I will always support you. Hearing her father's words filled Siyu with excitement. Initially, she had thought her modern knowledge would effortlessly lead to the tribe's prosperity, but reality had delivered a harsh lesson. Enough of such thoughts for now. Your father and I have awakened, and with the assistance of the elders and Dehei, we shall manage the tribe. Rest assured, we will communicate any discrepancies directly to you. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, father and mother. Ultimately, Siyu heeded Ada's advice and organized 2 separate teams to venture out for hunting and gathering fruit to maintain their regular sustenance. Chapter 92. Gathering. Once Siyu had arranged matters within the tribe, she returned to the lakeside. One could not underestimate the prowess of beastmen. Their claws were akin to those of an excavator. In just about 4 hours, they had successfully dug out a clay kiln. Siyu conducted a thorough inspection and found no issues. The only drawback was its rather unappealing appearance, resembling something that had been gnawed by a dog. However, this did not hinder its functionality, so she instructed them to excavate a few more beside the earthen kiln. After organizing matters at the kiln, Siyu glanced at the clay trampled by the cubs. She discovered that its stickiness had improved considerably, making it entirely suitable for brickmaking. Speaking of which, Siyu, with a look of exasperation, tapped her forehead. It struck her that she seemed to have forgotten something significant, yet could not recall what it was. At that moment, it dawned on her that it was the mold for brickmaking, which truly had her flustered. Siyu instructed her clan members to pile the prepared clay together, allowing it to settle before directing the young ones to tread upon the untouched portions of the clay. She then hastily returned to the tribe, urging the disabled members who could not partake in labor to craft molds. Time passed swiftly, and soon evening arrived. As anticipated by Ada, several elders collectively submitted a list. That night, the elders and the selected individuals convened in Suyu's cave for a formal elevation. Early the next morning, Siyu hurried to the caves of the disabled orcs, where she beheld a corner filled with molds for brickmaking. Siyu conducted a thorough inspection and, upon finding no issues, organized several clan members to transport materials to the lakeside. Initially, she believed she would be among the first to arrive, only to discover upon her arrival that she was, in fact, the last. 6 earthen kilns had already been constructed, and mounds of well-trodden clay resembled small hills. Come, gather around. I shall teach you the art of brickmaking. Upon hearing Suyu's invitation, the clan members eagerly set aside their tasks and gathered around to observe her craftsmanship. Suyu, guided by the prompts of the system echoing in her mind, successfully crafted the bricks. Observing her were a few particularly perceptive tribespeople who, upon understanding her method, took the pre-prepared molds, moistened them with lake water, and began to follow Suyu's lead in the brickmaking process. After guiding them in the crafting of bricks for over 10 rounds, Siyu relinquished her tools and silently observed their work, ready to offer corrections whenever necessary. Approximately half an hour into the competition, she selected a dozen proficient and swift brickmakers from the group, assigning them the task of specializing in brick production. Originally, Suyu had intended to lead Dehei and how to scout the back mountain today, but her commitment to instructing the tribe in brickmaking thwarted those plans. Nonetheless, she harbored no regrets. In her heart, she believed that the tribe's development was paramount, and she had faith that sustenance would not be a future concern. Moreover, she had already dispatched 2 teams to gather resources, ensuring the tribe's regular expenses were well managed. Without delving into other matters, she considered the taro grove, once harvested. It would undoubtedly provide ample food for her people. However, she realized that without first advancing the tribe, their small numbers would leave them vulnerable. As the cold season approached, should other tribes encounter food shortages, they might turn their ambitions towards her tribe. The prospect of being crushed was a terrifying one, and she could not bear the thought of becoming a slave or a consort to savages. While she acknowledged the societal constraints of her environment, she had come to a realization. As the leader of her tribe, if she could successfully foster its growth, who would dare to challenge her authority? Regarding companionship, having watched countless dramas and read numerous novels, she contemplated the idea of cultivating her ideal partner. Among the tribe, a house stood out as a promising candidate, and through their recent interactions, she sensed a budding affection from him as well. In her heart, Siyu contemplated the future of the tribe while her hands remained busy. Soon, a considerable number of bricks were fashioned on the lakeside clearing, and she instructed them to clear a space for drying. Given the increasingly cool weather and the absence of sunlight, it seemed that the bricks might not dry completely until evening. Seizing the early twilight, Suyu entrusted the affairs of the tribe to Elder Jean and ventured into the back mountain with a how and Dahe. Uncle Dahe, let us return. We still need to seal the kiln for brickmaking tonight. All right, let us first check the traps for any game. The trio hurriedly made their way toward the traps, with Dahe remaining in a state of astonishment throughout the day. While at the tribe, he had heard Suyu speak of the mountain's abundant resources, and initially, he thought it would be no different from what they were accustomed to. However, upon entering, witnessing the environment for himself, he realized Suyu's words held not an ounce of exaggeration. This was far from a treacherous back mountain. It was indeed their paradise. As long as they guarded this mountain, the tribespeople would never have to worry about sustenance. When Suyu, Dahe, and Ahau returned to the tribe, their arrival coincided with that of the hunting party. The members of the hunting party had been quite pleased, believing they would surely earn the chief's approval, having encountered a group of large beasts and captured them all. Yet, upon seeing the bounty carried by Suyu, Ahau, and Dahe, their spirits immediately sank. The game the three brought back was vastly more abundant than that of the entire hunting party. Not only were the hunters astonished, but so were the surrounding tribespeople, who rubbed their eyes in disbelief and began to murmur among themselves. Goodness, Dahe, how did you manage to bring back so much game? Is it much? Dahe laughed heartily, then proudly replied, I wouldn't say it's excessive. I must inform you, it merely reflects my limited capacity. If I were a tad stronger. What? Are you suggesting that if you were stronger, you could have brought back even more game? Indeed. You have no idea how plentiful the game is on that mountain. Bird eggs, wild vegetables, fungi, and wild fruits are abundant everywhere. Moreover, I must tell you, the creatures are not at all fearful of humans. Aside from a small portion that we captured using traps, the rest were caught inadvertently while I was patrolling with them. What? You caught them inadvertently? Are you implying that you weren't genuinely hunting? Of course. Have you forgotten the chief took me into the mountain for what purpose? It was to explore and ascertain any dangers. There was no way I could focus solely on hunting. Listening to Dahe's account, the surrounding tribespeople grew even more excited, encircling him eagerly. Goodness, Dahe, tell me more about the environment in there. Yes, do share. Suyu watched as Dahe was surrounded, unable to break free, and could only smile helplessly. All right, everyone, let us not get too excited. We will have plenty of opportunities to venture into the back mountain in the future. It's getting dark, so please find a way to handle these catches. The clan members nodded in agreement, yet they remained unwilling to release Dahe, effectively trapping him in place. They dared not confront the leader and Ahau. Hence they chose to confine Dahe instead. Dahe, you need not do anything. Just stand there and tell us about the back mountain. I would rather not. The leader mentioned she would be teaching kiln sealing for brickmaking, and I want to see how bricks are made instead of chatting with you all. What? The leader is going to teach them kiln sealing today? Then we should hasten our efforts to clean up these catches so we can go and watch. Yes, indeed. Let us move quickly. Chapter 93, Taking People into the Back Mountain. Yes, hurry up with the processing. Suyu observed their fervent activity, shaking her head as she strolled towards the lakeside, with Dahe trotting eagerly behind her. As soon as Suyu arrived by the lakeside, all the individuals engaged in work there gathered around her, their faces adorned with expressions of eager attentiveness. Suyu cast a glance at the bricks arranged along the lakeside. Momentarily taken aback, she had only been gone for half a day, yet a considerable number of bricks had already been laid out in the clearing by the lake. Judging by the area occupied, if the firing of the bricks proved successful and undamaged, it would be sufficient to construct a modest dwelling. Under Suyu's guidance, her clansmen meticulously stacked all the bricks into several kiln caverns. All set, Chief, they announced, we can ignite the fire now. Suyu nodded, having just inspected the newly excavated earthen kiln and inquired about their progress. It must be said that the clansmen displayed considerable ingenuity. Aside from the first kiln, which took a bit more time, the others were completed with remarkable efficiency and boasted a far more aesthetically pleasing appearance than the ones previously dug. Considering that the firing process must remain uninterrupted and lasts a considerable duration, Suyu assigned 2 clansmen to tend to the kiln in shifts. Additionally, she organized a few robust individuals to gather firewood nearby. The 2 uncles, burdened by the necessity of keeping the kilns alight, had to endure this inconvenience. While I understand the inherent dangers of this arrangement, there is little alternative. Rest assured, I shall remain here with you tonight to safeguard your well-being. Oh. There's no need for concern. We are within our own tribe. There should not be significant issues. Before the 2 clansmen could finish, several elders who had been accompanying Suyu chimed in. Rest assured, Chief, we will also stay here with them tonight. Even if fierce beasts were to approach, we would not be easily overwhelmed. With so many of us, we need not fear those predators. Very well then. Observing the crowd by the lakeside, Suyu began to regret her decision to assign 2 clansmen to the night watch. Had she anticipated this outcome, it would have been wiser for her to take turns with a few elders to tend the fire. As Suyu pondered, she was suddenly startled by the distant clamor of voices. Before she could comprehend the situation, her kin rushed towards her. The chief proclaimed, I have heard you require firewood. Behold my robust strength, I am capable, I too can assist. The villagers surged towards the lakeside, transforming the once tranquil evening into a cacophony. For Suyu, this may have seemed merely an ordinary task, yet for her people, it was a matter of great honor. They now placed immense trust in her. To illustrate, consider the abundance of food they had brought back today, along with the vivid imagery painted by Dahe of the scenes beyond the back mountains. Suyu gazed in astonishment at the multitude of her kin. The clansmen by the lakeside had yet to return, and now, to her surprise, the entire tribe had gathered. Suyu, having made several attempts to meet with her clansmen to no avail, eventually decided to accompany them, reasoning that strength lies in numbers and that fierce beasts would shy away from such a gathering. The clansmen, accustomed to their industrious routines, soon found themselves uneasy as they gathered by the river. "Oh dear, don't you feel utterly bored? I long to do something," one of them lamented. "Indeed. I share your sentiment. I too yearn for some activity," another echoed. "If you find it so dull, then everyone should return to rest," suggested the leader. "You want to send us away again?" "No way. Why don't we make bricks instead?" they proposed. "That sounds good," as they busied themselves once more. Suyu stifled her own words, resigning herself to their enthusiasm. The moon hung large in the sky that night, and with their keen eyesight, the task of brickmaking posed no challenge. Remarkably, the clansmen worked diligently until the late hours, considering their obligations for the following day. Suyu compelled them to return to their cave for rest. This time, the clansmen complied without protest, rising obediently to retreat. To Suyu's surprise, even before dawn broke, the tribe buzzed with activity once more. The previous night's labor had resulted in an abundance of bricks, far exceeding what the kilns could accommodate. After much deliberation, the elders selected a group of robust orcs from the brickmaking crew to assist the stone team in quarrying stone slabs. The remaining members split into two groups. One continued brickmaking while the other set about digging kilns. The rationale behind this arrangement had been communicated by the leader the night before. What the tribe needed most were stone slabs, as they were essential not only for constructing foundations, but also for erecting walls. Initially, the concept of walls was foreign to them, but after the leader's elucidation, they became fervent in their desire to complete the walls before the onset of the cold season. They understood well the significance of walls. With them, they would no longer fear beasts invading their tribe at night or the threat of attacks from larger tribes during winter. Their tribe had transformed from its former state. Now, with ample provisions, they faced the cold season with confidence. In the hearts of the clansmen, constructing walls was deemed more crucial than building shelters. As the affairs of the tribe fell into a steady rhythm, Suyu, accompanied by Dahe and Ahau, ventured further into the mountains. They thoroughly explored the first peak and discovered peppers and ginger among other treasures. While the clansmen readily accepted ginger, the sensation of peppers was entirely novel. Initially, when they first tasted the peppers, many struggled with the intense heat, crying out in discomfort. However, after the initial shock, they quickly grew fond of the flavor, experiencing a delightful warmth that enveloped their bodies. "Goodness, this feels so peculiar, yet I adore it. After eating, I feel so warm all over," one exclaimed. "Yes, indeed. If we could have some of this during the cold season, I reckon it could keep us warm for a day," another agreed. "Absolutely, this is magnificent. Though we have so little of it," they lamented. "Indeed, the quantity is far too scant. We must be vigilant when we venture out. As if I need to remind you. If I catch sight of it, I promise to bring back an entire plant to cultivate in the tribe," they declared in unison. Suyu sat on the open ground, extracting seeds from the chili peppers alongside her fellow tribespeople, while listening to their light-hearted banter. "Come, each of you should wear a sachet and hold this herb beneath your nose. Remember, do not lose these items. If either the sachet or the herb is misplaced, inhaling those toxic fumes could prove fatal." The tribespeople, glancing at the vibrant, swarming toxins within the miasma, shuddered in unison and hurriedly responded, "We understand, rest assured. Even if the poison does not kill us, we might very well be bitten by the venomous insects lurking within." Chapter 94. The Hunt. Suyu nodded, surveying the 30-odd clansmen present, and proceeded to elucidate some precautions to be taken within the jungle. Initially, she had intended to enter with only the first and second-tier warriors. However, after considering the counsel of her father, mother, and several elders, she ultimately decided to bring along over 30 individuals. These individuals were regarded as formidable second-tier warriors within the tribe, distinguished by their exceptional abilities across various domains. "Very well, let us embark." Suyu led a group of over 30 individuals into the forest. As they beheld the writhing mass of snakes, insects, and ants scurrying away from them, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Some curious tribesmen ventured closer to the fleeing creatures, only to witness them scatter in all directions, prompting hearty laughter that dispelled their previous trepidation. It would be disingenuous to claim they were unafraid. Tales of the Forbidden Mountain had echoed in their memories since childhood. Suddenly embarking on this journey, fear was an inevitable companion. However, after walking for a while and finding no harm befalling them, their anxiety began to dissipate, emboldening them to explore their surroundings. A profound sense of admiration filled their hearts, recognizing once again that their leader was truly the emissary of the beast god. The Revere Mountain was indeed a realm of death. Many had ventured there before, yet few had returned. Look, There lies a prey. One exclaimed. Indeed. I see it too. Let's capture it quickly. Do not be alarmed. We have yet to exit the miasma-laden forest. The creatures within are toxic. Once we are free from this haze, we may pursue them at will. The tribesmen, though slightly disheartened, were quickly invigorated by the prospect of reaching the location described by Dehay. Their playful banter continued as they navigated through the miasma-laden forest, and soon they emerged into a breathtaking scene. Upon witnessing the stunning biodiversity of the dense grove, they stood in awe, rendered speechless for a long moment. This place is teeming with life, one finally stammered. My heavens, how abundant are the creatures here. Indeed, indeed. No wonder you three yearn to enter. The variety of life in this mountain is astounding. If it were up to me, I would reside here indefinitely, never wanting to leave. Yes, I too wish to remain here forever. The richness of life is simply overwhelming. Just imagine the bounty. I jest, of course, but there is food in abundance here. We shall never go hungry again. Exactly. We will never have to endure hunger again. I am so elated. Some tribesmen were so overcome with emotion that they began to weep joyfully. All right, everyone, let us not be overly exuberant. I assure you, as long as you remain diligent and avoid laziness, our tribe shall never want for food or clothing. There is one more thing I must remind you, which some elders may have already mentioned, but I shall reiterate it here. Do not disclose how we traverse the toxic miasma forest to others. We understand. And you need not worry. We shall keep it a secret. Very well, let us commence our tasks. How? Assign a few individuals to set traps. Understood. Observing the wild fruits and vegetables sprawling across the mountainside, Suyu designated 5 individuals to gather provisions. All right, the rest of you, scatter and hunt. Let us see who can gather the most. It shall certainly be I. No, it shall be I. A cacophony of sounds erupted in the dense forest. A symphony of excitement and activity. Suyu looked up and saw that Ahau had already set the trap, skillfully wielding his bow to hunt down prey. What is that magnificent weapon in your hand, Ahau? Might I borrow it for a moment? Ahau emanated an aura of coldness, and while others might fear the elder Jane, he remained unperturbed. Intrigued by the unfamiliar weapon in Ahau's grasp, he dashed forward, intent on seizing it. Ahau effortlessly sidestepped the elder Jin's attack with a swift turn. Gazing at his empty hands and then at the smirking faces of the surrounding elders, Elder Jin erupted in fury. You ungrateful wretch! Are you trying to drive me to my grave? It's merely a weapon. What harm is there in lending it to your father for a fleeting moment? I will not lend it. Absolutely not. Oh, how you've grown. Now that you're at a higher level, you look down upon me. Have you forgotten who raised you from infancy? At that moment, Ahau was left speechless, his expression darkening, while Suyu looked on in astonishment. The other elders, however, were accustomed to such antics. Feeling the weight of all eyes upon him, Ahau felt a tinge of discomfort, his ears subtly reddening. Yet, with gritted teeth, he declared, I shall return and craft one for you. A gleam of satisfaction flickered in Elder Jin's eyes as he glanced at the other elders. Now that is more like it. But I want to. Agreed. The other elders, sensing an opportunity, hurried to Ahau's side, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. I want one too. Count me in. As the elders began to emulate Elder Jin's approach, they implored, Ahau, you cannot refuse us. While we may not be your father, we have watched you grow and cherished you all along. Surely, you understand our affection. Elder Jin, witnessing the elders rallying against him, was infuriated and shouted in frustration. But they disregarded him entirely. This is called a bow and arrow. It was taught to me by you. And she has agreed to pass the skill on to our kin. Upon my return, I will instruct you all in its creation. Then it is settled. Let us work diligently and strive to return home early today, declared Elder Mu, patting Elder Jin's head triumphantly, which sent Elder Jin into a fit of rage. Suyu gazed at her jubilant kin and offered a resigned smile. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to speak. Ah, my dear tribespeople, when capturing prey, please ensure to take only the larger game. Furthermore, any pregnant creatures or those recently blessed with offspring must not be harmed. But why? They inquired. After Suyu elucidated her reasons, comprehension dawned upon them, and they nodded in agreement, vowing not to harm the smaller prey. They even pledged to spare the females, ensuring their preservation for continued reproduction. Chapter 95. The food has spoiled in their eagerness to return to the tribe and craft bows and arrows. The members of the clan transformed into their beastly forms to capture prey. Surprisingly, this method proved to be quite efficient. The mountain, untouched by human development, allowed the creatures to remain unafraid, leading to a successful hunt. Within approximately 2 hours, the clearing was piled high with game, resembling small mountains. However, Suyu was acutely aware that this abundance was merely temporary. After such extensive hunting, the creatures would become like startled birds, fleeing at the sight of them, making future captures significantly more challenging. Time always seemed to fly during busy moments. Suyu lifted her gaze to the horizon and addressed the elders, saying, Let us conclude our hunt for today. After all, you must return to the tribe to craft those bows and arrows. As soon as Suyu's words fell, the anguished cries of several elders echoed. Ah, how swiftly time passes. It feels as though we have only just stepped outside. Indeed, the passage of time has been too rapid. I have yet to satiate my hunting urges. The prey here is simply too easy to catch. Enough complaining. Let us quickly gather our belongings and return to the tribe. It is unwise to linger when night falls. The tribespeople nodded in agreement. Although reluctant, none dared to defy Suyu. Due to the abundance of prey, they transformed into their beast forms to carry their spoils. Once everything was prepared, the group hurried back to the tribe, many of the villagers joyfully glancing at the bounty strapped to their backs, excitedly conversing with their companions. So much prey. In the past, we would have struggled for 10 days or even half a month to gather this much. Indeed, from now on, our tribe shall no longer endure hunger or cold. Even an extended winter break holds no fear. Precisely. We owe our gratitude to our leader. Without them, how could we have secured such a bounty? Yes, we must indeed thank our leader. They are the most formidable individual I have ever encountered. Right, Ahau? Ahau transformed into his beast form and turned to Gold Elder beside him, affirming, yes, Moon is the most powerful, at least in his heart. He is truly one of a kind. As Suyu listened to their animated discussions, she finally returned to the tribe before darkness fully enveloped the sky. Observing the multitude of prey they had brought back, the clansfolk had grown accustomed to such bounties, their previous astonishment now a mere memory. They had come to believe that, as long as she was their leader, there was nothing beyond her capabilities. Even if she were to suddenly acquire a fully leveled beast as a mount, they would regard it with the same sense of familiarity. Elders, please arrange for some of the people to process these spoils first. I shall take a stroll by the lakeside. Very well, you may go. Rest assured, leader, we will make all necessary arrangements. Suyu waved her hand as she approached the lakeside, only to find her kin diligently engaged in their tasks, so absorbed that they had not even noticed her arrival. She then inspected the cave dwellings, discovering that the fires within burned brightly, showing no sign of having been extinguished. Suyu gazed at the weary tribe members tending the fire, their eyes shadowed by dark circles, her heart heavy with compassion. All right, you may all return to rest. There is no need to continue stoking the flames. Once the fire naturally extinguishes, we shall commence the brickmaking. The tribe members, stifling yawns and preparing to depart, were instantly invigorated upon hearing that brick production would begin as soon as the fire died down. Their spirits soared, their heads bobbing like waves in a drum. We are not tired. We are not tired. You go observe them making bricks. We can endure a little longer. Indeed, we can persevere for a while longer. What a jest. They had remained here precisely to witness the brick-making process, and now, with the prospect of seeing it unfold before them, they were to be sent away to sleep. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Suyu observed their reluctance to depart and surmised the underlying reasons. Rather than pressuring them, she turned and walked away, resolute in her thoughts. She resolved that once all the bricks from these earthen kilns were extracted, she would replace this group with another for the next firing cycle. She was determined to ensure that this particular set of workers would not continue, for their well-being was at stake. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Suyu gazed at the thousands of earthen bricks drying in the open air, once again marveling at the speed of her clan's efforts. This was the result of half a month's continuous firing. Yet she discovered that her kin had simultaneously excavated a further 10 or so earth kilns nearby. Suyu inspected the lakeside thoroughly, finding no issues. Before returning to the clearing of the tribe to assist in processing the game they had brought back, with many hands contributing, within approximately 2 hours, they had successfully processed all the game. Additionally, each member of the tribe received a sufficient portion of the bounty. Suyu, noticing that the earth kiln should have cooled down enough to extract the bricks, addressed her fellow tribespeople, saying, all right, let us reserve these entrails for processing tomorrow. For now, let us transport the meat to the cave designated for food storage. Chief, why not accompany us today to witness the fruits of our labor over these past few days? As Suyu was preparing to depart, she nodded in response to her kin's remarks. In truth, she was quite curious, since taking over the tribe. She had yet to explore the storeroom within the settlement. Just as she reached the threshold, she was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent odors wafting from inside, and an ominous premonition began to stir within her. Suyu furrowed her brow tightly, taking a deep breath before slowly stepping inside. Upon gazing at the heaps of food piled in one corner of the cave, she was immediately taken aback. Although she had an inkling of what to expect, the reality was far worse than her conjectures. This could hardly be described as a storeroom. It was more akin to a refuse dump. Various insects crawled about, and numerous white maggots squirmed on top, causing Suyu to feel nauseated, forcing herself to suppress the urge to vomit several times. Within the cave, aside from the meat, there lay a thick layer of animal skins, while some fruits and vegetables, recently gathered over the past few days, were placed nearby. However, those fruits and vegetables were far from fresh. Some had wilted, turned yellow, or even rotted, with a medley of unpleasant odors mingling in the air, creating an utterly repugnant atmosphere. Is this what you call food storage? Indeed. Suyu gazed at the provisions within the cave, her eyes shutting tightly as she stifled the tempest of frustration within her. She continually reminded herself that this was not the modern era but a distant antiquity. where the concept of food preservation eluded them. Yet, the thought of her hard-earned sustenance being squandered in such a manner left her feeling quite unsettled. Undeterred, she inquired once more, "Will you not take any measures with this meat and these wild vegetables, simply leaving them to lie in the cave? But truly, what more is there to be done?" Suyu closed her eyes, yet the meat had already succumbed to decay, and the vegetables had rotted. How could one possibly consume such fare? The elders, observing the ill-tempered leader, silently retreated a step, pondering in their hearts that they had committed no wrong during this period. Elder Jean, slightly delayed in his comprehension, noticed his friends retreating silently while he remained solitary in place. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "How else could we eat?" "Naturally, we consume it bite by bite as we usually do. It is merely a pity that the meat has diminished in size after being infested with maggots. No longer abundant as it once was." Suppressing the urge to retch, Suyu raised her hand in an attempt to interrupt Elder Jin's discourse, but the elder, engrossed in his fervent speech, remained oblivious to her gesture. The wild vegetables had an unpleasant taste, bitter and astringent, and many of the tribe members were suffering from gastrointestinal distress. The wild fruits were equally unpalatable, leaving a peculiar aftertaste. Though she had no desire to consume them, she was compelled to do so to stave off hunger. As she listened to Elder Jin's incessant chatter, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Chapter 96. The Brick. This was all her fault. Her sole focus had been to ensure her people were well-fed and sheltered. She had completely overlooked their inability to preserve food. It seemed that everything now had to be postponed. The first order of business was to teach them how to store these provisions properly. Moreover, for the safety of her tribe, it was imperative to instruct them on boiling water and consuming cooked food. From their accounts, it was evident that many parasites lurked within their bodies, and she would need to prepare several large pots of herbal concoctions the following day to help expel these pests. Otherwise, all the nutrients would be siphoned away by the parasites, which would spell disaster. Resolute in her decision, Suyu addressed several elders, stating, "Enough of this discussion. I currently lack the time to instruct you on how to handle these items. Immediately gather some people to remove anything that has significantly spoiled. I will teach you tomorrow how to prevent these wild vegetables from rotting and the meat from harboring maggots." Yet, what did the leader mean by significantly spoiled? It refers to everything in this cave that has decayed or is infested with worms. Clear it all away. "Ah, I understand now. Do not worry, leader. This task shall be entrusted to me and my colleagues, and we shall see it through to completion." Suyu cast a deep glance at several elders, shaking her head with a look of resignation. She could no longer place her trust in their claims of protection over him. However, she also recognized that the elders were not to blame. It was merely her own heart that she could not reconcile. After Suyu finished relaying the matters concerning the cave, she hurriedly made her way to the clearing by the lakeside. The elders behind her observed her retreating figure, aware that she was likely heading to the kiln to procure bricks. They were particularly eager to witness the proceedings, yet, given the circumstances within the cave and the chief's recent display of temper, they dared not follow, resigning themselves to handle the affairs at hand. By the time Suyu returned to the lakeside, the kiln had long since cooled. The tribespeople who had been tending to the fire were now gathering firewood nearby, fully aware that a substantial amount would be required in the near future. After Suyu greeted them, she gradually approached the cave dwelling. At this moment, as she neared the cave, the overwhelming sensation of fiery waves that had previously surged was no longer present. Observing her kin, eager and restless, Suyu selected a few robust orcs to commence the excavation. The tribespeople by the lakeside had essentially ceased their tasks, gathering around, and even those idling within the tribe joined the assembly. Suyu cast a glance at the several elders concealed within the crowd, shaking her head in silent dismay. Fully aware of their unreliability, "Open the kiln." With a command from Suyu, several clansmen, who had been waiting nearby for quite some time, swiftly revealed their sharp claws and, with a few swift motions, opened the cavernous dwelling. Suyu hurriedly dashed into a kiln, where she beheld an orderly arrangement of dark blue bricks, standing like soldiers awaiting inspection. With utmost care, she lifted 2 bricks from the stack, their surfaces still radiating heat, a testament to the kiln having just been opened. Fortunately, having ascended to the rank of a third-level warrior, the ordinary sting of the heat no longer fazed her. Had she been in her previous state, she would have surely cast the bricks aside in discomfort. Clinking the 2 bricks together, a metallic sound resonated within. Upon hearing this, a surge of joy filled Suyu's heart. It worked, it truly worked. She turned to her fellow clansmen with excitement, proclaiming, "My dear kin, the bricks have been successfully crafted. Let us now transport all these bricks from the kiln to the open ground outside. Once we have produced a sufficient quantity, we can commence the construction of our homes." The clansmen erupted in cheers, eagerly rushing into the kiln to carry the bricks outside. Suyu rose once more to inspect the other earthen kilns. After her thorough examination, she discovered that the bricks from these kilns had been fired exceptionally well, with not a single kiln producing waste. Observing the joyful smiles on her kin's faces, she watched as they tirelessly transported the bricks to the open ground. With even the children joining in the labor, The entire riverside was filled with laughter and cheer, although there were many family members present. It still took over 2 hours to extract all the bricks from the several kills. Once the bricks were unloaded, the kin resumed their efforts, meticulously stacking the unfired bricks back into the kills to begin sealing and igniting them. Given that the villagers were overly excited and had not slept for several consecutive nights, this was a consideration for their well-being. Suyu selected only a dozen individuals to patrol the lakeside and sent the rest back. Upon her return to the cave, her parents were still awake, silently waiting for her. Her younger brother poured a bowl of food from the stone pot and presented it to her. I have heard about today's events. However, how shall we preserve the meat, wild vegetables, and fruits? Suyu took a sip of soup, and before she could utter a word, a Jiao beside her inquired, Indeed, this has been quite distressing for us. Previously, we had no food to eat. Now we possess food, yet we are at a loss as to how to preserve it. Fear not, for I have already devised a plan for preservation, Suyu replied. Ah, you figured it out. Do share your thoughts. Actually, it is quite simple. For vegetables, we can sun-dry them and turn them into dried produce for the cold season. As for wild fruits, that is even easier. We can transform them into jams and canned goods for storage. Speaking of jams and canned goods, I nearly forgot about pottery. If we can produce pottery, we will have containers for the jams and canned items. Pottery? You can craft pottery as well? Adu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. I learned all of this from the great beast god. It is rather simple. Once this batch of bricks is ready, I will create some pottery. Then, we can fire them together, and our tribe will no longer lack pottery. Wonderful. Wonderful. Adu was so ecstatic he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. Pottery is as precious as salt, after all. He never imagined his own child would possess the ability to create pottery. As for pottery, he had only had the fortune to glimpse it during the Grand Beast Conference, and that was merely a fleeting sight. He had heard it was both lightweight and capacious. Yet their tribe was so impoverished that they had exchanged all their possessions merely for salt. Thus, there had never been a single piece of pottery in their tribe. Now, with their food and clothing worries alleviated, the prospect of producing pottery seemed almost surreal, along with an inexhaustible supply of it. With this thought, Adu nodded vigorously and excitedly asked, Well, now that we have methods for wild vegetables and fruits, what about meat? Preserving meat is actually quite straightforward. It merely requires a substantial amount of salt. I've made up my mind. The day after tomorrow, I will accompany Ahau to the 4th mountain to search for salt. Once we acquire the salt, not only can we cure meat, but we can also make some wild vegetables into salted and pickled goods. That sounds promising. Now we have very few problems left. Tomorrow, we will join you to learn how to make jams and canned goods. Yes, indeed. Once we master that, you can confidently seek out the salt, and we shall no longer fear the cold season. Chapter 97. Dividing the spoiled meat. Suyu nodded, refraining from dissuading them. For she understood that her parents were accustomed to a life of busyness. The days spent confined within the cave had completely drained their patience. If they were not allowed to venture out soon, they would likely go mad. Very well. As long as you are able to endure it, you may accompany me tomorrow. However, she added, I intend to distribute all the meat in the cave to the clan members, for it has already begun to spoil. The game we bring back shall be preserved for the winter season. Although her parents felt a deep reluctance, they recognized Suyu's position as the leader and nodded in agreement, saying, All right, that is acceptable. Let us share it all with the clan. Suyu nodded. Yet before she could utter a word, the Jiao hesitantly turned her gaze towards her, inquiring whether some of the meat could be preserved. I know there are plenty of game in the back mountain, but mother cannot, she lamented. All that meat is gone bad. I had intended to discard it entirely. However, I surmised that the clan's folk would surely disagree, which is why I suggested they consume it. This was not merely an intimidation tactic employed by Suyu. Ever since her discovery of the rotten meat within the cave, she had been contemplating how to dispose of it. She had considered burying the entire lot. Yet she understood that such a notion was utterly implausible. The clan's folk would undoubtedly object, even if she managed to bury it, the moment she turned her back. There was no doubt that they would unearth the tainted meat to consume it. It would be far more prudent to distribute it among the clan's folk, allowing them to consume it swiftly, for they had survived in such a manner before without any ill effects. Observing Suyu's grave demeanor, a Jiao opened her mouth, poised to further persuade her, but Adu subtly patted her hand and shook his head. Thus, Aji reluctantly acquiesced, her heart aching. Meat. Oh, so much meat. If only they could economize a little, it would suffice to sustain them through half the winter season. Suyu feigned ignorance of her mother's pained expression, burying herself in her meal. Once satiated, Ayang seized Suyu's bowl to cleanse it. After checking on her parents' health and administering their medication anew, Suyu, upon witnessing her mother's imploring gaze, hastily claimed exhaustion and reclined on the meadow, drifting into a deep slumber. Before dawn the following day, her mother gently roused her. You, rise and partake in some food. We must prepare the wild vegetables and fruits, allowing you to attend to other matters. Suyu sat up with a yawn, dark circles beneath her eyes betraying her exhaustion. A nearby younger brother looked on with considerable concern and exclaimed, Mother, please let my sister rest a little longer. After all, she is still a minor, and you can see how tired she is with those dark circles. Their parents cast apologetic glances at Suyu. Her father gently patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "You, bear with it a little longer. In a few months, when the cold season arrives, you will be able to rest properly. You are now the leader of the tribe. You must shoulder the responsibilities that come with it." "I understand, father and mother. It's all right. I can manage," Suyu replied. Ayang observed as Suyu rose and hurriedly poured some water from a nearby wooden bucket into the basin where she usually washed her face. He recognized the heavy burden his sister bore and felt helpless to assist her in any substantial way, but resolved to support her in small matters. Secretly, he vowed to become stronger so that one day he could help alleviate her burdens, sparing her from such hardship. "Sister, wash your face to refresh yourself first. I will prepare some food for you right away." Suyu nodded gently, affectionately ruffling Ayang's hair. Indeed, having a younger brother felt delightful and heartwarming. After tidying himself up, Ayang promptly offered her some food. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Suyu hurriedly led her parents to the designated area in the tribe where food was gathered. Several elders and Dehe had been waiting there, their eyes eagerly fixed on Suyu. "What shall the leader instruct us to do? Please, tell us, and we shall follow your command." Suyu did not conceal her intentions. She spoke plainly and directly. First, she summoned all the tribesmen to gather in the open space, instructing them to distribute all the meat within, and I emphasize, all of it. As soon as Suyu's words fell, several elders were momentarily rendered speechless. Elder Mu was the first to regain his composure and hurriedly interjected with heartfelt persuasion. "Chief, this is absolutely not advisable. This food has been painstakingly accumulated. If we distribute it all to the tribe, what will we do when the cold season arrives? You need not worry about the food for the winter. There is an abundance of game in the mountains behind us. In the future, we shall have as much as we desire." "That is still unacceptable," they countered. "Chief, please reconsider. The food we have stored has come at a great cost." Even Dehe, who typically refrained from speaking, anxiously chimed in, hoping to sway Suyu's decision. After a prolonged effort of persuasion, seeing that Suyu remained resolute, their gazes shifted toward Ada, hoping he might convince her. Ada, catching the elders' imploring glances, sighed heavily and stepped forward, saying, "Let us proceed as you suggest and distribute all the meat." The elders had initially intended for Ada to advocate for the chief, but they were taken aback by his alignment with her. Even a Jiao stood silently by. Ultimately, Dehe exchanged a glance with Elder Jean, then addressed the surrounding elders. "Enough of this discussion. Since you is our chief, we shall follow her directives. I trust that she will not lead us astray." Ada nodded in agreement with Dehe's sentiments and stepped forward again, stating, "Very well, we shall implement Yu's plan. Elder Mu, please gather the tribe. After distributing the food, the chief will instruct us on how to preserve the wild vegetables and fruits. She has important matters to attend to, so let us not delay her. The chief's time is precious. Furthermore, I must remind you all that henceforth, you are to heed the chief's words. Do not assume her youth affords you the liberty to feign ignorance. Should anyone disregard her, do not expect me to be courteous." As Ada's words echoed, the tribe members, who had harbored their own thoughts, swiftly suppressed them. Soon, every able-bodied individual in the tribe gathered before Suyu. Suyu did not conceal her intentions. Once she saw that most people had arrived, she instructed them to line up. She straightforwardly articulated the reason for their summons. When the clansmen heard that all the stored food would be distributed among them, they were utterly astonished, although they salivated at the thought. The impending winter season prompted them to rally together in support. As Suyu listened to their persuasive words, she pressed her hand down, and the venue instantly fell silent. "I understand your concerns. However, I assure you, there is no need for anxiety. This winter season will not leave you in want. I am aware that some members of our tribe eat merely 2 meals a day, and some even resort to a single meal or subsist on wild fruits to stave off hunger. Yet, I do not wish for you to endure such hardships. My hope is for every member of our tribe to enjoy 3 meals daily, one upon rising in the morning, another at midday when the sun reaches its zenith, and a final meal as the sun begins to set in the evening." Before Suyu could finish her words, the clansmen below immediately began to clamor. Chapter 98, Jam. Dried fruit, canned goods, to eat 3 meals a day, and to ensure they are both delicious and filling, how much food would that require? Indeed, how much sustenance would that entail? No, we can manage with just 2 meals a day. Exactly. Leader, you must not pursue such a course of action. Suyu surveyed the tumultuous scene before her gaze turning icy, and instantly, the crowd fell silent. While I may not concern myself with the tribes of others, the members of my own tribe must adhere strictly to my commands. I decree that you are to partake in 3 meals daily. Anything less is unacceptable. Without sufficient nourishment, how can one muster the strength to labor? Allow me to inform you that the forthcoming tasks within the tribe are exceedingly demanding, involving not only the construction of homes but also the erection of walls and the storage of provisions. Should anyone falter due to exhaustion, I shall expel them from the tribe. Upon hearing Suyu's threat to cast out those who defy her, the tribespeople were immediately engulfed in panic. This was especially true for the elders and those with disabilities, for in the brief span since Suyu assumed leadership, they had come to understand her resolute nature. She could engage in light-hearted banter, yet once her will was challenged, she would not hesitate to sever ties, and her threats of expulsion were not mere words. However, unlike other leaders, she did not seek to exploit them. Her thoughts were consistently for the welfare of her people. Now, they feared nothing, not even death. But the prospect of being banished from the tribe instilled a deep dread within them. They recognized that they would likely never encounter a leader as formidable as Su Yu again, nor would they find a tribe that cared for them so deeply. Thus, even in the face of death, they wished to perish within the confines of their tribe. The members of the tribe instantly fell silent. Their resolve to support the 3 meals a day unanimous. Seeing that no one opposed her at the scene, Su Yu instructed several elders to enter and remove all the meat inside. Since they emerged quite early, having divided the meat, it was only around 8 or 9 in the morning, which would not disrupt the other labors of the clan. Well, the meat has been distributed to you. You may return now. However, I must forewarn you, if any of you choose not to eat and instead hide it, as long as I remain unaware, so be it. But should I discover this, I trust you would not wish to face the consequences. Eat, eat. We shall eat. We will not leave any behind. Yes, we will eat. Please, chief, do not cast us out. Noticing that her words had frightened the clan members, Su Yu softened her tone slightly. All right, take the meat back with you. As long as you obediently follow my guidance, I will not forsake any member of our clan, even if one is advanced in age or disabled. I will not abandon any of my kin. After Su Yu finished speaking, she noticed her clansmen excitedly returning to the cave with the meat. She turned to Li Hua, who was about to leave, and said, by the way, Li Hua, after you place the meat back in the cave, gather all the members of your team. Each of them should take a stone knife. I have tasks for you all. Understood, chief, replied Li Hua. Dahe and several elders, since our tribe lacks pottery, we will need to trouble you to fetch some stone jars from Stone Mountain. That is not an issue, one elder responded. But what exactly is a stone jar and how is it made? The stone jar is quite simple, Su Yu explained. It is about this size and resembles the stone pot we typically use. Ah, we understand now. Rest assured, we will certainly bring them back for you. In no time at all, several elders returned, each carrying a few stone jars. Su Yu divided the individuals brought by the pear blossoms into several small teams. The first team was tasked with selecting wild vegetables from the cave. They discarded the yellowed, pickled, and spoiled ones, while the remaining vegetables were placed outside to be sun-dried with a winnowing basket and stored in a clean stone jar nearby. Su Yu led the remaining members of her tribe to select fruits suitable for canning from the bounty before them. They peeled and diced the fruits with diligence. As the number of suitable fruits dwindled, they were left with only those resembling tomatoes. Chief, what shall we do with these remaining fruits? Should we discard them or distribute them among the tribe? No, she replied. Though these cannot be canned, we can transform them into jam. Does anyone possess a large stone pot? Bring it here, and I shall teach you how to make jam. In the future, you should process the wild fruits and vegetables in the manner I demonstrate today. Very well, I have several large stone pots at home. I will fetch them. I will go as well. Soon, a row of stone pots was arranged in the clearing, each half filled with water, waiting for it to reach a rolling boil. So you picked up a freshly cleaned fruit and swiftly sliced it into several pieces, which then fell into the pot. Observing this, the other members of the tribe eagerly followed suit, and gradually, the fruits in the stone pot transformed into a thick porridge. A delightful aroma of fruit wafted through the entire clearing. So you took a clean stick from the side and carefully stirred to prevent it from scorching. Now, she poured the fruit that had been simmered to a porridge-like consistency into several large stone jars, allowing it to cool naturally. As Su Yu filled the vat with jam, she explained to her fellow clansmen, what we are currently preparing is called jam, which is meant to be mixed with water for drinking. Next, we will be making canned fruit. So, how do we go about making canned fruit? It is quite simple. We take the fruit, cut it into chunks, briefly blanch it in water, and then place it into the stone vat. Following this, we bring the honey to a boil in a pot, and finally, we pour the honey water over the chunks of wild fruit until they are submerged. Once the wild fruit and honey water have cooled completely, we seal the opening of the vat with leaves and mud and store it in a cool, shaded cave. Ideally, we should steam it one last time. But given our current circumstances, that step must be omitted. At this point, I am uncertain if this will be a success. Nevertheless, let us proceed. What if it turns out well? Ah, it is so straightforward. Let us hasten, for we shall prepare dozens of vats to store for the cold season. With the number of people present, it was still before noon when Su Yu and the others completed the jam and canned fruit. However, due to the abundance of fruit, they exhausted all the stone vats belonging to several elders without finishing the wild fruit. Chief, please wait. We will procure more stone vats. Yes, you all continue. We will fetch more stone vats immediately. Su Yu observed their anxious demeanor and was about to intervene, yet they had already sprinted far away. In truth, the stone jar is not a necessity. We can transform the remaining wild fruits into dried fruit. But how is dried fruit made? The process of making dried fruit actually consists of 2 methods. The first method involves slicing the fruits into thin pieces and placing them in a bamboo sieve to let the sun's rays evaporate all the moisture within. Before Su Yu could finish her words, Li Hua glanced at the overcast sky, her expression filled with disappointment as she spoke. But there is no sun today. How can we dry anything? Indeed, another voice chimed in. What shall we do without sunshine? Perhaps we should focus on making fruit preserves or canned goods instead. When the hottest season arrives, we can then prepare dried fruits. Su observed their dejected expressions and gently patted Li Hua's shoulder, saying, "Did I not mention there is another method? We can slice these fruits into thin pieces and heat a stone pot until it is scorching, allowing the pot's warmth to evaporate the moisture from the fruits. In addition to the stone pot, we could split bamboo into halves to create a mat, much like the ones we sleep on, and suspend it over the fire to dry it out using the heat. To be honest, I have not attempted any of these methods myself. I gathered this information from Baidu, so please forgive me if there are any inaccuracies. As the old saying goes, I seek your support." Chapter 99, Parasites and Deworming Medicine. "Oh, I understand now. I understand. You all start slicing, and I will tend to the fire. I shall help with the fire as well." Su let out a long sigh of relief. The reason she suddenly wished to make dried fruits was that she was uncertain about the success of the canned goods. However, she was now confident that even if the canning did not succeed, both the jam and the dried fruits would undoubtedly turn out well. Under Suyu's guidance, Li Hua and the others prepared 4 jars of jam and an abundance of dried fruits. It must be said that the dried fruits made in a stone pot had a delightful flavor, with a sweet and tangy taste that made them increasingly addictive with each bite. Su gazed upward at the sky, although it was overcast as if rain were imminent. The sun still hung faintly in the heavens. "Father, Mother, you and Li Hua continue to process the wild fruits here. I shall take a few individuals to gather some herbs." A Jiao, without lifting her head, continued slicing the wild fruits in her hands. "Go ahead, exercise caution on the road, and remember to call on a Hao." Su nodded, selecting a dozen robust tribesmen on site, and led them beyond the confines of the tribe. This time, her objective was crystal clear. She sought to procure medicinal herbs capable of combating pests. For instance, the bark of the neem tree, peach leaves, and herbs such as equisetum and herba calthopalustris. "Sister, why must we venture out in haste to gather herbs when there remains so much unfinished business within the tribe?" Su gently tousled the Yang's disheveled hair and, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Last night, the beast god visited me in a dream, revealing that many worms have infested the bellies of our kin. He instructed me to venture out today to gather herbs for their healing." Suyu's words struck fear into the hearts of her companions, leaving even Ah Hao, who trailed behind, no exception. One of the tribesmen, pale-faced and trembling, with tears welling in his eyes, implored, "Leader, please do not frighten me. How could there be worms within our bellies?" Suyu gazed upon her companions, who had accompanied her. Their faces were pale with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A sense of unease stirred within her, as she felt she should not instill such terror in them. Yet, in her resolve to encourage them to uphold better hygiene practices, to refrain from consuming spoiled food and drinking unboiled water, she steeled herself and declared, "Last night, I sought counsel from the beast god, who informed me that your negligence towards cleanliness has led to this predicament. Ah, is it true that neglecting hygiene can result in the growth of worms within one's belly?" Suyu nodded earnestly and remarked, "Indeed, neglecting cleanliness and hygiene may lead to the growth of parasites within one's body. Therefore, it is imperative that you not only bathe regularly, but also wash your hands before meals and after using the restroom. The water we consume must be boiled, and most importantly, one should never eat raw meat." "How troublesome. Leader, surely you jest, seeking merely to instill a love for cleanliness in us," came the chorus of discontented voices. Yes, we must bathe and wash our hair, and now we are told we must eat cooked meat. I too suspect the leader is deceiving us." Hearing the lamentations and doubts of her tribespeople, Suyu chuckled softly, a smile dancing on her lips as she replied, "I am merely conveying the will of the beast god. If you choose not to believe me, that is beyond my control. If you harbor a false sense of security, thinking there are no parasites within you, await my return with the medicine. I shall brew several large pots, and each of you shall drink a bowl. Then you will discern the veracity of my words." Observing Suyu's demeanor, her companions, who had accompanied her, felt a surge of anxiety. The thought of having parasites within them was enough to elicit tears and fright. From this moment forth, shall we maintain hygiene, bathe frequently, wash our hair, and consume cooked food to rid ourselves of these parasites? One tribe member inquired, prompting a flurry of responses from the others. "As long as you obey, uphold cleanliness, eat cooked food, and refrain from drinking unboiled water, you shall not harbor parasites. However, as it stands, it appears that parasites already dwell within you. We must first gather herbs to expel them," Suyu explained. The mere thought of parasites residing in their bellies sent shivers down their spines, and they eagerly urged, "Then let us hasten to gather herbs and rid ourselves of these parasites." Yes, leader, let us hurry. We must collect ample herbs to ensure we expel every last one of those parasites." The tribe, thoroughly alarmed by the prospect of parasites, worked fervently while foraging for herbs. In a matter of a few hours, they had gathered a sufficient quantity. Upon returning to the village, Suyu had scarcely the chance to eat before she was whisked away by her anxious tribespeople to prepare the medicine. Leader, quickly, brew the medicine. Missing a meal will not bring about death." They clamored, Yes, leader, please hurry." Upon witnessing their fearful expressions, Suyu divided the herbs she had gathered in the afternoon into several portions, placing them into large stone cauldrons filled with water for brewing. Pear Blossom, observing the bitter aroma wafting from the cauldrons, suddenly rushed to Suyu's side and exclaimed, "Chief, did you not mention that all the tribespeople are infested with worms? Shall I summon everyone from the tribe to gather here now?" Suyu had this intention in mind. She initially planned to have her father call for help. Now that Li Hua had taken it upon herself to manage the task, it could not have been more fortuitous. "Very well, you may go." Li Hua nodded in agreement and was about to depart when Suyu suddenly recalled something and added, "Oh, by the way, could you arrange for a few clan members to carry those who are unable to move to the restroom? Why must they be taken to the restroom?" Suyu smiled mysteriously and said, "Just follow my instructions, and soon you will understand." Li Hua nodded and, accompanied by a few clansmen, went to convey Suyu's message. Before long, all the able-bodied members of the tribe arrived at the open space with their dining bowls in hand. As Suyu observed that most of the tribe members had gathered, she addressed those present, instructing them to line up and consume a bowl of medicine each. For it was the will of the beast god. She warned that anyone who disobeyed would be promptly expelled. The tribe members, initially engaged in their respective tasks, had been summoned abruptly by Li Hua, and their frustrations had already begun to simmer. Upon hearing it was the decree of the beast god, however, they fell silent, dutifully forming an orderly line. "Now do all of you have a bowl of medicine in hand?" she inquired. "Yes," they replied, "but do not drink it just yet. All of you, move to the vicinity of the restroom. Once you drink, proceed directly to the restroom." Despite their bewilderment, the tribe members complied with Suyu's directive, clutching their herbal concoctions as they positioned themselves at the restroom entrance. Initially, Suyu had intended for all tribe members to drink and then enter the restroom together. However, after careful consideration and fearing unexpected complications, she decided to divide them into 3 groups. Now, the first group may drink the medicine. Afterward, head straight to the restroom. Regardless of what transpires, do not be frightened. As the tribe members stood outside the restroom, exchanging glances filled with trepidation, they had begun to catch wind of the situation and understood the purpose of their gathering. Though fear gripped them, they raised the medicine to their lips and gulped it down. "It's not problematic at all," one remarked. "Indeed, nothing seems amiss. Could it be that the leader has deceived us? Surely, there are no worms in our bellies." "Yes, I too suspect the leader is misleading us. Look, I've drunk it, and I feel perfectly fine. Where are the worms?" Suyu stood in place with a radiant smile, listening to the murmurs of her kin. Suddenly, Li Hua emitted a gasp, her complexion turning ashen, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. In an instant, she collapsed onto the ground, clutching her abdomen and writhing in agony, letting out a series of anguished cries. The clansmen were startled, forming a circle around Li Hua, just as their spirits were unsettled. A sudden shout erupted, and a multitude of insects spewed forth from Li Hua's mouth. Following this, countless bugs poured out from her nose and mouth, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. Chapter 100, The Great Extermination of Insects. Oh heavens, there are indeed insects, living insects. The leader truly did not deceive us. Woe is me, I do not wish to perish. O leader, I implore you, save us. The anguished cries of her kin reached Suyu's ears as she prepared to offer them words of solace. Suddenly, she beheld Li Hua writhing on the ground in torment. Her body contorted in agony, surrounded by a multitude of insects. Swiftly, she turned to the several elders who stood in a state of shock and urged, "Elders, hasten to dig some pits, place firewood within, and gather additional branches to sweep all these insects into the pits and incinerate them." With Suyu's prompt, the elders finally regained their senses and hurriedly rushed out to fulfill her instructions. Suyu hurriedly reassured the frightened tribesmen, informing them that once the insects emerged, they would be safe. Soon, the tribe excavated several deep pits beside the restroom, filling them with firewood. At Suyu's command, the flames roared to life within the pits. As the pear blossoms erupted, the subsequent waves of the tribe began to succumb one after another. Fortunately, the males of the tribe, though in agony, managed to enter the restroom to alleviate their suffering. Outside, only those who were unable to walk, along with the females and younglings, remained. The tribesmen who had yet to take the medicine watched in horror as their companions writhed in pain on the ground, their faces pale with fear. The hands that held the bowls of medicine trembled uncontrollably, and some tribesmen, overwhelmed, smashed their bowls to the ground, retreating while shouting, "No, no, I refuse to drink. I do not wish to die." As one bowl shattered, a wave of panic swept through, prompting more tribesmen to discard their bowls in fear. Instantly, the air outside the restroom was thick with the bitter scent of herbal medicine. Suyu's gaze turned frigid as she sternly declared, "Anyone who discards the herbs in their possession must return here to receive another portion. Should anyone choose to discard or refuse to consume them for any reason, they will be promptly expelled from the tribe." Suyu discovered that her kin dreaded leaving the tribe more than anything else. Thus, in order to ensure their compliance in consuming the medicinal concoction, she resorted to this desperate measure of intimidation. The fellow tribespeople who had accompanied Suyu on her herbal foraging expedition also fervently urged them to comply, offering heartfelt entreaties. Eventually, the first group of tribesmen who had ingested the herbal remedy gradually fell silent, their strength sapped as they lay exhausted upon the ground. Suyu cautiously avoided the earthworms scattered on the ground and approached Li Hua to check her pulse. Li Hua, the parasites within you have been nearly eradicated. Now, go wash yourself and change your clothes. Li Hua turned her head slowly, and upon seeing the leader crouched beside her, her heart swelled with emotion. As her gaze swept the ground, littered with worms, she hastily pushed Suyu away, her voice weak yet urgent. Leader, you must leave quickly. We are surrounded by these creatures. Be wary of them burrowing into your body. She was acutely aware that her kin kept their distance from her, fearing the writhing parasites. Yet, to her astonishment, the leader had personally come to her side and was checking her pulse. She felt genuinely touched. It's all right. Can you rise now? Allow me to assist you. No, I can stand on my own, Li Hua replied, swaying slightly as she rose, brushing off the worms clinging to her body and letting them fall to the ground. Suyu, suppressing her nausea, conducted examinations on the remaining tribespeople and, finding no significant issues, was finally relieved. All right, now you all return and change into fresh garments. Afterward, come back to assist. Also, ensure that the clothes you remove are thoroughly cleaned and boiled before wearing them again. After sending off the first group of tribespeople, Suyu led the others in tidying the battlefield and digging several deep pits. Within these pits blazed fierce flames, and even the latrines were filled with burning firewood. Frankly, the stench permeating the tribe was unbearable. Fortunately, Suyu had not eaten that day, or she would have surely lost her meal. Subsequently, the second group of tribespeople began to consume their medicine. They remained occupied until the moon reached its zenith, and all members of the tribe had finished their doses, expelling the parasites within them, Suyu included. Observing the morose atmosphere that enveloped the tribe, Suyu earnestly reminded them once more to bathe frequently and to abstain from consuming raw meat and drinking unclean water. Although she had previously advised them of these precautions, none had taken her words to heart. However, after this ordeal, the tribespeople were genuinely frightened, fearing the resurgence of parasites within their bellies. They all nodded vigorously, pledging to adhere to Suyu's guidance. Rest assured, for no other reason than to prevent parasites from infesting our bellies. We shall never again eat raw meat or drink unclean water, and we will maintain our hygiene. Yes, Chief, you can count on us to be obedient. All we ask is that you implore the beast god to refrain from placing parasites within us. Very well, I shall convey your intentions to the beast god. Remember, all tribespeople must return tomorrow to receive another dose of medicine. After consuming it, we should be well. The tribespeople nodded in agreement. And only then did Suyu follow her parents back to the cave. Though she had not eaten 2 meals after today's events, she had lost her appetite entirely and chose to tidy up before preparing for sleep. Moon, now that the food has been divided and the wild fruits and vegetables processed, perhaps tomorrow you could accompany Dehe and the others to search for salt. I shall handle the matters of the tribe alongside your mother. Suyu has yet to express her opinion, and beside her, Mother hurriedly chimed in. Indeed, you. As you can see, our tribe is now devoid of meat. You should promptly join Dehe and the others in search of salt. Suyu lowered her head, lost in thought for a considerable time. She contemplated the dire situation within the tribe, where, apart from the tainted meat in each clan member's home, there was not a single morsel of food stored. This deficiency posed a significant threat to the tribe's development. Should any external factors arise, disintegration would be inevitable. Very well, the tribe shall be entrusted to my parents. Tomorrow, all the clan's people must partake in the herbal concoction once more. Rest assured, I will ensure that everyone consumes the medicine without fail. I shall now go and inform them to prepare for the ascent into the mountains alongside you tomorrow. No need for that. I shall go alone. Mother and father, you have toiled throughout the day. It is time for you to rest, especially since your wounds have yet to heal. Our wounds are no longer a concern. You too must take proper care of yourself. Allow me to inform them. Truly, it is unnecessary, father. I shall handle it. I have a few matters to discuss with them. Suyu leisurely stepped out of the cave, making her way toward the chambers of several elders. From a distance, Aha was busy tidying up the meadow in preparation for sleep when he spotted Suyu approaching. He promptly rose to greet her. Chapter 101. Re-entering the mountain. Suyu. Is there something amiss that brings you here at such a late hour? Suyu nodded, stating her intention to venture to the 4th mountain tomorrow in search of salt. While also bringing along Uncle Dahe and the others, she suggested they excavate taro on the 3rd mountain. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Elder Jean, who followed closely behind, brightened with excitement and eagerly leaned forward, exclaiming, Indeed, we can return to the back mountain once more. Suyu, seeing that Aha had no objections, smiled and said, Indeed. Thus, I have come to inform you all to craft more bows and arrows, sharpen some stone knives, and prepare baskets for future use. Certainly. When shall we depart? Tomorrow morning. I shan't relay this to the other elders individually. You may simply convey the message on my behalf. In any case, do endeavor to forge as many stone knives and bows as possible. The 2 mountains ahead are not akin to the first. They are fraught with peril, so it is imperative that you be thoroughly prepared. Rest assured, Chief. We have already crafted numerous bows over the past few days, and as for the stone knives, there is no need for concern. When the time comes, we can simply collect the baskets and packs from the tribe. Very well. Since you have made arrangements, I shall take my leave. As Aha watched Suyu depart without a backward glance, an uncomfortable feeling settled in his heart. He longed for the days when it was just the 2 of them. Ever since their return to the tribe, Suyu had become preoccupied and had grown distant from him. Yet, the thought of entering the fourth mountain tomorrow brought him a sense of sweetness, as there would be no one to intrude upon the bond between him and Suyu. Upon returning, Suyu spent the night alongside her father, crafting several bows and sharp stone knives. All right, you, take a moment to rest. We must set out at dawn to search for salt. Suyu stifled a yawn and nodded before sinking into slumber. Considering this journey was not solely undertaken with a howl, but accompanied by several elders and first-tier warriors from the tribe, she felt a sense of reassurance. Before departing, Suyu visited the storeroom of medicinal herbs within the tribe, selecting a few remedies in anticipation of any unforeseen circumstances. Let us ensure we have all our supplies in order. If everything is accounted for, we shall set forth. The elders and first-tier warriors responded in unison. All is in order. We are ready to go. Suyu led them on a journey from dawn until dusk. Although it was late autumn, the group was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Throughout this trek, the clan's people were exposed to a myriad of wonders. The species encountered here were slightly larger than those found outside, and they also witnessed numerous creatures they had never seen before. When encountering these species, they would typically assess whether there was a threat. If not, they would simply walk past, disregarding them. However, upon recognizing a potential threat, those creatures would undoubtedly become their meal. Yet, there were exceptions. If they perceived themselves as unable to contend with a particular creature, they would devise a means to circumvent it from a safe distance. Suyu waved her hand, signaling everyone to take a moment to regroup. All right. Let us pause for a brief respite. Not far ahead lies a larger cave where we shall spend the night. No need for rest, Chief. Let us press on. Dehei replied, panting heavily. The sooner we reach the cave you mentioned, the better we can recuperate. In contrast, Suyu and Ahau appeared as if they were leisurely enjoying a scenic excursion. In that instant, Dehei felt a twinge of emotion within him, not jealousy, but a genuine admiration. Suyu exhaled a sigh of discontent and peered through the gaps in the leaves to observe the sky. Very well. Let us forego our rest and proceed onward to the cave ahead for a proper respite. It remains uncertain how many days have been spent traversing these mountains. But at long last, Suyu guided the group to the taro field on the third mountain. Behold, this expanse of verdant foliage before you is known as taro. And it is indeed edible. Before Suyu could finish speaking, Elder Jane, lacking interest, remarked, Leader, you brought us to this remote place merely to dig up this. Is this not simply an ordinary wild vegetable? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, Leader, what is so remarkable about this? Instead of wasting our time here, we could have been hunting on the first mountain. A chorus of agreement followed. Yes, Leader, in just a few months it will be winter. We should not squander our time in this manner. As the murmurs of discontent echoed among the tribespeople, Suyu remained silent. However, a house standing nearby interjected with a hint of hostility. The actions of the leader are beyond your scrutiny. Have you ever considered that without the leader, you would not enjoy the comfortable lives you lead today? His words struck a chord, and he continued. It seems you have grown so accustomed to your good fortune that you now dare to criticize the leader. As soon as Ahau finished speaking, the tribespeople fell silent. Yet a palpable sense of indignation lingered in their hearts. While they acknowledged Suyu's capabilities, they prided themselves on their own worth within the tribe. Now, being chastised by this youthful upstart, Ahau left them feeling humiliated and unable to lift their heads in pride. Suyu understood that Ahau was acting in her best interest. She cast a grateful glance in his direction, took a bold step forward, and addressed the gathered tribe members, saying, All right, everyone, please quiet down. This is my fault. I failed to clarify. The taro is not to be consumed for its leaves above, but rather for the roots beneath. As she spoke, Suyu retrieved a specially crafted stone knife from her belongings and began to excavate the soil surrounding the taro. Ahau, casting fierce glares at the tribe members, hurried to her aid. He could not bear to see Suyu endure even a modicum of distress. Not even from his own father. With Ahau's assistance, it was not long before a taro, approximately a meter in length, was unearthed from the earth. The tribe members, who had initially been sulking, rushed forward upon witnessing the discovery, exclaiming in excitement, Goodness, this taro is enormous. Indeed, it's colossal. Can we eat it now, Chief? I am eager to taste it. No, we cannot eat it just yet. It must be cooked first. Must it be boiled like meat in a pot? Or is there another method? Why do you ask so many questions? Did you not doubt me? You claimed that you had deceived you into wasting your time here. Oh, we were mistaken. Can you forgive us? Humph. Ahau haughtily turned away. Suyu gazed at Ahau, resembling a ruffled little kitten, instantly feeling a tingling sensation in her palms. If it weren't for the multitude of people present, she would have undoubtedly reached out to pet him. As a warm current flowed through her heart, not only can it be boiled, but it can also be roasted. However, one must first cleanse the outer layer of black before indulging in the tender white flesh within. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to dig it out and gather plenty to savor the flavor of this taro tonight. Yes, indeed, everyone, quickly let us dig in. Suyu observed the fervent efforts of her people as they diligently unearthed the taro. She then added, moreover, be exceedingly cautious while digging. Ensure that you do not damage the skin, for that would hinder preservation. I understand. We shall exercise utmost care. However, how long can this item be stored, Chief? As long as you do not breach the skin and keep it in a cool, sunlit place, it can be preserved throughout the entire winter season without issue. What? An entire winter? Chief, you mustn't be deceiving us. Why would I deceive you? There is no benefit for me in doing so. The tribe members, upon hearing Suyu's words, were nearly moved to tears. It was well known that in previous winters, they had struggled to store enough food. Midway through the season, they often found their supplies depleted, leading to the tragic starvation of many tribe members. The chief's assertion that this taro could last an entire winter filled them with an overwhelming sense of joy. Oh, this can be preserved for a whole winter. No longer will our tribe suffer from hunger. Although Suyu frequently assured them that there would be no shortages in the future and that they would safely endure the winter. The harsh memories of previous winters were indelibly etched in their minds, impossible to erase. Furthermore, the chief had distributed all the meat among the tribe members before their departure, which had only added to their uncertainty. However, the situation was different now. This large taro, if I ration it, I could consume just one a day. With such a bounty, it would suffice for all the tribe members throughout the winter. Indeed, we must be careful. We cannot afford to damage it. This is our sustenance for the winter. Yes, we understand. The tribe members toiled energetically, their minds brimming with hopeful visions of the future. With these taros, they would be able to survive the winter even without meat, and many young offspring would be born in due time. Should this cycle of growth continue, their population would flourish dramatically within a few years, possibly restoring their tribe to the former glory of a mid-sized community. Chapter 102. Discovery of the Salt Lake. Observing her people immersed in their labor, Suyu exchanged a glance with a how and rose to speak. My dear tribe members, continue your work with the taro here. I shall ascend the mountain ahead to see if there are other edible resources. Aside from a few elders who were aware of their true purpose for venturing into the mountains, the remaining warriors were oblivious to the actual objective of their expedition. The elders, upon hearing her words, nodded in agreement with Dahe. Suyu bid farewell to several elders and first-level warriors, leading a how onward towards the summit of the fourth mountain. Where shall we search for traces of salt? Perhaps you could check if Staobai has regained consciousness. If so, we might as well have it guide us in our quest. Suyu shook her head with a look of regret and spoke. I have already observed that Xiaobai remains unconscious. However, locating salt is not an insurmountable challenge. When I was under the tutelage of the beast god, he once imparted to me that not only do we humans require salt, but certain formidable beasts are also particularly in need of it. Are you suggesting that by following these beasts, we can discover the salt? Indeed, but it must be large herbivorous creatures. For the beast god indicated that herbivores have a greater need for salt than carnivorous ones. Very well, let us discreetly track a herd of herbivores. I am confident that we shall eventually find the salt. One must admit that you was fortunate, for they soon stumbled upon a large flock of sheep, quietly trailing behind them. Fearing the loss of the flock, they dared not divert their gaze from the sheep, day or night. During the daylight hours, she and Ahau followed at a distance, gathering some rare herbs, yet they remained steadfastly behind the sheep. At night, they would find a large tree to rest beneath. Thus, after a prolonged period of pursuit and anticipation, the sheep showed no inclination to seek out salt. Days passed, and Suyu's irritation grew. She found herself on the brink of despair, just as she contemplated abandoning the sheep to pursue another animal. The flock led her to a location unlike any they had previously encountered. The vegetation was sparse, almost barren, starkly contrasting with the lush environments they had seen before. As if this place were suffering from a lack of nourishment. Suyu surveyed her surroundings, and her heart began to formulate a hypothesis. As she had anticipated, after trailing for a while, they encountered an exceptionally large lake ahead. Flanking the lake were numerous formidable beasts, indulging in the water's refreshment, while the shore was adorned with a layer of white granular substances. At the sight, Suyu felt a surge of joy. She had found it. Ahau had found it. Look ahead, it is the Salt Lake. In truth, without Suyu's declaration, Ahau, gazing at the lake and observing Suyu's exuberant expression, had already begun to surmise. Shall we proceed now, or wait until nightfall? Suyu gazed at the dense assembly of ferocious beasts along the shore, among which several were formidable second-tier creatures. Her mind involuntarily conjured memories of the last encounter, when a mere bucket of salt water pilfered by Xiaobai had led to a frenzied chase by these very beasts. A shiver crept up her spine, and she instinctively shook her head as if to dispel the haunting recollection. Let us return and make some preparations. We shall come back tonight, she proposed. Indeed, it is unwise for us to confront them head-on at this moment, despite the subtlety of their movements. The two inadvertently startled the beasts by the lake. A few of the second-tier creatures lifted their heads, directing their gaze towards Suyu. Suyu and Ahau swiftly took refuge behind a grand tree, utilizing its branches and leaves to conceal their forms while stifling their breaths. The few second-tier beasts glanced in Suyu's direction, but, failing to detect anything amiss, returned to licking the salt water, although their ears remained perked attentively. The two quietly retreated. And after a thorough search, they eventually discovered a habitable cave. Ahau cast several fireballs into the cavern, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. soon followed by a rustling noise emanating from within. Suyu and Ahau froze momentarily, hastily leaping onto a large tree. They immediately beheld swarms of venomous creatures emerging from the cave. The sight of the dense mass of insects sent a wave of discomfort over Suyu, making her feel as though countless bugs were crawling all over her, leaving her utterly unsettled. All right, we can proceed inside. The two ventured in for a brief inspection, finding no apparent issues. We shall make this our shelter for the night. Ahau, scout the vicinity for any rocky formations. We need to craft some stone pots for salt extraction tonight. I will remain in the cave to gather some firewood and fashion a few animal skin bags. Understood. Soon, the darkness of night enveloped the landscape. Suyu and Ahau each donned a garment of pure black animal hide, cautiously making their way towards the lakeside. The lakeside was eerily tranquil, with only a handful of medium-sized ferocious beasts indulging in the salt water. As Ahau and Suyu approached the water's edge, the creatures glanced up briefly, dismissing them before returning to their salty feast. As Suyu Eshuan's heart finally settled, she felt relieved that the ferocious beasts had not attacked them. Had they chosen to strike, she was uncertain whether she would have the resolve to slay them. The thought of vanquishing them brought forth the anxiety of potentially attracting other predators. However, as she gazed at the thick layer of white salt along the lake's edge, she swiftly dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. With urgency, she crouched down and began to gather the salt, while Ahau, in perfect synchronization, collected the salt she amassed into a leather pouch. The vastness of the salt lake allowed them to fill several pouches, and soon they had completely filled the leather bags they had crafted that day. After storing the pouches in her spatial compartment, Suyu Eshuan retrieved a wooden barrel she had prepared in advance. At that moment, a second-tier beast ambled leisurely to the lakeside, causing both Suyu Eshuan and Ahau to freeze. Rooted in place with trepidation, their hearts raced wildly, as if attempting to escape their chests. Instantly on high alert, they feared the beast might launch an attack. To their astonishment, the second-tier beast merely cast a cursory glance at them before lowering its head to lick the salt water. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief alongside Ahau, yet they dared not let their guard down. At present, their sole desire was to resolve matters swiftly. Wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications, Suyu and Ahau swiftly prepared a bucket of salt water, only to find that the second-tier ferocious beast merely glanced at them without making any move. Their confidence grew, and just as they were about to prepare a second bucket, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The second-tier beast suddenly let out a furious roar, and Suyu discerned a hint of warning in its gaze. Suyu observed the warning in the eyes of the second-level beast and glanced at the salt water in the lake, a sudden inspiration striking her mind. When she drew the first bucket of water alongside Ahau, the creature did not intervene. It was only when she attempted to collect the second bucket that it began to obstruct her. Might it perceive her as one of its kind? They are permitted to drink from the lake and carry away a modest amount of salt water, yet cannot take too much. What if, instead of drawing salt water, they were to collect the saline soil? Chapter 103, Preparing for Nurturing. With a spirit of experimentation, Suyu cautiously inched to the side, carefully observing the formidable level 2 beast while simultaneously gathering the salt-encrusted earth along the shore into a bucket. The beast gazed at Suyu with a bewildered expression, as if it could not comprehend her actions. Suyu gazed at the adorable secondary beast before her, its head tilted in an endearing manner, and her palms itched with desire. Ah, how she longed to reach out and touch it. It was simply irresistible, wasn't it? Yet, upon observing its legs, which were several times thicker than those of an elephant, a shiver ran down her spine. Perhaps it was best to refrain from such impulses. As she scooped salt soil into the bucket, she continued to scrutinize the expression of the secondary beast. Suyu scooped a small half-bucket of salt soil into the container. Noticing that the ferocious beast remained fixated upon her, she forced a dry chuckle and, mustering her courage, inquired, "I do not require that water. I merely wish to collect some of this soil. Is that permissible?" The second-tier beast, seemingly indifferent, either did not comprehend Suyu's words or chose to ignore her and Ahau, turning its attention back to the salty water of the lake. Yet, as it turned, Suyu perceived a hint of disdain flickering in the creature's eyes. A line of black sweat trickled down Suyu's forehead, leaving her in a state of bemusement. To think that she was looked down upon by a mere beast. Looked down upon. Yet, if disdain was all it entailed, then so be it. She merely wished to avoid a full-blown confrontation. It was not that she feared these formidable second-tier beasts, but rather that conflict seemed utterly unnecessary. If there existed a possibility to coexist peacefully, why not embrace it? She had no desire to endure another harrowing escape. After savoring the salt water for a while, the second-tier beast glanced back at Suyu before leisurely ambling away. Suyu retrieved all the containers available in the space to store the salt soil. All right, Ahau. There is nothing left to hold the salt soil. Let us head back. Ahau nodded in agreement, and the two hurriedly filled the space with the salt soil before swiftly making their way back to the cave. Suyu meticulously transferred the entirety of the salt-laden soil from her spatial storage into the cavern. As Ahau approached, he grasped a handful of the soil from the barrel, his face etched with confusion as he looked towards Suyu. This soil is entirely composed of salt. What shall we do? Should we sift through it grain by grain? There's no need for that. I have plenty of methods to handle it. However, I would appreciate your assistance in retrieving a few larger wooden barrels, preferably the bigger, the better. Understood. As she watched Ahao's departing figure, Suyu conducted a thorough examination of the salt soil they had brought back. To her surprise, she discovered that this batch contained an exceptionally high salt content, comprising approximately 80% of the total. If they were to extract all the salt from this soil and subsequently utilize it to cure meat, it could potentially sustain the entire clan for 10 to 15 days. To be frank, the quantity of salt was staggering. In modern times, considering the consumption rate of 300 individuals, it would suffice for at least 7 to 8 months. However, in this era, the appetite of the people was notably vast. A single meal for them would equate to several days' worth of sustenance for contemporary individuals. Yet, their strength was formidable, their claws reminiscent of excavators. Amidst Suyu's musings, Ahao entered, shouldering 2 wooden barrels several times larger than his own frame. The barrels are ready. What shall we do next? First, we must transfer all the salt soil into the barrels, then pour water into them to ensure complete dissolution. The subsequent process will follow the same procedure we used during our last salt-making endeavor. Understood. The 2 of them proceeded to empty all the salt from the cavern into the barrels. Due to a shortage of barrels, Ahao ventured outside to craft a few more. So you tossed a few more ice balls into the wooden barrel, then turned to Ahao and said, "All right. Let us first filter the brine from these 2 barrels." By the time they had completely filtered the salt water from both barrels, it was already well into the night. Suyu stretched languidly and glanced at the other wooden barrels, discovering that the ice within had nearly melted. To facilitate their complete dissolution, she took a relatively clean stick and stirred the contents of the barrel. After accomplishing this task, Suyu yawned and, with a flick of her wrist, sent several icicles flying towards the cave entrance, sealing it with ice. Ahao, it is quite late. We should rest for now and continue tomorrow. However, surrounded by such an abundance of brine, Ahao was engulfed in excitement and paid no heed to Suyu's words. Shaking his head without lifting it, he replied, "You go ahead and sleep. I am not yet ready for slumber. I plan to continue boiling salt until the ice has completely melted." Before he could finish his sentence, Suyu swiftly approached, grasped Ahao, and pulled him onto the nearby grass mat. "Lie down and sleep." Ahao stared at Suyu, momentarily taken aback, and like a marionette, obediently reclined on the grass mat. Suyu grasped Ahao's arm, using it as a pillow as she closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. Ahao's entire being stiffened, and he finally regained his senses. Gazing at Suyu, who rested her head upon his arm, his heart raced uncontrollably. His entire body flushed with a visible crimson hue, and his breath quickened. He cautiously shifted slightly closer to Suyu, while his other hand hovered hesitantly between them. Yet, he dared not place his hand upon her, terrified of misinterpreting the situation. Although Suyu had her eyes closed, she could still sense the robust sound of Ahao's breathing behind her, though she was eager to cultivate him into her ideal partner. She had impulsively acted on a whim when she noticed his reluctance to rest. Now that she had regained her composure, uncertainty clouded her thoughts. It was important to remember that her current body was still that of a minor. If Ahao were to suddenly desire intimacy, should she accept or refuse? Wasn't this all a bit too hasty? Suyu took several deep breaths in her heart, subtly shifting her body outward a little, and spoke in a detached tone. "Let's sleep. We still have to boil salt tomorrow." Ahao, while cautiously stirring the stone pot to prevent the salt from sticking, silently observed Suyu. His mind was consumed with thoughts about what her actions from the previous night truly meant. Had she consented to him becoming her companion? Or was it merely a response to the chill of the cave, seeking warmth against him? Ahao's eager and piercing gaze was something Suyu could not possibly overlook. Suyu lowered her head and smiled, casting a teasing glance at Ahao. "Ahao, are you sneaking glances at me because there's something dirty on my face?" "No, there's nothing dirty." Ahao quickly averted his gaze, though his mind was brimming with questions he longed to ask Suyu. Yet, he found himself unable to voice them. He was genuinely frightened of Suyu's potential rejection. It was as if he had become increasingly afraid of losing her. Thus, he refrained from asking anything, dreading the possibility of receiving unfavorable news. For now, he could still accompany Suyu in the capacity of her attendant. But what if he were to inquire? Suyu did not agree, pondering the implications of replacing him later. What could be done? Observing Ahao's hesitant demeanor, Suyu had already surmised what he wished to inquire. With a quick flicker of her eyes, she resolved to take the initiative, smiling warmly at Ahao. "Ahao, are you contemplating the idea of becoming my partner?" "Indeed. But do you comprehend the prerequisites for being my companion?" "What prerequisites?" Ahao instinctively queried. "Firstly, you may only have me as your sole female companion. You must not cast your gaze upon any other females." "I can do that." Suyu gazed at the solemnly seated Ahao and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing her laughter, Ahao suddenly realized the absurdity of his previous actions, and his face turned a deep shade of crimson. "Secondly, that is my command, and you must obey," he asserted. "Ah, but what if it is your fault?" Ahao was momentarily taken aback, speechless. Suyu cast him a sidelong glance and feigned anger as she declared, "How could I possibly be in the wrong? Always remember this, females never err. Do not attempt to reason with her, for that would only signify your fault." Bear in mind that a partner is meant to be cherished and pampered, not someone with whom you engage in debates. Ahau, observing her demeanor, seemed to take her words at face value, prompting Siyu to subtly shake her shoulders in amusement. After a moment of restraint, she continued, furthermore, my future partner must be generous with me. Even if I desire the stars from the heavens, I must not be given mere moonlight. However, if I am unable to pluck the stars or the moon for you, would that mean you would hesitate to be my partner? Siyu could no longer contain her laughter, letting out a soft chuckle. However, upon observing Ahau's puzzled yet endearingly naive expression, reminiscent of a modern-day husky aware of its own mischief, she was instantly overwhelmed by a surge of affection. Quickly regaining her composure, she spoke with renewed calmness. Well, that is indeed a possibility. Moreover, it is crucial for you to carefully discern my true thoughts. There are times when I desire something yet refrain from voicing it. You must be able to infer my wishes. Additionally, if I am feeling down and seek to vent my frustrations, you must be prepared to serve as my sounding board. Ahau was left utterly speechless once more. Siyu continued to chatter away, each word leaving Ahau increasingly astonished, to the point where he could almost fit an egg in his mouth. All right, that's all I require. Not too much, is it? You stay here in the cave and continue boiling the salt while I venture out to see if I can find something to eat. Once the salt is finished, we shall proceed to gather saltpeter. Seeing Ahau's adorably foolish expression, Siyu could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Look at your silly face. What I mentioned was never meant to be taken literally. After all, no one is flawless, and in a partnership, there must be mutual effort. Demanding without giving is a sign of selfishness. My only condition for my partner is unwavering loyalty. Should I ever discover betrayal, I shall no longer desire him. Ahau, seemingly grasping her words, nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting downward. Suddenly, he perked up, looking at Suyu's retreating figure, and exclaimed, so, does that mean you agree to have me as your partner? I never said I agreed. You have yet to pass my assessment, Siyu replied. Upon hearing her words, Ahau leapt about the cave in excitement, his usual aloof demeanor entirely forgotten. In his heart, he silently vowed to himself that he would indeed pass her test. He was determined to become Suyu's partner. Siyu, with bow and arrow in hand, leisurely navigated through the dense forest, where an abundance of game had already accumulated. Following the events of the previous night, she had a faint inkling that if they were merely collecting salt from the lakeside, the ferocious beasts would not pose a threat to them. Thus, she resolved to linger here for a few more days to gather additional salt to take back. During the day, she left Ahau in the cave to specifically boil the salt, while she ventured into the forest to procure game for the purpose of making cured meat. In the evenings, she would collect soil from the rocky terrain. As the nocturnal beasts by the lakeside were relatively fewer, even in the event of unexpected circumstances, they would be able to manage. In this manner, Siyu and Ahau remained on the fourth mountain for over half a month. Siyu gazed upon the cured meats and the ample barrels of salt within the space, her heart finally imbued with a sense of security. With these provisions, the tribe should be able to weather the harsh winter with ease. She estimated that her kin must have finished harvesting the taro from the third mountain, and thus she turned to the industrious Ahau, saying, Ahau, once the salt in the cave is fully processed, we shall venture to the third mountain at dawn to assess their progress in harvesting the taro. Certainly, Ahau nodded in agreement, though outwardly calm. His heart swelled with excitement that was difficult to articulate. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such an abundance of salt. It was no exaggeration to say that the salt they were currently processing would last until the day he drew his final breath. Moreover, he had witnessed authentic cured meats, which, after such a lengthy preservation period, exhibited no off-putting scent nor any signs of decay. The only downside was the considerable amount of salt required. Yet now they had more than enough. The two placed the salt processing items within the cave, and Siyu tossed a few ice orbs into the cave to seal it. Only then did they hastily make their way to the third mountain. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Dehay and the others had already cleared the taro field entirely. The ground was strewn with tuber sprouts, prompting her to crouch down, digging a pit while calling to Ahau, these are the sprouts. If we bury them in the soil, we shall reap another harvest of taro next year. Upon hearing her words, Ahau's face lit up with surprise. Then, can we also plant the taro we bring back? Indeed. As long as we preserve them properly, we can plant them after the winter season. That is simply marvelous. In truth, he preferred these taros over the vegetables cultivated in the tribe, as he found them more satisfying. With his considerable size, he only needed 1 or 2 taros and a bit of soup to feel full. If it were the females of the tribe, they could be satiated with less than a single taro. After some labor, the two finally buried all the sprouts from the taro field. They then returned to the cave they had previously discovered, where they found it brimming with taro, leaving only a small space at the entrance. Inside, a first-level orc was seated by the fire, weaving a basket. Upon hearing footsteps at the cave entrance, the orc looked up warily, grasping a stone knife. Recognizing the leader and Ahau, he relaxed and resumed his seat. Where are Dehay and the elders? Reporting to the leader. We finished harvesting all the taro from the field yesterday. They mentioned that there was nothing to do today and have all gone out to hunt. Siyu nodded, signifying her understanding. The orc peered through the gaps in the trees, gazing outward, and noticed that the sky had darkened. He then continued, Chief, please come in. They should be returning shortly. Su nodded once more and followed Ahau into the cave. She gazed at the taro within and then glanced at the roaring bonfire at the cave's entrance. Ahau approached, seizing the moment while they were still absent. Let us prepare some food for them. It will be ready by the time they return. Ahau, accompanied by a nearby first-level warrior, hurried over to assist. Given that all those present were trusted confidants, Su felt no need for concealment. She retrieved the pre-prepared cured meat from her spatial storage, rinsed it with water, and placed it into several stone pots nearby. Subsequently, she gathered some taro, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, washed them thoroughly, and added them all into the pots. Concerned that there might not be enough for her kin, Su buried several more taros in the fire. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted from the stone pots, distinct from the usual sense of roasting or stewing, as this fragrance was notably more enticing. The first-level warrior, unable to contain himself any longer, swallowed hard and leaned in to peer into the pot. Chief, what kind of meat is in the pot? It smells so delightful. I can hardly resist the urge to eat. Su chuckled softly, her hands never ceasing their movements as she continued to explain to the first-level warrior. That is cured meat, a delicacy of exquisite flavor. The warrior swallowed hard once again, gazing at Su with a pleading expression. Chief, may I have a taste, just a small piece? The aroma is simply irresistible. I cannot contain myself. Chapter 105. Returning to the tribe, Su ladled a bowl of steaming broth for both him and Ahau. The orc, disregarding the scalding heat of the soup, eagerly took a large sip. Even as his mouth was blistered, he could not bring himself to spit it out, wearing a look of sheer delight as he exclaimed, "Wow! This is delicious. The meat is simply exquisite. And this taro is delightful. I have never tasted such delectable food before." With that, he took another generous mouthful. Su felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that he might scald his esophagus. She urged him incessantly, imploring him to take his time and not to rush, reminding him that there was still more in the pot. Yes, yes. Although the beastman assented with enthusiasm, his actions did not show any sign of slowing down. Su observed his manner of eating. A wave of perplexity washed over her. Before departing, she had shared the peculiar way of consuming food with her kin. How could it be that he now appeared as though he had never tasted such a dish before? Just as Su contemplated inquiring further, the orc spoke up, remarking on the superior flavor crafted by the chieftain. He mentioned that the chieftain had suggested cooking it, while they had merely boiled it in water, never contemplating the addition of meat. Suddenly, he froze in place, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed at the food in the bowl, exclaiming, This seems to contain salt." Su gazed at the bewildered first-level orc and smiled gently. "It matters not what lies within, as long as it satisfies our hunger. That is sufficient. There are matters that do not concern us, and knowing them does not necessarily serve our best interests." The orc, upon hearing Suyu's words, not only refrained from anger but also nodded in agreement. In truth, over the past period, he had observed a myriad of changes occurring within the tribe, some of which transcended their comprehension. For instance, they now had access to the secluded rear mountains, a privilege denied to others. Furthermore, the food they procured in a single day was ample enough to sustain the entire tribe for around 10 days. There were also plans to construct new dwellings and fortifications within the tribe. It seemed their leader had even discovered salt. He dared not contemplate further. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. How could such significant transformations transpire in such a brief span? The leader and the elders were indeed wise to keep certain truths from them. The more they knew, the greater the risk of endangering the tribe, possibly even inviting perilous consequences. With so much at stake, there was always the possibility that someone might succumb to temptation and act against the tribe's interests. Upon reflecting on this, the orc felt a sudden chill run through him, and he shuddered deeply. "I understand, my leader. Rest assured. I shall not pry into matters that do not pertain to me, and I will uphold any confidences entrusted to me, even should I find myself enslaved by another tribe, or my very life be at stake. I will remain steadfast in my silence." Su nodded earnestly and remarked, "As long as you understand." During their conversation, Dehe strolled in with several elders, exchanging laughter and banter. "Wow, it smells delightful. We are in for a treat today. Ah, it turns out the chief is here. No wonder that fellow could prepare such fragrant food. It is indeed the chief's presence that makes it unsurprising." Upon hearing this, the orc immediately bristled. "Elder Jean, your words are quite excessive. What do you mean I am incapable of creating such flavors? Let me tell you, this pot of food was crafted solely by my own hands, so you better not taste a single bite." Elder Jean haughtily raised his head and casually retorted, "Humph. As if I would want to eat your concoction. I shall indulge in the dishes prepared by the chief and Ahau later." Dahe and the other elders exchanged helpless smiles as they observed Elder Jean and the orc squabbling. Approaching, they inquired, "Chief, when did you arrive?" "I came this afternoon." "How was today's harvest?" Upon asking about the day's bounty, the elders' faces lit up with joy, radiating a cheerful aura. "It was splendid. We spent the entire day out and caught more game than we typically would in 3 or 4 days. However, as they spoke, the joyous atmosphere abruptly dissipated, replaced by a sense of gloom. "Indeed, it is such a pity. We have gathered so many taros, yet there are only a handful of us. How shall we manage to bring back all this meat? Oh dear, I cannot bear to discard any of it, yet we cannot consume it all. This is truly vexing." Su listened to their discussions, comprehending their concerns. Rising to her feet, she stepped outside and gazed at the prey, which resembled small mountains, her mouth agape in astonishment. All of it, was procured by you today. Indeed, these are the fruits of our labor from today. It is merely regrettable that we cannot transport them. There is nothing that cannot be taken. Now, if you process this meat, I assure you it will be brought back to the tribe. Upon hearing this, the tribesmen erupted in cheers, eagerly rushing forward to assist. Had anyone else claimed they could transport all this game back, they would have found it utterly implausible. Yet, when it was the leader who spoke, their faith was unwavering. They also believed that under the leader's guidance, their tribe would undoubtedly flourish. This group had, by now, become unwavering devotees of Suyu. Even if she commanded them to sacrifice their lives at this moment, they would do so without a second thought. With so many hands available, the game brought back today was swiftly processed. Ahau speculated that you would transform the meat into cured provisions. So he advised them during the preparation to cut the meat into uniform strips, as she had mentioned that this would enhance its flavor. All right, Dehei. You take the tribesmen inside to enjoy their food. I will manage the rest with a few elders. Dehei immediately grasped her intent and hurriedly ushered the elite warriors into the cave. Watching the tribesmen depart, Suyu quickly retrieved a barrel of salt from her space and submerged the meat thoroughly, stacking it in a large wooden barrel. She planned to let it marinate for a few days, after which it could be dried in the sun. The elders observed the seemingly conjured barrel of salt and the vanishing meat. Though taken aback, they were aware that you possessed a treasure bestowed upon her by the beast god, thus they refrained from questioning her. After all, the more treasures you held, the greater the benefits for their tribe. Once the meat was stowed within her space, it was now completely filled. The group entered the cave, chatting and laughing as they began to feast. The taro should be completely ready to transport tomorrow, right? Absolutely, rest assured, Chief. We will ensure everything is loaded by tomorrow. Suyu nodded. Let us prepare this evening, gathering more baskets to store all these taros. Tomorrow, we shall set forth back to the tribe. Indeed, rest assured, Chief. We have long since prepared the baskets. However, they cannot fit within the cave, so we have concealed them in a hollow tree nearby. Very well. Since you have made the arrangements, I shall not press further. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, aside from assigning 2 individuals to keep watch during the night, the others nestled against the campfire and fell into a deep slumber. As for why she did not use ice to seal the cave's entrance, it was because she realized that within their entire tribe, only she and Ahau had evolved with the powers of ice and fire. Although several elders had attained the rank of secondary warriors, their evolution was merely ordinary, lacking any extraordinary abilities. They had simply enhanced their strength and speed significantly. Thus, she and Ahau decided to refrain from displaying their powers in front of their kin, reserving them for crucial moments when necessary. They also wished to observe whether any extraordinary warriors emerged from other tribes. She was roused from her slumber by the cheerful laughter of her kin. Sitting up in bewilderment, she rubbed her eyes, still unable to find her voice. The chief has risen, and there is food left for you by the fire. Do eat quickly, one of them urged. We are all prepared and ready to embark back to the tribe. Observing Suyu's drowsy demeanor, as if she had yet to fully awaken, Ahau hastily interjected, they are simply too exhilarated. Before he could finish his sentence, another tribesman seized the opportunity to chime in. What? Are you not excited? Today, we shall return to our tribe. Suyu finally grasped the reason behind her kin's exuberance. Initially indifferent, she found herself longing for home after their heartfelt remarks. Very well, I shall partake in this feast. You all prepare, and we shall set forth immediately. Upon hearing her words, the tribe members eagerly nodded and hurried out of the cave. Some transformed their forms from human to beast, while others secured the frames upon their bodies. Thus, the process continued until only one tribe member remained. Suyu hurriedly stepped forward to lift the remaining baskets and secure them onto the orc's body. Due to the overwhelming abundance of taro, these crates completely concealed the figure of her kin, making them appear from a distance like a moving mountain of taro. Very well, let us set forth. Upon Suyu's command, Dehei took the lead, followed in succession by the clan members behind him. Suyu bore a basket of taro upon her back, while 2 more baskets rested on her shoulders, quietly trailing behind. There was no alternative. Her kin were laden with an overwhelming quantity, and she feared that if anyone were to lose focus, the taro might tumble to the ground. To her surprise, despite the considerable weight they carried, her family members ran with remarkable steadiness. Throughout their hurried journey, not a single taro was dislodged. Yet, as she listened to their labored breaths, Suyu understood that they were enduring considerable hardship. Chapter 106, Transforming the Mindset of the Clan. After several days of arduous travel, Suyu and her companions finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. A surge of joy filled their hearts as they gazed in the direction of the tribe. They had at last returned. The tribesmen patrolling around the village were startled to see what appeared to be several mountains moving toward them. Look, look, exclaimed the third brother. Are those mountains coming closer to us? Are you simply idling your time away? The other orc retorted angrily. You're supposed to be on patrol, yet you claim mountains are approaching us. Where could those mountains possibly come from? If you're wrong, I shall certainly give you a good thrashing. As he cursed, the orc followed the direction indicated by the so-called third brother. Upon a closer look, he nearly lost his footing and fell from the tree. Those were not mountains at all. They were clearly tribesmen carrying something substantial as they hurried toward the village. Quick, notify the tribe. The chief has returned. Let them come to greet him. As the procession drew nearer, the tribesmen in the trees gradually discerned their features. They nodded hastily, some rushing toward the approaching group, while others dashed into the village to spread the news. When the few tribesmen reached the front of the procession and beheld the colossal sight before them, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and their mouths gaped wide enough to hold several eggs. My heavens, how on earth did you bring back so much? Is this all for eating? So you had yet to speak when several elders began to proudly introduce the topic alongside the first-tier warriors. I assure you, this delicacy is not only edible but also remarkably flavorful, surpassing even the taste of meat. Indeed. Moreover, it seems this particular food is exceptionally filling. Just last night, I consumed merely 1 taro and half a bowl of soup, and I was completely satisfied. Yes, I too found the taro to be exceedingly satiating. Normally, I would require a substantial amount of food, yet last night, I only had a single taro and half a bowl of soup. Listening to the conversation between the elders and the first-tier warriors, the clansmen who had come to assist became instantly exhilarated and hurried to offer their help. It is worth noting that first-tier warriors consume significantly more than the ordinary clansmen. If they claim to be full after just 1 or 2 taros, then surely the common folk would be satiated after consuming even less. Please, do not rush off. Allow us to carry some for you and lighten your load. Yes. Let us also take a few back to the tribe. The elders and the first-tier warriors, indeed weary from their exertions, promptly halted upon hearing these words, allowing the clansmen to relieve them of the taro baskets they carried. So you gazed upon the bustling expanse where an abundance of taro was heaped in basket after basket. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions about the tuber, with a graceful wave of her hand, Suyu commanded immediate silence in the gathering. All right, everyone, please settle down. We must first express our gratitude for the abundance of food we have secured. It is due to their tireless efforts that we stand here today. As her words resonated, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd, a testament to the impact of her earlier guidance. Once the applause subsided, Suyu stepped forward once more, stating, the baskets of taro in front of us were unfortunately damaged during the harvest. Therefore, I would like the elders to distribute these taros among our people, allowing them to savor the delicacy. As for the remaining taro, we shall store it in the communal cave of the tribe. Before Suyu could finish her words, the tribe members below erupted with excitement, particularly the elderly and disabled. The chieftain had previously stated that they would not be abandoned, but many had assumed it was merely a statement to win the hearts of the people upon assuming leadership. To their astonishment, the chieftain truly had not forsaken them. The food brought back was not reserved solely for the strong or able-bodied orcs of the tribe, but rather distributed equitably, ensuring even those deemed less useful received their share. The 2 instances of food distribution orchestrated by Suyu brought immense joy to the elderly and disabled members of the tribe. Yet, they also stirred discontent among the more robust tribesmen, who felt slighted. Previously, all provisions had been reserved for their consumption first. However, the new leader proposed an equitable distribution. Despite her assurances that food would not be lacking in the future, uncertainty lingered. After all, who could predict what tomorrow might bring? The safety of food and pelts was best preserved within their own caves, coupled with a long-standing sense of superiority. They believed that the finest resources should be theirs to select, as they were the ones toiled the hardest for the tribe. The unexpected shift in policy from their newly appointed leader left them feeling particularly uneasy, akin to a foul insect stirring within their bellies, indigestible and inescapable. Having grown up in the modern world, Suyu discerned the expressions on her tribesmen's faces and understood their discontent. I am aware that some of you feel aggrieved, believing your efforts exceed your rewards. Frankly, were I in your position, I would feel similarly distressed. Why should the fruits of my labor, for which I risked my life, be shared with those who have contributed nothing? The tribespeople below her listened in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if struggling to accept that such words came from their leader. Wasn't it customary for the leader to ensure care for the elderly and support for the young? Why had this principle suddenly shifted? Those who were already frail and aged bowed their heads in disappointment. Yet, Suyu swiftly changed her tone, posing a thought-provoking question. Have you considered that while you are currently strong and capable of procuring food, what will happen when you grow old or face unforeseen misfortunes? Would you wish for me to treat you the same way I treat the disabled and elderly? Observing the silence among her tribesmen, Suyu's gaze flickered and fell upon a neatly stacked pile of timber in the open space. She decided to ignite their spirits further. Behold this single log. Any strong individual can break it with ease. But what of a bundle of logs? Wouldn't it be far more challenging to break? Thus, she conveyed a vital message. Each of you represents a single log. We are a tribe, a cohesive unit, and should never disregard any member of our community. We must unite and support one another. As Suyu spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly ignited around her, resembling a queen perched high above. Dehei, along with several elders and Ada, promptly responded with fervent agreement. The chief's words rang true. We are a unified entity, and we ought not to harbor any misguided notions towards the elderly or the disabled. We must treat everyone equally. Indeed, we too shall age one day. And should the next generation regard us in such a manner, we would undoubtedly be heartbroken. After all, we have devoted our lives to the tribe. Listening to Dehay and Ada's declarations, many tribespeople below began to awaken to this realization, joining the chorus of persuasion. The elders, witnessing the newfound harmony within the tribe, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. They also began to reflect on whether their past actions had been misguided, leading to the tribe's gradual decline. Following this enlightening discourse from you, the younger generation of the tribe exhibited a marked humility. Here, take these taros. You should have more. We are young and vigorous. And we can accompany the chief to hunt for more prey, they suggested. Yes, you who find it difficult to move should take extra. We must not let you go hungry. Thank you. But really, we only need one. There is still meat in the cave from the chief's earlier provisions. What? You haven't finished that meat yet? How long has it been? Hurry back and eat it. And for heaven's sake, don't let the chief find out, or she will be furious. Indeed, take it and eat well. We still rely on you to weave baskets and craft stone tools for us. Yes. Had it not been for your baskets and carriers, how could we have brought back so many taros? These taros are rightfully yours. So you stood in place, gazing at the tranquil scene of the tribe, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Chapter 107, The House Design Initially. So you had contemplated returning to excavate several cellars to store all the taro. However, upon reflection, she realized that digging cellars at this moment was impractical. Instead, it would be wiser to place the taro within the cave, allowing for frequent inspections. Once the tribe had constructed the houses, she could build additional storerooms and create cellars beneath them, thus facilitating better management. Following her clansmen, she placed the taro into the cellar, and when no one was watching, Siyu quietly retrieved all the cured meat from her storage. Several elders, along with Dehay, looked at the cave brimming with provisions, their laughter revealing toothy grins, their eyes squinting in delight. Your father is truly proud of you. To be honest, in all the years that I have overseen the tribe, I have never managed to fill this cave. It is astonishing that you accomplished this in such a short time, impressive indeed. Yes, indeed. You are remarkable. Not only do we have ample food now, but we also possess an abundance of animal hides. We shall no longer fear the cold season devoid of sustenance or suitable clothing. Siyu gazed at her beaming parents and several elders, and with an air of mystery, she proclaimed, Fear not, this is merely the beginning. Starting tomorrow, Dehay shall lead the selected clansmen into the mountains to hunt. Very well, but pray tell, how much salt did you manage to procure on this occasion? Siyu smiled faintly. You may rest assured to proceed. There is no need for you to worry about the salt, for there will be an ample supply. After Siyu finished speaking, she suddenly recalled something and turned to her father, saying, Father, I may become quite busy soon and might forget a few things. The utmost priority now is these provisions. You must check them regularly. If you find any that are spoiled or problematic, make sure to remove them. Additionally, we must keep this cave immaculate. We must not allow rainwater to seep in, for if these taros become waterlogged, they will all spoil. Rest assured, this matter is entrusted to your mother and me. We will come by regularly to check. Indeed, we will come by regularly, as this food is vital for our kin, and we cannot afford to be negligent. So you nodded, contemplating the salt I had brought back. I intended to store it in our cave rather than the communal one. Given that father and mother remained within the tribe throughout the day, they would be able to monitor its whereabouts. Dehay and several elders, after a moment of silence, nodded in agreement. I too concurred with the leader's perspective. The matter of salt was indeed of great significance. Entrusting it to Ada seemed most appropriate. Yes, indeed. I echoed. It is best left in Ada's care, especially since we, on occasion, must leave the tribe. Should any information be leaked or the salt stolen, it would spell disaster. Observing the cautious demeanor of Siyu and the elders, Ada nodded affirmatively, assuring us, rest assured, as long as I am here, I will safeguard the salt and ensure that no one else discovers it. With the matter settled, I expressed my intention to visit the lakeside to assess their progress in brickmaking. Would you like to join me? I want to go. Siyu, accompanied by several clansmen, made her way towards the lakeside. Even from a distance, she could see dozens of tall stacks of bricks neatly piled by the shore. Upon witnessing this sight, Siyu was filled with exhilaration. With these bricks at her disposal, she had more than enough to construct houses. Now, all that remained was the tiles. Siyu hastily summoned the tribe members skilled in brickmaking and imparted to them the technique of crafting tiles. After teaching her kin the art of tile production, she gazed upon the countless bricks and resolved to commence the construction of their dwelling the following day. However, prior to breaking ground, it was imperative to inspect the preparation of the stone slabs and timber. By the way, where is the team mining the stone slabs in the tribe? I shall go and observe their progress. I understand. Chief, allow me to escort you there. Siyu nodded and followed them to the stone mountain, where she beheld the heaps of stones, her eyes sparkling with joy. At present, the stones, bricks, and timber were all fully prepared. Now, only the foundation remained to be established. Siyu understood that when it comes to constructing buildings, the foundation is of utmost importance. Without a stable foundation, the structure could face the imminent threat of collapse at any moment. Siyu led several elders to the foundation she had delineated. The groundwork had been developed some time ago, with all the wild grass and trees meticulously cleared away. Now, only the design plans were pending. Upon recalling the necessity of the design, Suyu hurriedly returned to her cave, determined to craft a thorough blueprint. After all, this would soon be her home. However, upon her arrival, she found herself unable to focus on the architectural design. Her father and the elders had encircled her, eager to view the salt. Observing their enthusiastic demeanor, Suyu had no choice but to bring forth all the salt from her space. "You may decide where to place this salt," she said, "while I attend to more pressing matters." The elders, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at the barrels of salt, waved her off without looking up. "Very well. Go about your own affairs. We shall take care of the salt." Suyu retrieved a piece of animal hide from her space and picked up a piece of charcoal from the ground. She contemplated the backwardness of this world in various aspects, realizing that constructing multi-story buildings was an impossibility. Presently, the only feasible option was to erect single-story brick houses. She planned to dig a pit between 1 and 2 meters deep, laying a foundation of stone slabs at the bottom. This approach would ensure the stability of the foundation while providing protection against water and moisture, thereby extending the lifespan of the dwelling. The exterior walls would be constructed from a mixture of stone slabs and bricks. She had considered that using bricks alone would render the structure unstable. Given that cement had yet to be introduced in this world, the only adhesive available was ordinary yellow clay. The roof would take the form of a triangular framework, upon which tiles would be laid. Moreover, each household would require a small cellar, with drainage ditches at the back to prevent water ingress during rainfall. Of course, Suyu did not overlook the necessity of designing a few animal shelters for each household. She reflected on the significant population decline in this world, noting that most families consisted of 2 to 3 members, with only a few comprising 4. Thus, she resolved to construct a minimum of 5 rooms for each dwelling: 1 master bedroom, 2 guest rooms, a kitchen, and a storage room, with a row of animal pens at the back. The design for other houses would follow a similar pattern. Considering her own residence, Suyu decided to build a bit larger, feeling entitled to that privilege. Additionally, she meticulously marked out the locations for the tribe's conference room, school, and various offices. Furthermore, she planned to construct several communal sleeping areas in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 108, Plans to attend the Beast Conference except during mealtimes. Suyu dedicated herself to designing the layout of the houses. As the moon reached its zenith, she finally completed the design. The following morning, after breakfast, Suyu eagerly enlisted her younger brother to help gather the ash from the burned materials. She collected a few pieces of charred wood and hurriedly made her way to the site where the tribe's houses would be built. Upon arrival, she used the charcoal to sketch the house's structure on the ground and directed a Yang to cover her drawings with ash. "Chief, what are you doing?" "I'm drawing the house's structural plan," she replied. Suyu rose to her feet and twisted her waist to alleviate the aches in her body. In that fleeting moment of lifting her gaze, she was taken aback. It turned out that, apart from the tribe members who had ventured out to hunt, nearly all the others capable of movement had gathered around her. "Just in time, you are all here. Father, please select some strong and robust tribe members to excavate along the area where the ashes have been scattered." After Suyu finished speaking, she searched through the crowd and selected a tribesman who was approximately 1.5 meters tall, pulling him forward. She indicated that a pit should be dug, roughly as deep as he was tall. Once the excavation was completed, she instructed them to place the stones into the pit. Ahau nodded in agreement with the chosen tribesman and swiftly followed Suyu's directives to dig the foundation. It must be said that the tribesmen possessed remarkable clawing skills. Within a single day, they successfully excavated the foundations for several houses. As the daylight began to wane, Suyu, alongside the tribesmen, buried the stones. And she smiled genuinely at the sight of the newly laid foundations. The adage that constructing a house is fraught with challenges rang true. But she had finally taken the first step. Subsequently, she selected additional spots within the established foundations, instructing the tribesmen to continue digging the next day, preparing to build a small kiln within each house. "That will be all for today, my fellow tribesmen. We shall reconvene tomorrow." Upon hearing that their labor for the day had concluded, the exhausted tribesmen nodded vigorously. Truth be told, while their claws were indeed powerful, the relentless toil was taking a toll on them, and without a respite, they might genuinely suffer the consequences. Despite their aching hands, the thought that they were constructing homes for themselves alleviated their discomfort considerably. Suyu had previously paid little attention to the members of the quarry team. Now, witnessing their hands stained with blood, her heart ached profoundly. How could she have forgotten that although her kin possessed formidable claws, they were ultimately flesh and blood? "Enough, please. Head back to the tribe and gather some medicinal herbs. Do not allow any lingering ailments, understood?" The tribe members nodded in agreement and turned to leave in pairs. Suddenly, a horn sounded, filling Suyu with joy as she hurried toward the clearing in the tribe. Upon arriving, her expectations were confirmed. Dehei and several elders had returned with the hunting team, and the clearing was heaped with their catch. "The members of the hunting team have worked tirelessly." "Not at all. We are overjoyed. To bring back such an abundance of game each day is something we once dared not even dream of. Indeed, if someone had told me that we could catch so much in a single day, I would have certainly found it unbelievable." So you observed their excitement and shared in their joy, retrieving a stone knife from her space to assist them in processing the game. Before long, the prey was meticulously prepared and neatly arranged in several barrels, as the members of the hunting team turned and departed in an orderly fashion. Ada, brimming with enthusiasm, produced several bags of salt from his animal skin pouch. After curing the meat, the initial batches had already absorbed the flavors, and the group quickly hung them in the freshly crafted cave to dry. Suddenly, Daihe recalled something and turned to Tsuyu, saying, "By the way, Chief, in just a month, it will be time for the annual Beast Festival. Are we attending this year?" "Absolutely. How could we not go?" she replied. This time, not only did she intend to attend, but she also had grand plans in mind. Meanwhile, Elder Jean, casually hanging the cured meat, remarked, "What is the point of going? We have plenty of food, ample furs, and certainly enough salt." Hearing Elder Jin's words, several other elders chimed in to persuade her. "Indeed, Chief. I believe there's no necessity for us to attend. We already possess everything we need for trading. It would be wiser to remain in the tribe and stockpile more provisions." Tsuyu shook her head resolutely and declared, "No, it is imperative that we go. I have important matters to attend to on this trip." "Then what shall we offer in exchange? Cured meat or salt?" "Neither of those," she replied. "It is crucial that the outside tribes remain unaware of our possession of such items." Before Tsuyu could finish her words, the anxious Elder Jean interrupted her. "Oh, we don't need those items. What can we use instead? Our tribe has prepared baskets and backpacks. We can exchange those. If necessary, we can hunt some game along the way." Elder Jean, as if struck by a sudden realization, tapped his head. "Indeed. How could I forget the backpacks and baskets in our tribe? Although they appear simple, they are not easily mastered without guidance." "Exactly. Which is why I propose to trade the backpacks and baskets. While these items are rather novel, they will not attract the attention of the larger tribes." Ada nodded in agreement. "Very well, it is settled then. From this moment on, instruct all our clan's folk to finish their tasks during the day and, when the evening comes and there is little to do, to remain in the cave weaving baskets and backpacks without wandering around." "All right. I will arrange for people to communicate this promptly. We shall strive to secure a substantial profit," Elder Jean exclaimed with excitement, and the other elders laughed heartily, as if they could already envision countless meat and hides rushing toward them from afar. Tsuyu observed their exuberant demeanor and, with a sudden flash of inspiration, noticed a pile of animal hides in a corner of the cave. Glancing down at her own attire, which could scarcely be described as clothing, it resembled nothing more than a single piece of hide with 3 openings carved into it, through which her head and hands protruded. She had merely tied it snugly around her waist with a strip of hide or rope. As for her feet, they were bare, much like those of her fellow tribesmen. Tsuyu turned her gaze once more to survey her surroundings and noticed that her kin were adorned in similar attire. The longer animal hides were acceptable, serving well as skirts. However, when it came to the particularly short hides, she felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out her own eyes, harboring grave suspicions that she might develop a case of needle eyes. Nevertheless, this was a marked improvement compared to the past, when she first arrived in this place. The tribe was exceedingly impoverished. Both males and females merely wrapped a single hide around their waists, and during that time, she truly found it hard to adjust. As the bounty from hunts increased, so too did the abundance of hides for her people. Moreover, as the leader of the tribe, her choice of attire inspired her kin to follow suit, leading to the current state of affairs. "Mother, do you know which members of the tribe possess adept skills? Gather a few, and I shall teach you how to craft garments." "Garments? What are they?" "They are akin to animal hides, worn to provide warmth. But their greatest advantage over hides is that they shield one from the wind that might seep through the fur. Most importantly, a single hide can be fashioned into 2 sets of clothing, thus significantly conserving resources." "Very well, wait for me. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." So you had previously mentioned that they could disregard certain matters, but upon hearing about the prospect of saving animal hides, no one remained indifferent. Seizing the opportunity while a few elders engaged in conversation, so you exchanged some resources from the system for tutorials on crafting clothing and footwear. In Chapter 109, Crafting Leather Garments, she called out, "Father, elders, could you lend a hand and help carry these animal hides to my cave?" "Certainly, leave it to me," came the reply. A group of individuals embraced the animal hides and made their way towards Tsuyu's cave. Suddenly, her right shoulder was tapped, prompting her to turn in confusion. There stood a Hao, holding a bouquet of vividly blossoming flowers, visibly anxious as he gazed at her. Strikingly, his cheeks were even more flushed than the flowers themselves. "These flowers are for you," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of teasing erupted around them. "Well, look at that. This lad has finally come to his senses and is taking the initiative to pursue a female. Indeed, I always thought he was rather dull. Turns out he has his eyes set on the leader. Ha ha ha." Elder Jean, observing this scene, was positively elated. "Ah, this is splendid. I see a reflection of my youthful charm in him. Oh, please spare me. Back in the day, when you were pursuing a Hao's mother, you were utterly timid. She was the one who took the initiative. Don't be ridiculous. I was the one who made the first move. I wasn't that timid. Everyone knows about this. The entire village is aware that you were the timid one. There's no escaping that, ha ha ha." As the banter swirled around her, so you felt her cheeks flush crimson. After spending over 20 years in modernity as a single woman, never had a man presented her with flowers. To her surprise, here in this new realm, she received the very first bouquet of her life. Suyu gazed at the blossoms that were so close, her heart racing with excitement as she blushed and accepted the flowers from Ahao's hands. "Thank you. I truly adore them," she said. Ahao, captivated by the bashful Suyu before him, felt his own heart pounding in response. Stammering, he managed to say, "I'm glad you like them. I will pick more for you tomorrow." No sooner had Ahao spoken than the surrounding crowd erupted in an even louder cheer than before. Although Suyu is the chieftain of the tribe, she is still a girl who has never experienced love. As the clamor around her grows increasingly boisterous, the members of her tribe begin to approach her one after another. Suyu, her face adorned with a rosy hue of shyness, placed the flowers before her, obscuring the blush that grazed her cheeks. With a hint of exasperation, she declared, "I shall return to the cave now." As she hurriedly dashed away, the laughter of her kin erupted behind her, growing ever louder. Ahao, observing Suyu's swift departure, glanced at the surrounding members of the tribe. A flicker of dark light glimmered in his eyes. From this moment forward, the tribe would be aware of his bond with Suyu. Surely, no one would dare to contest him henceforth. As Suyu busied herself with the culinary arts, her father and several elders kindled a few bonfires within the cave. The group casually partook of some provisions to satiate their hunger. Soon after, her mother led a cohort of females into the cave, exclaiming, "Come, come, make yourselves comfortable." The clansfolk waved their hands in refusal, insisting, "No, no. Did we not hear that the leader would teach us how to craft garments? When shall we commence?" One eager member of the tribe rubbed their fingers together in anticipation, casting an expectant gaze upon Suyu. Meeting their earnest stares, Suyu handed a bowl of food to a jiao and addressed the assembly. "First, come forth to receive a piece of animal hide from me, and I shall teach you the craft immediately." Upon hearing her words, the tribe's people surged forward, and even her mother, after quickly devouring a few morsels, hurried to seize a piece of hide. Suyu observed that everyone present held a piece of animal skin, including her father and several elders. She then summoned a yang to her side. To create garments, it was essential to first measure height, chest circumference, waist circumference, and sleeve length. "Now, each of you should come to me to receive a length of rope, pair up in twos, and, following my example, record each other's measurements." Suyu meticulously recorded all of a yang's information on a vacant patch of ground before rising to address her kin. "Very well, let us commence. Spread the animal skin flat upon the ground, and cut out a square piece. You must remember, this square piece cannot be shorter than your own height, otherwise, the garments crafted will not fit." Understood. Initially, Suyu had considered fashioning a few bamboo tables within the cave. However, the bamboo's limited surface area and slight flexibility proved impractical. After much contemplation, she resolved to simply lay the animal skin on the ground for convenience. It would suffice to clean up afterward once the garments were completed. Once the cutting was done, she inquired, "Chief, do you see that this is indeed a square piece?" Suyu lifted her gaze and observed that the clan members had completed their tasks, and the squares of cloth they had cut were quite substantial. Wrapping their upper bodies entirely was certainly not a challenge. "Well, let us proceed to the second step. Now, let us dismantle and reconfigure it into a perfect square." "Excellent. The chief has accomplished this, so what shall we do next? Pay close attention now. Aside from a few measurements, sketch a circle according to the length of this fabric." As she spoke, Suyu picked up the prepared rope and measured it against the animal hide, marking it with charcoal. Subsequently, she took a stone knife and trimmed away the excess from the hide. Given the importance of this step, after finishing, she took a stroll around the cave, offering guidance to those whose techniques were lacking. It must be said that the individuals selected by her mother possessed remarkable intuition. Among the more than 30 people, only a handful displayed inaccuracies in their methods, while the majority executed their tasks flawlessly. "All right, let us move on to the next step. Did I not instruct you to measure each other's bust and sleeve sizes? Now, using the measurements taken earlier, you shall delineate the dimensions for the bust and sleeve. You may first observe how I proceed, and then you will engage in practical application afterward." After Suyu finished speaking, all the clan members rose and surrounded her, their eyes fixed upon her, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. Suyu, guided by the prompts from her mind system, skillfully rendered the measurements for the bust and sleeves using charcoal. "Now, let us proceed to trim away the excess portions with a stone knife," subsequently unfolding the fabric and crafting a rounded hem for the front panel. As Suyu spoke, she unfurled the freshly cut beast hide and proceeded to assemble it into a garment, following the prompts from the system. Utilizing the excess scraps of hide, she fashioned a collar for the attire. Behold, the garment is complete. When the time comes to wear it, you merely need to secure 2 straps here to fasten the clothing, she declared. "Have you all mastered this?" The tribespeople exchanged glances, a flicker of uncertainty evident in their eyes. One individual scratched his head and, with a hint of embarrassment, admitted, "We have retained the earlier steps, but we struggled to comprehend the part where you cut with the stone knife." Suyu nodded, signifying her understanding. "If you do not comprehend it the first time, fret not. I shall teach you once more. If it remains elusive after 2 attempts, we shall try a 3rd time. Rest assured, there will come a day when you will master it, so long as you do not relinquish your efforts." Upon hearing Suyu's words, The initially anxious clansmen felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. They had feared that, should they fail to grasp the lesson after a single attempt, their leader might become wrathful. After all, they had observed how exceedingly busy she had been of late. The fact that she had taken the time to instruct them in the crafting of leather garments had made them anxious about disappointing her if they could not grasp the skills quickly. However, to their surprise, the leader's kindness towards them was truly remarkable. He once again provided them with a demonstration, and this time, two individuals with considerable aptitude managed to grasp the concept. Consequently, Suyu descended to offer them hands-on guidance. Chapter 110. Someone became irritated. Before long, the majority of the clan members present had mastered the skill, leaving only 3 individuals still struggling. No matter how Suyu is taught, she remains oblivious. What shall the leader do? I understand when I observe you, yet when it comes to taking action myself, I find myself at a loss. Hearing this, Suyu smiled knowingly. In modern times, it is often said, my eyes understand, but my hands do not. Such sentiments are all too common. And she patiently offered her reassurance, it's all right, it's all right. You simply need more practice. Observe how they do it, learn from their experiences, and with more practice, you will succeed. The sight of their kind and approachable leader deeply moved the villagers who had come to learn the art of garment making. At that moment, she silently resolved to study diligently and produce more garments, so as not to disappoint the trust placed in her by the leader. Suyu gazed at the leather garment in her hands, resolved to craft a pair of trousers that evening to showcase her skills to her fellow clansmen. This time, she had exchanged for the techniques to create 4 different outfits in the system, a complete set of undergarments, an outer garment, trousers, and additionally, a method for crafting a distinct pair of shoes. She meticulously recorded Aang's leg length, waist circumference, hip measurement, pant opening, cross seam, and inseam using a rope. She then selected a remarkably soft piece of animal hide from the pile and, guided by the prompts in her mind, commenced her work. The cave was enveloped in a serene quietude, punctuated only by the crackling sounds emanating from the firewood. The tribe members were quietly engaged in making garments, and everything exuded a sense of tranquil harmony. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief, gazing at the trousers she had just crafted. Feeling an exhilaration surpassing that of completing an exceptionally challenging surgery, she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, noticing her kin diligently engaged in their tasks. Reluctant to disrupt their efforts, she gently tapped Aang on the shoulder and gestured towards a small cave nearby. Upon seeing the garment in Suyu's hands and glancing at the cave, Aang immediately grasped her intent and nodded enthusiastically. Suyu, following the exuberant Aang, ventured into the adjacent vacant cave, entirely oblivious to the sorrowful gaze of Ahau. Why, when he was undeniably her partner, did she not craft garments for him? Why bestow her efforts upon Aang? Ahau's thoughts spiraled into a tempest of frustration, yearning to confront Aang. Just then, the jubilant voice of his younger brother pierced through his reverie. Father, mother, look at the splendid attire my sister made for me. The tribe members, who had been diligently working on their own garments within the cave, instinctively turned their heads upon hearing Aang's inquiry. As their eyes fell upon the exquisite outfit gracing Aang, astonishment flickered in their gazes, their mouths agape in awe. Even the brooding Ahau was no exception. Remarkable. Simply breathtaking. Elder Jean was the first to regain his composure, hastening over in a flurry of steps to touch and admire the garment adorning Aang. Well, it's beautiful, truly magnificent. I wish I could possess such a piece. Indeed, it's astonishingly beautiful. Moreover, it conserves beast skins so efficiently. Look how snugly it fits. Not even a breeze could penetrate, ensuring warmth. Absolutely. I concur. It must be incredibly warm. But how is it crafted? Chief, you haven't taught us this. One tribe member inquired, pointing at Aang's trousers. This is called trousers. Fear not. I shall impart this knowledge to you. For now, focus on completing your garments. And I will also teach you several methods of garment creation. Upon hearing this, the tribe members' eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed, this is what the chief promised us. Do not say later that you are unwilling to teach us. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly instruct you. Suyu chuckled inwardly, yet maintained her previous expression on the surface. What a jest. The mere act of showcasing the trousers was intended to illuminate their advantages and kindle an interest in learning among her people. Once they became adept at crafting garments, they would naturally seek her guidance on creating trousers without her needing to urge them. However, to be candid, the garments fashioned from animal hides appeared cumbersome and unattractive, lacking any semblance of beauty, especially when compared to contemporary attire. Nevertheless, Suyu felt a surge of excitement within. At least she no longer had to fret about her kin running about in the nude. All right, everyone has seen the clothes and trousers. Let us hasten to create them. For when we attend the great beast assembly, we can exchange some garments for goods. Ah, how could they have overlooked that? The chief was indeed astute. It was worth noting that these leather garments were far more economical than raw hides. A single high-quality hide could yield 2 or even 3 sets of leather clothing, significantly reducing costs. The tribespeople, both astonished and elated, redoubled their efforts, determined to produce even more leather garments. Suyu gazed at the gradually taking shape of the animal skin garment in her hands and gently shook her stiff neck. Upon entering the system, She was startled to discover it was already past 2 o'clock. Promptly, she insisted on sending her clansmen out of the cave, urging them to return and rest. To ensure they could recuperate better, Suyu resolutely decided to keep the animal skin garments they had crafted in her cave, instructing them to return in the evening. At the break of dawn the following day, Suyu hastily consumed a meager meal before making her way to the site where the tribe was constructing their homes. Initially, she believed she had arrived quite early, only to find her clansmen had already beaten her to it. The cellar they had begun digging the previous day was completely excavated, and several foundations for the houses had already been established. Suyu surveyed her surroundings and concluded that it was time to commence the bricklaying. She beckoned to Ahau, who approached her. Arrange for some individuals to gather a bit of thatch and chop it finely. The finer, the better. I shall take a group to fetch some mud and sand. We will start the construction of the house immediately. Ahau nodded in agreement and turned to attend to the task. Yet, Suyu couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss with Ahau today. His mood seemed rather subdued. In previous instances, he would have accompanied several elders into the mountains for a hunt at this hour, but surprisingly, he chose to remain within the tribe today. Suyu sensed an unusual aura surrounding him. Before long, all the materials Suyu requested were gathered, including the bricks and stones, which were promptly delivered. Suyu promptly set aside the matter, turning her attention to her kin. The family members gathered around, and she began instructing them on the art of brickmaking. First, take this mixture of soil and straw and apply it here. Then, place the stone slabs atop it. Next, pour another layer of the soil and straw mixture over the stone, followed by another layer of bricks. Continue this process in succession. As soon as Suyu finished her explanation, the clansmen immediately comprehended her words. During this period, they had frequently engaged with these stone bricks. Observing her people bustling about, Suyu conducted a brief inspection and, seeing that the walls they were erecting were remarkably straight and devoid of any curvature, nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing the pressing need for a substantial workforce in the ongoing construction, she promptly reassigned several individuals from various teams to form a new squad dedicated solely to building houses. At that moment, a Yang, clad in the beast skin attire crafted just the previous night, excitedly approached her. Previously indifferent, Ahau suddenly lifted his head, fixating his intense gaze upon a Yang. Upon encountering Ahau's fearsome stare, a Yang quickly sought refuge behind Suyu, her face etched with terror as she inquired, "Sister, what is the matter with Brother Ahau today?" At this moment, even if Suyu were to be oblivious, she would have grasped the essence of the situation. She lowered her head and smiled, sensing that a certain little feline had become quite agitated. Tonight, she would devise a way to craft a fur coat to soothe his ruffled fur. Chapter 111. The awkward Ahau after all. This was the future partner she had chosen for herself. The two of them walked along the narrow path of the tribe, the air filled with low, oppressive murmurs. The father and son felt particularly uneasy. After a period of training under Suyu, they had begun to understand certain concepts, what it meant to disregard indecency, what it meant to turn a deaf ear. Although Ahau was still a minor, there were some matters he was already aware of. The two of them slapped their flushed cheeks and quickened their pace, rushing into their cave. As the bonfire gradually ignited, Elder Jean took a moment to steady his breath and addressed Ahau. "Ahau, I am heading to the chief's home for dinner. Would you care to join me?" Ahau's hands froze mid-motion as he prepared to make a fur coat, and he replied coldly, "No." Elder Jean narrowed his eyes, observing his son's sour mood, and approached him with an air of servility. "What is the matter? Did you have a quarrel with you?" "No." Noticing the chill radiating from his son, Elder Jean was clearly skeptical. However, he felt it necessary to impart some wisdom to him, lest he suffer greater losses due to trivial matters. Yu was indeed exceptional within the tribe, and many unpaired males were eyeing her with keen interest. "If you sulk here, do you not fear that someone might sweep you away?" At these words, Ahau shuddered, his fists clenching tightly. "Who dares? If anyone attempts to encroach upon what is mine, I will ensure they regret it." Seeing that his son understood his warning, Elder Jean chose not to press further and turned towards Suyu's cave. The food prepared by the chief was far superior. He needed to hurry lest the old-timers consume it all. Ahau had barely spent 5 minutes in the cave when his father's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. The thought of other males vying for Suyu's attention was unbearable. He sprang from the ground and dashed out of the cave. No. He could not allow those males to succeed. Suyu, cradling the freshly crafted leather garment, had just stepped into Ahau's cave when she collided headlong with an approaching figure. Just as it appeared that Suyu was about to tumble, Ahau swiftly reached out and pulled her into his embrace. As the fervor coursed through Suyu's veins, she forcefully pushed Ahau away and swiftly retreated a step. Rogue. Ahau felt an emptiness in his palm, akin to the sensation of a cat's clawing. As he gazed at Suyu in bewilderment. Rogue? Seeing the perplexity etched on Ahau's face, Suyu hastily extended the finely crafted leather garment towards him. "Here. This is the leather outfit I made for you. Try it on and see if it fits. I must take my leave now." As Suyu turned to depart, an inexplicable thought crossed Ahau's mind, reminiscent of the voices he had previously heard with his father. He glanced down at his hands, swallowed hard, and felt a lump in his throat. Having not consumed any food, Ahau embraced the leather garment gifted by Suyu and drifted into a sweet slumber. Yet, this time his dreams were troubled. He dreamt of himself, stained with dirt, rushing to the riverbank, poised to obliterate evidence. Suddenly, a refreshing and familiar voice echoed from behind, causing Ahau to stumble precariously close to the water's edge. Ahau, good morning. He struggled to regain his balance as he noticed Suyu approaching. In a flurry, he shoved his recently dampened trousers into a wooden basin. My father is waiting for me to go hunting together. I must be on my way. Suyu gazed in bewilderment at the retreating figure of Ahau. What could have possibly transpired with him today? It seemed as though he were being pursued by some specter. However, her thoughts quickly shifted away from Ahau as her kin began to arrive one after another. Thus, a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. The tribespeople, witnessing the gradually taking shape of their new abodes, leaped with excitement. Although their leader had previously informed them that houses were far superior to caves, they had never truly experienced the former, and thus remained skeptical. Yet, upon seeing the impressive and formidable walls, their doubts began to dissipate. The completed houses would undoubtedly surpass the caves in comfort, as they would no longer be plagued by dampness and darkness. Under Suyu's guidance, the tribe developed in a well-structured manner. During the day, apart from the hunting team venturing into the wild, the remaining tribespeople diligently toiled at their respective tasks, striving to complete the houses and walls before the onset of the cold season. In the evenings, they joined Suyu in crafting garments and footwear. After discussions with several elders, it was decided that this year's 10,000 Beasts gathering would involve exchanges of baskets, containers, clothing, and shoes. When it came to clothing and shoes, Suyu could not help but commend her kin. In just a few days, they had mastered the techniques for garment creation. As for the shoes, during the point exchange, Suyu considered the distinctiveness of this world compared to her previous one, where venomous creatures abounded, and the cold season was imminent. Thus, she opted for a boot design, which offered both warmth and safety. The boots bore resemblance to modern military footwear, featuring openings at the front and, in some designs, at the back. The openings were adorned with small holes on either side, through which animal hide was threaded and secured tightly. Each pair of boots consisted of two components, the sole and the shaft. The sole comprised 3 layers, with the innermost layer crafted from soft and short animal hide. The middle layer was constructed from sturdier hides, such as cowhide, while the outermost layer was made from highly water-resistant hide. The shaft was fashioned from the first and third layers of hide. Upon their introduction, the boots were immediately embraced by the tribespeople. However, Suyu recognized the element of fortune in their acceptance, as the boots were made during a particularly chilly period, making it easy for the tribespeople to adopt them. Had it been another season, their acceptance might not have come so readily. Though the tribespeople quickly adapted to the presence of the boots, they were unaccustomed to wearing shoes, having roamed barefoot since childhood. Consequently, it took them several days to fully adjust to this new experience. As Suyu was lost in thought, Ada suddenly inquired, "Have you finalized the selection of participants for the beast gathering this time?" Suyu shook her head, responding that she had yet to address the matter, as the recent period had been overwhelmingly busy, causing her to forget about it entirely. Observing the weary expression on the young cub's face, Ada felt a pang of sympathy and hesitantly suggested, "What if we consider Father's advice? Speak your mind." Currently, several elders alongside Dahe have attained the rank of second-level warriors, while our tribe still boasts a significant number of first-level warriors. The combat strength of our tribe is now comparable to that of the medium-sized tribes outside, albeit with a relatively smaller population. Thus, I have pondered a proposition. How about allowing Dahe, Elder Jean, Elder Mo, and half of the first-level orcs from our tribe to accompany you to the 10,000 Beasts conference, with myself and Elder Hua overseeing affairs in the tribe? I believe we can manage without issue. As for our combat capabilities, there is no cause for concern, as we possess a multitude of first-level warriors. Besides the first-level fighters, we also have numerous ordinary warriors. With our current strength, even if a medium-sized tribe were to provoke us, we would be capable of self-defense. Chapter 112. The Art of Pottery. Suyu lowered her head in silence for a moment. "Father, please consult with the other elders. If they have no objections, we shall proceed as you suggested. Let us set the date for 7 days hence. During this time, I kindly ask you and Mother to exert some effort in encouraging the clan members to produce more goods. This will facilitate our exchange of resources. Rest assured, even without your reminders, the clan will work diligently, for this matter is crucial to our survival in the harsh winter." Suyu nodded. The reason she chose to set the date for 7 days hence was that she wished to construct a dwelling and to craft pottery. Currently, the houses within the tribe remained unfinished. Should she depart abruptly and her kin commence the construction without her guidance, it would not bode well for them. Furthermore, pottery is considerably lighter and more convenient compared to stone tools. Most importantly, it is far simpler to create than its stone counterparts. During this period, her people had been laboring with their claws, and many had sustained injuries. If they were to continue using their claws to fashion stone pots, many would struggle to endure the toll. As the leader of the tribe, it was her duty to alleviate the burdens of her people. Additionally, pottery would inevitably require their attention, so it would be prudent to produce it during this time, thereby lightening the load on her kin. Later that evening, when several elders arrived at Suyu's cave to learn the art of crafting leather garments, Ada voiced his opinion, which surprisingly garnered unanimous agreement from the elders. Suyu nodded and remarked, "Since there are no objections from any of you, we shall proceed with this decision." As for the selection of first-tier warriors to participate in the beast gathering, let Dehe and Afu make the choice. All right, rest assured, we will fulfill our mission. The following morning, Siyu hurriedly made her way to the lakeside. For that afternoon, several kilns would be ready to be opened. Creating some pottery now would allow it to dry by evening, just in time for firing. Suyu arrived at the lakeside and promptly summoned several of her clansmen, stating, You, and a few of you, come with me. I shall teach you to create something new. Upon hearing her words, the eyes of the chosen clansmen sparkled with excitement, shining brightly like the stars in the sky. First, seek out some flatter stones, the larger the better. On one of these stones, draw a circle with charcoal, and trim away the excess stone with a stone knife. If you cannot find suitable stones, you may simply use clay to form one, although it will be rather time-consuming. Next, we will roll this clay into even strips. Ensuring that both ends maintain a uniform thickness, they must not be uneven. Then, wrap these strips around the edges of the stone in concentric circles. Finally, apply a layer of clay both inside and out, ensuring that the original shape of the strips is no longer visible. Importantly, we must not alter their shape, for otherwise, the resulting pottery will lack aesthetic appeal. In her past life, Siyu often visited pottery studios, thus she was well acquainted with the art of ceramics. Though the tools at her disposal here were relatively scarce. Consequently, she could only employ the ancient pottery techniques she had once read about in books. Given the limited time today, she managed to create a few large pieces, 10 large water jars and 10 sizable clay pots. After completing these, seeing that time was still on her side, she molded some clay bowls and set them aside, while also taking a moment to admire the fruits of her clansmen's labor. It must be said that her clansmen possessed remarkable talent. After spending this time working with clay, their creations, while perhaps not matching Suyu's skill, were nonetheless impressive. At the very least, there were no evident flaws in their outward appearance. Following a shared lunch with her clansmen, the kiln finally reached a point where the tiles could be removed. Siyu, along with the others, meticulously arranged the tiles and then gently placed the pottery made that day inside the kiln, ensuring each piece was positioned with care. The kiln was sealed once more and ignited. All set, my fellow tribesmen, she announced. Since these are pottery items rather than bricks or tiles, the firing time will be relatively shorter. We shall extinguish the flames by tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the tribespeople erupted in joyous cheers, exclaiming, Wow! Our tribe will have pottery by tomorrow morning. Indeed, who would have thought our tribe could create pottery on our own? Now, let us all compose ourselves. Look at your exuberant faces. Do not give the chief cause for laughter. Quickly return to your tasks, Siyu urged. Yes, while we are delighted. We must not neglect our duties. We cannot fall behind on our progress. The chief has stated that we must complete the repairs of our homes and walls before the onset of the cold season. Very well, we shall begin immediately. The tribespeople responded in unison, returning to the riverbank, where some resumed making tiles while others continued crafting pottery. The entire tribe radiated a vibrant and flourishing spirit. Siyu gazed upon the vibrant and bustling tribe, and she was unexpectedly filled with a sense of pride. After delegating the affairs of the tribe to her fellow clansmen, she made her way to the construction site to inspect the progress of the houses. She no longer worried about the food and hides within the tribe, not to mention the ample supply of taro, cured meat, jams, and wild vegetables. They had already stored enough provisions in several caves. As for meat, there was no cause for concern. The discovery of salt had allowed them to secretly preserve enough cured meat to sustain them through several harsh winters. With such an abundance of meat, the supply of hides was equally assured. Each clansman could easily receive not just 2, but even 5 sets of fur garments. Suddenly, as she thought of wild vegetables, Siyu recalled a particular incident. During this hunting expedition, the team had inadvertently brought back a type of wild vegetable resembling a modern turnip, albeit lacking the bulbous root. Only the leaves bore a striking resemblance to turnip greens, and the taste was exceptionally delightful, devoid of any bitterness. The mere thought of this wild vegetable reminded her of the sauerkraut fish she had relished in her past life. Her eyes gleamed with inspiration as she hurried back to the tribe. She intended to prepare all those vegetables into sauerkraut, and once the lake froze over, she would devise a way to catch some fish. It would be the perfect opportunity to enjoy a sumptuous dish of sauerkraut fish, which had been her favorite in her previous life. On one occasion, while visiting a village for medical assistance, the villagers, having learned of her fondness for sauerkraut fish, gifted her some homemade sauerkraut. It was then that she discovered that nearly every household in that village prepared their own sauerkraut. For someone who adored sauerkraut fish, the allure was undeniable. Consequently, she dedicated several days to mastering the art of making sauerkraut. When Siyu arrived at the clearing in the tribe, she found several clansmen seated on the ground weaving ropes, garments, and mattresses from palm fibers. Nearby, several large trees were adorned with ropes laden with the turnip greens she had mentioned. The leaves of those turnips were already curling slightly, having lost much of their moisture. Upon seeing this, Suyu's excitement surged. It was as if fate had aligned perfectly. Aunt Pearblossom, please assist in bringing down these partially dried turnip greens and clean them by the lakeside. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to make sauerkraut, she called out eagerly. The clansmen nodded enthusiastically, gathering the greens into bowls as they responded to Suyu. Rest assured, Chief, we will clean them immediately. Is it sufficient just to wash them clean? Should we do anything else? One inquired. No need for anything more. Just rinse them well and drain the excess water. Once the earthenware jars are fired tomorrow, we can begin pickling the sauerkraut. Upon hearing that they would have to wait until the next day to commence pickling, the tribesmen felt a slight twinge of disappointment, but were quickly invigorated by the prospect of storing food. Pear Blossom led a group of clansmen to the lakeside to clean the turnip greens. Su remained behind, accompanied by another group of her kin, to hang the freshly harvested turnips on ropes for further drying. Time swiftly passed, and as dawn broke the following day, Su hurriedly made her way to the lakeside. By the time she arrived, several elders, including her father, had already gathered, their expressions brimming with eagerness as they awaited her. "Oh, Uncle Dahe, what brings you here? Are you not going hunting today?" she inquired. "We are indeed, but having heard of your success in pottery making, our curiosity compelled us to come and see for ourselves," he replied excitedly. "The hunt is merely in the back mountains. It is close enough that we can embark at any time." Dahe's words tumbled forth in his enthusiasm. The thought that their tribe would soon possess the exclusive knowledge of pottery creation exhilarated him. Observing the eager anticipation in her people's eyes, Su seemed to grasp the significance of the moment. She promptly instructed those nearby to open the kiln. The elders rushed inside, and Su, shaking her head in resignation, followed them into the kiln. Inside, the pottery was meticulously arranged in rows, though several spaces were vacant, accompanied by fragments of broken pottery scattered beneath. After a brief assessment, she concluded that, judging by external appearances, this batch had fared reasonably well, with a success rate exceeding 60%. With a graceful wave of her hand, Su directed several clan members and the elders within the cave to carefully remove the pottery. Their cautious demeanor suggested that they were not handling mere pottery, but rather a rare and priceless treasure. Su inspected several cave dwellings and found them to be satisfactory, meeting her expectations. Su nodded in satisfaction, poised to strike another type of pottery. Suddenly, several elders surged forward, blocking her path. Dahe, catching the gaze Su directed towards him, awkwardly scratched the back of his head and stammered, "Chief, could you perhaps refrain from being so forceful when you strike?" Upon hearing Dahe's words and observing their tense demeanor, Su instantly comprehended the situation. She couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "What are you all thinking? Surely, you don't believe I intend to smash these exquisite ceramics, do you?" "No, of course not." As Su observed their wariness towards her, akin to guarding against a thief, she found herself both amused and exasperated. "I merely tapped these pottery pieces to ascertain their quality. If they shatter at the slightest touch, it merely indicates their inferiority. Now, may I request you to step aside?" Upon realizing the misunderstanding, the elders felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. "Please forgive us, Chief. Our skepticism was never intended. You are aware of our tribe's history. We have never possessed pottery before, and now we behold such an abundance. When we saw you striking them, we thought, yes, it's merely a reflex. You mentioned it before, that sometimes our hands act before our brains do." Observing the elders' flustered expressions, Su smiled gently and gestured for calm. "I understand. I bear no ill will towards you." Following this, she counted the pottery with her kin. Over 50 jars emerged from the 3 kilns. The pots were fewer, numbering only around 30, while the remainder had unfortunately been damaged. Conversely, the bowls showed better results, with over 100 successful creations. Upon meticulous inspection, Su submerged them in water for testing, soon discovering that some pots, jars, and bowls, although intact, bore minor fissures that caused them to leak when filled. The tribe members gazed at their creations with excitement. Despite the leaks and damages, their spirits soared. For during the Beast Festival, they had glimpsed the pottery of other tribes, which paled in comparison to their own. The craftsmanship was uneven, and the shapes lacked the elegance of their own creations. Most importantly, their pottery was significantly larger, compared to the pottery made within their tribe. Theirs was celestial while that of others seemed terrestrial. The tribe members embraced one another in jubilant celebration, exclaiming, "At last, our tribe has pottery. We too possess pottery." They marveled at the realization that the pottery of larger tribes was not as aesthetically pleasing as theirs. What if we present our pottery at the Beast Festival? Wouldn't it overwhelm the wares of those larger tribes? Indeed, it surely would, not only outshining theirs but also allowing us to barter for ample resources. As the tribe members eagerly engaged in animated discussions, many cast hopeful glances towards Su. "Chief, shall we take this pottery to the Beast Festival?" Yet before the words could fully escape the lips of the eager tribesmen, Su decisively interjected, "No, the pottery cannot be taken to the Beast Festival just yet." Before Su could finish her words, a chorus of lamentations erupted from below. "Why, Chief? Look at the exquisite pottery we have crafted. It surpasses that of the great tribes. Why can't we take it to the Beast Conference?" "Indeed, Chief, we implore you to grant us this request. We are utterly committed and shall not be a hindrance." "No, listen to me. There is a reason I cannot allow you to take it." At this moment, the tribesmen on the shore were captivated by the beautiful pottery, their ears deaf to Su's words. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought, exchanging the pottery for supplies, freeing themselves from hunger and cold. Our tribe possesses such exquisite pottery. Why does the chief refuse to let us present it at the beast conference? Just think of the wealth we could acquire in return. Suyu observed as their discussions grew increasingly fervent, and she felt as if they had succumbed to an obsession. Even her words fell on deaf ears among her kin. A heaviness settled in her heart, and ultimately, she chose silence, turning instead to the elders. It appeared that merely addressing their basic needs would not suffice. Elevating their knowledge was imperative. Simultaneously, she recognized that not all tribe members possessed the awareness of urgency that she had witnessed in others days prior. Now, she must endeavor to shift the mindset of a portion of her people, for the tribe could easily fall into peril otherwise. To label these individuals as simple-minded would be an understatement. They were, in truth, rather single-minded. In their worldview, encountering valuable items meant hoarding them for the beast festival, without considering that exposing such treasures could invite calamity upon them. The elders, having been guided by Suyu, were already aware that certain matters must remain concealed to avert disaster. They were currently engaged in patient persuasion, yet their limited vocabulary rendered their efforts futile. As the tribe insisted on exchanging these pottery pieces for resources at the festival, the elders, witnessing the escalating chaos, felt a deep sense of urgency. Casting anxious glances at Suyu, fearful of inciting her wrath amidst the turmoil, Suyu's heart sank, and she cleared her throat. Chapter 114, An Indecipherable Name. She understood that altering the entrenched beliefs of her kin would not be a simple endeavor, especially since their tribe had not encountered anything novel in a long while. The sudden emergence of various items in the tribe led them to assume that these treasures should be presented at the Grand Beast Conference for exchange. Thus, the most pressing matter was to transform their mindset. Simultaneously, she felt more resolute in the decision she had previously made. Enough of the argument. Do not burden the elders any further. Inform all members of the tribe to gather in the open area. I shall convene a tribal assembly. Upon hearing this, several elders hastily extricated themselves from the throng of tribespeople and stumbled towards the village. The onlookers, initially intent on persuading Suyu, hesitated when they saw her serious demeanor. Coupled with the chilling presence of Ahau standing silently beside her, they dared not approach. Their mouths moved silently before they ultimately fell silent. Noticing the calm that descended upon the tribespeople, Suyu pointed to the large water jars nearby and instructed, "You few, as you head to the village square, bring those jars with you. I have a use for them." When Suyu arrived at the open area of the village, the tribespeople had already assembled, including those who were disabled and had been carried over by the stronger members of the tribe. Suyu cast a glance at the clansmen gathered in the open field and stepped forward, addressing them directly and candidly. "Are you not feeling perplexed? Our tribe possesses an abundance of food, and we have recently crafted pottery. Why, then, do I not permit you to exchange these items at the beast gathering, but instead insist that you take only the most inconspicuous items from our tribe, such as hides,